Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 1301. Chapter 1301, 1301. Chapter 1301, A Blade of Grass as a Reward. In the battleship, there was a pot with an unknown green grass. Lin, the green grass was not an ordinary item, it should be some special material of high grade, possessing strong vitality. Even without light, air, or any nutrients, it could survive just by absorbing starlight. Lin Moria gathered a vast amount of life force, enveloping the entire battleship with vigorous vitality. The life force stimulated the green grass, causing its branches to stretch out, greedily absorbing the life force. Shu Kaiwa showed a look of shock, his eyes flashing with brilliance, and his gaze towards Lin Moria changed. Previously, Lin Moria was a young man he highly regarded, with top-notch potential and talent. Such a young man was very likely to become a pillar of the human race. But now, his gaze towards Lin Moria carried a sense of wonder. Yes, wonder. He knew very well what kind of grass this green grass was. He had tried to infuse it with the law of life, but it didn't respond at all. The level of the law of life was too low, the green grass didn't care for it. Unexpectedly, Lin Moria's law made the green grass absorb greedily, almost voraciously. The law of immortality, is it really that magical? Even among the top tier, the law of immortality is considered top-notch. Shu Kaiwa murmured to himself. When he first heard about the law of immortality, he only felt that it was very powerful. Any law that could be classified as top tier was very powerful. Now he felt that the law of immortality was very magical, extremely magical. It not only had strong offensive power but also had strong healing abilities, almost perfect. Lin Moria's face was slightly pale, as the power of the law was greatly consumed. In front of him was a light ball with a diameter of more than 5 meters, filled with highly compressed life force. If the previous light ball was just a small play, with a life force concentration of 1, then the current light ball was Lin Moria's painstaking work, with a life force concentration directly increased to 10, at least 10 times more. At the center of this light ball filled with life force, there was a tiny dot. This tiny dot was also filled with extreme death force. Life and death forces are relative. The stronger the life force, the more terrifying the death force. When things reach an extreme, they reverse. Life and death forces are like this. Lin Moria's entire body was drained of the law, and he closed his eyes to recover for a few minutes before regaining his strength. He looked at Shu Kaiwa. Senior, I have done my best. Shu Kaiwa was satisfied with this. He could see that Lin Moria had indeed used all his strength. He could feel the power of the law of immortality. Although Lin Moria's realm was only at the 7th level of the true god, the strength of the law was almost at the peak of the true god realm. In other words, Lin Moria could fight against most peak true god powerhouses without relying on any spells or treasures, just by relying on his own law. This is the strength of top-tier laws, directly giving the cultivator the ability to fight across levels, even across realms. Moreover, as the cultivation level gets higher and the control of the law gets stronger, the strength of top-tier laws will further stand out. The gap between laws will only get bigger, and the gap in combat power between the same realms will also get bigger. What's more, Lin Moria also has extremely powerful spells. Once those skeletons are summoned, Lin Moria's combat power reaches an astonishing level. In Shu Kaiwa's knowledge, no one's combat power has ever been so exaggerated, not even the legendary Xiao Zhantian from ancient times. Shu Kaiwa waved his hand gently, and hundreds of souls entered the light ball filled with life force. Hundreds of souls showed comfortable expressions simultaneously. The life force began to nourish the souls, but whether they could ultimately recover was beyond Lin Moria's control. Lin Moria said, "They must not touch the black dot at the center." Shu Kaiwa had already noticed that the black dot at the center of the light ball was filled with death force, stronger than the law of death, almost equivalent to the top-tier law of destruction. If Lin Moria were now a god, using this law filled with death force, even he would find it troublesome. Shu Kaiwa said, "I will keep an eye on it." Lin Moria said, "If the life force weakens, I can replenish it. Life force is not infinite, it will also be exhausted." Lin Moria didn't know how long these souls needed to be nourished, so he gave a heads up. Shu Kaiwa said, "Actually, there is a second thing I came to you for this time. Please tell me, I am listening." Lin Moria adjusted his breath, and the giant tree of talent in his soul world kept shaking, transmitting waves of power, making Lin Moria's recovery speed astonishingly fast. If he hadn't exhausted all his law power at once, Lin Moria wouldn't have to worry about running out of power. Shu Kaiwa reached out and took the green grass not far away. "Before talking about the second thing, let's settle the reward for just now." Lin Moria took the green grass and smiled. "Your reward is too casual." Shu Kaiwa glared. "If you don't like it, give it back." Lin Moria took half a step back. "Taking back what you gave out doesn't suit your status. Zhu Kaiwa snorted, too lazy to bother with him. Lin Moria knew that with Zhu Kaiwa's status, the things he took out wouldn't be bad. The green grass was planted in a delicate small flower pot. His gaze first fell on the flower pot, which emitted a crystal-clear luster, semi-transparent. At the same time, it contained life force, not very strong, but stable and slowly released. Most importantly, the flower pot could absorb external forces and convert them into life force. Obviously, the material of the flower pot was very special, probably some high-level material. Even if it wasn't at the god level, it was at least at the god king level. Even the soil in the flower pot wasn't ordinary, having similar properties to the flower pot. With such a flower pot and soil, could the grass be ordinary? Finally, his gaze fell on the green grass. The green grass had a long stem, about 30 centimeters high, truly a small grass. At the top were 5 green leaves, with serrated edges, giving Lin Moria a delicate feeling. Just below the 5 leaves, at the stem, there was a tender new leaf, seemingly just grown, looking fresh. Lin Moria cast a detection spell, but the result was unknown. If the detection spell didn't know, it should be from the battlefield, likely from a chaotic rules area. Lin Moria's eyes flashed with curiosity. Senior, did you get this grass from a chaotic rules area? Zhu Kaiwa chuckled. Good eye, indeed from a chaotic rules area. Lin Moria asked, can you tell me its origin? Zhu Kaiwa didn't hide it and told Lin Moria the origin of the green grass. 300 years ago, a chaotic rules area appeared on the battlefield. The danger level of that chaotic rules area was very high, with 2 human god kings falling in it. More god kings died in it. Zhu Kaiwa used a clone to enter it. He fought his way to the end and finally got this grass. It was said that when he got the grass, it already had 5 leaves. In the 300 years since he got it, it hadn't changed at all. Until just now, after absorbing the life force, it grew a new leaf. Chapter 1302. Chapter 1302, 1302. Chapter 1302, Hidden Area 8 to 101. This green grass has been with Zhu Kaiwa for 300 years, and its subtle changes naturally did not escape Zhu Kaiwa's eyes. In fact, Zhu Kaiwa had long given up on cultivating the grass. Over the past 300 years, he had tried various methods, but the green grass had never changed. Although he knew the green grass was not an ordinary item, Zhu Kaiwa also knew that it had no affinity with him. Now seeing that Lin Moria's life force could make it grow, Zhu Kaiwa was moved and gave the green grass to Lin Moria. After listening to Zhu Kaiwa's explanation, Lin Moria also realized that the green grass was extraordinary. However, Zhu Kaiwa himself was not very clear about its specific function, and it could only be explored by oneself. The green grass had one special feature: it could not die no matter what environment it was placed in. Over the years, Zhu Kaiwa had tried various methods. Although the green grass did not grow much, it was not damaged either. Of course, Zhu Kaiwa did not use overly violent methods, such as throwing it into a black hole or destroying it with his own magical treasures. Because that would be meaningless. There was only one green grass, and if it was damaged, it would be gone. Lin Moria put away the green grass. In just a few minutes, his aura had completely calmed down, and his strength had recovered to about 70 to 80%. This astonishing recovery ability made Zhu Kaiwa extremely envious. Senior, I have accepted your reward. Now you can continue with the second matter. Lin Moria said calmly. As for the magical properties of the green grass, he would study it later. Zhu Kaiwa said, the second matter is somewhat dangerous. If you don't want to go, you can choose to refuse. In the 8 to 101 area, there is a place similar to an ancient tomb, called the Yellow Earth Desert. In the deepest part of the Yellow Earth Desert, there is a place called the Nether Swamp. You need to go to the Nether Swamp to find a soul. Lin Moria's brows slowly furrowed. He had browsed through most of the tasks in Fortresses 1 to 9, but he had never heard of the 8 to 101 area, nor were there any tasks related to it in the task center. Moreover, the star map in Fortress 1 did not have the location of the 8 to 101 area. Lin Moria said in a low voice, I remember, there is number 101 area in the 8th war zone. Zhu Kaiwa said, indeed, the star map released to the outside world does not have it, and there are no tasks related to it in the task center. Because it only appeared in the last 1,000 years or so. First, there were chaotic rules, and then this new area was formed. Previously, the 101 area was just a nameless void. Originally, we would have included it in the star map, but it is somewhat special and not suitable for that. Lin Moria then understood that it was a hidden area. The chaotic rules appeared 1,000 years ago, and like an ancient tomb, it did not disappear after appearing. In fact, the entire battlefield was initially created by chaotic rules. Later, most of the chaotic rules disappeared, and only a few remained. However, due to the influence of the chaotic rules, special areas appeared on the battlefield, producing various materials. To this day, no one knows the root cause of the chaotic rules. Lin Moria said, do you want me to kill the soul inside or bring it back? Zhu Kaiwa had already said this much, so it was nothing more than 2 requirements. Either kill or save. It couldn't be just to take a look and come back. Zhu Kaiwa said, naturally, bring the soul back. So it's to save someone. It seems that his identity is not ordinary. Is he the offspring of a legion commander or an elder? Lin Moria pondered, easily guessing some of the relationships involved. Zhu Kaiwa admitted frankly, neither. His identity is indeed special, but it has nothing to do with the legion commander or the elders. Lin Moria was slightly taken aback, his mind racing. Since it had nothing to do with the legion commander or the elders, but the identity was special, it must be related to the divine city. It seemed the background was really significant. Lin Moria couldn't help but ask, Senior, since that person's identity is special, why don't you take action? Lin Moria was referring to Zhu Kaiwu and that important person. Zhu Kaiwu said, the 8 to 101 area belongs to the 8th fortress, and the power in that star field is restricted to below the Divine Sovereign. As for that person, that place is special and cannot use brute force. Cannot use brute force? It seemed that area was very special. Lin Moria pondered for a few seconds and did not immediately make a decision. I need to see the detailed information of the 8 to 101 area. After reading the information, I will decide whether to go or not. Lin Moria was very cautious. Since Zhu Kaiwo had said it was dangerous, it must be dangerous. Moreover, the restriction was below the Divine Sovereign realm, which meant that there could be peak Divine Kings or even small Divine Sovereigns inside. Even if Lin Moria had confidence in himself, he did not dare to be careless. There were many hidden dangers on the battlefield, and if one was not careful, they might die one day. There was no relevant information in the task center, but Lin Moria knew that Zhu Kaiwo must have it. Zhu Kaiwo was not surprised by Lin Moria's choice and immediately threw over a jade token. Activating the jade token, the information about the 8 to 101 area was immediately displayed in front of him. The 8 to 101 area appeared 1,000 years ago with chaotic rules, and a yellow earth desert suddenly appeared in the starry sky. Many powerful creatures lived in the yellow earth desert, with all kinds of strange shapes. Their strength was generally between the 3rd and 5th levels of the Divine King realm. Among the monsters, there were leaders with strength around the 7th level of the Divine King realm. In the deepest part of the desert, there were even more powerful monsters with strength reaching the 9th level of the Divine King realm. At that time, people from various races entered to explore, and battles broke out among the races. Coupled with the powerful creatures in the yellow earth desert, many divine kings from various races died. Among the human race, there was a divine king named Su Qingyang, who had the peak Divine Sovereign realm. He fought his way to the deepest part but lost contact since then. This time, Lin Moria's task was to save that divine king named Su Qingyang. His physical body was destroyed, and his soul had been hiding in the nether swamp for 1,000 years. Lin Moria put down the information, a slight smile on his lips. The information in his hand had problems, big problems. The information was obviously tailored for him, omitting many key details. Since Su Qingyang had been trapped inside, how did he send out the message? Based on his understanding of the chaotic rules area, information inside could not be transmitted out. Since the message could not be transmitted out, how did they know there was a nether swamp in the deepest part of the Yellow Earth Desert? This was clearly contradictory, and any normal person could see the inconsistency. Lin Moria suddenly realized that Zhu Kaiwa would not make such a mistake. That could only mean one thing: the way they obtained this information was problematic. That area belonged to the Divine King realm, different from the True God realm areas. In the True God realm areas 1 to 5, someone like Zhu Kaiwu, who was at the peak of the Divine Sovereign realm, could break in. But once it reached the Divine King realm areas 6, 7, and 8, the power restrictions increased significantly, and Zhu Kaiwu could not enter. Since the people inside did not come out and Zhu Kaiwu could not go in, the people who could enter were self-evident. Chapter 1303. Chapter 1303, 1303. Chapter 1303, the strongest is no longer the Skeleton King. In Lin Moria's speculation, the person who could enter without restrictions must be that mysterious person. Or it could be a person of the same level as that mysterious person. However, he still couldn't rescue Su Qingyang, who was trapped inside, which must be due to some special reason. Since Zhu Kaiwa was unwilling to explain, Lin Moria judged that this reason should have nothing to do with him. If it concerned his own life safety, Zhu Kaiwa would not have kept silent. After carefully reviewing the information again and memorizing the details, Lin Moria returned the jade token to Zhu Kaiwu. Lin Moria hesitated slightly. After all, the one trapped was not an ordinary divine king but a minor divine sovereign. A minor divine sovereign is already invincible below the divine sovereign level, and becoming a divine sovereign is just a matter of time. Currently, he should be slightly stronger than Lin Moria. Of course, if it came to a life and death battle, Lin Moria was confident he could fight a minor divine sovereign to the death. Besides this concern, Lin Moria was also curious about the Yellow Earth Desert. The chaotic rules seemed to be related to ancient times, and he was very interested in uncovering the mysteries of ancient times. Lin Moria, with some doubts, said, Su Qingyang has already reached the level of a minor divine sovereign, yet he is still trapped inside. If I go, I'm afraid the result won't be any better. Zhu Kaiwa replied, Su Qingyang was trapped due to some special reasons, not because the danger inside is that high. If it were truly that dangerous, I wouldn't consider sending you. Lin Moria suddenly asked, is this considered a task? Zhu Kaiwa understood the implication of his question. It's not a task, but the reward is very high. Then there's no problem. Lin Moria agreed, but please wait a moment, I need to summon a few more elemental liches before I go. He had 3 sets of materials at the Divine Sovereign level, which could be used to create 3 powerful elemental liches. With the elemental liches, his journey would be safer. Zhu Kaiwa opened the battleship door. You can summon them outside. With me watching over you, there's no need to worry. With Zhu Kaiwa protecting him, Lin Moria naturally had no concerns. In the nameless void, Lin Moria stood tall, holding a jade box, and slowly opened it. Countless starlights shot out from the jade box, weaving into a starry sky. The starry sky contained the aura of an array, mysterious and powerful. In the next second, an elemental lich appeared beside Lin Moria. The Starlight Law Lich, its body also shimmering with starlight, resonated with the Starlight Law Pearl. Lin Moria handed the Starlight Law Pearl to it, and in an instant, the starlight became dazzling. The scene before him changed, and Lin Moria felt as if he were in a galaxy. In the galaxy, there were stars, planets, and meteors, all present. It looked no different from an ordinary galaxy. This was clearly a nameless void, so where did the galaxy come from? Lin Moria knew that the Starlight Law Lich had naturally created this scene during its enhancement process. It could be seen as an illusion or an array. He guessed that the Divine Sovereign who created this Law Pearl was most skilled in illusion arrays. The illusion was quite realistic, and even he would find it hard to detect if he didn't look closely. However, when he summoned the skeletons and used the undead vision, all illusions disappeared. Through the undead vision, he could see the essence of things, unaffected by illusions. Besides, as the master of the elemental lich, Lin Moria could dispel the illusion with a single thought. He was just experiencing it and testing the undead vision. The Fire Law Lich's ability should be fire-based law attacks. The Starlight Law Lich's ability should be creating illusions, confusing and trapping enemies, and even dividing them. One attacks, the other disrupts, a very good combination. My previous elemental liches, though numerous and with different functions, were not well utilized, like a scattered sand. In the future, I must not do this. It's best to coordinate the attacks of the elemental liches. And the types of attacks should not be single, otherwise, it would be too monotonous and easily countered. Lin Moria thought a lot, making some plans for his future development. The elemental lich was undoubtedly a very strong spell, different from other spells. Its strength mainly depended on the materials provided by him. The stronger the materials used and the better the coordination, the more powerful the spell would be. Conversely, the spell would be useless. Taking advantage of the Starlight Law Lich's growth, Lin Moria summoned the Fire Law Lich. At this time, the Fire Law Lich had completely retracted its flames, no longer spreading outward. It stood in front of Lin Moria like a mass of flames, waiting for his command. Lin Moria checked the attributes of the Fire Law Lich. Flame Galaxy Lich. Realm, Divine King 9th level. Grade, High. Growth limit, None. Spell, Flame Galaxy. Flame Galaxy uses itself as a medium to summon the projection of the Flame Law Galaxy for attacks. It had changed from a Law Lich to a Galaxy Lich. A Law Lich means the Lich has begun to master the laws. A Galaxy Lich means. Lin Moria had a guess. The Law Galaxy is exclusive to Divine Sovereigns. The Lich summoned with Divine Sovereign level materials was now called a Galaxy Lich, which must be related to the Law Galaxy. The attributes of the spell confirmed Lin Moria's guess. The Lich's realm had reached the 9th level of the Divine King, and the spell had changed, no longer being the Law Aura. The Law Aura, though possessing attack power and a large attack range, was too scattered and not powerful enough. The more enemies there were, the weaker the attack. This was the drawback of the Law Aura. It was fine against those of the same realm, but not enough for cross-realm battles. Now, the Law Aura was replaced by the Flame Galaxy. Summoning the projection of the Flame Law Galaxy for attacks, the attack power must be strong. At least it could reach the peak of the Divine King realm, probably just slightly weaker than a minor Divine Sovereign. With the addition of the original spell, it might be able to compete with a minor Divine Sovereign. Indeed, it is related to the Law Galaxy. Lin Moria suppressed his excitement and focused on the Starlight Lich, which was about to complete its enhancement. At this time, the illusionary starry sky had become extremely realistic. Lin Moria believed that once a Divine King was trapped inside, it would be difficult to detect. Even if detected, it would be hard to escape. This was not just a simple illusion, it also contained the function of an array, which could be used to trap enemies. When the Starlight Law Lich was fully formed, Lin Moria calmly checked its attributes. Starlight Galaxy Lich. Realm, Divine King 9th level. Grade, High. Growth limit, None. Spell, Starry Sky. Illusion, the maximum range of the illusion is 10,000 kilometers. The illusion can confuse and trap enemies, capable of trapping even peak Divine Kings. The illusion could confuse and trap enemies, capable of trapping even peak Divine Kings. However, it was not effective against Divine Sovereigns. Divine Sovereign souls are protected by laws, and ordinary illusions cannot affect them and are easily seen through and broken. Lin Moria put away the 2 Galaxy Liches. Now they had surpassed the Skeleton King, becoming his strongest cards besides the Corpse Explosion. Then he took out the 3rd Jade Box. The 3rd Jade Box was the most special, with arrays engraved on it to prevent the light speed law from escaping. After activating the array, Lin Moria opened the Jade Box. A beam of light rushed around inside the Jade Box but was blocked by an array, unable to escape. Chapter 1304. Chapter 1304, 1304. Chapter 1304, Not Afraid of Overeating. Beside Lin Moria appeared the Lightspeed Lich. The Lightspeed Lich had a relatively small form, looking agile and spirited. Its body was crystal clear, emitting a bright radiance from the inside out, as if countless rays of light were flowing within and without its body. The Lightspeed Lich was the most helpful Lich for Lin Moria since entering the battlefield. Lin Moria took a bundle of light from the Jade Box and directly fed it into the Lightspeed Lich's mouth. In an instant, the Lightspeed Lich disappeared. The next second, it appeared 50,000 kilometers away in the void. Then it disappeared again, flying out tens of thousands of kilometers further. Lin Moria's eyes showed a smile, as the Lightspeed Lich's speed was gradually increasing. This was its way of evolving, crashing around recklessly in the void. Lin Moria was not afraid of it flying far away. No matter how far it went, a single thought could summon it back. He only needed to wait patiently for its evolution to complete. Far away, Zhu Kaiwa saw everything with lingering astonishment in his eyes. This brat still has how many hidden trump cards? I used to think it was just an auxiliary spell, but in the blink of an eye it has become a great killer. If he activates the primordial spell, even if this brat encounters a minor Divine Sovereign, he can fight with his life on the line, with life or death uncertain. If he adds one more trump card, a minor Divine Sovereign might even be killed. No, that's not right. Zhu Kaiwa suddenly realized he was thinking incorrectly. He thought of Lin Moria having one spell that defied realms. That was the corpse explosion. As long as the materials were strong enough, even a divine sovereign could be blown up and killed. After being silent for a while, he couldn't help but spit out two words, freak. 10 minutes later, a brilliant radiance flashed beside Lin Moriu, and the Lightspeed Lich with a body as bright as flowing light appeared beside him, like a dazzling star. As usual, Lin Moria checked its attributes. Lightspeed Lich. Realm, Divine King 9th level. Grade, high. Growth limit, none. Spell, Photonization, passive. Photonization, passive transforms the master and other summons into light. In the photonized state, damage is reduced and speed is increased to 150,000 kilometers per second. This time it was unrelated to the Starlight Lich, and its name no longer contained law, as if it had returned to its original nature. Lin Moria was preparing to try it out. He did not spread his undead wings, only maintaining the summoned state of the Lightspeed Lich. In the next second, his form turned into a beam of light, shooting forward. He watched with his own eyes as Zhu Kaiwa's battleship rapidly shrank in his vision and became a tiny black dot in just 2 seconds, almost invisible. A speed of 150,000 kilometers per second was indeed astonishing. The War King Tower's speed was only about 100,000 kilometers per second. If not relying on flight treasures, a cultivator who had just entered the Divine King realm would have a speed of only about 30,000 kilometers per second. As the cultivation realm increased, the speed would gradually increase as well. But even at the peak of the Divine King realm, the speed was only about 100,000 kilometers per second, equivalent to the War King Tower. This was the extreme limit for most Divine Kings. Only by cultivating speed-type laws, or like the Golden Eagle race with an innate speed talent, could one break through this limit. Lin Morio had now surpassed this limit, almost able to compete with the 9th level Divine King Golden Eagle race in terms of speed. The benefits of high speed were immense, greatly enhancing combat power and safety. Combined with the damage reduction in the photonized state, it further improved safety. Lin Morio was very satisfied with this. He put away the Lightspeed Lich and took out the 4th jade box. This jade box emitted an aura unique to spiritual materials. Not far away, Zhu Kaiwa's brows twitched, showing some surprise. Spiritual material. Spiritual materials were extremely rare, and could only be used by the one who obtained them, with almost no circulation on the market. Even he found it very difficult to obtain them. Then Zhu Kaiwa realized, it must be from the Jade family. He guessed that this spiritual material Lin Morio had came from the Jade family. The Jade family was one of the few families among the human race capable of cultivating spiritual materials. However, the Jade family's output of spiritual materials was also extremely scarce, and they basically had owners already. Spiritual materials could not be kept for long periods, and had to be bound to an owner as soon as they were cultivated. Zhu Kaiwa muttered to himself, I didn't expect the Jade family to be willing to sell their spiritual materials. This kid's face is really big. I wonder what kind of lich he'll summon this time. Having witnessed Lin Moria summon one powerful lich after another, each stronger than the last, Zhu Kaiwa was now looking forward to it. The spiritual material was a level higher than the previous 3 materials, so the summoned lich should be even stronger. Not only Zhu Kaiwa had expectations, as the master, Lin Moria was even more expectant. This spiritual material had some peculiar attributes, seeming to be of some kind of plant nature. Not one of the common elements like wind, fire, thunder, or water. Just as Lin Moria was about to summon it, the infinite fusion spell in his soul world suddenly began to tremble. The trembling pulled at his entire soul world, causing almost all the spell stars to slightly shake. This had happened before, when Su Jianqing gave him the mysterious black iron block. You want it. Lin Moria's soul sent a thought towards the infinite fusion spell star that was trembling. He had long suspected that the infinite fusion spell star had self-awareness, and took this opportunity to test it. The infinite fusion spell star was lofty, like a sovereign ruling over the 9 heavens, commanding all the other spells. The other spell stars were like ministers, accepting its leadership. Upon receiving Lin Moria's will, the infinite fusion spell star immediately flew down, circling around his soul body, round after round. It was the sovereign, but Lin Moria was its master. Lin Moria could feel its thought, an extremely simple thought. It did want it, but could not express itself. Lin Moria was completely certain now that the infinite fusion spell star did possess self-awareness, though this awareness was still very weak, not yet able to be called intelligence. It could only be considered a level higher than instinct, but not yet fully awakened. It knew what things were useful to itself and would ask for them. For this, Lin Moria was not stingy, giving up summoning the elemental lich and directly absorbing the spiritual material into his soul. The infinite fusion spell star rubbed against Lin Moria's soul body like a kitten asking for food, and immediately swallowed the material he threw to it. Filled with intense joy, it flew back to its original position, once again becoming the lofty ruler of spells. Lin Moria could sense that at this moment, the infinite fusion spell star was striving to digest the spiritual material. However, it seemed that the previous mysterious iron block had not been fully digested yet, and now with another material consumed, the digestion speed had become even slower. Not afraid of overeating, Lin Moria let out a light snort, withdrawing his consciousness from the soul world. He flew back to Zhu Kaiwa's side. Zhu Kaiwa asked in puzzlement, why didn't you summon it? The implication was that the atmosphere had been built up to this point, the performance was about to start, but suddenly the performer withdrew. Lin Moria said, this material has other uses, so I won't summon it for now. He did not mention the birth of self-awareness in the spell star. Although he trusted Zhu Kaiwa, he was still very cautious. Zhu Kaiwa did not suspect anything. Spiritual materials are indeed rare, it may be better to refine them into treasures. As he spoke, he tossed over a black stone. Here, take this. Chapter 1305. Chapter 1305, 1305. Chapter 1305, when you need to be thick-skinned, be thick-skinned. Lin Moria took the black stone, looked at it from all angles, but couldn't see anything special about it. It looked like an ordinary stone that could be found anywhere, with no strong energy or law aura emanating from it. Zhu Kaiwa's deep voice floated over, stop looking at it. With your level, you won't be able to see anything. Lin Moria humbly accepted this, then please tell me, what is it used for? It's for saving your life. When you're in danger, crush it, and it will save you, Zhu Kaiwa explained. Lin Moria's heart skipped a beat. It was a life-saving item. He asked further, can it save me even against a divine sovereign? Zhu Kaiwa chuckled, yes. Lin Moria felt reassured and immediately put the black stone away, a smile appearing on his face. Senior, I have a small request. I hope you can help me with it. Zhu Kaiwa responded with a hum, go ahead. Lin Moria said, last time, to deal with the black hole serpent ancestor, I used up the second avatar of the abyssal dragon demon. I can't buy a divine sovereign's corpse. Can you help me with that? He had asked Yuja before, but while materials at the divine sovereign level could be bought with points, a divine sovereign's corpse was out of the question. Whether it was a divine sovereign from another race or a star beast at the divine sovereign level, they were all extremely precious. Most importantly, these were military supplies and couldn't be found on the market. Even Yuju couldn't get one. The only way to obtain one was for Lin Moria to become a general and exchange military merits for it, or for him to become a divine sovereign and exchange it from the military warehouse. But by that time, Lin Moria wouldn't need a divine sovereign's corpse anymore. So he could only think of Zhu Kaiwa, hoping he might have one. Zhu Kaiwa laughed, and seeing his smile, Lin Moria knew there was hope. Zhu Kaiwa really had one. Zhu Kaiwa laughed twice. Do you know the value of a divine sovereign's corpse? Lin Moria nodded. It should be very expensive. It's not about the cost. Even if you have the points, you can't buy it. It's a controlled military material with immense value, whether for research, crafting magical treasures, warships, or, in short, it's impossible to buy a divine sovereign's corpse through normal channels. Lin Moria thickened his skin at this moment. That's why I thought of you. He understood Zhu Kaiwa's words. It was impossible to buy through normal channels, but it could be bought through non-normal channels. He privately sought Zhu Kaiwa, which was a non-normal channel. Moreover, Zhu Kaiwa didn't refuse, indicating there was hope. Under Lin Moria's eager gaze, Zhu Kaiwa slowly took out a piece of flesh. The flesh was large, just a small piece, but it was over 100 meters long. Lin Moria roughly identified it as a piece of a lower leg, from some star beast. The flesh had been processed, with scales and hair removed, and the surface skin appeared smooth. The flesh was well preserved, with fresh-looking cuts, as if blood was still flowing, likely stored in some special container. This thing, was it leftover from eating? Lin Moria speculated. If it wasn't for eating, there was no need to process it so cleanly and preserve it specially. The seemingly fresh flesh exuded a majestic aura, giving Lin Moria a sense of oppression. Without a doubt, this was flesh from a divine sovereign. Zhu Kaiwa provided the answer. This is from a unique star beast in the 10th area, called the Void Wolf. If I remember correctly, it should be at the 3rd level of the divine sovereign. The Void Wolf is cruel and greedy, preying on creatures of all races. Similarly, it is also a good ingredient. Hundreds of years ago, I killed one on a whim and have been eating it for years, with this much left. Take it. This is enough to compare with the second avatar of the abyssal dragon demon. Listening to Zhu Kaiwa, Lin Moria's mouth twitched several times, especially the part about eating it for years. Looking at the remaining 100-meter-long flesh, he wondered how big the Void Wolf was when whole. Judging by this piece, the Void Wolf's body must be several kilometers, even tens of kilometers long. Lin Moria asked, aren't you going to continue eating it? Zhu Kaiwa snorted, it was just a whim back then, and I've eaten it for years. I'm tired of it. It made sense. Eating the same thing for hundreds of years would not only be tiring but maddening. Lin Moria didn't hesitate and put away the Void Wolf flesh. With a new trump card capable of killing a divine sovereign, Lin Moria felt truly confident. Now, even if he encountered a minor divine sovereign, or a true divine sovereign, as long as it wasn't above the 3rd level, he wouldn't be afraid. However, he also realized that this rescue mission must be very difficult. Given the life-saving black stone and the divine sovereign flesh, the danger inside must be significant. Returning to the 1st star fortress, he took the teleportation array to the 8th star fortress. Watching the dazzling lights during teleportation, Lin Moria recalled seeing the mysterious world behind the starry sky once. He couldn't help but ask, Senior, I've seen the world behind the broken starry sky. What kind of world is it? Zhu Kaiwa replied nonchalantly, that's just subspace, also known as the second space. When you reach the divine sovereign level, you can enter it. What's inside? Lin Moria asked. Zhu Kaiwa shook his head, nothing, just a void space, usually used for travel. Divine sovereigns can use subspace to achieve effects similar to teleportation. Lin Moria pondered for a few seconds, is it somewhat similar to space laws? He thought of Yukingro, who mastered space laws and could also teleport. Lin Moria didn't know much about space laws, although his undead wings could exhibit space laws when fully activated. But he followed Zhu Tian's advice and didn't study a second law before reaching the divine sovereign level. Zhu Kaiwa laughed, it's different, completely different. Traveling through subspace is just a divine sovereign's ability. It's like a divine sovereign level warship, which can do the same. Although it can speed up travel across the starry sky, it's far inferior to true space laws. Lin Morio had seen Yukingro use space laws, instantly crossing billions of kilometers, fast and convenient. He envied this ability and asked, how fast can space laws be? Zhu Kaiwo quickly answered, I don't know. Lin Morio was speechless. What kind of answer was that? Zhu Kaiwo explained, very few in the human race can comprehend space laws. From the recorded near ancient times to now, only 2 have appeared. But neither of them broke through to the Divine Sovereign level, spending their lives at the peak of the Divine King level. According to limited records, space laws at the peak of the Divine King level can instantly cross light years. Thus, it's estimated that space laws at the Divine Sovereign level can instantly cross hundreds or even thousands of light years. The difference between a Divine Sovereign and a Divine King is enormous, with a gap of hundreds of times being considered small. So, traveling through subspace as a Divine Sovereign is far inferior to true space laws. Lin Moria couldn't help but yearn for space laws. When he reached the Divine Sovereign level, he would definitely study space laws. During their conversation, the long teleportation ended, and they arrived at the 8th fortress. Chapter 1306. Chapter 1306, 1306. Chapter 1306, Do monsters drop magic treasures when killed? In the 8-star fortress, a heavy pressure permeated the air. A true God Realm cultivator arriving here would feel as if their body was weighed down by 10,000 pounds, making even basic movements difficult, and flying would be impossible. This was intentional, as from the 7th fortress onwards, the areas faced were those of the Divine King Realm. If a true God Realm cultivator recklessly came here, they could lose their life at any moment. The 7th fortress was still manageable, but the 8th fortress was even more dangerous. This setup served as a warning to those true gods who did not know their limits, making them retreat in the face of difficulty. Lin Morio emerged from the teleportation array, immediately attracting the attention of many. There were quite a few Divine Kings in front of the teleportation array, at least a dozen. The sudden appearance of a true god was very eye-catching. In the eyes of the Divine Kings, Lin Moria's true god aura was unmistakable. As for Zhu Kaiwu, his aura was deep and concealed, so the Divine Kings ignored him. A true god coming here, is he seeking death? The 8th war zone is not a place for true gods, they could lose their life at any moment. He sure is bold, standing there motionless. Is he unable to move? Being able to stand is already impressive. The pressure here is so heavy that even a first-level Divine King would feel uncomfortable. How can a true god bear it? The discussions of the Divine Kings reached Lin Moria's ears, but he showed no reaction. He quietly waited for Zhu Kaiwu, who was performing some operations on the teleportation array. They were heading to Area 101, a hidden area that couldn't be reached by ordinary means. Zhu Kaiwu needed to use his authority to open the teleportation to that place. After about a minute, Zhu Kaiwu said in a deep voice, "It's done." Lin Moria re-entered the teleportation array, and the two quickly left. The Divine Kings present thought Lin Morio had returned, considering it the normal course of action. A mere true god should not be active in the 8th war zone, it was pure suicide. But suddenly, someone noticed something unusual because the teleportation array remained active. Under normal circumstances, after they left, the teleportation array should enter standby mode, waiting for the next use. But this time, the teleportation array stayed active. Among the 10 teleportation arrays, the other 9 were in standby mode, only this one remained active. What's going on? No idea, never seen this before. An elderly Divine King suddenly spoke in a low voice, I've heard of something similar. It's said that many fortresses have hidden areas. Whenever someone goes to a hidden area, the teleportation array stays active until they return. What are hidden areas? I've never heard of them. Immediately, someone questioned, as few had heard of hidden areas, and there was no information about them in the Human Emperor network. The elderly Divine King explained, since they are hidden areas, naturally not many people know about them. I only learned about them by chance. Hidden areas are said to be very dangerous, with a high chance of death and little reward, making them not worth the risk. That's why the military keeps them hidden, to prevent people from going there to die. The crowd listened to the elderly Divine King, each showing surprise. There were too many secrets on the battlefield. Even as Divine Kings, they didn't understand many things, let alone the Divine Sovereigns. A teleportation array hidden in the void suddenly lit up with a faint light. The light illuminated an area of 10,000 meters, like a fireball slowly burning. Lin Morio and Zhu Kaiwu appeared in the teleportation array. Zhu Kaiwu set coordinates in the teleportation array, which could sense his battleship and serve as a starry sky beacon. There were no outposts here, and nothing was shown on the star map, just an endless void. Without setting a marker, it would be easy to get lost. Although not afraid of getting lost on the battlefield, losing direction and accidentally entering enemy territory would be troublesome. After setting the marker, Zhu Kaiwu closed the teleportation array, and the void returned to darkness and silence. If the teleportation array continued to emit light, it could serve as a beacon but would be too conspicuous and easily destroyed by enemies. A Divine Sovereign level battleship continuously jumped through the void, each jump covering tens of millions of kilometers. Surrounded by endless void, with no reference points, Lin Morio had no idea how Zhu Kaiwu was navigating. Hidden areas were very mysterious, fundamentally different from other areas. This was originally a nameless void, but people came because of the chaotic rules. Zhu Kaiwu said in a deep voice, our human race defines this as a hidden area, but other races do not. When you enter the Yellow Earth Desert, besides the inherent dangers, you may encounter other races, so be careful. Lin Morio asked, isn't it said that there are no benefits in that area? Why would other races go there? Zhu Kaiwu laughed, no benefits only apply to our human race. For some special races, that area is beneficial. The Yellow Earth Desert contains earth and stone laws. For races proficient in these laws, it's a good place to cultivate. Moreover, the desert continuously spawns monsters. Killing them yields their crystal cores, which can enhance these laws. There are also leader-level monsters in the desert. Killing them drops special materials, though these materials are useless to our human race. Lin Moria was stunned, feeling something strange. He muttered to himself, why does this sound more and more like a dungeon in a small world, just missing equipment drops? Thinking of this, Lin Moria suddenly asked, do the leaders inside drop magic treasures? He originally wanted to say equipment but changed it to magic treasures, as that was the term used in the larger world. Zhu Kaiwa looked at Lin Moria strangely, why do you have such a peculiar idea? It seemed they didn't. Lin Moria smiled slightly, I just thought that dropping materials was less straightforward than dropping magic treasures. Lin Moria then changed the topic, since other races are active inside, haven't they reached the deepest part of the desert over the years? He originally wanted to ask if those races had reached the nether swamp and if Su Qingjiang's soul was still alive. If Su Qingyang was already dead, there would be no need to rescue him. Zhu Kaiwa said, maybe they have, maybe they haven't. But Su Qingyang is still alive, that's for sure. Seeing Zhu Kaiwa's certainty, Lin Moria asked no more. Zhu Kaiwa said, just do your best. If you really can't save him, it's okay. Your life is the priority. Seeing Zhu Kaiwa's solemn and serious expression, Lin Moria felt the unusual nature of this mission again. The danger was certain, but the specifics of the danger might be unknown even to Zhu Kaiwa. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept it from Lin Moria. With the battleship's final jump, they exited subspace and came to a complete stop. A vast yellow area appeared in their view. It's really big. Lin Moria couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 1307. Chapter 1307, 1307. Chapter 1307, The Peculiar Yellow Earth Desert. The battleship stopped at least 10 million kilometers away. Lin Moria estimated that even the ordinary star systems in the human star domain were not as large as this Yellow Earth Desert. From the outside, the Yellow Earth Desert was filled with endless wind and sand, constantly howling. However, an invisible force restricted the sand, preventing it from leaving this land. In the sky above the Yellow Earth Desert, 9 enormous fireballs hung, like 9 stars, scorching the earth. Without even entering, one could tell that the temperature inside must be extremely high. Lin Moria left the battleship and observed the Yellow Earth Desert. The sand dunes in the desert rose and fell, varying in height. Some were as tall as mountains, reaching thousands of meters high. He also saw patches of green, which were oases. In the distance, rows of Yellow Earth mountains connected the sky and the earth, blocking the view. That was the deepest part of the Yellow Earth Desert, where he needed to go. Looking at the Yellow Earth Desert, Lin Moria couldn't help but frown. Zhu Kaiwa asked, what's wrong? Lin Moria shook his head, nothing, I just find this Yellow Earth Desert incredibly large, even larger than the ancient tomb and the mysterious manor. In fact, he had another thought in his mind. In a small world, he had experienced a large dungeon called the Tyrant Desert. For some reason, he felt that the Yellow Earth Desert was somewhat similar to the Tyrant Desert, as if the Tyrant Desert was a smaller version of the Yellow Earth Desert. Maybe it's because both are deserts, so they look somewhat similar, Lin Moria thought. After all, desert landscapes are quite similar, so some resemblance is normal. Standing outside, one can only see the surface. Lin Moria reviewed the information about the Yellow Earth Desert in his mind, as well as some information Zhu Kaiwa had mentioned, and said in a low voice, I'm going in. Zhu Kaiwa nodded, I'll wait for you here. Lin Moria summoned the light speed lich, which shrank into an inconspicuous ball of light and clung tightly to Lin Moria's body. In the next second, Lin Moria transformed into a stream of light and rushed towards the Yellow Earth Desert. Zhu Kaiwa watched him leave, his brows furrowed, and his expression slightly solemn. I hope he can bring him back. Even if he can't, he must return safely. Back then, after Su Qingyang disappeared in the deepest part, a significant figure had intervened. However, that figure couldn't rescue Su Qingyang, only bringing back some information. To save Su Qingyang, only those below the Divine Sovereign level could take action. At that time, several minor Divine Sovereigns from the human race had entered to rescue him, but all failed without exception. This time, Lin Moria was taking action, and the outcome was uncertain. Zhu Kaiwa was not confident either, as he had never been inside and didn't know the detailed situation. However, since minor Divine Sovereigns could return safely, he believed Lin Moria could too. The Yellow Earth Desert was a world of sand. The wind and sand were everywhere, and the high temperature scorched the earth. Above the yellow sand, 9 fireballs burned fiercely, radiating terrifying heat. The temperature of the entire Yellow Earth Desert was frighteningly high, far beyond what ordinary superhumans could endure. Superhumans entering it couldn't last even 10 minutes. Logically, this temperature should have exceeded what sand could withstand, turning it into lava. However, the sand remained sand, and the high temperature remained high, with very peculiar rules. Lin Moria plunged in and immediately appeared in a peripheral area. Everyone entering the Yellow Earth Desert would appear in the peripheral area, but the specific location was not fixed. This rule was similar to that in the mysterious manor. No matter where one looked in the Yellow Earth Desert, the scenery was similar, making it difficult to find good reference points on the ground. An invisible force fell on him, preventing him from flying. The Yellow Earth Desert was a no-fly zone no matter if it was spells, laws, or flying talents, none could be used here. Lin Moria faced the wind and sand, looking at the fireballs in the sky. The 9 fireballs were the best reference points here. By their positions, one could roughly determine their location and know where to go. The 9 fireballs were arranged in a semicircle in the sky, forming a 4-3-2 pattern. The direction corresponding to the 2 fireballs was the direction of the desert's deepest part. When he was outside, he had carefully observed the yellow earth desert, imprinting the entire desert's image in his mind. Now, comparing it with the positions of the fireballs in the sky, he confirmed his location and knew where to go next. Now I am in the northwest of the yellow earth desert, and I need to head east. Lin Moria's eyes showed a thoughtful look. In fact, there was no distinction between east, south, west, and north here. He defined these directions himself for easier understanding. Soon, he mapped out a route in his mind. However, he did not act immediately but began to sense the laws in the yellow earth desert. The laws in the yellow earth desert were peculiar. Earth and stone laws dominated here. Other laws seemed to be driven away, becoming very weak and scarce. The fireballs in the sky radiated heat, making the desert's temperature incredibly high, but the fire laws were very weak, not much stronger than other laws. Without strong fire laws, how did the 9 fireballs transmit heat? Lin Moria found it strange. He had felt a similar sensation in the mysterious manner, where death laws dominated. This meant 3 things. First, other than earth and stone laws, the power of other laws would be greatly reduced. Second, after consuming other laws, replenishing them would be very difficult. All cultivators fighting here would consume far more laws than outside. Their endurance and recovery abilities would weaken. Third, in battles here, because most laws' power would weaken, the advantage of physical attacks would become prominent. This referred to pure physical attack power, not relying on physical laws. In other words, the advantage of physical strength would be magnified. Lin Moria tried to use his undead law and found it was not much affected. After all, his undead law did not rely on external laws, almost entirely depending on himself. Plus, the strong recovery brought by his talent tree made him less restricted here. While Lin Moria was pondering, the ground not far away suddenly exploded, like a volcanic eruption, with a column of sand shooting into the sky. A sandworm, about 5 meters long with 2 pairs of sharp insect legs, burst out from the sand column. Sandworms were the most common monsters in the yellow earth desert. They roamed beneath the sand in large numbers. When they sensed the presence of other living beings, they would burst out from the ground to attack. Sandworms were the weakest monsters in the yellow earth desert, generally at the 3rd to 4th level of the Divine King realm. The sandworm landed, its 2 insect legs kicking hard, charging at Lin Moria. To Lin Moria, the sandworm looked somewhat like a mantis, with its front legs waving like 2 sharp knives. With a thought, a legion commander appeared beside him. The legion commander, 10 meters tall, stood in front of Lin Moria, casting a long shadow that enveloped him. This was a legion commander commanding 100,000 Death Knights. Although the Death Knights did not appear, it could still mobilize their power. It raised its giant sword and swung it fiercely at the charging sandworm. Chapter 1308. Chapter 1308, 1308. Chapter 1308, Blazing Meteor, Yellow Sand Giant. The Legion Commander's strike, infused with the power of 100,000 Death Knights, unleashed an attack at the 5th level of the Divine King realm, enough to instantly kill the sandworm. The yellow sand exploded, flying everywhere like a yellow cloud, rushing towards the sky. The fierce blade energy carved a deep trench several meters deep into the yellow ground. The sandworm, being the first to bear the brunt, was torn to pieces by the blade energy. Amidst the flying yellow sand, a fist-sized, golden, round crystal core fell to the ground. The Legion commander picked up the crystal core and respectfully handed it to Lin Moria. The yellow sand fell like rain, but when it touched Lin Moria, it seemed to hit an invisible barrier and slid off to the sides. Lin Moria examined the crystal core in his hand. The crystal core was filled with earth and stone laws, very dense but somewhat chaotic. Even so, it was still excellent material, quite useful for comprehending laws. No wonder it attracts so many people to come and comprehend the laws. Thinking this, Lin Moria casually tossed the crystal core onto the sand. The yellow sand flowed, and the crystal core slowly sank into the sand and disappeared. This was another characteristic of the yellow earth desert. The monsters inside would drop crystal cores, but the crystal cores could not be taken out. Once they left the yellow earth desert, the crystal cores would lose their function and become worthless. Not only could they not be taken out, but they also could not be stored in storage spaces. Once inside a storage space, they would also lose their function. There were not many human cultivators who comprehended earth and stone laws, and the human race had the Sea of Laws. Comprehending laws in the Sea of Laws was much more efficient than here and without danger. So, considering all factors, the human race abandoned this area and defined it as a hidden area. First, to protect human cultivators and avoid meaningless casualties. When comprehending laws, one cannot be distracted, making it easy to be ambushed or even killed. Second, the human race did not value such small benefits, having a strong foundation and better places for cultivation. Only some races proficient in these 2 types of laws, and without the Sea of Laws, would enter here, risking danger to comprehend the laws. Lin Moria proceeded along the planned route, with a Legion commander in front of him. Death Knights continuously appeared on both sides, spreading out in all directions, getting farther and farther away. In a no-fly zone, the speed advantage of the Death Knights was very apparent. They had a charge spell that ignored terrain, allowing them to advance and retreat freely, very useful. As the Death Knights riding flaming skeletal horses disappeared from sight, they continuously sent back information, helping Lin Moria perfect his understanding of the Yellow Earth Desert. At this moment, Lin Moria felt as if he had returned to the small world, back to the state of clearing dungeons. The Yellow Earth Desert was too similar to a dungeon, with too many common points, making Lynn Moria feel very amazed. The Death Knights were filled with death energy, devoid of any life force, and would not attract sandworm attacks. The Yellow Earth Desert was vast, as large as a star system. In the desert, not only was flying forbidden, but speed was also limited. Speed was restricted to 30,000 kilometers per second, the minimum speed for the Divine King realm. No matter what method was used, this limit could not be broken. Even if he summoned the Light Speed Lich and used its passive spell to put the Death Knights in a light state, the limit could not be broken. After trying various methods, Lynn Moria decisively gave up. Since the limit could not be broken, he could only comply. It was like the situation in the ancient tomb. Even though he saw the high mountain in the middle, he had to pass the cemetery's test to proceed. The cemetery seemed to have some special rules. Without passing the test, one could not enter the next stage. Following the planned route, Lynn Moria continued to advance in the Yellow Earth Desert, maintaining a speed of about 20,000 kilometers per second. He did not push his speed to the limit, leaving some room for himself. Along the way, he occasionally encountered sandworms, but they were easily killed by the Legion commander as soon as they emerged. The fireballs in his sight gradually grew larger, and the temperature increased. The scenery in the Yellow Earth Desert was almost unchanging, just yellow sand everywhere. Sand dunes intertwined, layer upon layer, stretching endlessly. With the howling wind, the sand dunes changed positions periodically. Large amounts of sand were blown to another place, forming new sand dunes. The original sand dunes, losing a lot of sand, would become flat ground. Only the 9 fireballs in the sky remained unchanged, not changing for many years. After walking for a whole day, covering about 2 billion kilometers, he finally approached a fireball. The fireball in his sight grew from the size of a fist to the size of a basin. The closer he got to the fireball, the higher the temperature. The space above the yellow sand showed slight distortions, becoming somewhat unreal. Outside the fireball's range was the edge area. Only by passing the nearest fireball could one truly enter the Yellow Earth Desert. Here, the power of fire laws was somewhat enhanced but still firmly suppressed, far less dense than earth and stone laws. Lynn Moria thought about the points mentioned in the information. After entering the Yellow Earth Desert, the sandworms in the edge area were not a big deal and could be easily eliminated. As long as one's cultivation was not below the 4th level of the Divine King realm, there would be no danger. The first danger point in the Yellow Earth Desert appeared when approaching the fireball. There were 2 danger points. One was the meteors falling from the fireball. The meteors were made of sand and stone, wrapped in intense flames, with deadly high temperatures enough to burn a Divine King to death. The second danger was the yellow sand giants that would be disturbed by the falling meteors. Compared to sandworms, yellow sand giants were much stronger. Although their realm was also at the 5th level of the Divine King realm, they could manipulate yellow sand to form attacks, containing earth and stone laws. Yellow sand giants had very strong vitality, not as easy to kill as sandworms. Lynn Moria looked at the approaching fireball and did not stop, striding forward. Boom! The sky suddenly turned red, with clusters of flames appearing out of nowhere, turning into meteors and falling like raindrops. The flames were dense, covering an area of at least tens of thousands of kilometers. If it were another cultivator, they would become very embarrassed at this moment, having no choice but to retreat and dodge with all their might. But Lynn Moria did not take a single step back. He felt the blazing meteors and found that their power was only at the 4th level of the Divine King realm. The main lethality of the meteors did not come from the fire laws but from the deadly high temperatures. And what he feared least was this kind of pure elemental attack. Boom! A blazing meteor fell into the yellow dust, exploding violently. It blasted the yellow sand into the sky, flattening the sand dunes and creating large pits. Flames swept through the sky, the ground, and every inch of space. The sand blown into the air instantly turned into tiny fireballs. The sky and earth were ignited, turning the world into a sea of flames. Lynn Moria continued to move forward in the sea of flames, undisturbed. He occasionally paused or suddenly accelerated, sidestepping to avoid the falling meteors. The blazing meteors fell continuously, seemingly without end. This level of attack would be dangerous even for a 5th-level Divine King without suitable treasures. Moreover, the blazing meteors were just the first step. In the distance, the yellow sand exploded again, and 3 curled-up yellow sand giants emerged from the dust. They quickly stretched their bodies, turning into giant monsters over 20 meters tall, rushing towards Lynn Moria. Chapter 1309. Chapter 1309, 1309. Chapter 1309, an attacker dumber than a minotaur. 3 yellow sand giants stomped on the sand, and with each step, the ground shook violently. Huge footprints appeared on the sandy ground. They ignored the flames and charged straight into the sea of fire. The flames clung to their bodies, turning the 3 yellow sand giants into flaming giants. The yellow sand giants had the aura of a 5th-level Divine King. When a Divine King of the same level used a magical treasure, they could fight against them. Even in a 1-on-3 situation, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. However, killing a yellow sand giant was not easy. The yellow sand giants' greatest strength was not their attack power but their vitality. As they stepped on the desert continuously supplied them with immense vitality. Therefore, the information suggested that the best way to deal with the blazing meteors and yellow sand giants was to break through. The fastest way was to escape the range of the blazing meteors. Once you ran a certain distance, the yellow sand giants would not continue to pursue. Except for those with strong abilities who chose to kill the yellow sand giants, most Divine Kings chose to break through. Lynn Moria naturally wouldn't break through. In his eyes, the yellow sand giants were nothing, and it wasn't difficult to destroy them. In the blink of an eye, the 3 yellow sand giants had already charged in front of him. They came from 3 different directions, cutting off Lin Moria's escape route. Boom! One of the yellow sand giants, covered in flames, smashed its huge fist into the ground. The yellow sand filled the sky, forming a high wall of sand and stone. The high wall of sand and stone was 1,000 meters tall, surrounding Lin Morio. At this moment, the other 2 yellow sand giants had already charged into the high wall and then leaped high, their huge fists smashing down from above. 2 more Legion commanders appeared beside Lin Morio. At this moment, there were 3 Legion commanders beside him, and they simultaneously raised their battle blades, unleashing their full power after commanding the Legion. Each strike gathered the full power of 100,000 Death Knights, each strike reaching the 5th level of the Divine King realm. The 2 yellow sand giants that leaped high were shattered in mid-air, exploding into a rain of fire. However, Lin Moria knew that the yellow sand giants were not dead. Such attacks alone could not kill them. The most obvious sign was that no crystal cores had dropped. The 3 attacks from the Legion commanders shattered 2 yellow sand giants, and the 3rd attack directly blasted a huge hole in the high wall of sand and stone, creating an opening. Lin Morio, with the Legion commanders, stepped on the flames and walked out of the opening unhurriedly. At this moment, Lin Moria stood in the sea of fire, like a demon god of the flames. He did not look at the remaining yellow sand giant but instead gazed coldly into the distance. In the distance, outside the sea of fire, there was an area that seemed to have nothing. In the high temperature of the flames, this area remained calm and unchanged. Under the intense heat of the fireballs, the space in other areas was somewhat distorted and deformed, but only this area remained unchanged, which was very unusual. Someone was using a magical treasure to hide there, waiting to ambush him after he broke through. Generally speaking, if one successfully broke through, it would be the moment when their nerves were most relaxed. At that time, being ambushed would greatly increase the danger. But this method is too clumsy. Lin Moria chuckled lightly, and more Legion commanders appeared. This time, it was the Bone Dragon Legion commanders, a total of 5. Lin Morio had 5 Bone Dragon Legions, each with 100,000 Bone Dragons. Their Legion commanders were stronger than the Death Knight Legion commanders. A strike that commanded the full power of the Legion reached the 6th level of the Divine King realm. The 5 Bone Dragon Legion commanders simultaneously swung their battle blades, unleashing sharp blade energy. The blade energy of the 6th level of the Divine King realm cut through the sea of fire, plowing a huge trench over 10 meters deep in the yellow sand. The sea of fire within the blade energy was completely extinguished, and the area hiding the enemy exploded. Screams rang out, and several black shadows were blown out, their bodies shattered in mid-air. Even if they didn't die, they were severely injured. One of the black shadows rolled out of the blade energy in a panic, then buried its head in the yellow sand and disappeared. It actually escaped. Lin Moria smiled slightly, and several Legion commanders rushed over, grabbing them like chickens. Regardless of whether they were dead or alive, it was to prevent them from escaping into the sand. Lin Moria looked at them with disdain. With such strength, they still dare to ambush, dumber than minotaurs. At this moment, the last intact yellow sand giant pounced over, and in the sea of fire not far away, the 2 shattered yellow sand giants were reassembling their bodies and would soon be fully restored. The Legion commanders charged forward, raising their battle blades to fight them. Lin Moria did not summon the Bone Dragons. Facing the yellow sand giants with the strength of the 5th level of the Divine King realm, no number of bone dragons would be of any use. Among his summons, only the Legion commanders, Skeleton King, and Elemental Liches could fight against the yellow sand giants of the 5th level of the Divine King realm. Even the skeleton generals seemed somewhat powerless at this moment. Lin Moria knew very well that he was still suffering from the disadvantage of not having a high enough realm. He even had the urge to immediately raise his realm to the 8th level of the True God realm. But it was just a thought, and he did not immediately implement it. Raising a small realm would not significantly impact his combat power. On the contrary, if the foundation was not stable enough, it would not be beneficial for the future. He still needed to temper himself and had many things to do, so he was not in a hurry to raise his realm. The Legion commanders fought fiercely with the yellow sand giants. Even if they couldn't deliver a fatal blow, with the commanding spell, the Legion's power was concentrated on one person. The Legion commander's combat power was not weaker than the yellow sand giants. Under the siege of the Legion commanders, the yellow sand giants were shattered again. They scattered into sand, falling onto the sandy ground. The Legion commanders rushed towards the 2 yellow sand giants that were about to recover, raising their blades and shattering them again. The yellow sand giants tried to reassemble and revive, but Lin Moria did not give them a chance, quickly shattering them again. He was very interested in seeing how many times the yellow sand giants could revive. After all, he wasn't the one doing the work, so he wasn't tired at all. The Legion commanders wouldn't get tired either, they just kept killing. A group of people stood in the sea of fire, ignoring the blazing meteors falling from the sky. After killing them 10 times, the yellow sand giants finally stopped reassembling. At the place where they exploded, a crystal core appeared. The yellow sand giants' crystal cores were similar in size to the sandworm's crystal cores, but the quality was noticeably better, with clearer and less chaotic laws inside. This is a higher grade crystal core, better for comprehending laws. Unfortunately, it's useless to me. Lin Moria casually tossed it on the ground, but the next second, he picked up the crystal core again, just in case it might be useful. Since the crystal cores couldn't be stored in a storage space, Lin Moria took out a bag and put the 3 yellow sand giants' crystal cores into it. Then he handed the bag to a Legion commander to hold. Finally, he leisurely left the Sea of Fire, officially stepping into the Yellow Earth Desert. As he left the flames, the fire behind him quickly extinguished, and the fireballs in the sky stopped spewing blazing meteors. In just a few seconds, everything returned to normal. The yellow sand was still yellow sand, and the fireballs were still fireballs. Everything that had just happened seemed like an illusion, as if nothing had occurred. Lynn Moria felt that this place was becoming more and more like a dungeon in a small world. Chapter 1310. Chapter 1310, 1310. Chapter 1310, The Situation in the Yellow Earth Desert. There were 5 attackers in total. 1 escaped, 1 died on the spot, and the other 3 were half dead. The 3 attackers had most of their bodies shattered, but since they were divine kings, merely physical injuries wouldn't kill them. As long as they were given some time, they could recover. If it weren't for the Legion commander controlling them just now, they might have already escaped. Looking at the 3 broken bodies controlled by the Legion commander, with their yellowish bodies and yellow blood similar to the color of the desert, Lynn Moria already knew their race. The Sand Tribe. They were not a strong race in the larger world, but they weren't weak either. They lived in a remote corner of the larger world and had no major conflicts with the human race, but they weren't friendly either. There wasn't much information about the Sand Tribe among the human race. Lynn Moria only knew that the Sand Tribe was proficient in earth and stone laws. It was said that they were born from the desert, and their tribe was filled with sand and stones, so it wasn't surprising to see them here. However, Lynn Moria didn't expect this race to ambush him. He wondered what they were thinking. Did they think they could provoke the human race? If they weren't careful, they might bring about the destruction of their entire tribe. Lynn Moria looked at them, and the half-dead Sand Tribe members also looked at Lynn Moria. "You don't need to ask, we won't say anything," one of the Sand Tribe members suddenly said. His voice was very hoarse, like countless stones rubbing together, and it wasn't pleasant to hear. Lynn Moria smiled slightly. How did someone so stupid cultivate to the Divine King level? Just one sentence told Lynn Moria that there was a reason for their ambush. With such intelligence, Lynn Moria thought they were comparable to the Minotaur tribe. As for the reason, there was no need to ask. With a thought, the Legion commander raised its blade and directly killed the 3 Sand Tribe members. With a flick of his finger, the undying flame flew out, enveloping them. Even the Sand Tribe member who was killed earlier wasn't spared. Their bodies were reborn, and their souls were reconstituted. Soon, 4 resurrected Sand Tribe members were kneeling before Lynn Moria. "Tell me, why did you ambush me?" Lynn Moria's words were the highest command. Unless it touched the restriction in their souls, they would answer everything they knew. The 4 Sand Tribe members spoke simultaneously, their voices intertwining and becoming very chaotic. Lynn Moria immediately stopped them and chose one. "You speak." The chosen Sand Tribe member immediately revealed everything he knew. "About 1,000,000 kilometers ahead, we discovered a leader-level monster. The Sand Tribe planned to hunt this leader-level monster but feared someone would come and interfere, affecting the hunt, so they sent people to guard the area." Lynn Moria asked, "Be specific. How many Sand Tribe members are there, how many are hunting the leader-level monster, and how many are guarding the area?" The Sand Tribe member answered in detail. "In the area covered by Fireball number 1, there are 1,000 Sand Tribe members. 500 are preparing to hunt the leader-level monster, and the other 500 are divided into groups of 5, guarding various areas." That's quite a number of people. The Sand Tribe wasn't a strong race, and mobilizing 1,000 Divine Kings at once was not easy. But using 500 Divine Kings to hunt a leader-level monster indicated that the monster was very strong. Moreover, the Sand Tribe feared interference, indicating that their strength couldn't overwhelm the leader-level monster. Lynn Moria believed that among the Sand Tribe's Divine Kings, there must be some at the 6th and 7th levels. If 500 Divine Kings couldn't overwhelm the monster and feared interference, it meant the benefits of hunting the monster were significant. Lynn Moria instinctively analyzed the situation and suddenly realized he was being foolish. The best answer was right in front of him, he just needed to ask instead of thinking for himself. Lynn Moria asked, "What is the highest level among the Sand Tribe's Divine Kings?" The 3 Sand Tribe members remained silent, as Lynn Moria hadn't allowed them to speak. The chosen Sand Tribe member honestly replied, "In the area covered by Fireball number 1, the highest level among the Sand Tribe's Divine Kings is the 6th level. But this time, to hunt the leader-level monster, several 7th-level Divine Kings from the Sand Tribe came to lead the team. They also planned the distribution of tasks for this hunt." The human race hadn't set foot in the Yellow Earth Desert for over 1,000 years, and much of the information was outdated. This area had been occupied by other races, and much of the information in the records was no longer accurate and needed updating. Incorrect information could sometimes cause unnecessary trouble. The fireballs in the sky were numbered by the various races in the Yellow Earth Desert, forming a consensus. The outermost layer consisted of fireballs 1 to 4. Fireballs 5 to 7 belonged to the middle layer. The areas covered by fireballs 8 and 9 were considered the deep layer. Different areas had different difficulty levels and varying degrees of danger. The outer layer corresponded to monsters below the 6th level of the Divine King realm. The middle layer corresponded to monsters at the 7th and 8th levels of the Divine King realm. The deep layer corresponded to monsters above the 9th level of the Divine King realm. As for what lay beyond the deep layer, the Sand Tribe members didn't know, as they hadn't been there. According to them, even a 9th level Divine King would find it difficult to enter the deep layer. The deep layer was full of dangers and very perilous. Even the fireballs in the sky were enough to block the path of a 9th level Divine King. As for why they wanted to hunt the leader-level monster, it was because only leader-level monsters would drop keys to the next layer. To enter the middle layer, one had to hunt leader-level monsters in the outer layer. Each leader level monster would drop several keys, and only those with keys could freely enter and exit the outer and middle layers. Through Lin Moria's questioning, he finally obtained enough information. Lin Moria also finally had a sufficient understanding of the Yellow Earth Desert. The information provided by the human race was updated, with some information still useful and some already obsolete. No wonder, cultivating here means that as long as one's cultivation improves, they will eventually need to enter deeper layers. Leader-level monsters are not easy to encounter with bad luck. One might not encounter one for decades. If one happens to encounter one, they naturally have to do their best to hunt it. The 4 outer layer areas covered by fireballs 1 to 4 have already been occupied. The Sand Tribe occupies Area 1, the Stone Demon faction of the Demon Tribe occupies Area 2, the Earth Monster Tribe occupies Area 3, and Area 4 is divided among various races. The Sand Tribe and the Earth Monster Tribe jointly occupy Area 5 in the middle layer. The Demon Tribe is very strong and completely occupies Area 6. Area 7 is also chaotic, with various races present. As for the deep layer areas 8 and 9, they are currently unknown. Lin Moria organized his thoughts and cleared his mind. From this, he discovered a problem: the frequency of leader-level monster appearances. According to the Sand Tribe members, leader-level monsters appeared randomly, sometimes every few years, sometimes every few decades. But Lin Moria didn't think so. There must be a pattern to the appearance of leader-level monsters, but the Sand Tribe members hadn't discovered it. Or perhaps these few Sand Tribe members didn't know. It was also very likely that passing through the deep layer was related to leader-level monsters. I need to find out this pattern when I have the chance. As Lin Moria thought this, he suddenly looked into the distance. A powerful aura rose from a place hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Chapter 1311. Chapter 1311, 1311. Chapter 1311, Restrictions of Leader-Level Monsters. This aura almost reached the peak of the 7th level of the True God realm. The realm wasn't very high, but the aura was majestic, like a king ruling the world, standing proudly between heaven and earth. Under the impact of this aura, all realms would be forcibly suppressed, making it difficult to exert their original strength. Separated by hundreds of thousands of kilometers, Lin Moria could see millions of yellow light bands in the sky, flying towards the distance and merging into it. This was a leader-level monster. When a leader-level monster appeared, the momentum was immense, spreading at least 1,000,000 kilometers. The Sand Tribe obviously knew this, so they sent people out to defend within 1,000,000 kilometers. However, Lin Moria felt it was useless. Other races would definitely come, especially the Demon Tribe. They would also want to obtain the key to enter the middle layer. Even if they couldn't get it themselves, they wouldn't want the Sand Tribe to get it. From the information just obtained, in the middle layer, there was also competition among the various races. The more people you send in, the more it weakens me. Moreover, besides dropping keys, leader-level monsters also drop some excellent materials. These materials are also top-notch treasures for comprehending laws. How many people come to the Yellow Earth Desert not for comprehending laws? Otherwise, why take the risk to come here? Isn't it better to stay at home and cultivate safely? In the distant sky, a phantom appeared, outlining the silhouette of a monster. It was a giant scorpion. Seeing a scorpion in the desert was normal, but such a large scorpion was a first. From its outline shape, it was at least several thousand kilometers long from head to tail. Just its high-raised tail was over 1,000 kilometers long. It was comparable to many giant star beasts in size. It gradually took shape in the air, with a total of 4 pairs of scorpion legs, each like a blade, with serrations clearly visible. Then, its body appeared covered with dense barbs, looking terrifying. Finally, its 1,000-kilometer-long tail, with a thin, sharp needle at the tip, looked extremely sharp. Very powerful. Lin Moria observed. This leader-level monster had definitely reached the peak of the 7th level of the Divine King realm, possibly even comparable to some at the 8th level. Moreover, it exuded a heavy and majestic aura, suppressing others' strength. Combined with its massive size, its vitality must be incredibly terrifying. No wonder the Sand Tribe gathered the power of 500 Divine Kings but still couldn't crush it. Even an 8th level Divine King wouldn't dare to say they could crush it. Lin Moria watched the scorpion gradually take shape in the void, feeling a bit puzzled. Why not let 8th or 9th level Divine Kings take action? The Sand Tribe Reviver answered truthfully, most 8th or 9th level Divine Kings have already entered the middle or deep layers. Even 7th level Divine Kings rarely operate in the outer layer. Moreover, once they get the key and enter the middle or deep layers, although they can return, they can't attack the leader-level monsters in the outer layer. If they do, the leader-level monsters won't drop keys or materials. Even those 8th level Divine Kings who haven't obtained keys, if they take action, the drop rate of keys will be significantly reduced. Lin Moria frowned. This setting sounded very familiar. Isn't this just like in Small World Dungeons, where fighting monsters above your level reduces the drop rate? In the past, in Small World Dungeons, if you exceeded the monster's level too much, the monster wouldn't drop anything. But here, it's even stricter. Exceeding by 1 level affects the drop rate, and exceeding by 2 levels means almost nothing drops. So, the highest level that can take action is the 7th level of the Divine King realm, matching the monster's level. With such restrictions, Lin Moria thought of another question. Besides realm restrictions, are there any other restrictions? Explain them all. The Sand Tribe Reviver mentioned a few more restrictions. Besides level restrictions, there were also restrictions on the number of people. No more than 500 people could participate. If the number exceeded 500, the leader-level monster's strength would correspondingly increase, making it harder to defeat. There was also a time limit. They only had 1 hour. If they couldn't kill the leader-level monster within an hour, it would disappear, and its next appearance would be unknown. These two reasons made the Sand Tribe fear interference from others. The scorpion in the void became clearer, its body fully outlined, and a large mouth appeared in sight, filled with rows of dense teeth. In at most 10 minutes, it would fully take shape. At this moment, Lin Moria sensed the presence of many Divine Kings, and the Sand Tribe Divine Kings were ready to act. Lin Moria didn't waste any more time and quickly moved forward. The 4 Sand Tribe members continued to guard the area and didn't follow him. Since one Sand Tribe member had escaped earlier, if these few returned, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Lin Moria also knew that his presence had likely been detected by the Sand Tribe, and they would be waiting for him in the direction he was heading. Originally, Lin Moria didn't care about the leader-level monsters in the Yellow Earth Desert. He didn't care about any monsters in the Yellow Earth Desert because he didn't need the crystal cores dropped by the monsters. But now, it was different. He needed the keys dropped by the leader-level monsters, otherwise, he couldn't enter the next layer. Although he was confident, he wasn't arrogant. He couldn't defy the rules of the Yellow Earth Desert. The Yellow Earth Desert came from chaotic rules. Although there was no evidence linking it to ancient times, even if it wasn't an ancient product, it was at least from the near-ancient period. The power contained within it was beyond even Ju Kaiwa's control. What could a small fry like him do? Now, he had to follow the rules, kill the leader-level monster, and get the key. Then, he needed to figure out the pattern of the leader-level monster's appearances. He couldn't afford to wait here for years or even decades. Lin Moria tried to suppress his aura, put away the Legion commanders, and silently approached. He also recalled the Death Knights he had sent out and then released a large number of Death Knights to help the Sand Tribe with defense, quickly forming a new defensive line. He didn't want anyone to disturb him, at least not before he killed the giant scorpion. This giant scorpion wasn't easy to deal with, especially since he couldn't use power beyond its realm, so Lin Moria had to take it seriously. The Death Knights silently set up defenses. They had no life aura and wouldn't alarm the monsters in the Yellow Earth Desert. As long as they avoided the Sand Tribe's detection, there would be no problems. Moreover, the Sand Tribe's souls were so clear under the undead vision that the whole process wasn't difficult for Lin Moria. Lin Moria stopped 1,000 kilometers away from the scorpion. This distance was close enough for him, almost within an instant's reach. Before taking action, he wanted to see how the Sand Tribe fought. Knowing the enemy and oneself would make the fight easier. With a sharp cry, the scorpion finally took shape. A large amount of yellow sand soared into the sky, wrapping around the scorpion and forming a layer of yellow sand armor. The scorpion followed the rules of the Yellow Earth Desert, falling from the sky and crashing heavily onto the yellow sand. Chapter 1312. Chapter 1312, 1312. Chapter 1312, Familiar Scraping Tactics. The yellow sand once again covered the sky, even blocking the heat from the fireballs in the sky. For a moment, the yellow sand was like thick fog, making it difficult to see anything, and the scorpion within the sandstorm also lost its silhouette. Attack! Before the visibility could recover, a sudden loud shout erupted, and the Sand Tribe members who had been lying in ambush moved. Leading the charge were 5 Sand Tribe members, all at the 7th level of the Divine King realm, wielding gleaming golden machetes, and they were the first to rush forward. The Sand Tribe members charged into the yellow sand. While others couldn't see clearly in such conditions, they could. Born in the desert and living with sand all their lives, the yellow sand was their best eyes. The dazzling blade light tore through the yellow sand, reflecting the outline of the scorpion within. The blade light fell on the scorpion's body, legs, tail, and head. 5 fierce attacks, each with a specific target, all were full-force strikes. Lin Moria had already switched to undead vision, and he could see everything clearly. The blade light cut through the scorpion's armor, breaking some of its skin, causing a few hundred-meter-long superficial wounds. Given the scorpion's several thousand-kilometer-long body, wounds of only 100 meters were indeed just superficial. It was merely a scratch, not even fully breaking the carapace. But the 5 attacks enraged the scorpion, and it quickly locked onto the 5 attackers, launching a fierce counterattack. Its tail turned into a blur, stabbing fiercely at one of the Sand Tribe Divine Kings. The Sand Tribe Divine King produced a shield, and heavy armor appeared on his body simultaneously. The shield was enormous, engraved with complex patterns, emitting an orange-yellow light. The light transformed into a 100-meter-high wall, connecting heaven and earth, firmly protecting him. He was well prepared for the scorpion's attack. The scorpion's tail struck the high wall, which shattered like a bubble. The Sand Tribe Divine King grunted, being sent flying by the immense force. However, he was not injured, and even the shield in his hand was undamaged. At this moment, the scorpion's tail launched another attack, targeting another Sand Tribe Divine King. This Divine King was also clad in armor, holding a shield identical to the previous one. The shield transformed into a high wall, blocking the scorpion's attack. He was also sent flying but remained unscathed. The other 3 experienced the same treatment. Their defensive methods were identical. The scorpion's round of attacks was swift and rapid, taking less than half a second. After the last Sand Tribe Divine King was sent flying, the first 4 had already flown back. The 4 stood at the 4 corners of the scorpion, vaguely forming an encirclement. They raised their shields high, and the shields once again emitted orange-yellow light, stronger than before. The light from the 4 shields connected heaven and earth, linking together to form a light circle. A light wall was erected, completely enclosing the scorpion. The scorpion began attacking the light wall, but this time the wall did not shatter and became extremely sturdy. At this moment, the last Sand Tribe Divine King flew back. He flew to the top of the scorpion's head, and his shield also emitted orange-yellow light, connecting with the surrounding light walls to form a hole. Light walls appeared on all sides and above, blocking the scorpion. Then the Sand Tribe Divine Kings stomped their feet, and the sand exploded, revealing a light wall beneath the sand. The light wall formed a square cube, enveloping the scorpion inside. The 5 Sand Tribe Divine Kings continuously supplied power to their shields, maintaining the light wall, allowing the scorpion to attack inside without the wall budging. At least until their power was exhausted, the scorpion couldn't escape. However, the area was filled with powerful earth and stone laws, making it a true home ground for the Sand Tribe, allowing them to quickly replenish their energy. The scorpion, trapped within the light wall, became even more furious. Its tail and legs continuously attacked the light wall, emitting a series of unpleasant screeches. After about 10 seconds, one of the Sand Tribe Divine Kings roared again, "Attack!" The second shout was not directed at them. As his voice fell, numerous figures appeared beneath the sand. A large number of Sand Tribe Divine Kings rushed out, beginning their assault on the scorpion. The scorpion couldn't break through the light wall, but the attacks of the Sand Tribe Divine Kings could penetrate the wall and hit the scorpion. Although these Sand Tribe members were only at the 4th to 6th levels of the Divine King realm, their attacks caused minimal damage to the scorpion. But with enough attacks and enough time, they could still inflict some harm. Lin Morio observed the Sand Tribe's tactics and silently evaluated, encircle and annihilate, trap and destroy, scraping tactics. Although not efficient, it's safe. He thought of his own experiences in small world dungeons, where he often used scraping tactics to defeat bosses. Each hit caused little damage, but with enough time, the boss could be killed. It's like pricking someone with a needle. One prick might just cause a sting, not much harm. But if pricked tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of times, the person could be pricked to death. The 500 Sand Tribe Divine Kings, with only 400 actually attacking, had 100 standing by. They were both reserves and guards against interference from other races. Moreover, no more than 500 could attack the scorpion. If more than 500 attacked, the scorpion's strength would increase. So, the extra 100 was a redundancy. Even if a few enemies attacked the scorpion, increasing the number of attackers, it wouldn't make the scorpion stronger. The Sand Tribe had dealt with leader-level monsters before and was clearly experienced. They had considered all possible scenarios. Lin Moria watched for a while and roughly estimated. With their scraping tactics, they could kill the scorpion in about half an hour. The scorpion's time limit was 1 hour, more than enough. But in this half hour, would other races really not interfere? If not, why would the Sand Tribe go to such lengths? Lin Moria wasn't in a hurry to act. His goal wasn't to kill the scorpion but to get the key to the next layer. Even if the Sand Tribe killed the scorpion, he could just snatch the key. After all, he only needed one key. 10 minutes later, the Death Knights finally sent back information. 2 teams of other races had arrived. One team was from the Demon Tribe, with about 100 members. The Demon Tribe active here was the Stone Demon faction from the Hell lineage. The Stone Demons were covered in massive stones. Unable to fly, they rolled through the desert, moving quickly. Covered in yellow sand, the Stone Demons looked like yellow balls. The other team, also about 100 strong, belonged to the Earth Monster Tribe. The Earth Monsters resembled tree people, their bodies made of soil, kicking up yellow sand as they ran. The Sand Tribe's guards tried to stop the Stone Demons but failed. The Stone Demons ignored their attacks, rolling through the yellow sand like wheels, heading straight for the scorpion. The Earth Monsters weren't stopped by the Sand Tribe and didn't head for the scorpion but charged towards the Stone Demons. Chapter 1313. Chapter 1313, 1313. Chapter 1313, Flame Lich, instantly killing an 8th level Divine King. Soon, the Stone Demons and Earth Monsters clashed. The Earth Monsters activated their law domains, which were unified and could even combine with each other, becoming indistinguishable. In an instant, the yellow sand within a radius of several thousand kilometers turned into soft mud, like a swamp. The Stone Demons rolled into it and got stuck in the mire, unable to continue rolling forward and had to stand up. The Stone Demons roared angrily, "Earth Monsters, you are courting death." The Earth Monster Divine Kings remained silent, not responding. Lin Moria recalled information about the Earth Monsters from his memory. The Earth Monsters, like the Sand Tribe, were not considered a strong race. They didn't have many members, but they did have some powerful individuals within their tribe. Their individual strength was not weaker than any other race of the same level. They were not fond of talking and had a relatively straightforward personality. The Earth Monsters once had a good relationship with the human race for a period, but for some reason, they gradually became distant from the human race. However, at no time did the Earth Monsters have any enmity with the human race, and overall, their relationship was still acceptable. No matter how much the Stone Demons shouted, the Earth Monsters did not respond. Moreover, they did not attack, merely trapping the Stone Demons, making it difficult for them to break free for a while. If this were in the starry sky or an area where they could fly, the Earth Monsters wouldn't be able to trap the Stone Demons. But in this special environment, the Stone Demons had no way to deal with the Earth Monsters. Lin Moria guessed that the Sand Tribe must have promised something to the Earth Monsters to make them do this. Moreover, in the middle layer, the Earth Monsters and the Sand Tribe jointly occupied an area, so their relationship should be good. After watching for a while, Lin Moria knew that the Stone Demons would have a hard time breaking through the Earth Monsters' obstruction. At this moment, a golden light shot over from a distance. The golden light was extremely fast, stirring up a large amount of yellow sand. Through his undead vision, Lin Moria saw that the newcomer was a Divine King from the Golden Eagle Tribe. The Golden Eagle Tribe seemed to have no use here, but in the next second, Lin Moria understood why. This Divine King from the Golden Eagle Tribe, besides the unique speed laws of the Golden Eagle Tribe, also emitted Earth laws. This was a dual law Divine King. Dual law divine kings were not uncommon. There were also some divine kings in the human race who mastered multiple laws simultaneously. Even Lin Moryu, besides his own undead law, also mastered the slaughter law and even the thunder law. However, he followed Zhu Tian's advice and temporarily gave up on these two laws. This divine king from the Golden Eagle tribe, with astonishing speed, broke through the Sand tribe's defensive circle. His speed was so fast that the Sand tribe divine kings didn't even have time to react. Lin Moryu didn't let the Death Knights take action either. The Golden Eagle tribe divine king had reached the 8th level of the divine king realm, and the Death Knights couldn't stop him. The Golden Eagle tribe divine king instantly arrived near the scorpion, standing amidst the flying yellow sand. He shouted loudly, "Give me one key later, and I promise not to take action." The faces of the Sand tribe divine kings were not pleasant, showing some anger, but they didn't speak. They had a leader, and it wasn't their place to speak. The commanding Sand tribe divine king looked at the Golden Eagle tribe divine king for a few seconds and then said in a deep voice, "Okay, but I also have one condition." The Golden Eagle tribe divine king replied in a deep voice, "Speak." The Sand tribe leader said, "If another 8th level divine king arrives, you must be responsible for stopping them." The Golden Eagle tribe divine king thought for a few seconds and then agreed, "I will do my best." Good. This was a deal. If he took action, the Sand tribe people basically couldn't stop him. Once an 8th level divine king took action, according to the rules of the Yellow Earth Desert, the Scorpion, being a 7th level divine king, would drop significantly fewer keys and materials. If a 9th level divine king took action, the Scorpion wouldn't drop anything. Lin Moryu watched for a few more minutes, knowing there wouldn't be any more surprises. He revealed himself and rushed towards the battlefield. His appearance attracted the attention of many Sand tribe members. Lin Moryu's true God realm aura was very obvious. A true God realm cultivator coming here? He would probably be eaten by sandworms as soon as he entered the desert. How could he have walked here safely? Lin Moryu's appearance was somewhat strange. Moreover, humans rarely appeared here. Over the years, they had never seen a human. At this moment, a Sand tribe leader suddenly looked at Lin Moryu, his eyes showing some ferocity. "Human, you killed my Sand tribe people." The Sand tribe member who had escaped from the Legion commander's blade had brought back information about himself, but he didn't tell the other Sand tribe members, only their leader. Lin Moryu smiled slightly. "They tried to ambush me, I was just defending myself." He said this as if it were a matter of course, even somewhat righteously. The Sand tribe leader snorted coldly. "They didn't take action." Lin Moryu said indifferently, "Spying is equivalent to taking action. I believe in striking first. Is there a problem?" The Sand tribe leader said in a deep voice, "Regardless of right or wrong, what do you want by coming here now?" Lin Moryu said, "I want a key." The Sand tribe members were all amused, their laughter like sand rubbing against each other. "You must be dreaming." Lin Moryu smiled slightly. "Just tell me if you'll give it or not." At this moment, the Sand tribe members couldn't spare any effort. The Sand tribe leader had learned some information about Lin Moryu from the subordinate who had escaped. Lin Moryu seemed to have several very powerful puppets that could easily kill the yellow sand giants. Although they had 100 Sand tribe members as reserves, if they fought with Lin Moryu, there would likely be casualties. The Sand tribe leader's eyes turned, and he said to the Golden Eagle tribe divine king, "According to our agreement, please kill him." The Golden Eagle tribe divine king laughed. "Our Golden Eagle tribe and the human race are mortal enemies. Even without the agreement, I wouldn't let him go. But I'm curious, how did a mere true God realm cultivator get here? As far as I know, the human race has abandoned this area. For 1,000 years, no human has set foot here." Lin Moryu looked at the Golden Eagle tribe divine king and sighed, "You talk too much." As he spoke, a flame appeared beside him, instantly transforming into a fireman. Stellar level spell, summon elemental lich. The Flame Galaxy Lich looked at the Golden Eagle tribe divine king, its eyes emitting a scorching red light. The Golden Eagle tribe divine king instantly felt his body heat up, as if being burned by flames. It wasn't just pure high temperature, it carried the power of fire laws. At this moment, the Flame Galaxy Lich instantly disappeared. The Golden Eagle tribe divine king's soul trembled violently, sensing danger, and he immediately tried to escape. At this moment, a log galaxy appeared above him. The log galaxy burned with raging flames, and the Golden Eagle tribe divine king let out a strange cry, "Log galaxy." His voice was filled with disbelief and terror. Summoning a log galaxy for an attack, what kind of method was this? How could there be such a terrifying method? Even a divine sovereign couldn't do this. The flame log galaxy was incredibly huge, and as soon as it appeared, it engulfed him. The Golden Eagle tribe divine king struggled frantically within the log galaxy. The speed laws that the Golden Eagle tribe prided themselves on were useless at this moment. He activated his soul law domain, using his soul to control his magical treasures to attack the log galaxy, exploding all his golden feathers in a desperate attempt. But all his attacks were in vain. The flames devoured all his attacks, as well as his body and soul. A moment ago, the Golden Eagle tribe divine king was still imposing, but now he was reduced to ashes, his body and soul destroyed. Chapter 1314. Chapter 1314, 1314. Chapter 1314, how can there be such a terrifying guy? The Flame Log Galaxy disappeared, and the Flame Galaxy Lich returned to Lin Moria's side, standing quietly. But this scene terrified all the Sand tribe members. The Golden Eagle tribe's divine king died just like that. Isn't the Golden Eagle tribe known for having one of the best life-saving abilities in the larger world? How could he die so easily? What kind of spell did this human use to completely counter the Golden Eagle tribe's life-saving abilities? It felt like even in the larger world, without various restrictions, the Golden Eagle tribe wouldn't stand a chance. The Sand tribe leader's heart pounded wildly. Fortunately, he hadn't let his tribe members take action earlier. Otherwise, they might all be dead by now, including himself. This human, although appearing to be at the true god realm, was definitely not just a true god. He must have used some method to disguise his true realm. If a human true god could be this strong, other races wouldn't stand a chance. Lin Moria's gentle voice came again. Can you give me a key now? The Sand tribe leader hesitated for half a second before saying in a low voice, yes. Could he dare say no? If he said no, wouldn't everyone here die, including himself? Lin Moria chuckled. A wise man knows when to yield. Your decision saved them. These words, like a devil's whisper, sent chills down everyone's spine. No one doubted Lin Moria's words. They all knew he indeed had the ability to do so. Exchanging a key for the lives of all the tribe members here was a very worthwhile deal. As for those who had been killed by Lin Moria earlier, they could only be considered to have died in vain. At least no one here dared to seek revenge against Lin Moria. The subsequent battle went very smoothly. As a leader-level monster, the scorpion finally died after nearly 40 minutes of being scraped to death. It had endured countless attacks, with no part of its body left intact. It was like a world-class boss in a small world, besieged by countless professionals. The situation was exactly the same. The scorpion exploded into a cloud of yellow sand upon its death. A pile of faintly glowing items fell from the yellow sand. Lin Moria counted them. There were about 5 or 6 materials and 12 keys. The Sand tribe leader collected all the items and then threw one of the keys to Lin Moria. Lin Moria caught the key, and with a slight movement of his soul power, he activated it. The key turned into a stream of light and disappeared into his body. Lin Moria felt a mysterious aura within him, resonating with the yellow earth desert. It seemed that some rules had changed, but only for him. He understood that he now had the qualification to enter the next layer. Not in a hurry to enter, Lin Moria nodded slightly to the Sand tribe leader. Thank you. In fact, for the Sand tribe, they didn't lose anything. Even if they didn't give the key to Lin Moria, they would have to give it to the Golden Eagle tribe's divine king. Moreover, Lin Moria kept his promise and didn't make any additional demands. Seeing Lin Moria preparing to leave, the always anxious Sand tribe members finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Lin Moria was about to take a step, he suddenly stopped and turned around, making them nervous again. They feared that Lin Moria might go back on his word, and they didn't know how many of them could escape if he did. Lin Moria's voice was calm. I have a question. What conditions need to be met for a leader-level monster to appear? Lin Moria had long ruled out the possibility of waiting for time. He knew that the appearance of a leader-level monster must be triggered by some condition. If given time, he could find the corresponding trigger condition, but he was too lazy to search and found it more convenient to ask directly. Hearing Lin Moria's question, the Sand tribe leader breathed a sigh of relief again. In the outer layer, as long as you kill enough monsters, a leader-level monster will appear. He then added, sandworms don't count. Lin Moria understood his meaning. It meant killing monsters in the outer layer area until a certain number was reached, and a leader-level monster would naturally appear. Sandworms belonged to the edge area and didn't count. No wonder he hadn't encountered any monsters after entering the outer layer. Traveling hundreds of thousands of kilometers without encountering a single monster was indeed strange. It seemed that the monsters here had been cleared out. Having received the answer, Lin Moria asked again, is it the same method for leader-level monsters in the middle layer? The Sand tribe leader shook his head. Each layer has different conditions. The middle layer in our area must be different, but I don't know the exact conditions. Whether he was lying or not, Lin Moria didn't want to pursue it. If he dared to lie, Lin Moria would come back from the middle layer and slaughter the Sand tribe here. Although he wasn't bloodthirsty, he wasn't a saint either. Since his career change, he had fought his way up. Lin Moria continued to ask, one last question. How do you determine where a leader-level monster will appear? The outer layer had 4 areas. If the condition was met, the monster could appear in any of the 4 areas. The Sand tribe leader said, a leader-level monster can appear in any position in the outer layer. The specific location is only known at the moment the condition is met, and only the person who kills the last monster will know. Fortunately, this time it was our Sand tribe who killed the last monster. Lin Moria nodded. Thank you for answering. I have no more questions. With that, he finally lifted his leg and left, disappearing into the yellow sand in the blink of an eye. The wind blew, carrying the yellow sand. All the Sand tribe members present felt a layer of fine sand-like substance on their backs. Although Lin Moria didn't show any expression or emit any overwhelming pressure, the pressure he exerted on them was immense. Mainly because Lin Moria's method of killing the Golden Eagle tribe's divine king was too shocking, instantly killing an 8th-level divine king. How can there be such a terrifying guy in the human race? The human race is indeed one of the strong races in the larger world, too terrifying. Just now, he used the flame law, right? How could he summon a law galaxy? Even a divine sovereign can't do that. Fortunately, we didn't provoke him. Otherwise, we would be the ones dead. Each Sand tribe member felt fortunate, as if they had narrowly escaped death. In the larger world, there is no such thing as benevolence and righteousness. Sometimes, people don't even need a reason to fight, they just start fighting upon meeting. If Lin Moria had attacked them, out of the 500 people here, probably very few would have survived. Everyone believed that Lin Moria had hidden his true cultivation level. They thought Lin Moria was at least a 9th-level divine king, or even a minor divine sovereign. The Earth monsters received the news that the leader-level monster had been eliminated. Their mission was complete, and according to the agreement, they could go to the Sand Tribe to claim their share. They began to withdraw their law domains, preparing to leave. The stone demons also had no intention of continuing the fight. With the leader-level monster dead, going over there would only lead to a battle between the two tribes, with no benefit. However, they still had to leave some harsh words. Earth monsters, prepare for our tribe's revenge. The Earth monsters remained silent. In fact, they hadn't spoken since they appeared. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly saw a figure approaching from a distance. Chapter 1315. Chapter 1315, 1315. Chapter 1315. Isn't this saying we're very lucky? Amidst the swirling yellow sand, a figure strode over the dunes from a distant hill. Lin Moria seemed to move slowly but actually crossed tens of thousands of kilometers in just a few seconds. When he came into clear view, he was already nearby. Lin Moria stood at the edge of the Earth Monster Tribe's law domain, his gaze cold as he looked at the stone demons. Since he had encountered the stone demons, who were of a race with a deep blood feud against his own, Lin Moria had no reason to let them go. Seeing Lin Moria approach, the Earth monsters all revealed looks of astonishment. Their eyes were small, but they could clearly sense the emotion of surprise. They didn't quite understand why a true God realm human had come here to do. On the other side, the stone demons trapped in the mud swamp were even more perplexed. A mere true God realm human had managed to reach this place? Although the stone demons and earth monsters belonged to different races, they shared one common trait: they were both slow to react, preferring to handle matters in a simple way when faced with situations. 5, 7, 3. Just like now, the first reaction of the earth monsters was to retract their law domain. Regardless of Lin Moria's strength, they first jumped out of the conflict between the human and demon races. Lin Moria casually glanced at the earth monsters with a hint of disdain. The earth monster tribe had once had a good relationship with the human race. But later, when the human race faced difficulties, the earth monster tribe acted the same way, staying out of the conflict and not helping the human race. It's true that they were not a powerful race. Against the allied forces of over 200 races, their involvement would have been inconsequential. What the human race needed more at that time was an attitude. The earth monster tribe's attitude displeased the human race's higher-ups. Later, when Xiao Zhantian emerged, driving back the allied forces of various races and killing his way into their ancestral lands to regain living space for the human race, the earth monster tribe did offer some help to the rising human race. But their earlier lack of timely assistance, followed by belated additional help, was unneeded. From that time on, the relationship between the human race and the earth monster tribe became indifferent, neither good nor bad. Now, the earth monster tribe still acted the same way, immediately withdrawing from the conflict. They could be considered a bystander, but their actions were no different from being one, making them disliked. Perhaps a race like the Earth Monster Tribe would only make a choice when their own interests were threatened, like here, where they allied with the Sand Tribe against the Demon Tribe. Otherwise, they might have been driven away by the Demon Tribe long ago, unable to occupy any territory. The Stone Demon's choice was equally simple: they chose to kill Lin Moria. The two races had an ancient blood feud. With the Stone Demon's simple minds, there was no need for further words or to seek reasons. After all, the human race had not set foot here for 1,000 years. Someone's sudden appearance must mean something was up. If it were someone smarter, they would definitely ask for the reason. The mud swamp disappeared, turning back into the yellow sand desert. The stone demons regained their freedom of movement, grinning fiercely as they prepared to attack. Suddenly, a bright red fireball appeared in the sky. The fireball radiated terrifying heat, even hotter than the 9 fireballs, causing the temperature to rise sharply. In almost a single breath, the temperature reached a level unbearable even for divine sovereigns. How can there be a 10th fireball? Where did this fireball come from? It's so hot. This fireball looks a bit strange, it's so close to us. The stone demons' minds weren't very sharp. Seeing the fireball, they didn't react immediately and never considered that it might be Lin Moria's attack method. The fireball exploded in their eyes, transforming into a brilliant and beautiful river of flames. The river of flames spewed forth the power of the fire laws. It's a river of laws. Strange, how can a river of laws appear here? It's not impossible. I've heard that rivers of laws sometimes manifest in the world. When they manifest, treasures from within the river of laws may fall out. Really? Then isn't this saying we're very lucky? Amidst the stone demons' discussions, the river of flames descended, enveloping them within. The raging flames and fire laws continuously spewed forth, almost instantly devouring them. A few seconds later, the river of fire laws disappeared, transforming into a flame man that appeared beside Lin Moria. The flame man held a large pile of storage items, which were all spoils of war. This is really arson and murder. Lin Moria murmured softly, looking towards the earth monsters. The earth monsters silently watched Lin Moria, their eyes filled with wariness and fear. They could trap the stone demons only because they had the advantage of laws, not because their combat power was stronger than the stone demons. Lin Moria could easily kill over 100 stone demons, so killing them would not be difficult. Lin Moria looked at them for a few moments, then said in a low voice, "Which direction is the demon tribe's base?" Most of the earth monsters remained motionless, but one of them raised its hand and pointed in a direction. Lin Moria turned and left without saying anything more. Lin Moria was actually quite displeased with races like the Earth Monster Tribe. If given a reason, he really would have killed them on the spot. By asking this question now, he was giving himself a reason not to kill them. Although he needed to go to the deepest part to rescue someone, Su Qingyang had already been trapped for over 1,000 years, so a little more time didn't matter. Lin Moria would first clear out all the demons in the Yellow Earth Desert. As long as he didn't encounter existences like minor divine sovereigns, Lin Moria would be an invincible being in the Yellow Earth Desert. The Death Knights rushed ahead of Lin Moria. Lin Moria released all 1 million Death Knights, with the goal of not letting a single demon escape. 10 Legion commanders raced through the yellow sand, their 10-meter-tall giant bodies kicking up large swaths of yellow sand with each step. A huge battle blade dragged behind them, carving long trenches into the sandy soil. Originally, he could have killed them freely, one by one as he encountered them, but to avoid missing any demons, he first needed to survey the situation in Area 2. Area 2 was vast, with many monsters along the way. Due to the Death Knight's special nature, the monsters they encountered would not actively attack them, making Lin Moria's reconnaissance much easier. The 4 fireballs in the outer layer covered areas of roughly the same size. Their shapes were irregular, approximately narrower on the inside and wider on the outside, like balloons. The distance between the farthest ends was about 3 billion kilometers. Numerous monsters would continuously appear within the area. Some were buried deep underground, while others roamed on the surface of the yellow sand. Although Area 2 was under the control of the demon tribe, due to their limited numbers, the demon tribe only truly controlled about a third of the area. The remaining half of the range was the living area of the monsters. Even if another race came, there would be no problem. Chapter 1316. Chapter 1316, 1316. Chapter 1316, Starlight Lich, Terrifying Control. In Lin Moria's vision, 10 Death Knight legions were already fully prepared, surrounding the demon stronghold from all directions. The Death Knight legions moved silently, without causing any disturbance. The demons might have thought that no one would dare to launch a sneak attack on them, so they had no external defenses. Indeed, even the Sand Tribe and Earth monsters wouldn't dare to launch a sneak attack on the demons here. Even if their combined strength surpassed the demons' strength here, so what? The demons were a powerful race. If they went all out, they could wipe out both tribes in the larger world. In the middle layer, it was even more so. The 2 tribes combined could only occupy one area, while the demons could still occupy an area on their own. This was the dominance of a powerful race, and there was nothing that could be done about it. But today, in a moment, all these demons would die, and none would escape. I wonder how many of them are avatars and how many are the main bodies. Lin Moria whispered to himself as he made the final arrangements. One by one, the skeleton generals charged out. 1 million skeleton generals, combined with the Death Knight legions, formed an even denser encirclement. In the larger world, such an encirclement would have gaps. The larger world is 3-dimensional, and one can break out from all directions. To surround such a large area, the number of troops would need to be several times more. Moreover, the combat power wouldn't be enough. Even with the command spell, the individual combat power of the Death Knight legions was only at the 1st level of the Divine King realm. The skeleton generals were only at the 3rd level of the Divine King realm. Facing demons at the 4th to 6th levels of the Divine King realm, they were completely outmatched. Not to mention that there might be 7th level Divine King powerhouses in the demon stronghold, making it even more impossible. So, neither the Death Knight legions nor the skeleton generals were the main forces to kill these demons, they were more for blocking. When the encirclement was fully formed, Lin Moria had already arrived just 1,000 kilometers from the demon stronghold. Even if he suppressed his aura, if he got any closer, he would be discovered. Of course, if he really wanted to get closer, he still had ways. But it wasn't necessary, this distance was enough. A starlight dotted elemental lich appeared beside Lin Moria. The elemental lich's body shimmered with light, and within its semi-transparent body, countless points of starlight intertwined. The Starlight Galaxy Lich, at the 9th level of the Divine King realm, but its true strength didn't lie in its combat power but in its spell. Illusion, the maximum range of the illusion is 1 million kilometers. The illusion can confuse and trap enemies, capable of trapping even peak Divine Kings. With the starlight present and the encirclement in place, Lin Moria was confident that these stone demons would have nowhere to escape. Go! With a light chant, the Starlight Galaxy Lich's figure disappeared, and the sky suddenly darkened. 1,000 kilometers away, in the demon stronghold, all the demons looked up. They found that the fireballs in the sky had disappeared. The sky, which had never changed, suddenly revealed a starry sky. The starlight was bright, layer upon layer, cascading down, incredibly beautiful. At this moment, the demons felt as if they were in the larger world. What happened? How can there be a starry sky here? Is the Yellow Earth Desert going to disappear? Isn't this place already solidified? Have the chaotic rules changed again? The demons exclaimed, and some demons who were comprehending laws were also awakened. The stone demons weren't very bright and couldn't figure out what was happening. Then, in the starry sky, a brilliant galaxy appeared. A law galaxy. It's the manifestation of a law galaxy, and treasures are going to fall. No wonder there's a starry sky. It's because the Starlight Law Galaxy is manifesting. We're really lucky to encounter such a rare opportunity. I wonder what treasures we can get. It's said that the Law Galaxy contains endless treasures. Getting 1 or 2 would make us rich. No one noticed that this law galaxy was hazy and didn't have the power of a true law galaxy. It only had the appearance of a law galaxy, without its essence. Although it was just a projection, it was enough to deceive these not-so-bright stone demons. While the demons were immersed in joy, the projection of the law galaxy suddenly reversed, and the laws within the galaxy poured down, covering an area of 10,000 kilometers. This 10,000 kilometers was a spherical area with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. Up, down, left, right, even underground, were all covered by the starry sky spell. The yellow sand couldn't block the illusory spell, so even if the demons wanted to escape underground, it was impossible. In the demons' vision, the log galaxy poured down various treasures. The number of treasures was astonishing, and their quality was incredibly high. The demons went crazy, constantly trying to grab the falling treasures. They forgot that they couldn't fly and kept jumping high, even fighting among themselves. "That's mine. Let go. If you dare to steal my stuff, I'll kill you. Are you tired of living? How dare you steal my stuff? You're looking for death." The demons quickly went from arguing to fighting. They started fighting each other, killing each other. The laws clashed and exploded, and the demon stronghold was instantly in chaos. Soon, some demons were seriously injured, hurt by their own kind. Lynn Moria watched this scene, not expecting the starry sky effect to be so good. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for a large number of demons to die from infighting. But Lynn Moria didn't want this because these were his military merits. As the starry sky unfolded, the encircling army quickly closed in, and the Legion commanders launched the first attack. Vast blade energy swept out, instantly killing many demons. The long-range attacks of the skeleton generals also completely engulfed the entire demon stronghold. Although their attacks were weaker, with enough numbers, they could still cause some damage. While their attacks might not be very effective normally, they could finish off the half-dead demons. The attacks of the Legion commanders and skeleton generals were covered by the starry sky of the Starlight Galaxy Lich. Some demons, even though they were clearly killed and their bodies shattered, still appeared to be alive and well in the eyes of their companions, fighting for treasures. Seeing this, Lynn Moria couldn't help but marvel at the power of the starry sky. No wonder it was said to be able to trap even peak divine kings. From the beginning until now, in just over 10 minutes, nearly a third of the 1,000 demons had already died. But these demons hadn't realized anything. Even when they were all dead, they probably wouldn't realize it. In fact, Lynn Moria could have killed them all quickly, just by having the Starlight Galaxy Lich and the Flame Galaxy Lich work together. But that would leave no demon corpses behind. That wasn't the result Lynn Moria wanted. He still needed these corpses, and using them for corpse explosions would be nice. Among them were 4 7th-level Divine King demons. Using their corpses, he could likely kill 8th-level Divine King demons. Under the control of the Starry Sky, all the outer layer demons were dead within half an hour, leaving none alive. The yellow sand was covered with corpses. Demon blood dyed the yellow sand a strange color. In the strong wind, the yellow sand kept blowing, and soon, all traces would be covered. The skeletons collected a large number of corpses and all the storage treasures, not missing a single one. Lynn Moria was currently very poor and needed to replenish his resources. He looked up at the fireball marked as number 6 and stepped in its direction. Chapter 1317. Chapter 1317, 1317. Chapter 1317, is it like a safe zone in a dungeon? The numbering of the fireballs has gradually formed over the years. Initially, there was no specific designation. Currently, the areas covered by fireballs numbered 1 to 4 are considered the outer layer. This is the safest area in the Yellow Earth Desert, apart from the edge zones. The areas covered by fireballs 5, 6, and 7 are the middle layer, where the danger significantly increases. The Sand Tribe leader has never ventured into the deep layer, so he is not familiar with it. However, Lynn Moria can guess that the deep layer must be even more dangerous. Beside Lynn Moria, a stone demon followed closely. Even when curled up, it was over 3 meters tall. It rolled on Lynn Moria's right side, blocking the heat from that direction. On the left side was a Legion commander, 10 meters tall, also blocking some of the heat. Lynn Moria walked comfortably in their shadows. Although he wasn't afraid of the heat, he didn't like such high temperatures. This demon, at the 7th level of the Divine King realm, was resurrected by Lynn Moria using Resurrection of the Dead. From its mouth, he learned some information about the middle layer. Although it didn't know much, it could supplement the information from the Sand Tribe. Unfortunately, it also knew nothing about the deep layer. From what it said, the monsters in the middle layer are extremely powerful, completely different from those in the outer layer. In the outer layer, demons of the same realm can easily kill monsters of the same realm. With the use of magical treasures, they can even handle 2 or 3 monsters of the same realm simultaneously. However, in the middle layer, this situation changes. The monster's strength increases significantly, making it difficult for demons of the same realm to fight them one-on-one. In a 1-on-2 situation, they would have to flee, and they might not even escape. Even with magical treasures, it's hard to gain an advantage. Therefore, in the middle layer, demons often travel in groups. Only a few powerful individuals act alone. This information is crucial, as the Sand Tribe didn't mention it, possibly because they didn't know. Moreover, even with a key, entering the middle layer from the outer layer means facing attacks at the fireball boundary. The key grants qualification, not free passage. Half a day later, Lynn Moria began to sense the aura of the middle layer. The powers of fireballs 2 and 6 intertwined and entangled. Lynn Moria knew he had entered the transition zone between the outer and middle layers. The transition zone is safe, serving as a final resting place for cultivators. A patch of green appeared ahead, revealing an oasis. The space became moist, with water elements dancing in the air. The water elements contain laws, not strong but enough to resist the fireball's heat and prevent evaporation. Lin Morio had seen oases from the outside and knew they existed in the Yellow Earth Desert, though they were few. Only by being in one did he realize that these oases only appear at the junctions of different areas. They serve as resting and recovery spots for those about to enter the next area. Understanding this, Lin Morio's eyes revealed a strange look. Isn't this like a safe zone in a dungeon? He remembered that in dungeons, there was usually a safe zone before entering the next scene or fighting a boss. Only after passing the safe zone did the real battle begin. Professionals could recover their strength, rest, and prepare in the safe zone. Now, this oasis seemed to serve a similar function. Lin Morio approached the oasis. The water was clear, exuding a strong law force. Fish swam in the water, but they weren't real fish, they were formed by water laws. Lin Morio reached out, and a stream of clear water flew into his mouth. The water was sweet and refreshing, filled with water elements, driving away fatigue. After drinking the oasis water, it felt as if the surrounding temperature had dropped significantly. It wasn't an illusion, the omnipresent water laws helped block the heat from the fireballs. Drinking the oasis water not only restored physical strength but also had some healing effects. At the edge of the oasis was a large stone, like a small mountain. A pattern was carved on the stone. According to the Sand Tribe and demons, this stone was the exit. To leave the Yellow Earth Desert, one only needed to activate the stone with soul power to be teleported out. Every oasis had such a stone. This meant that to leave the Yellow Earth Desert, one had to at least cross the outer layer. Moreover, if someone entered the middle layer and found it dangerous, they could retreat to the oasis, rest, or leave. This made the Yellow Earth Desert relatively safe, much safer than the mysterious manor. Crossing the oasis, Lin Morio continued towards the middle layer. Along the way, the aura of the outer layer gradually weakened, while the aura of the middle layer rapidly increased. The temperature rose again, reaching a level that could kill an ordinary true god. Lin Morio was unfazed, pure high temperatures had no effect on him. Soon, the aura of the outer layer completely disappeared. Looking back, Fireball 2 was faint in the sky, while Fireball 6 burned fiercely overhead. He had reached the final boundary between the outer and middle layers. A few more steps, and he would truly enter the middle layer. Lin Morio paused for less than a second before stepping into the middle layer. It felt like passing through an invisible membrane, resonating with the key's aura, allowing him to pass through. Without the key, this membrane was impassable, even for a minor divine sovereign. Boom! Without warning, a fireball fell from the sky, exploding overhead and creating a rain of fire, turning a 10,000-meter area into a sea of fire. Lin Morio reacted quickly, stepping out and instantly crossing 10,000 meters. A surge of yellow sand shot up, quickly forming a wall to block Lin Morio's path. Lin Morio didn't slow down, charging forward like a cannonball, breaking through the sand wall. The sand wall shattered, breaking not just the sand but also the laws. A fierce wind howled, and a tornado formed out of nowhere, lifting the yellow sand and quickly enveloping the surroundings. Lin Morio's vision was instantly obscured by the yellow sand. Then, the sky brightened, and a fireball fell into the tornado, turning it into a fire tornado. Before Lin Morio could react, vines sprouted from the ground, entangling his feet. Plants! Lin Morio was slightly startled, not expecting plants in the desert. The fire tornado attacked simultaneously, giving him no time to react. The scorching flames and rapidly flying yellow sand hit him. The flames burned his body, and the yellow sand struck like bullets. With plants entangling his feet, Lin Morio had no way to dodge. No matter how fast he was, it was useless at this moment. Lin Morio remained calm, enduring the yellow sand and flames. He lightly tapped his finger. A red light flashed, followed by a hoarse scream. The vines entangling his feet recoiled as if electrocuted. Chapter 1318. Chapter 1318, 1318. Chapter 1318, so quick to deliver heads. Grabbing his own vines to retreat, Lin Morio seized the moment of regained freedom, his feet exerting force, and his entire body shot out like lightning. In an instant, he crossed hundreds of kilometers, leaving the flaming tornado far behind. Only then did Lin Morio turn around to see what was happening there. In the flaming tornado, the sand dunes rolled and surged, and huge vines drilled out from the sand, dancing in the air. They seemed very angry, with the vines waving menacingly in the air. Lin Morio smiled slightly. He knew exactly why the opponent was angry. The soul had been attacked, causing unbearable pain, and anyone would be furious. Fusion spell, Time Curse. In Lin Morio's combat system, the Time Curse was no longer considered powerful, but it had two advantages. The first advantage was that even if you were at the high level of the Divine King realm, you would still be affected. You might not be injured, but at least you would feel pain. And it was soul-level pain, unbearable for ordinary people. So, it could interrupt many spells and serve as a good harassment tool. The second advantage was that it didn't need to lock onto a target. With Lin Morio's current strength, the coverage of the Time Curse exceeded 1,000 kilometers, and it was a three-dimensional coverage. Even hiding underground was useless. When you couldn't find a target, the Time Curse was a very useful spell. In fact, Lin Morio had another spell that could quickly locate enemies and was equally convenient. That was the Bone Armor. Through the linkage of multi-star spells, once someone attacked him, the spell would automatically lock onto the enemy and counterattack. However, the Bone Armor was a passive enemy finding spell, and due to the significant difference in strength, the counterattack power of the spell linkage was indeed insufficient, so Lin Morio hadn't used it for a long time. The greatest use of the bone armor was actually in battles of the same realm, especially in group battles. But he had always overwhelmed enemies with numbers, rarely encountering situations where he was overwhelmed. Boom! A rumbling sound came from the sky again, and the sky shook. Lin Morio noticed that fireball number 6 seemed to have grown larger. It had indeed grown larger, to be precise, it had expanded. In just a few seconds, it expanded several times. Then it exploded, and flames fell like meteors, just like the flaming meteors in the outer layer. However, the power of the flaming meteors at this moment was greater. Cultivators below the 5th level of the Divine King realm would be in great danger, facing the risk of falling at any moment. Moreover, the danger not only came from the flaming meteors in the sky but also from the yellow sand everywhere, even beneath the yellow sand. The yellow sand flew, merging with earth and stone laws, combining to form countless sharp stone spikes. Each stone spike was extremely sharp, intimidating to behold. Beneath the ground, the yellow sand also exploded, and countless vines lashed out like whips. Flames, stone spikes, and vines formed a three-dimensional attack. Even a 7th-level Divine King, without sufficient adaptability and powerful magical treasures, would die here. This alone clearly distinguished the middle layer from the outer layer. In the outer layer, except for leader-level monsters, as long as you didn't court death, there wasn't much danger. Even leader-level monsters had high defense and low attack. If you wanted to escape, you could still save your life. But in the middle layer, the situation completely changed. The difficulty increased significantly, and you could lose your life at any moment. Lin Morio analyzed all this, ignoring the incoming danger. He had too many ways to avoid these crises, such as bursting out with enough speed to dodge these attacks directly, but Lin Morio chose the simplest and most brutal method. A skeleton throne burning with fierce flames appeared in mid-air. The Skeleton King stood up, the blood-red cloak behind him fluttering in the wind. The Skeleton King's eyes glowed with terrifying red light, locking onto the vines underground and slashing out with a sword. The divine slash exploded on the vines, cutting countless vines in half. A hoarse scream echoed again. The divine slash not only cut the vines but also struck the main body of the vines. Still not dead. Lin Morio had already connected to the Skeleton King's undead vision and saw the soul fire still flickering beneath the yellow sand. Under the Skeleton King's divine slash, the soul fire had significantly weakened but was not extinguished. Plant-type monsters had very strong vitality. At this moment, the flaming meteors and stone spikes arrived. Lin Morio ignored the stone spikes, letting them hit his body. The stone spikes carried powerful earth and stone laws, enough to harm a 7th-level Divine King. The damage was transferred to the undead, and in the spell star, the million-strong Legion commander simultaneously healed the undead. The healing effects stacked almost infinitely, like cheating. As soon as the undead took some damage, they were immediately healed. By now, the attacks of a 7th-level Divine King could no longer truly harm Lin Morio. The Skeleton King quickly swung his giant bone sword, creating an impenetrable barrier, blocking all the flaming meteors outside. Lin Morio's approach was simple and brutal, using just one spell to block the danger here. He walked forward leisurely, unhurriedly. The stone spikes continued to attack, and the flaming meteors in the sky never stopped. Only the vines stopped harassing, scared by the Skeleton King's divine slash. If it were someone else, they would definitely use magical treasures to cross this area as quickly as possible. How could they walk as slowly as Lin Morio? The Skeleton King followed beside him, the longsword forming an impenetrable barrier. It not only blocked all the flaming meteors but also some of the stone spikes. From the information transmitted by the Skeleton King, Lin Morio could feel the power of the flaming meteors. Combined with the stone spike attacks he endured, he could roughly analyze the strength of the middle layer. After walking over 10,000 kilometers, the continuous rain of fire in the sky suddenly stopped without warning. The stone spikes also scattered, turning into wind and sand and disappearing. He had walked out of this area with a diameter of over 10,000 kilometers, passing the entrance test of the middle layer. Lin Morio looked at fireball number 6 in the sky and the now calm yellow sand ground behind him, lost in thought. If you can't even pass this area, you have no qualification to operate in the middle layer. This is a threshold, just like a dungeon in a small world, requiring a certain level to enter. If your level is too low, entering the dungeon is seeking death. It's better not to go. The same principle applies here, just one is more direct, the other more subtle. Lin Morio thought, feeling that his guess was mostly correct. He slowly retracted his gaze and looked in another direction. 100 kilometers away, yellow sand flew into the sky, and two huge stone balls were rolling rapidly within the yellow sand. The stone balls carried immense momentum, stirring up large amounts of yellow sand, like a sandstorm, covering the sky. Stone demons. Lin Morio immediately recognized the two stone demons and understood why they were coming. They probably saw the flaming meteors and came to check. If they were of the same race, they would greet them. If they were of a different race, they would kill them. The stone demons' minds weren't complex, probably for this reason. Lin Morio chuckled, so quick to deliver heads, just in time to ask some questions. The Skeleton King responded, raising his sword. Spell, Divine Slash. Chapter 1319. Chapter 1319, 1319. Chapter 1319, communicating with stone demons is really exhausting. The sword light exploded, and the two stone demons rolling forward were shattered, their bodies turning into large chunks of stone, scattering everywhere. The bodies of stone demons are composed of stones, and the higher their level, the thicker and heavier the stones. The stones serve as both their bodies and armor, making stone demons' defense the best among the demon race. The Skeleton King's sword injured the two stone demons but couldn't kill them instantly. Both stone demons were at the 7th level of the Divine King realm, not much weaker than the Skeleton King. The shattered stones rolled back, and the laws acted as threads, pulling the stones back together to reassemble their bodies. However, there were now gaps in their bodies. The divine slash wasn't without effect. The two stone demons stared at Lin Moria with full vigilance, their eyes filled with shock. They were surprised to encounter a human here. As far as they knew, humans hadn't set foot here for over 1,000 years, so why were they here now? What puzzled them even more was that the human in front of them was just a true god. Stone demons, following their habit of not thinking about things they couldn't understand, began to show fierce glints in their eyes, hidden behind the large stones. Human brat, die. Without any unnecessary words, the stone demons attacked directly. A piece of shattered stone appeared beside Lin Moria, with liquid faintly flowing within it, a piece of the stone demon's flesh. In the outer layer, there were a total of 4 stone demons at the 7th level of the Divine King realm. After Lin Moria killed one, he used it extravagantly as a resurrected being but didn't get much useful information. The remaining 3 were used as materials for corpse explosions, becoming powerful weapons in Lin Moria's hands. With a flash of light in his hand, Lin Moria locked onto the souls, and the stone demon's shattered stones broke apart on the spot. Stellar level spell, Corpse Explosion. The explosion sounded almost simultaneously, and the 2 stone demons that had just pounced were blown to pieces on the spot. The bodies of the 7th level Divine King stone demons could potentially kill an 8th level Divine King. Even now, splitting the explosion to kill 2 7th level Divine King stone demons was no problem at all. The stone demons' bodies shattered again, turning into pieces of stone scattered all over the ground. This time, even the laws were blown apart, their souls extinguished, unable to reassemble. Their proud defense was useless against an attack far beyond their endurance. With a casual gesture, a piece of stone flew into Lin Moria's hand. This piece of stone was from one of the stone demons' bodies. If one was used, another had to be replenished. As for the other body, it was now enveloped in undying flames. Lin Moria used Resurrection of the Dead, releasing a ball of undying flames to turn the other stone demon into a resurrected being. Soon, the 7th level Divine King stone demon respectfully knelt before Lin Moria, its massive body like a small mountain. Lin Moria casually asked, "Do you know the conditions for the appearance of leader-level monsters in the middle layer?" "Yes." The stone demon replied in a hoarse voice, giving a definite answer. Lin Moria was pleasantly surprised, not expecting to get an answer so quickly. He didn't believe in coincidences. It was clearly not a secret, and anyone entering this area should know. After waiting for a few seconds, the stone demon remained kneeling, motionless. Lin Moria slapped his forehead, realizing he had made a mistake. The stone demon's mind was too simple. He had asked if it knew the conditions for the appearance of leader-level monsters, and the stone demon had answered honestly. But he hadn't asked for the specific conditions, and with the stone demon's simple mind, it wouldn't continue to answer. Really stupid. He muttered, not sure if he was cursing the stone demon or himself, and then asked, "What are the specific conditions?" The resurrected stone demon immediately replied, "Collect enough crystal cores and combine them. As long as the quantity is sufficient, you can summon a leader-level monster." Lin Moria continued to ask, "How many are needed specifically?" The stone demon replied in a muffled voice, "I don't know." Lin Moria believed that the resurrected stone demon wouldn't lie. If it said it didn't know, then it really didn't know. Could there be other factors involved? Lin Moria pondered, feeling that talking to intelligent beings was indeed more interesting. Of course, talking to normal beings was fine too, but talking to such a stupid creature was a bit frustrating. After a few seconds of contemplation, Lin Moria didn't stop asking but changed his approach. "Is the number of crystal cores needed to summon a leader-level monster fixed?" The stone demon replied in a low voice, "If they are 7th level crystal cores, more are needed. If they are 8th level crystal cores, fewer are needed." Lin Moria finally understood. It wasn't that the stone demon was unclear, but that he hadn't asked clearly enough. In the middle layer, summoning a leader-level monster required enough crystal cores. This enough didn't refer to the number of crystal cores but the energy contained within them. As long as the energy was sufficient, a leader-level monster could be summoned. In the middle layer, there were 2 levels of monsters, 7th level Divine Kings and 8th level Divine Kings. The crystal cores they dropped were also divided into 2 levels. The energy contained in 7th level crystal cores was naturally much less than that in 8th level crystal cores. With a fixed energy requirement, using all 8th level crystal cores would naturally require fewer. But anyone with common sense would know that hunting 8th level Divine King monsters was much harder than hunting 7th level ones. In terms of cost effectiveness, it was better to hunt more 7th level Divine King monsters. Lin Moria took out all the crystal cores he currently had, totaling over 1,000. There were many, but the quality was not ideal. They ranged from the 4th to the 6th level of the Divine King realm. These crystal cores were all collected from the demon strongholds in the outer layer. Through his questioning of the stone demon, Lin Moria discovered more differences between the outer and middle layers. In the outer layer, the crystal cores obtained from hunting could be used personally and didn't need to be handed over. But in the middle layer, half of the crystal cores obtained from hunting had to be handed over. For every 2 obtained, 1 had to be handed over. This one was used to summon leader-level monsters. This discovery gave Lin Moria an idea. He could replicate this method, robbing the demon strongholds in the middle layer and taking their crystal cores for himself. That way, even if the crystal cores were insufficient, they wouldn't be too far off. At least it would save him a lot of time. Lin Moria continued to ask, when was the last time a leader-level monster was summoned? The stone demon answered honestly, 59 years ago. Lin Moria murmured, "It's been 59 years. The stone demon stronghold should have accumulated a lot of crystal cores. And it proves that each summoning requires a significant number of crystal cores." Looking at the still kneeling stone demon, he continued to ask, "How many keys does each leader level monster drop?" 2 to 3. Hearing this, Lin Moria was slightly surprised. That number was a bit low. It meant that each appearance could grant at most 2 or 3 people the qualification to enter the deep layer. Of course, reaching the 9th level of the Divine King realm wasn't easy. But the demon race had a large population, and even if the 9th level Divine Kings were few, there were still some. Lin Moria realized another problem. How many 9th level Divine King demons are there in the middle layer? Chapter 1320. Chapter 1320, 1320. Chapter 1320, Formulating a Plan, Heaven's Net. Through his communication with the stone demon, Lin Moria realized that there might be 9th level Divine King demons in the middle layer. If there were only 9th level Divine Kings and not too many of them, it would be manageable. But if a minor Divine Sovereign were present, things would become tricky. It's not that 9th level Divine Kings can't enter the deep layer, the key issue is that they can't. There are too few keys, and each time only 2 or 3 can enter. Over hundreds of years, only a few dozen have managed to enter. The demon race is a powerful race, and being a powerful race means not only having super strong individuals but also a large population. In the Stone Demon faction alone, it's not surprising to have dozens or even hundreds of 9th level Divine Kings. The Stone Demon's muffled voice sounded, "There are 3 9th level Divine King demons. Are there any minor Divine Sovereigns?" "No minor Divine Sovereigns." Lin Moria breathed a sigh of relief. The number wasn't large, only 5, 7, 3, 3, and there were no minor Divine Sovereigns. He estimated his combat power and, with the element of surprise, a bloodbath at the demon stronghold shouldn't be a problem. A plan gradually formed in his mind. First, clear out the demons in the middle layer and take their accumulated crystal cores. If that's not enough, he would hunt the middle layer monsters to obtain more crystal cores. He aimed to collect enough crystal cores in the shortest time possible to summon a leader-level monster. Then, he would use the elemental lich to kill the leader-level monster and obtain the key. The leader-level monsters in the middle layer are at the 8th level of the Divine King realm, while the elemental lich is at the 9th level. Being just one level higher would only reduce the drop rate, not prevent the key from dropping. He only needed 1 key, so this restriction wasn't a problem. He was confident in the elemental lich's combat power. Killing the leader-level monster shouldn't be an issue. If that didn't work, he could do it himself. After simulating the plan and finding no issues, Lin Moria began to act. He had the resurrected stone demon lead the way towards the demon stronghold. Outside the Yellow Earth Desert, in the nameless void, a teleportation array suddenly lit up. This teleportation array was on the other side of the Yellow Earth Desert, hidden in the void and surrounded by a special barrier, making it hard to detect. Zhu Kaiwo hadn't thoroughly investigated it before, but now the activation of the teleportation array immediately caught his attention. A demon's teleportation array. He instantly recognized it as a demon's teleportation array. When the teleportation array activated, a massive barrier appeared first. This barrier could withstand attacks from a Divine Sovereign. Even an ordinary Divine Sovereign would have to put in some effort to break it. Of course, in Zhu Kaiwo's eyes, this barrier was nothing and could be broken with a flick of his hand. He was just curious about what the demons were up to and why they were activating the teleportation array. He could tell it was a military-grade large teleportation array, capable of transporting a large number of troops at once. The first batch of troops appeared from the teleportation array, a whole army of about 1,000, all Divine Kings. There were demons of various attributes, and although their attributes differed, they complemented each other perfectly, not conflicting but rather complementing each other on a law level. Such a combination was considered elite even in the demon army. Especially at the forefront of the team, there was a huge demon. He was surrounded by abyssal fire, which was dark green and incredibly deep. This was a flame demon, and a Divine Sovereign level flame demon at that. His appearance made Zhu Kaiwo even more curious. Why would the demon army come here, and why would they even deploy a Divine Sovereign? After a brief interval, the teleportation array activated again, sending over another batch of troops. The second batch consisted of 100 demons, all Divine Kings. This time, they were all illusion demons. Seeing the arrival of the illusion demons, Zhu Kaiwo showed a peculiar expression. Illusion demons weren't known for their combat strength. They had 2 major strengths. One was creating illusions. Illusions were used to trap enemies and provide support for their companions. On the battlefield, a team with illusion demon support could see their combat power increase significantly. The second strength was speed. Illusion demons were very fast, among the top in the demon race. Although not as fast as the Golden Eagle tribe, they were faster than most races. Illusion demons were rare in the demon race, only slightly more common than bewitching demons. They rarely appeared in large groups. Seeing 100 illusion demons appear simultaneously was very unusual. By now, Zhu Kaiwo had guessed that these guys were likely here for Lin Moria. He speculated that Lin Moria must have done something inside. Zhu Kaiwo knew nothing about the situation inside the Yellow Earth Desert, so he couldn't guess what Lin Moria had done. But he was sure that Lin Moria must have killed many demons, otherwise, they wouldn't have reacted this way. Demons communicated information very quickly. If an avatar was killed, the main body would instantly know the entire process and react accordingly. This was one of the most troublesome aspects of the demon race. The teleportation array continued to operate, and more demons appeared. The third batch consisted of only 2 demons, but their auras were astonishing. One was an illusion demon Divine Sovereign, and the other was a stone demon Divine Sovereign. Even he has come. Zhu Kaiwa recognized the Divine Sovereign Illusion Demon, known as the Nightmare Sovereign. He was the latest to achieve Divine Sovereign status among the illusion demons and had caused significant harm to the human race when he was a Divine King. Seeing the Stone Demon Divine Sovereign, Zhu Kaiwa understood a bit more. The Yellow Earth Desert was dominated by two laws, the Earth Law and the Stone Law. Stone demons excelled in the Stone Law, so they likely considered the Yellow Earth Desert a sacred training ground. If Lin Morio had entered and killed these guys, including some avatars, it would have attracted more demons. Zhu Kaiwa also guessed that the demons already knew Lin Morio's identity. After all, Lin Morio was a well-known genius on the demon race's kill list and topped both the human race's potential and combat power rankings. To kill Lin Morio, a small number of troops wouldn't suffice. This time, they not only deployed elite Divine King troops and a powerful Divine Sovereign Flame Demon but also over 100 Divine King Illusion Demons and a Divine Sovereign Illusion Demon. Additionally, there was a Divine Sovereign Stone Demon. This lineup was more than enough to kill not just one but 10 or even 100 Lin Morias. Clearly, the demon race had made Lin Moria their top enemy, determined to kill him. Zhu Kaiwa wasn't surprised. If he were in their position, he would do the same. A genius like Lin Moria could either be a member of their race or an enemy. If given the chance, he must be killed. Zhu Kaiwa didn't take action. He concealed himself, his eyes cold. If I kill all these guys, the demon race will surely feel the pain. Not to mention, illusion demons were rare. Losing over 100 at once would drive the demon race mad. The Nightmare Sovereign flew over the Yellow Earth Desert, while the 100 illusion demons surrounded it. Create the illusion. The Nightmare Sovereign's soul voice echoed through the starry sky. Then, the 100 illusion demons simultaneously cast their spells, weaving an illusion. The illusion, led by the Demon Divine Sovereign, enveloped the Yellow Earth Desert like a bubble. No matter where Lin Moria tried to leave the Yellow Earth Desert, he would fall into the illusion. The elite Divine King team was ready to strike at any moment. The trap was set, just waiting for Lin Moria to walk into it. Chapter 1321. Chapter 1321, 1321. Chapter 1321, the method in the outer layer no longer works. The entire Area 6 is elliptical, much larger than Area 2. In the Yellow Earth Desert, the deeper the area, the larger the territory. The demon's stronghold is about 10,000 kilometers from the center of Area 6. From the center point, the monster's levels increase to the 8th level of the Divine King realm. Moreover, the closer to the deep layer, the denser the monsters. Therefore, the demon's stronghold is not set at the center but slightly off-center. Lin Moria naturally understood why they did this. This way, they could avoid the 8th level Divine King monsters while still being able to hunt them at any time. Even if they encountered danger, as long as they were not far from the stronghold, they could lure the monsters back and kill them together. With the stone demon's brains, they probably wouldn't think this through so carefully. But within the demon race, it's not just the stone demons who come here. Previously, in the outer layer, there were other demons present. The demon race is a strong race with many internal factions. There are countless types of demons, probably exceeding 10,000. Besides the stone demons who are proficient in earth and stone laws, there are other demons who also master earth and stone laws, or even the laws of the earth. Unlike the human race, which has the sea of laws, it's normal for them to come here. Lin Moria didn't find this surprising after all. He would just kill them. No matter what kind of demon, they would all end up as dead demons. One by one, Death Knights silently spread out in all directions, their warhorses burning with undying flames, leaving shallow footprints in the sand. Based on his experience in the outer layer, Death Knights, being non-living entities, wouldn't attract attacks from the desert monsters, making them the best scouts. But this was only based on outer layer experience. The outer and middle layers are different. The Yellow Earth Desert was quiet, with undulating sand dunes forming an endless world. One Death Knight ran tens of thousands of kilometers, crossing sand dunes, and quickly sent back information. The Death Knight saw a blazing soul fire through its undead vision, and Lin Moria saw the monster through the Death Knight's eyes. It was a withered giant tree. The tree was only half its original height, with its vines and branches scattered on the yellow sand. The Death Knight stood on a sand dune, at least a kilometer away from it, but in its vision, the half-tree was still towering. Even with only half its trunk, it was still over 100 meters tall. A normal person would think the tree was dead at first glance, but in the undead vision, it was very much alive, with its soul fire burning intensely. Soon, more information came in. The scattered Death Knights continuously sent back information, all encountering monsters. The middle layer not only had a larger area than the outer layer but also far more monsters. Thousands of Death Knights ran in different directions and all encountered monsters. The monsters they saw were all half-trees over 100 meters tall. The Death Knights didn't touch the tree monsters or the withered vines scattered on the yellow sand but chose to bypass them. Suddenly, the yellow sand ground moved slightly. The next moment, the withered vines suddenly lashed out at the Death Knights. In an instant, sand and stones flew, and the yellow sand rained down. The vines were too fast, showing the speed of a 7th-level Divine King. The Death Knights activated their charge ability, rushing forward at high speed. But there were too many vines, and the difference in strength was too great. With a bang, a Death Knight was directly struck by a vine, its bones shattered, and its body torn apart along with its warhorse. It wasn't just one tree. All the Death Knights were attacked by the trees and died on the spot. Facing the attacks of 7th-level Divine Kings, the Death Knights had no resistance. In almost an instant, thousands of Death Knights were all killed. The yellow sand was scattered with the bones of the dead Death Knights. After the Death Knights died, they activated the Undying Undead passive spell and instantly revived. Their bones reassembled, and the Death Knights appeared intact again. The vines lashed out again like whips, instantly shattering the Death Knights. After 2 consecutive times, Lin Moria suppressed the Undying Undead spell, temporarily stopping the Death Knight's revival. Such revivals were meaningless, they were killed as soon as they revived, with no chance to react. Lin Moria quickened his pace, approaching the area where the Death Knights were attacked. Standing on a tall sand dune, Lin Moria looked towards the direction where the Death Knights had died, tens of thousands of meters away. The 1,000 Death Knights weren't far apart, and the tree monsters were spaced thousands of meters apart, occupying a large area. They seemed scattered but appeared to follow some order. Have the rules changed? The monsters here no longer use life aura as a judgment standard. Then what standard do they use to attack? Previously, when the Death Knights observed from a kilometer away, the tree monsters didn't attack. But when the Death Knights tried to bypass them, the tree monsters attacked. The distance between them didn't change, always maintaining about a kilometer. It's not because of life aura, nor because of distance. Then what is it? Lin Moria pondered for a few seconds and seemed to find the answer. He noticed that before the trees attacked, they all had one thing in common. The yellow sand ground would have a slight tremor. The tremor was very subtle, lasting only 2 or 3 seconds, easily overlooked if not paying attention. Lin Moria had previously ignored this detail. Now he realized that this slight tremor alerted the tree monsters to the approaching enemies. The key was, what caused these tremors? With a thought, he activated the Undying Undead spell, and a previously dead Death Knight silently revived. The revived Death Knight remained motionless, making no sound. The tree monster a kilometer away didn't attack it. If I don't move, the enemy doesn't move. Lin Moria controlled the Death Knight's vision, monitoring all its movements, including those of its warhorse. The aura wasn't restrained, but the Death Knight emitted only death aura, not life aura. The death aura clearly didn't trigger the tree monster's attacks. As long as the Death Knight didn't make any noise, it wouldn't be attacked by the tree monsters. The tree monsters seemed to be in a dormant state, only waking up to attack. The key question was, what woke the tree monsters to attack the Death Knights? Since the problem wasn't with the tree monsters themselves, it must be something outside the tree monsters, especially the slight tremor in the sand, which Lin Moria believed was the key. If he could find the cause of the tremor, he could find the reason for the tree monsters' attacks. He wasn't afraid of the tree monsters, he just didn't want to cause too much commotion before eliminating the demons. A Death Knight's head gradually lowered, moving gently and slowly, trying not to make any noise. Lin Moria tried to find the problem through the undead vision. In the undead vision, the world turned gray and white. The yellow sand also turned gray and white, rolling on the ground and in the air with the wind. After searching carefully for a long time, he found nothing. Chapter 1322. Chapter 1322, 1322. Chapter 1322, Traversing the Tree Monster Forest. The undead vision is quite magical, essentially ignoring illusions and seeing the essence directly. Lin. It can also accurately locate the enemy's position through soul flames. However, the undead vision has its drawbacks, it is weaker in observing details. Under the undead vision, only the soul flames of the tree monsters burn fiercely. The souls of the 7th level divine kings are extremely powerful. Especially for plant-based life forms, their souls are much stronger than ordinary life forms. Lin. From a distance, clusters of soul flames flickered continuously, extending into the distance. When Lin Moria reluctantly gave up on the undead vision and continued to approach, coming within a kilometer of the Death Knight. Now he maintained a kilometer distance from the Death Knight and a 2-kilometer distance from the tree monsters. He didn't feel locked on, and the position he stood in was safe. Lin Moria focused his attention on the area around the Death Knight. Since the undead vision was ineffective, he decided to use his own eyes and soul to sense. Each method has its advantages and disadvantages, each serving its purpose. After scanning with soul sensing, he still found nothing. After carefully observing with his eyes multiple times, he finally noticed something. On the yellow sandy ground, it seemed like there was only yellow sand, but there were actually other things. These things looked like pollen spores, almost identical to the yellow sand, making them hard to distinguish. Only with very careful observation could one notice some clues. The pollen spores mixed with the yellow sand, scattered by the wind, spreading to various areas, extending to the tree monsters. These must be it. Lin Moria guessed that the pollen spores were substances secreted by the tree monsters, spread around for alert purposes. Since he discovered them, it was easy to verify. The warhorse under the Death Knight gently lifted a bone hoof, first stepping on an area without pollen spores. After a few seconds, the tree monster remained still, not attacking. Then the warhorse stepped again, this time on an area with pollen spores. As soon as the hoof landed, the soul flames of the tree monster flickered violently, and thick vines lashed out, smashing the Death Knight to pieces. Lin Moria exhaled deeply, finally finding the reason. The tree monsters wouldn't attack the Death Knight without life aura. But if the Death Knight stepped on the pollen spores, the tree monsters would instinctively counterattack. A kilometer radius was the tree monster's defense zone. His gaze swept across, flying into the distance. There were tree monsters all along the way, extending endlessly. If he wanted to reach the demon stronghold, he would have to clear a path. Alternatively, he could take a detour, but that would waste an extra day or two. Unless there was no choice, Lin Moria preferred to go straight. A fierce battle wouldn't work, it would alert the demons. If the demons scattered, it would be hard to catch them all. This wasn't the outer layer, even he couldn't recklessly hunt demons here. This didn't align with his plan. Lin Moria intended to keep all the demons here. After pondering for a few seconds, a starlit elemental lich appeared beside him. Go! The Starlight Galaxy Lich's figure disappeared, and a large number of tree monsters began to attack frantically. The vines lashed out wildly, covering the sky with yellow sand, creating deep ravines everywhere. The Starlight Galaxy Lich's starry spell created a powerful illusion, affecting the tree monsters' souls. The tree monsters felt an enemy invading, continuously attacking with their vines. But in Lin Moria's eyes, there was no one in front of the tree monsters. The vines were hitting empty space. The starry sky covered an area of over 10,000 kilometers, and the numerous tree monsters inside attacked in one direction, revealing a path. Lin Moria didn't hesitate and advanced quickly. The yellow sand was mixed with pollen spores, and Lin Moria inevitably stepped on them. Stepping on the pollen spores would trigger the tree monsters' attacks, but this time, Lin Moria was unharmed. The Starlight Galaxy Lich's starry spell affected the tree monsters' souls, altering their perception. Lin Moria safely traversed the tree monsters. With his speed, it didn't take long to cross the 10,000-kilometer area. But the tree monster forest extended far beyond this distance. As he continued, more tree monsters appeared, forming a sparse forest, extending deeper into the area. Lin Moria kept advancing, and the Starlight Galaxy Lich's starry spell moved with him, covering different areas. Lin Moria moved swiftly through the tree monster forest as if it were uninhabited. The stone demon hadn't told Lin Moria how vast the tree monster forest was, perhaps because he hadn't been inside either, and Lin Moria didn't ask further. Based on Lin Moria's guess, the demons likely only operated on the outskirts of the tree monster forest and wouldn't venture deep inside. They would avoid this area because the tree monsters were too numerous, sometimes even connected, triggering a chain reaction. Plant-based life forms have strong vitality and are hard to deal with, making direct combat very inefficient. So the demons wouldn't organize large groups to clear the tree monsters. After walking for half an hour, Lin Moria relied on the illusion to finally pass through the tree monster forest. The tree monster forest's coverage saved him at least a day. The Death Knight's bones disappeared simultaneously, reviving in the Spellstar, and they continued to scout the path for Lin Moria. According to the Stone Demon, in the middle layer, the most common 7th-level Divine King monsters are two types. One is the Desert Giant Scorpion, the other is the Yellow Sand Demon Eye. In addition, there are a few other monsters, but their numbers are not many. The Desert Giant Scorpion is a smaller, weaker version of the outer layer's leader-level monster, with high attack and low defense. The Yellow Sand Demon Eye is a stone-like creature growing in the desert, with no body, only a single eye. The Death Knights continued to expand the map, bringing information about the situation ahead. Soon, the Desert Giant Scorpions came into view. The Death Knights ran past them, and the Desert Giant Scorpions ignored them. Creatures without life aura were like dust to the Desert Giant Scorpions, not worth attacking. This was exactly the effect Lin Moria wanted. Using the information gathered by the Death Knights, he constantly adjusted his direction to avoid the Desert Giant Scorpions. The general direction remained unchanged, still heading towards the demon stronghold. But the minor directions could be adjusted to avoid unnecessary trouble. The number of Desert Giant Scorpions was astonishing, even more than the tree monsters. Fortunately, they were scattered, giving Lin Moria enough space. After passing through the tree monster forest, Lin Moria had a better understanding of the middle layer's monsters. Even if occasionally targeted by a Desert Giant Scorpion, he remained calm, letting the Starlight Galaxy Lich create an illusion. In the illusion, the Desert Giant Scorpion would think it had killed the intruder, roaring in satisfaction. By then, Lin Moria had already moved far away, leaving no trace. This method worked repeatedly, bringing him closer to the demon stronghold. A hazy light suddenly shot over, silently exploding above Lin Moria's head. In the light, countless yellow sands fell like raindrops, each grain of sand now weighing 1,000 pounds, falling like iron blocks. Wen Shui, recommended for you. I can copy talents, Sword God Invincible. Martial arts, starting by picking up Huang Rong as a cook, facing the bear. Hi Martial, logging in 10,000 years in the future, monthly update. Fantasy, the fated villain, National job change, jobless me ended the gods. Mr. Monster. Entered the wrong interrogation room, solved the first case and shocked the world, Wen Yen San Xian. Previous. Return to directory. Next, at http://www.4ksw.com. All articles, images, comments, etc., on this site are posted or uploaded by users or collected from the internet. They are personal actions and have no relation to the stance of. If your rights are infringed, please contact us, and we will handle it within 24 hours. We are not responsible for any legal consequences caused by non-site factors. Chapter 1323. Chapter 1323, 1323. Chapter 1323, Yellow Sand Demon Eye, Lin Moria intervenes. Under the empowerment of the Earth laws, the weight of the sand increased by billions of times. Each grain of sand weighed millions of pounds, densely raining down like countless iron blocks. For a divine sovereign, millions of pounds is nothing, even tens of millions would be bearable. But to endure tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of impacts exceeding millions of pounds simultaneously in an instant is quite terrifying. Moreover, the tiny grains of sand were so heavy, achieving a piercing effect. Even a 7th-level Divine King without a magical treasure for protection would be injured if struck by the sand. Several Legion commanders appeared beside Lin Moria. The 10-meter-tall Legion commanders surrounded Lin Moria, blocking the sand rain's attack. Layer upon layer of halos exploded around them, healing their own injuries. The sand rain could damage them, but its speed couldn't match their self-healing speed. Lin Moria quickly locked onto the attacker. It was a stone. The stone lay horizontally in the desert, covered in yellow sand. If not observed carefully, it would be mistaken for an ordinary sand dune. Beneath the yellow sand were yellow stone patterns, just not very obvious due to being covered by sand. A narrow, yellowish-brown eye appeared on the stone, staring intently at Lin Morio. The yellow stone and yellow eye were almost the same color, with only slight differences, making it difficult to notice. Especially when it closed its eye, it became even harder to distinguish. Even Lin Morio had mistaken it for an ordinary sand dune. Currently, the sand dune was over 10,000 meters away from him, yet it launched an attack from that distance, indicating the yellow sand demon eye's attack range was extremely vast. Previously, the tree monster's alert range was 1,000 meters, the desert giant scorpions was about 2,000 meters. But the yellow sand demon eye exceeded 10,000 meters, the farthest attack range among the three monsters, and the most concealed, making it hard to guard against. Lin Moria's heart moved, and the Starlight Galaxy Lich responded, casting an illusion. The illusion enveloped the yellow sand demon eye, causing it to lose its target. Lin Morio had just relaxed when, according to his plan, he tried to avoid battles before eliminating the demons to prevent alerting them. Within the Starlight Galaxy Lich's illusion, the yellow sand demon eye kept blinking its huge eye but couldn't find the target to attack. Lin Morio took a deep breath and looked into the distance. Among the endless yellow sand connecting heaven and earth, sand dunes were innumerable. With the naked eye, it was difficult to distinguish which were real sand dunes and which were yellow sand demon eyes. Normally, one would need to approach the yellow sand demon eye and provoke it to attack to determine if it was a sand dune or a yellow sand demon eye. Lin Moria decisively connected to the undead vision, and clusters of giant soul fires flickered into view. The locations of the yellow sand demon eyes became very conspicuous. Previously, the undead vision lost its effect, requiring the naked eye to distinguish. Now the naked eye lost its effect, and he had to rely on the undead vision instead. The two observation abilities complemented each other to achieve the best results. Oh, there are people here. Under the undead vision, Lin Moria saw three smaller soul fires appear beside a giant soul fire thousands of kilometers away. The giant soul fire represented the yellow sand demon eye, so the three smaller soul fires naturally represented demons. Three demons were joining forces to deal with a yellow sand demon eye. The three demons were all at the 7th level of the Divine King realm, with considerable strength. However, the yellow sand demon eye was extremely powerful, and they were struggling to defeat it. But as time passed, they should be able to kill the yellow sand demon eye. Since he had encountered demons, Lin Moria naturally couldn't let them go. He quickly stealthed over. The yellow sand demon eye that had previously attacked him suddenly broke free from the illusion. It didn't continue searching for Lin Moria but closed its eye contentedly. In the previous illusion, it had already killed the intruder Lin Moria. Lin Moria stealthily approached, suppressing all his aura, stopping thousands of kilometers away. Three 7th level Divine King stone demons were fiercely attacking the yellow sand demon eye. The yellow sand demon eye manipulated the earth laws, forming a dense, heavy sand rain that rained down densely, leaving dense marks on the stone demons' bodies. The stone demons had a layer of hazy light on their bodies, enveloping themselves with their law domains as armor to resist the sand rain's attack. But Lin Moria could see that under the dense sand rain's attack, their law domains couldn't last much longer. The three stone demons continuously swung their massive stone fists, one punch after another landing on the yellow sand demon eye. Each punch contained the powerful attack of a 7th level Divine King, causing the yellow sand demon eye to tremble incessantly. The sand on the yellow sand demon eye's body had long been shaken off, revealing its yellow body covered in stone patterns. Its body was like a horizontal small mountain, hundreds of meters long, far larger than the stone demons. The yellow sand demon eye's defense was also astonishing. It could manipulate the earth laws, so its defense was not weak. Whether the yellow sand demon eye or the stone demons, their essence was stone, giving a sense of fratricide. At first, Lin Moria wondered why the stone demons didn't attack at close range but kept punching from 100 meters away. Upon closer inspection, he found that the stone demons' feet had turned into quicksand. Their massive bodies were sinking into the quicksand, unable to move closer. It wasn't that they didn't want to attack at close range but that they couldn't. Turning the ground into quicksand was also the yellow sand demon eye's ability. This way, it could not only trap enemies but also protect itself, preventing enemies from getting close. Lin Moria observed the battle for a while. If it continued, the outcome was hard to predict. He decided to intervene, using the most traditional intervention method. The Starlight Galaxy Lich flickered away, and seconds later, an illusion descended from thousands of kilometers away, enveloping both sides in battle. The best way to intervene was to make the fighting parties lose their ability to fight. Killing them was a simple and quick method. Once enveloped by the illusion, both sides fought even more frantically. The stone demons thought they had escaped the quicksand, charging to the yellow sand demon eye's side and launching their most ferocious attacks. The yellow sand demon eye felt it had been approached, and for survival, it began to counterattack frantically. Outside the illusion, 3 pieces of 7th level Divine King flesh appeared in Lin Moria's hand. Currently, he didn't have much 7th level Divine King flesh, only a few pieces. So Lin Moria didn't plan to make a loss. At least he had to ensure survival. Lin Moria quickly locked onto the 3 stone demons. 1 piece of 7th level Divine King flesh silently turned to powder. Immediately, the 3 stone demons frantically attacking exploded with a bang. Their law-formed armor shattered in an instant, and the law light scattered on the ground. The 3 stone demons were severely injured in the first explosion. The corpse explosion simultaneously attacked 3 enemies of the same realm, plus the stone demons' formidable defense. It couldn't instantly kill them but left them heavily injured. The 3 stone demons had a dazed look, unaware of the attack's origin. But the next second, they became even more frantic, attacking the yellow sand demon eye more intensely. The starlight galaxy lich's illusion made them think the yellow sand demon eye had attacked them. If they were smarter demons, they should have realized that the yellow sand demon eye didn't have such an attack method. But the stone demon's minds were simple, and the distorted illusion made them have the wrong perception. The sand rain continued to rain down, taking this opportunity to strike them with even denser wounds. The millions of pounds of sand pierced through their solid bodies, creating numerous holes. Then Lin Moria's second piece of flesh turned to powder. Chapter 1324. Chapter 1324, 1324. Chapter 1324, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, and the hunter beyond. In the crisp and melodious sound of explosions, 3 stone demons simultaneously fell. Lin, using 2 portions of 7th level Divine King materials to blow up 3 7th level Divine King stone demons, this deal was profitable. But the mediation was not over yet. The yellow sand demon eye in the illusion was still attacking frantically. Lin Morio activated the last portion of 7th level Divine King flesh in his hand. This time, the target was only one, and that was the yellow sand demon eye. In an explosion powerful enough to kill or even severely injure an 8th level Divine King, the yellow sand demon eye let out a mournful cry and slowly closed its eye. Its body instantly turned to sand, becoming a real sand dune, and then collapsed with a loud crash. Lin Morio, quick-eyed and deft, immediately pulled out the 3 stone demon corpses, preventing them from being buried by the sand. The 3 corpses were still useful, not just for explosive materials. After entering the middle layer, he had been advancing along the diameter, moving quickly, and was now not far from the demon stronghold. Lin Moria flicked out a wisp of undying flame, using Resurrection of the Dead, and revived one of the stone demons. The stone demon knelt respectfully before Lin Moria. Lin Moria slowly asked, "How far is it from here to your stronghold?" The stone demon was slightly stunned. "We don't have a stronghold." Lin Moria slapped his forehead. He had asked the wrong question again. The resurrected stone demon, with its simple mind, had already considered itself and Lin Moria as one group. When Lin Moria said "your," the stone demon understood it as referring to itself and Lin Moria. Of course, they didn't have a stronghold. Lin Moria immediately changed his wording. "How far is it from here to the demon stronghold?" This time, the stone demon understood, and in a muffled voice, it said, "Not far, just a little more rolling and we'll be there." Stone demons either fly or roll, they never walk. The rolling speed of the stone demon was not slow. Lin Moria calculated that it would take a little more time, indicating there was still some distance. "Did you come out from the demon stronghold? How long have you been out, and what are you doing?" Lin Moria continued to ask. The stone demon didn't hesitate. "I came out from the demon stronghold only 10 days ago. We are specifically here to hunt the yellow sand demon eye." Lin Moria found it strange. Why specifically hunt the yellow sand demon eye? Isn't it easier to hunt the desert giant scorpion and the tree monster? In his understanding, both the tree monster and the desert giant scorpion were easier to deal with than the yellow sand demon eye. If ranked, the easiest to deal with should be the desert giant scorpion, followed by the tree monster, and finally the yellow sand demon eye. The desert giant scorpion, although mobile, had the weakest defense. The tree monster, being a plant type, had very strong vitality, and its vines were very fierce. The yellow sand demon eye had the blessing of earth laws, a large attack range, and extremely high defense, making it the pinnacle of 7th level divine kings. It could also control quicksand, create sand rain, and perform group attacks, making it very difficult to deal with. Unless one had strong long-range attack capabilities, the yellow sand demon eye was not an easy opponent. Why did these 3 stone demons choose the hardest target? The stone demon answered in a muffled voice. The desert giant scorpion can burrow into the desert to escape, and the tree monster has too many vines, making it very troublesome. Only the yellow sand demon eye is the easiest to deal with. Hearing this answer, Lin Moria suddenly understood and couldn't help but laugh. This situation was very much in line with the stone demon's character. When faced with a problem, they didn't think about how to solve it but chose the simplest option. Lin Moria believed that the Sand Tribe or Earth Monster Tribe would definitely choose the other 2 targets and not the yellow sand demon eye. Lin Moria asked, "From here to the demon stronghold, what other monsters are along the way?" The stone demon shook its head. "From here on, it's the territory of the yellow sand demon eye." The demon stronghold was deliberately chosen to be near the yellow sand demon eye for easier hunting. Lin Moria realized he had overestimated the stone demon's intelligence. They weren't as strategic as he thought, choosing the location simply to hunt the yellow sand demon eye. However, their simplicity had its advantages and could be utilized. Lin Moria whispered, "Now, return to the demon stronghold, find your leader, and tell him that a human army is attacking. Also, tell him that the human army has killed all the stone demons in the outer layer and that the leader should be on guard." The resurrected stone demon didn't question the order and directly executed it. Before it left, Lin Moria took out a piece of 6th level Divine King stone demon flesh. The flesh turned to powder and exploded on the resurrected stone demon. The stone demon's body was immediately blown open with huge wounds, severely injured. The explosion caused by 6th level Divine King flesh could injure the strong stone demon but not kill it. Lin Moria didn't intend to kill it, he needed it to return and deliver the false message. "Roll away." With a command, the severely injured stone demon curled into a large ball and rolled towards the demon stronghold. The message it carried contained both truth and falsehood. There was no human army, but the demons in the outer layer were indeed all killed. Lin Moria hoped that the demon leader in the stronghold, upon receiving the message, would recall all the demons outside. This way, he could catch them all in one go. Of course, this plan was full of holes, a method so flawed that any intelligent race wouldn't fall for it. But this was the Stone Demon tribe, whose intelligence was below average. So Lin Moria wasn't worried about his crude plan. He believed that the demons in the middle layer must have a way to contact the demons in the outer layer. As long as they couldn't contact the outer layer demons, they would believe the message was true. Moreover, he had severely injured the messenger Stone Demon, adding a bit of credibility. Now, let's watch the show. Lin Moria followed the direction the resurrected Stone Demon rolled, advancing slowly. He wasn't in a hurry, needing to give the demons time. Even gathering the demons outside the stronghold would take time. Outside the Yellow Earth Desert, all arrangements were complete. The Nightmare Sovereign stood in the starry sky with his eyes closed, waiting quietly. He was very patient, not anxious even after waiting for years. The elite demon divine kings were equally patient, waiting for Lin Moria to emerge from the Yellow Earth Desert. What they didn't know was that Zhu Kaiwa was even more patient than they were. With a cold smile in his eyes, Zhu Kaiwa hid in the darkest part of the starry sky, moving slowly. From time to time, he placed pitch-black stones in the starry sky. These stones were very similar to the one he had given Lin Moria. His movements were slow, unnoticed by anyone. These black stones connected in a mysterious way. Zhu Kaiwa wasn't worried about Lin Moria's safety at all. With the life-saving item given by that important figure, even if Zhu Kaiwa himself took action, it would be hard to kill Lin Moria. What does it mean for the mantis to stalk the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, and the oriole unaware of the hunter beyond? I wonder if the little guy will be flustered when he comes out. I'm quite curious. A hint of amusement appeared in Zhu Kaiwa's eyes. Lin Moria was too calm, not like a young man but more like an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Zhu Kaiwa was eager to see Lin Moria's reaction when faced with a life-and-death crisis. It would be quite a show. Chapter 1325. Chapter 1325, 1325. Chapter 1325, Layout, Waiting, Demon's Eye. In the middle layer area radiated by Fireball number 6 in the Yellow Earth Desert, a large-scale base stood outside the living area of the Yellow Sand Demon Eye monsters. The base was entirely built by stacking stones, with no aesthetic appeal beyond its considerable size. Among the demon tribes, except for a few demons who appreciated beauty, most demons didn't care about such things. They only cared about fighting, being powerful, and devouring other races. The base built by the stone demons was just as disorderly, like a pile of random rocks. Stone demons rolled around inside the base, with a considerable number present. The stone demons chose this location as their base to facilitate hunting the yellow sand demon eyes. As for the desert giant scorpions and tree monsters, they wouldn't bother with them unless necessary. This also explained why Lin Moria encountered so many tree monsters and desert giant scorpions after entering. The stone demons simply didn't kill them, so their numbers grew. About 100 kilometers away from the demon base, on a tall 5'7" sand dune, a small skull poked out from the sand. The skull wasn't large. If not observed carefully, it would be unnoticeable. Lin Moria, tens of thousands of kilometers away, activated his undead vision to observe every move inside the demon base. The demon base in the middle layer was different from the outer layer. There were 9th level Divine King demons inside, with a total of 3. Lin Moria had to be cautious in dealing with them. The Starlight Galaxy Lich could create illusions to trap 9th level Divine King demons, but it was unknown how many it could trap. If it could only trap one, the battle would be much harder. The Starlight Galaxy Lich traps one, the Flame Galaxy Lich deals with one, and I'll handle one myself. There are still quite a few 8th level Divine King Stone demons left. Even with corpse explosions, they can't be instantly killed. Lin Moria contemplated tactics, aiming to design a suitable strategy. Of course, these premises were based on the Starlight Galaxy Lich only being able to trap one 9th level Divine King demon. If the Starlight Galaxy Lich could perform better, it would be easier. Lin Moria quickly formulated several plans. If the Starlight Galaxy Lich could only trap one 9th level Divine King, he had one plan. If it could trap 2 or even 3 9th level Divine Kings, he had another plan. Lin Moria even considered what to do if there were minor Divine Sovereigns inside the base. His plans were comprehensive, leaving no oversights. Once the battle started, it would be a battle of annihilation, leaving no stone demon alive. He had already waited for 2 days, with stone demons occasionally rolling back from outside, but none had gone out. It seemed his plan had worked. Those stone demons believed the information he had brought back, truly thinking a human army was about to arrive. To wipe out all these stone demons in one fell swoop, Lin Moria was very patient. Through his undead vision, Lin Moria counted the number of demons inside the base and clearly saw their respective strengths. The stronger they were, the more vigorous their soul fires burned. The 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of the Divine King realm were distinct and clearly discernible. There were the most 7th level Divine King demons inside the base, a total of 423. The number of 8th level Divine Kings dropped sharply, with only 52 remaining. 9th level Divine Kings were the fewest, with only 3. Most 9th level Divine Kings had already entered the deep layer, leaving only 3 outside. These 3 were either relatively weak or had just recently advanced to the 9th level. In any case, the strength of these 3 9th level Divine Kings wouldn't be too formidable. This would make things much easier for Lin Moria. Most crucially, there were no minor Divine Sovereigns inside the base, truly putting Lin Moria's mind at ease. After waiting another full day, in the last half day, no more stone demons returned. It's about time to take action. Lin Moria silently approached like the Grim Reaper under the scorching sun. The undead army had been poised to strike, with 10 Death Knight legions, 5 Bone Dragon legions, and a total of 3 million skeleton generals, surrounding the demon base from all directions. They maintained a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers from the base, not launching any attacks yet. The first wave of attacks would be initiated by the 2 Galaxy Liches. The Hazy Starlight Galaxy Lich and the Blazing Flame Galaxy Lich appeared beside Lin Moria. Just as Lin Moria was about to take action, the demon base suddenly lit up. The sand in front of the base was blown away by raging winds, revealing a black surface below. The surface was modified by the stone demons, with numerous demonic runes appearing on it. The twisted and bizarre runes lit up, emitting a bloody glow. The bloody light intertwined in the air, quickly forming a massive barrier enveloping the entire base. The barrier wasn't completely enclosed but rather net-like. Twisted black light, like thunderbolts, constantly flowed and surged within the barrier, occasionally protruding like venomous snakes bearing their fangs. Demonic barriers came in various types, with the most common being pure defensive barriers with immense defensive power. Another type was an offensive defensive barrier, with slightly weaker defense but also possessing some offensive capabilities. The barrier before them was an offensive defensive type, not only having defensive abilities but also offensive power. Lin Moria's brows furrowed slightly. We've been discovered. The stone demons inside the base suddenly started moving, with their previously dormant soul fires flickering violently in the undead vision. One by one, the stone demons moved from stillness to action, quickly taking up positions at the edge of the base, relying on the barrier for defense. At the same time, atop a false mountain formed by a pile of chaotic rocks in the center of the base, a massive black eye appeared. The demon's eye. Lin Moria murmured softly, realizing why he had been discovered. The demon's eye was a military treasure used by the demon race, primarily for surveillance and warning purposes. The demon's eye had an immense surveillance range. Higher-grade demon's eyes could even monitor movements within hundreds of light years. The small demon's eye inside the base, although tiny, could at least monitor movements within tens of thousands of kilometers. His actions had been stealthy, but he couldn't escape the demon's eye's detection. But this wasn't what troubled Lin Moria the most. What truly posed a challenge was the demon's eye's second ability. Besides surveillance, the demon's eye's second ability was to dispel illusions. The demon's eye incorporated the power of illusion demons, giving it a natural suppressive effect against illusions. With it present, the Starlight Galaxy Lich's effectiveness would be greatly reduced, perhaps even nullified. The barrier was also formidable. Even the Flame Galaxy Lich wouldn't be able to easily break through it. With 3 9th-level Divine King demons inside the base, their combat power was equally formidable. The demon base had become a porcupine, difficult to breach. Lin Moria's gaze remained calm, having already devised a countermeasure. He made some minor adjustments to the series of battle plans he had previously formulated. The Starlight Galaxy Lich, originally meant to take action first, didn't move, and the Flame Galaxy Lich also halted. Lin Moria's gaze was fixed on the demon's eye, which seemed to have noticed him and turned its attention towards him. The demon's eye had discovered Lin Moria, and the 3 9th-level Divine King demons also noticed him. They appeared at the forefront of the base, staring at Lin Moria. There really are humans. How did a mere true God Realm cultivator reach this place? He's probably a scout, with the main army behind. But a true God Realm as a scout? Who knows, the human race is cunning. We must be careful. Fortunately, we opened the barrier and have the demon's eye. The human race's actions can't be hidden from us. That clansman who returned with severe injuries should be well rewarded. Otherwise, we might have been ambushed by the human race. Chapter 1326. Chapter 1326, 1326. Chapter 1326. Even the wisest can make mistakes. Looking at the pitch-black, glowing demon's eye, Lin Moria's lips curled into a slight smile. His gaze flickered imperceptibly, lowering slightly. His peripheral vision caught sight of the area below the demon's eye. At the edge of the fake mountain beneath the demon's eye, a stone demon suddenly appeared, only at the 7th level of the Divine King realm. It was covered in wounds, its aura weak. The severe injuries caused by the previous corpse explosion couldn't possibly heal in just a few days. Suddenly, a faint light appeared on the resurrected stone demon, and its injuries rapidly healed, its aura surging. Then it leaped up, charging towards the demon's eye. Before any of the stone demons could react, it had already reached the demon's eye and then exploded violently. Under Lin Moria's command, it self-destruct. The self-destruction of a 7th-level Divine King was formidable enough to make even an 8th-level Divine King avoid it. Its power was no less than Lin Moria's corpse explosion. In the powerful explosion, the entire base trembled, stones flew everywhere, and the chaotic black stones in the base were thrown into the air, then fell like raindrops. The base was in chaos, with the stone demons inside all shocked, surprised, and confused. The fake mountain housing the demon's eye was destroyed in the explosion, and the demon's eye was blown to pieces. The 3 9th-level Divine King stone demons looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't understand why the stone demon had self-destruct for no reason. Suddenly, one of them realized, damn, that stone demon was controlled by the human race. It might have been the only moment of clarity in his life, but it was already too late. In the next second, an endless human army appeared before their eyes. The human army had already reached the base, easily shattering the barrier and charging in. Counter-attack. The 3 9th-level Divine King stone demons roared in unison, launching a full-scale attack. The stone demons in the base also began attacking the human army. Laws surged wildly within the base, law domains expanded, and black giant stones appeared out of thin air, crashing down on the enemies like meteors. The ground cracked, yellow sand erupted from the earth, transforming into a sandstorm that covered the sky. Lin Moria watched this scene and said calmly, I underestimated the Lich's ability. Trapping a 9th level Divine King is no problem, and even the other demons in the base can be trapped in the illusion. In his vision, the stone demons were frantically attacking various positions within the base. The places they attacked were empty, with no one there. The human army they saw was all an illusion created by the Starlight Galaxy Lich. Above the base, a dazzling law galaxy shimmered, enveloping the entire base. The Starlight Galaxy Lich stood within the law galaxy, controlling the illusion like a deity. As long as the demon's eye was destroyed, the Starlight Galaxy Lich could exert its full power. The barrier had no effect on the illusion. Under the influence of the illusion, the stone demons fought fiercely against their imagined enemies, turning the base into a wreck. Lin Moria looked at the still intact barrier and said calmly, next, it's your turn. A flash of fire passed by, and the Flame Galaxy Lich appeared, creating another dazzling law galaxy in the sky. The projection of the Flame Law Galaxy descended with a roar, then reversed, pouring flames onto the barrier. The barrier was engulfed in flames, becoming distorted. However, this scene went unnoticed by the demons inside the base. Under the influence of the illusion, they believed the barrier had already been shattered. They saw the human army swinging their swords, slashing at them, inflicting severe injuries. If they relaxed even slightly, they would be torn apart by the blades. The barrier, being both offensive and defensive, counterattacked when attacked. The Flame Galaxy Lich merged into the Law Galaxy, avoiding the barrier's attacks. In just 5 minutes, the net-like barrier shattered and dissipated into the air. At this moment, the Skeleton King appeared before Lin Moria, launching a fierce attack on the 7th-level Divine King Stone Demons. The Legion commanders arrived with their troops, launching their attacks. The skeleton generals followed closely, with 3 million of them forming dense circles. Sword energy engulfed the entire base, falling densely on the stone demons, making sounds like iron being struck. The skeleton generals' attack power was weak, barely enough to scratch the surface, but it was better than nothing. Their real purpose was to prevent the demons from escaping. If any demons tried to flee, they could at least delay them, buying some time. However, under the illusion, it was almost impossible for the simple-minded stone demons to escape. Lin Moria did this just in case. After the Flame Galaxy Lich destroyed the barrier, it began attacking the demons in the base. According to Lin Moria's pre-arranged plan, its primary targets were the 7th-level Divine King Stone Demons. Lin Moria didn't let it attack the 9th-level Divine King Demons, or even the 8th-level ones. That would be too wasteful. Stone demons killed by the Flame Galaxy Lich wouldn't even leave ashes behind. Lin Moria still wanted to use the demon corpses as weapons. In his plan, only if the illusion's power was insufficient to trap more than one 9th-level Divine King would the Flame Galaxy Lich deal with the other 9th-level demons. Lin Moria took out several pieces of flesh, all from 7th-level Divine King demons. Locking onto several demons in the base, the flesh silently turned to powder, and the demons exploded without warning. The exploded stone demons' corpses continued to serve as Lin Moria's weapons for more corpse explosions. The 7th-level Divine King stone demons fell like harvested wheat, and Lin Moria then targeted the 8th-level Divine King demons. For him, group battles were not a concern. As long as one was killed, he could use the battle to sustain himself, growing stronger with each fight. Explosions rang out continuously, and an 8th-level Divine King stone demon fell, its body shattered, black and yellow blood staining the yellow sand. But this was just the beginning. With the first 8th-level Divine King Stone Demon corpse, the rest were no longer a problem. Using it as material, Lin Moria launched a massacre against the 8th-level Divine King Stone Demons. One by one, the 8th-level Divine King Stone Demons fell in the violent explosions, losing their lives. The battlefield token at his waist grew hot, continuously recording Lin Moria's battle achievements. Whether killed by the undead army, the Skeleton King, or the Liches, all counted towards Lin Moria's achievements. In the sky, the projections of the two law galaxies intertwined, creating a stunning spectacle. The slaughter was swift, and within just over 10 minutes, more than half of the demons in the base were dead or injured. At this moment, the already battered demon's eye suddenly glowed again. The demon's eye slowly opened, shooting a beam of light at the Starlight Law Galaxy. The Starlight Law Galaxy trembled violently and then collapsed. The Starlight Galaxy Lich appeared, its aura weakened. Lin Moria was slightly surprised, not expecting the demon's eye to still be functional. Had he known, he would have delivered another blow earlier. Even the wisest can make mistakes. With a thought, he recalled the Starlight Galaxy Lich. The Starlight Galaxy Lich was injured and had expended too much power, needing time to recover. Trapping all the demons in the base, especially with 3 9th-level Divine King demons, was a significant strain on it. With the illusion gone, the 3 9th-level Divine King Stone demons saw the real situation. Chapter 1327. Chapter 1327, 1327. Chapter 1327, Want to escape? Not a chance. The base was destroyed, and the demons were almost completely slaughtered. Now, besides himself, only a few demons remained alive, less than a tenth of their original number. Even those who were still alive were severely injured and wouldn't last long. And all of this was caused by the human true god in front of them. A mere true god? Who would believe that now? Even the stone demons, with their simple minds, wouldn't believe that Lin Moria was just a true god. Die! The 3 stone demons roared in anger and charged at Lin Moria. Lin Moria didn't let the Flame Galaxy Lich take action. Despite the demon's eye suddenly breaking the illusion, Lin Moria, after a brief shock, already had his next plan. He didn't need the Flame Galaxy Lich to intervene, his previous preparations were enough to deal with them. The bodies of the 9th level Divine King Stone Demons were over 20 meters tall, and it seemed like they could easily crush Lin Moria with a single slap. However, scattered around Lin Moria were over 20 pieces of 8th level Divine King Stone Demon corpses. Boom! In the explosion, the 3 charging stone demons suddenly halted. A violent explosion erupted in front of them, and the immense force pushed them back continuously. Immediately, the 2nd and 3rd pieces of flesh turned to powder. Explosions erupted simultaneously on their bodies, giving them no chance to react. Lin Moria firmly locked onto the 3, blasting them until their bodies were torn apart, and stones flew everywhere. The 3 stone demons screamed in agony. In just a few moments, they endured over 6 or 7 powerful attacks, suffering severe injuries. The defense of 9th level Divine King Stone Demons is indeed strong. Lin Moria observed that the defense of these 3 stone demons far surpassed that of the 8th level Divine King Stone Demons. Using the flesh of 8th level Divine King Stone Demons to explode 6 times still couldn't kill them. If it were 7th level flesh exploding against 8th level demons, 3 or 4 times would be enough to kill them. He recalled the information about stone demons. Stone demons are among the demons with the strongest defense. During their growth, their defense undergoes several significant transformations. Each transformation exponentially increases their defense. However, the information didn't specify when these transformations occur. It seems that the 9th level of the Divine King realm is one such transformation, making them completely different from the 8th level. It seems I need to be more cautious when encountering 9th level Divine King Stone Demons in the future. With this thought, the corpse explosions continued without pause, blasting the stone demons one after another. The injuries of the 3 9th level Divine King Stone Demons worsened, as if surrounded by self-destructing 8th level Divine King Stone Demons. Each explosion severely injured them. After enduring 10 consecutive corpse explosions, their auras weakened to the extreme. Their massive bodies shrank to the ground, with stones scattered everywhere, and their black and yellow blood soaked the yellow sand, emitting a nauseating stench. But they still weren't dead, barely holding on to their last breath. The 3 stone demons curled their bodies into a ball. Boom! Another piece of flesh turned to powder, and another explosion erupted on their bodies, the immense force impacting them. In the explosion, their screams suddenly ceased, and their curled bodies fell silent. Are they dead? Lin Moria frowned, sensing something was off. Switching to undead vision, he saw 3 extremely weak soul fires still flickering. They're not dead yet. As soon as the thought arose, the soul fires suddenly flared up intensely. An invisible force surged from the depths of the stone demon's souls, and in an instant, the soul fires became incredibly vigorous, returning to their peak. The 3 severely injured stone demons emitted an earthy yellow light, and the scattered stones flew back, reassembling their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the 3 near-death stone demons were fully restored, back to their peak condition. Is this a stone demon spell? Lin Moria realized he still knew too little about stone demons, but instinctively felt it must be a stone demon spell, some kind of passive spell. But now wasn't the time for research, now was the time to kill. As soon as the 3 stone demons recovered, they immediately curled their bodies into larger, more solid balls and rolled away. In their ball state, they were both traveling and in their strongest defensive state. Their heads and limbs retracted, and the thickest stones on their backs formed the outer shell of the ball. In this state, their defense further increased. As they curled up, Lin Moria's eyes flashed with killing intent. Want to escape? Not a chance. Boom, boom, boom. 10 consecutive explosions simultaneously erupted on one of the stone demons. This time, he didn't disperse the explosive power but concentrated it on one target. Earlier, they hadn't tried to escape, so Lin Moria could attack all 3 at once, aiming to kill them together. Now, with the 3 trying to escape in different directions, Lin Moria decisively changed tactics, focusing on killing one first. The concentrated corpse explosions on one stone demon were several times more powerful. After 10 consecutive explosions, Lin Moria didn't even look at the result and immediately chased after another stone demon. In just a moment, less than a second, the stone demon had already rolled nearly 10,000 kilometers away. It crashed into the undead army's encirclement, crushing the skeletons as it rolled. Skeletons, death knights, and bone dragons frantically intercepted it, but the power difference was too great to stop it, only slightly slowing it down. The 2 stone demons were like 2 massive stars, crushing the skeletons as they rolled across the yellow sand. The Lightspeed Lich appeared beside Lin Moria, transforming into light, reaching the speed limit allowed by the Yellow Earth Desert, and quickly closing in. Lin Moria's aura grew stronger, rapidly breaking through the True God realm, surpassing the 1st level of the Divine King realm, and quickly rising. In an instant, his aura reached the 9th level of the Divine King realm. Original spell, Power Gathering. Original spell, Strong Soldiers. 2 original spells he hadn't intended to use were activated simultaneously, pushing Lin Moria's combat power to its limit. His realm reached the 9th level of the Divine King realm, and his combat power even surpassed it. He quickly caught up with his target, the Skeleton King's bone sword appearing in his hand. Spell, Godslaying Slash. The sword light flashed, and the stone demon was split by the sword light, exploding in mid-air. With one slash, the stone demon was severely injured, and upon landing, it became even more frantic, desperately fleeing, not daring to stop. Lin Moria chuckled lightly and chased again. In terms of speed, he completely outmatched the stone demon. Above the other stone demon, flames suddenly appeared, followed by a brilliant galaxy. The Flame Galaxy Lich descended upon it, and the projection of the Log Galaxy poured down, engulfing it in flames. It screamed in agony, its body turning red and quickly melting. Lin Moria caught up with the stone demon, slashing it with the sharp bone sword, leaving deep sword marks. The bone sword left after images, slashing hundreds or even thousands of times in a second. At this moment, Lin Moria fought with unparalleled ferocity. The stone demon's body was slashed into pieces, shattering again. This time, Lin Moria didn't give it a chance to revive, completely shattering it with his fierce sword strikes. A surge of soul power came from the stone demon's body, and the original spell absorbed its soul, using part of it to extend the spell's duration and the rest to enhance Lin Moria's soul. Chapter 1328. Chapter 1328, 1328. Chapter 1328. Anyway, there's no rush to save people. On the other side, the stone demon struggling in the flame galaxy had its solid stone body melted, and most of its flesh was burned away. When the flame lich withdrew the flames, it was already on the brink of death. The flame lich, also empowered by the original spell, had its combat power greatly enhanced. The stone demon, being a high defense, low attack type, had no resistance against the flame lich. However, the flame lich did not kill it, leaving it with a breath of life. Because Lin Moria needed its corpse, if it were killed by the flame lich, there was a 99% chance that not even ashes would remain. Such good material would be too wasteful. Moreover, when entering the deeper regions, facing 9th level Divine King stone demons, this would be the best weapon. Lin Moria came over, swung his bone sword, and delivered the final blow to the stone demon. He collected the stone demon's soul power, confirming its death. The skeletons came over, dragging the still hot stone demon corpse back to the base. Only then did Lin Moria have time to check on the stone demon he had bombed 10 times in a row. Its body was blown to pieces, dead beyond dead. 10 consecutive explosions were equivalent to 10 8th level Divine King stone demons self-destructing around it. Moreover, the power of the self-destruction was all concentrated on it, more terrifying than a real self-destruction. Even if its defense had transformed, it still had to die. Lin Moria returned without making another move. Purple light flickered on his body, and his soul relaxed after reaching its limit, then shattered. The price of the original spell had to be borne. At the moment of shattering, his talent activated, a flash of purple light passed, repairing his soul and restoring it to its peak state. The Starlight Lich reappeared, and after a short rest, it had recovered more than half. With the cooperation of the 2 liches, plus the Skeleton King and the Scraping Army, they quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Half an hour later, the entire battle was completely over. Lin Moria stood in front of the thoroughly destroyed base, with skeletons searching for crystal cores from various positions in the base. During the battle, due to the influence of the illusion, the stone demons bombarded everywhere, severely damaging the base. The ground cracked, and the underground yellow sand surged out again. Crystal cores were scattered in every corner, some buried under rubble, some falling into cracks and lost underground, never to be found again. Lin Moria sighed lightly. This was unavoidable. He could only recover as many as he could. Lin Moria reviewed the entire battle, although the most intense part lasted only a few minutes. But Lin Moria had already discovered some shortcomings in his actions. The main issue was his lack of understanding of the stone demons, not knowing that their defense would transform at the 9th level of the Divine King realm. He also didn't know that 9th level Divine King stone demons had the ability to revive. Otherwise, he would have definitely changed his tactics. Additionally, the demon's eye had a strong restraining effect on illusions, causing the Starlight Lich's illusion to lose its effect. Since he knew this from the beginning, he should have delivered the final blow immediately to ensure the demon's eye was truly destroyed. As a result, his oversight led to the premature collapse of the illusion. Although it didn't affect the final outcome, it did cause him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, even if the 9th level Divine King stone demons had the ability to revive, they wouldn't have been able to escape and would still have been played to death by him. Lin Moria summarized the gains and losses during the battle, carefully reviewing to ensure he wouldn't make similar mistakes in the future. His aura was slowly strengthening, pushing him towards the 8th level of the True God realm. After using the original spell to kill the enemy, the absorbed soul power was refined, becoming his own power, uncontrollably enhancing his realm. This enhancement could only be temporarily suppressed, and the suppression time couldn't be too long, making it meaningless. In fact, Lin Moria didn't want to advance to the 8th level of the True God realm now, but the reality was that he had to use the original spell. Especially in the deeper regions, facing battles with 9th level Divine King monsters and demons, he might need to frequently use the original spell. In that case, his cultivation would inevitably break through to the 8th level of the True God realm, or even the 9th level. But not using the original spell was impossible, as the subsequent battles would be even more intense. The growth of his realm would become uncontrollable. Lin Moria closed his eyes in contemplation. After some thought, weighing the gains and losses, he made a decision. A few hours later, all the crystal cores that could be found in the base were collected. A total of 1,731, almost all of which were 7th level Divine King crystal cores. There were 1,651 7th level Divine King crystal cores, and 88th level Divine King crystal cores. Among the 1,651 7th level Divine King crystal cores, more than 1,500 belonged to the Yellow Sand Demon Eyes. Although they were all crystal cores, there were still differences, which could be distinguished. Lin Moria looked at these crystal cores, pondering for a moment, and thought of a possibility. Among the demons, there were 9th level Divine King stone demons. Even if their attack power was lacking, dealing with 8th level Divine King monsters shouldn't be a problem. If they took action, they should be able to quickly collect a large number of crystal cores. But judging by the current situation, that wasn't the case. Only 700 or so crystal cores, completely insufficient to summon a leader monster. Exceeding the leader monster by one level will affect the number of keys and materials dropped. If it's an ordinary monster, exceeding it by one level means no crystal cores will drop. Lin Moria thought this was entirely possible, otherwise, the current situation couldn't be explained. After some thought, he released a wisp of undying flame and revived a 9th level Divine King Stone Demon. The 7th level Stone Demons didn't know enough, but the 9th level ones, being leaders in the middle layer, would know more. There were only 3 pieces of flesh in total, and now one was gone, making Lin Moria a bit distressed. The 9th level Divine King Stone Demon was reborn before his eyes, its soul reconstituted. The 20-meter tall body knelt devoutly before him. From its mouth, Lin Moria learned the confirmed answer, which matched his guess. In the Yellow Earth Desert, to obtain crystal cores, one must be at or below the monster's realm. If the realm exceeded the monster's, no crystal cores would drop after the monster's death. So the 3 9th level Divine King Stone Demons were purely waiting here to collect enough crystal cores. The information it knew was indeed more. From its mouth, Lin Moria learned the exact number of crystal cores needed to summon a leader monster. A total of 1,000 8th level Divine King crystal cores were required. If using 7th level Divine King crystal cores as substitutes, the number needed would be 10 times, a full 10,000. The ratio between the two was 1:10 and could be mixed. For example, 100 8th level Divine King crystal cores and 9,000 7th level Divine King crystal cores. As long as the total amount met the requirement, even using 4th level Divine King crystal cores was fine, with the number increasing tenfold for each lower level. If using 4th level Divine King crystal cores, even killing all the monsters in the outer layer wouldn't be enough. The method to summon a leader monster was also simple, just pile enough crystal cores together, and it would automatically summon, requiring no other actions. Originally, they had collected over 3,000 7th level crystal cores and over 400 8th level crystal cores. They had completed about 80% of the collection, but after a great battle, most of the crystal cores were lost. Lin Moria had a thought, and a large number of skeletons immediately began digging, searching under the yellow sand. Unfortunately, after a thorough search, there were no results. The crystal cores had sunk into the yellow sand, disappearing without a trace. Lin Moria even had the urge to rob the Sand Tribe and Earth Monster Tribe for crystal cores but eventually gave up. Just as well, I'll take this opportunity to settle down. Anyway, there's no rush to save people. 1,000 years have passed, so a year or half a year won't make a difference. Chapter 1329. Chapter 1329, 1329. Chapter 1329, filling in the gaps, solidifying the foundation. Lin Moria, alone, took over the territory once occupied by the demons. The undead army surged forward, charging towards the monsters. The Legion commanders led their armies, along with the skeleton generals, forming a total of 15 teams. The Legion commanders of the Death Knight army, after using their command abilities, had combat power comparable to the 5th level of the Divine King realm. The commanders of the Bone Dragon army were even stronger, reaching the 6th level of the Divine King realm. Each of the 15 armies was equipped with 200,000 skeleton generals, starting to hunt 7th level monsters. Although their attacks were not strong, more like scraping attacks, they could still cause some damage to the monsters. With their astonishing numbers, as long as they spent some time, hunting 7th level monsters was not a problem. With the passive spell, Undying Undead, and the large amount of undying flames given by Lin Moria, the Legion commanders could not only heal the undead but also revive their subordinates. Lin Moria was not worried about them suffering any damage. Even if there was some damage, as long as it wasn't too severe, he could always replenish them. At the same time, Lin Moria revived a large number of stone demons. The 7th level Divine King Stone Demons merged with the undead army, serving as tanks. This effectively reduced the threats faced by the undead army. As for the 8th level Divine King Stone Demons, Lin Moria also revived 20 of them. Their main task was to hunt 8th level Divine King monsters. Lin Moria had no requirements for efficiency. He knew he would be staying here for a while. As for how long, even he couldn't be sure. The Starlight Lich stood quietly beside Lin Moria, its gaze vigilant, its body glowing, looking very enchanting. On the other side was the Flame Lich, burning with fierce flames. Together with the Starlight Lich, they protected Lin Moria like guardians. Further away, the only 9th level Divine King resurrected being stood in the yellow sand, gazing into the distance. The 3 of them surrounded Lin Moria, acting as his protectors. Lin Moria sat cross-legged on the yellow sand, his entire body slightly fluctuating with laws. The undying law flowed around him, spreading and gradually expanding. The forces of life and death within the undying law intertwined, sometimes merging, sometimes separating, sometimes colliding, and sometimes existing independently. As they constantly changed, they produced various profound principles, all of which were slowly absorbed by Lin Moria. He began to comprehend the laws. Previously, he had advanced too quickly, not through normal cultivation but by forcibly enhancing his soul realm through original spells. The enhancement of his soul realm also increased his control over the laws. Although it seemed fine, Lin Moria knew that such an enhancement meant his understanding of the laws was not deep. His foundation was not solid. It was like a child doing math problems, knowing that $9 times $9 equals 81 because they memorized the multiplication table. But they might not understand why $9 times $9 equals 81. Lin Moria was in a similar state. The forced enhancement of his soul had also increased his control over the laws, but he didn't understand the fundamental issues. Perhaps it wouldn't cause problems now, but when he reached the Divine Sovereign realm, issues would inevitably arise. At that point, trying to go back and fix things would be much more troublesome. So Lin Morio had always been looking for an opportunity to reorganize the laws and solidify his foundation. He just hadn't had the right opportunity until now. This was a good opportunity, and Lin Morio decided to take the time to comprehend the laws thoroughly. As for hunting monsters, he left that to his subordinates. The yellow sand howled, and time passed day by day. Unknowingly, the former demon stronghold was covered by the endless yellow sand. The sand continuously surged, gradually swallowing everything in the stronghold. Only the area where Lin Morio was remained unchanged. In the starry sky outside the Yellow Earth Desert, the Nightmare Sovereign slowly opened his eyes. A massive stone demon, over 100 meters tall, slowly flew to his side, shrinking as it approached, eventually becoming similar in size to the Nightmare Sovereign. This transformation showed its respect for the Nightmare Sovereign. Although both were divine sovereigns, their statuses within the demon race differed. The stone demon sovereign's voice was hoarse, like rocks grinding together. I just received news that our stronghold in the middle layer was destroyed by Lin Morio. 3 9th-level Divine King stone demons were there, and they all died. The Nightmare Sovereign responded lightly. It seems Lin Morio's combat power has surpassed the 9th level of the Divine King realm. Can we contact the stone demons in the deep layer? The stone demon sovereign replied in a low voice. We are trying, but it's difficult. The isolation of the Yellow Earth Desert is too strong. We only get some information when an avatar dies. The Nightmare Sovereign understood. Keep trying. We can't enter now, so we can only wait for him to come out. The Stone Demon Sovereign said, some of the avatars were those of divine sovereigns from our race. Now those divine sovereigns are calling for Lin Moria's destruction and even for war with the human race. The Nightmare Sovereign sneered, just a few avatars died, and they want to start a war. Let those divine sovereigns lead the charge. Do they dare? The Stone Demon Sovereign remained silent, not responding. Starting a war with the human race was no small matter. Even divine sovereigns could fall on the battlefield. No one would risk their life for an avatar. The Nightmare Sovereign waved his hand, signaling the Stone Demon Sovereign to leave. The Stone Demon Sovereign retreated, continuing to try to contact the stone demons in the deep layer. Although the demon avatars were powerful, the isolation of the Yellow Earth Desert made it difficult for the main bodies and avatars to communicate. Only when an avatar died could some information be transmitted back. But the information was often incomplete, just fragments. The stone demons pieced together the information from many avatars to understand what Lin Morio had done. Among the demons Lin Morio killed when he destroyed the stronghold, many were avatars. Some were even avatars of divine sovereign stone demons. Lin Morio didn't know this, but even if he did, it wouldn't matter. He would still kill them, perhaps even more enthusiastically. Time passed day by day, and the illusion outside the Yellow Earth Desert remained. The Nightmare Sovereign was very patient, like a hunter waiting for his prey, willing to wait for years if necessary. Seeing this, the other demons could only wait quietly. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. During this time, 2 more divine sovereign stone demons arrived, their avatars having been killed by Lin Morio. Now, there were 5 divine sovereign stone demons here, plus the Flame Sovereign and the Nightmare Sovereign. To kill Lin Morio, the demon race had dispatched a total of 7 divine sovereigns. Shu Kaiwu, hidden in the shadows, found this increasingly interesting. His eyes flashed with divine light, speculating on what Lin Morio was doing inside. The layers of the Undying Law enveloped Lin Morio. Compared to a year ago, the Undying Law was now thicker and deeper. Lin Morio sat at the center of the Undying Law, his eyes slightly closed, a gray-white moon slowly rotating behind him. The heavy laws enveloped him, like a real star. After a moment, Lin Morio slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a gray-white breath. Chapter 1330. Chapter 1330, 1330. Chapter 1330, a monster of the 8th level of the Divine King, Earth Giant. Gray and white breath, like silk ribbons, flew out for thousands of kilometers without dissipating. Lin. Where the breath passed, one side of the desert instantly rotted, the yellow sand turned black, and silently dissolved. On the other side, green plants appeared on the yellow sand, turning the desert into an oasis. The power of life and death was fully displayed in this breath. The vision behind him disappeared, and the strange stars faded away. The layers of laws rolled back like waves, all returning to Lin Moria's body. Lin Moria didn't know how much time had passed. He had lost track of time in the Yellow Desert. His realm was still at the 7th level of the True God, with no progress. His soul hadn't strengthened, his realm hadn't advanced, but he had solidified his foundation, firmly grasping the laws he should have mastered. Now, if he could get a bit more soul power, he could step into the 8th level of the True God without any worries, or even the 9th level. Each advancement would greatly enhance his combat power. For the demons in the deeper regions, Lin Morio had already put them on his must-kill list. Unless they escaped now, they were doomed. He gathered all the law auras and looked into the distance. Not far away, a pile of crystal cores reflected the light of the fireball in the sky, appearing very dazzling. A sweep of his soul power quickly gave him an accurate count. There were 3,565 7th-level Divine King crystal cores and 52 8th-level Divine King crystal cores. Including the previous crystal cores, there were now 5,216 7th-level crystal cores and 132 8th-level crystal cores. Converted to 7th-level crystal cores, the total was 6,536. To summon the leader monster, he needed 10,000 7th-level crystal cores, still short by 3,467. Originally, there should have been more 8th level crystal cores. The ones responsible for hunting 8th level monsters were the resurrected stone demons, all at the 8th level of the Divine King. They were very efficient at first, but as more got injured, their efficiency gradually decreased. After 100 days, the resurrection time ended, and the resurrected ones collapsed simultaneously, with no more 8th level crystal cores coming in. The undead army tirelessly hunted 7th level Divine King monsters. However, they encountered similar problems. After 100 days, the resurrected stone demons acting as tanks collapsed. Their efficiency also inevitably declined. Of the 3,000 plus 7th level crystal cores, half were hunted before the stone demons collapsed, while Lin Moria was comprehending the laws and had no time to manage. Knowing this information, Lin Moria calculated from the hunting efficiency that his law comprehension this time should have exceeded 300 days. Time flew by. During cultivation he was merely solidifying his foundation, not advancing his realm. If he wanted to advance his realm and comprehend new laws, it would take many years. Lin Moria had experienced seclusion before, so he couldn't choose to advance his realm here. Even if he wanted to go into seclusion, he would return to the human world and enter the time house. Still short by 358th level crystal cores, which means 358th level Divine King monsters. It seems I have to take action myself. 358th level crystal cores are equivalent to 3,500 7th level crystal cores. At the current efficiency of the undead army, it would take another 500 to 600 days. Lin Moria didn't want to wait any longer. He decided to take action himself. Relying on his 2 original spells, he knew that as long as he advanced to the 8th level of the Divine King, hunting monsters of the same level shouldn't be difficult. While hunting monsters to obtain crystal cores, he might also absorb enough soul power. He was just a step away from the 8th level of the true god. With a bit more soul power, he could smoothly advance to the 8th level of the Divine King. With increased combat power and soul strength, his endurance would be stronger, giving him a better chance to break through the deeper regions. Retracting the undead army, Lin Moria walked towards the direction of Fireball number 8. He was currently in the area covered by Fireball number 6, bordering both Fireballs number 8 and number 9. Lin Moria didn't care much. He just chose one randomly. No matter which one he chose, the destination was the same. Leaving the base, he walked at a leisurely pace for half a day and finally felt a different aura. In the previous area, the laws of sand and stone were dominant, with the aura of earth laws relatively weak. But now, the earth laws began to stand out, while the sand and stone laws weakened. Lin Moria knew he had entered the area of 8th level Divine King monsters. Unlike before, there was only one type of 8th level Divine King monster. The monster was called the Earth Giant, uniformly 15 meters tall. Usually, they stood motionless like statues, but once someone entered their territory, they would instantly revive and attack the intruder. The Earth Giants were covered in earth laws, forming armor with incredible defense, much stronger than the Yellow Sand Demoni, and even comparable to stone demons of the same level. Their attack power was also astonishing. Their bodies, composed of yellow sand, were compressed to the extreme under the influence of earth laws, reaching an incredible weight. Just like the sand rain used by the Yellow Sand Demoni, each grain of sand weighed 1,000,000 pounds. These million-pound grains of sand were further compressed and combined to form the Earth Giants, making their weight unimaginable. Each Earth Giant weighed as much as a star. A single punch could shatter a star. They moved freely in the Yellow Desert, using Earth laws, becoming extremely terrifying monsters. Lin Moria pondered the information about the Earth Giants. There was only one way to kill them: decapitation. Cutting off their heads was the only way to kill them. Soon, a giant statue appeared before him. A golden giant, with hands raised to the sky, stood in the yellow sand. The Earth Giants had a warning range of over 10,000 meters. As long as one got within 10,000 meters, they would awaken. Before they awakened, all attacks were ineffective. In other words, trying to attack them from 10,000 meters away would be useless. Lin Moria knew this was a rule of the Yellow Desert, and he had to follow it, just like following dungeon rules in a small world. Previously, Lin Moria might have chosen to bypass them. But now, a faint light flashed on Lin Moria's body, and his aura rapidly increased. Original spell, Power Gathering. His aura surged, breaking through to the Divine King realm almost instantly, then continued to rise. In less than 2 seconds, his aura stabilized at the peak of the 8th level of the Divine King. Just a bit more, and he would reach the 9th level of the Divine King. The light of the Power Gathering spell had just faded when the light of the Strong Soldier's spell lit up again. With the Strong Soldier's spell, all his attack damage was enhanced tenfold, and he could absorb the opponent's soul. Lin Moria's combat power truly reached the peak of the 8th level of the Divine King. With the 2 original spells, Lin Moria's soul couldn't last long and needed constant enemy kills to replenish. With battle intent rising in his eyes, Lin Moria charged forward. As soon as he entered the 10,000-meter range, the Earth Giant suddenly awakened. Blinding golden light burst from its body, earth laws surged wildly, and an invisible force fell, enveloping Lin Moria. Chapter 1331. Chapter 1331, 1331. Chapter 1331, Slaying the Earth Giant, Law Suppression. While Lin Moria was charging forward at high speed, his body suddenly sank due to the immense gravity, almost causing him to plunge headfirst into the sand. Lin Moria reacted quickly, instantly adjusting his center of gravity and maintaining his original momentum. Not only did his speed not decrease, but it actually increased. He transformed into a stream of light, moving at the fastest speed the Yellow Desert could tolerate, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Earth Giant. Holding a sharp bone sword taken from the Skeleton King, he slashed out a simple and unadorned strike. The sword light cut through the yellow sand and landed on the Earth Giant, producing a harsh scraping sound. The extremely sharp bone sword created a huge gash on the earth giant, revealing the yellow-orange sand inside. The earth giant had no bones or blood. The sand was its bones and flesh. Its body was composed of millions of pounds of sand, making it incredibly heavy, comparable to a star. Such weight and density pushed the earth giant's defense to the limit. Lin Moya felt that the earth giant was even stronger than a stone demon of the same level. He moved swiftly, slashing out hundreds of times in an instant. The scraping sound was extremely unpleasant, accompanied by the howling wind, echoing between heaven and earth. The earth giant's body was covered in wounds, but the flowing sand quickly healed them. The next moment, the earth giant fully awakened, its 20-meter-tall body twisting, and its huge palm slapped down like swatting a mosquito. Despite its large size, the earth giant was astonishingly fast, unlike the stone demon. As the palm swung down, immense forces from all directions pressed down on Lin Moya, as if countless giant hands were holding him tightly, preventing his escape. This was the power of the Earth Law, using the power of the law to trap the opponent and ensure its attack would not miss. Lin Moya did not dodge but instead slashed at the giant palm with his sword. With a bang, the sword and palm collided, creating a massive wave. The palm was pierced with a large hole, and Lin Moya drilled through it, continuing to slash at the earth giant. The edge of the hole on the earth giant's palm emitted gray gas, with the sand constantly rotting and dissolving like decayed flesh. This was the power of death within the Undying Law. In his initial flurry of attacks, Lin Moya did not use the Undying Law. He wanted to see if pure physical attacks could harm the earth giant. They could, but only lightly. Even if he could kill the earth giant this way, it would take a lot of time. After a simple test, Lin Moya understood the earth giant's situation and began using the Undying Law. To eliminate the earth giant, he needed to deal with its earth law. Wrapped in the earth law, the earth giant had astonishing defense and attack power, especially around its neck, where the earth law was most concentrated and its defense strongest. The power of death within the Undying Law could corrode and dissolve the earth law. Lin Moya's entire body surged with law power, and the domain of the Undying Law opened, with a strange star rising behind him. He rarely fought personally, and the number of times he used the law domain was very limited. People thought he relied on his undead army to dominate, but few knew that his Undying Law was even more formidable than his undead army. This was because the opponents he encountered were much higher in level than himself, greatly weakening the effect of his law. If they were of the same level, his enemies would deeply understand the terror of a first-tier law. The law domain enveloped the earth giant, with the power of death spreading out like invisible waves. The domain was gray and white, with both life and death. The strange star above his head also turned gray and white, and suddenly, the gray half shone brightly. The white in the domain retreated, and the gray of death became the main theme. The power of death engulfed the earth giant, constantly corroding its earth law. The bone sword in Lin Moya's hand was also covered in gray, and when it slashed the earth giant, it created wounds far deeper than before. The wounds were large and deep, filled with the power of death, accelerating the corrosion of the earth law. In the blink of an eye, the earth giant's body was covered in wounds, and the earth law enveloping it was nearly shattered. If Lin Moya's true level were not only true god 8th rank, with a law mastery of only 24%, he would have already slain the earth giant. The earth law, though strong among third-tier laws, was far inferior to the first-tier Undying Law. From the perspective of laws, the Undying Law suppressed the earth law. If Lin Moya's law mastery reached the level of a god king 8th rank, he wouldn't even need to use his sword. The Undying Law alone would be enough to kill the earth giant quickly and easily. The earth giant, filled with rage, launched a counterattack, punching at Lin Moya. Its speed was incredible, and with its heavy body, each attack was powerful enough to destroy a hill. Moreover, the earth law could form restraints, preventing Lin Moya from dodging. The earth giant's punches rained down continuously. Lin Moya also slashed out with his sword, matching the earth giant's speed. He did not dodge, choosing to confront the earth giant head-on. The bone sword and giant fists clashed in mid-air, creating shockwaves that spread out like waves, lifting all the yellow sand within a 10,000-meter radius into the sky, and causing the ground to sink noticeably. After hundreds of collisions, the earth giant's fist shattered. Lin Moya, carrying the sword light, severed the earth giant's fists. By this time, the earth giant's body was severely weakened by the corrosion of the Undying Law, and the law armor it formed was on the verge of collapse. Lin Moya's gaze fell on the earth giant's neck, where the earth law was most concentrated. But now, it was much weaker than at the beginning. He calculated the time, focused his gaze, and fully unleashed the Undying Law, slashing out a sharp sword light. Technique, God-slaying. From the beginning until now, he finally used God-slaying. The sword light shone on the earth giant's neck, shattering it, and the earth giant's head flew into the air. Its massive body fell heavily to the ground, breaking into pieces, with the law dissipating and the body returning to the earth. The head also turned into sand in the air, with a crystal-clear core falling out. A God King 8th rank core, still 349 pieces short. Lin Moya collected the core, along with a soul force. The soul force was not strong, about a third of that from killing a stone demon of the same level. Lin Moya knew this was the difference between monsters and true living beings. The monsters in the Yellow Desert, strictly speaking, were not true living beings. Although they had souls and sometimes flesh, they were different from the living beings of the Great World. Getting a third of the soul force was already good, enough to maintain his current state and even improve his level. The original technique dissipated, and his aura returned to normal. Then a purple light flashed, and his soul went through a process of collapse and recovery. After a few seconds, Lin Moya's aura suddenly began to rise again. Chapter 1332. Chapter 1332, 1332. Chapter 1332, a small step in realm, a big step in combat power. After obtaining the soul power from the Earth Giant, it was refined through the Talent Giant Tree and the 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal, transforming into extremely pure soul power, becoming the stepping stone for Lin Moya's advancement. Lin Moya's soul smoothly advanced by 1 rank, from True God 7th rank to True God 8th rank. The essence of his soul strengthened again, and the spell star in his soul world shone brightly. Although it was just a small advancement in realm, the overall strength increased significantly. The number of the undead army remained unchanged, with the 3 basic skeletons still able to summon 3 million each. Death Knights numbered 1 million, Bone Dragons 500,000, and Legion Commanders also 1 million. However, due to the insufficient number of the undead army, only 15 Legion Commanders could truly exert their commanding power. The number was too small, which was unavoidable. The combat power of the 3 basic skeletons had reached the peak of the True God realm, even touching the level of the God King realm. With the enhancement of the commanding spells, the Death Knights and Bone Dragons reached the 2nd and 3rd ranks of the God King realm, respectively. Their Legion Commanders reached the 5th and 6th ranks of the God King realm. The Skeleton God Generals reached the 4th rank of the God King realm. As the skeletons improved, the combat power of the Skeleton King also rose. His combat power reached the 8th rank of the God King realm, enough to confront any enemy of the same rank head-on. With the advancement of Lin Moya's soul, the limit it could accommodate also increased. Although forcibly advancing to above the 6th rank of the God King realm would still cause the soul to collapse, Lin Moya felt that he might be able to elevate his power to the realm of a minor God Sovereign, not reaching the God Sovereign level, but surpassing the God King level. In this way, even if he encountered a minor God Sovereign, he could still have the power to fight without using his trump cards. Advancing a small realm enhanced all aspects. The only 2 aspects that did not improve were the physical body, which was still at the peak of the True God realm and difficult to enhance without special cultivation methods, and the elemental lich, which required high-quality materials for advancement. The realm advancement had no relation to the elemental lich. Lin Moya estimated his current combat power, and due to this advancement, his efficiency in obtaining crystal cores would greatly increase. With the cooperation of the Skeleton King, the efficiency of slaying earth giants would also greatly improve. Looking at the yellow sand still swirling in the air, Lin Moya moved towards the deeper regions. The closer he got to the deeper regions, the more earth giants he would encounter, and their density would also increase. He might even face the situation of encountering more than 2 earth giants simultaneously. Soon, Lin Moya saw the 2nd earth giant. It was identical to the previous earth giant, with its hands raised as if holding up the sky, as if the fireball in the sky was about to fall. Behind it, about 20,000 meters away, there was another earth giant. Looking further into the distance, the number of earth giants began to increase gradually, more and more. They stood in the yellow sand like sculptures, enduring the baptism of wind and sand. The previous earth giant was just an appetizer, now was the main course. Lin Moya summoned tens of thousands of Legion Commanders, and at the same time, 2 skeleton thrones with blazing flames appeared above him. 2 skeleton kings stood up from the skeleton thrones simultaneously. One skeleton king was 10,000 meters tall, the strongest skeleton king Lin Moya could summon, with the combat power of the 8th rank of the God King realm. The other skeleton king was only 100 meters tall, the weakest skeleton king. Its combat power was even inferior to the skeleton god generals. The weak skeleton king threw its bone sword to Lin Moya. Lin Moya only needed its sword, not its combat power. The original spell activated, and his aura began to rise sharply, also reaching the limit of the 8th rank of the God King realm. Go! With a thought, Lin Moya and the skeleton king charged towards the earth giant. Next to the 10,000-meter-tall skeleton king, Lin Moya was as small as a mosquito, insignificant. Even the distant earth giant was insignificant. However, combat power could not be measured by size. The 10,000-meter area was the earth giant's alert zone. As soon as the 2 stepped into it, the earth giant suddenly awakened, and a tremendous force fell on the skeleton king and Lin Moya. The skeleton king, with its towering figure, was unaffected. Lin Moya, who was prepared, was also unaffected. At the moment the earth giant awakened, still 5,000 meters away, the skeleton king had already made its move. The giant bone sword, at least 7,000 meters long, slashed down. With a loud bang, the earth giant was forcibly cut into the yellow sand. The massive shockwave swept out like a sandstorm. The enormous size brought unparalleled impact, even the earth giant could not resist. With the tenfold damage brought by the Strong Soldier spell, the Skeleton King's sword had already surpassed the 8th rank of the God King realm in pure power. Under the yellow sand, the earth giant held the giant bone sword with both hands, but it could be seen that its hands had completely collapsed, and the earth law was rapidly repairing them. The undying law domain enveloped it, and Lin Moya had already attacked. Lin Moya, shrouded in a strange star, transformed the law into a dense power of death, quickly corroding the earth giant. The undying law not only prevented the earth giant from recovering but also concentrated its power to corrode the earth giant's neck. Faintly, Lin Moya could hear the sizzling sound of the earth law being corroded, like cold water poured on hot iron. With a thought, he raised his longsword, and the Skeleton King also raised its longsword, their movements identical. Spell, God-slaying. 2 God-slaying strikes erupted simultaneously, targeting the earth giant's neck. This was the earth giant's strongest point, but also its weak point. Under the 2 God-slaying strikes, the neck was severed, and the head flew into the air. The earth giant's body collapsed, the head turned to sand, and a crystal core fell out. Advancing a small realm greatly enhanced combat power, and with the cooperation of the Skeleton King, slaying Earth Giants was effortless. Lin Moya collected the crystal core and looked at the Earth Giants 20,000 meters away, and the countless Earth Giants behind them. The hunt officially begins now. Outside the Yellow Sand Land, the Stone Demon God Sovereign once again came before the Nightmare God Sovereign. With a respectful tone, he said, "Nightmare God Sovereign, we have finally contacted the Stone Demons in the deeper regions." The Nightmare God Sovereign did not ask how they made contact but said, "Has Lin Moya gone in?" The Stone Demon God Sovereign shook his head. "Not yet, he might be collecting crystal cores in the middle region, preparing to summon the leader. Our people are already prepared in the deeper regions. As long as Lin Moya dares to enter, he will surely die." The Stone Demon God Sovereign spoke with confidence. The Nightmare God Sovereign, however, was not as confident but did not refute the Stone Demon God Sovereign's words. "I hope so, but Lin Moya was not easy to deal with. Have your subordinates report any news immediately." The Stone Demon God Sovereign nodded. "There is one more thing to tell you." The Stone Demon God Sovereign said, "Lord Jinshi's offspring is also in the deeper regions. It is through Lord Jinshi that we were able to contact the deeper regions. Lord Jinshi's offspring said he would kill Lin Moya and not let him come out alive." Lord Jinshi's offspring. The Nightmare God Sovereign's expression changed slightly, and after a few seconds of contemplation, he said, "I understand, I hope so." Chapter 1333. Chapter 1333, 1333. Chapter 1333, The Offspring of Lord Jinshi. The voice of the Stone Demon God Sovereign was not soft, and the sound of his soul slowly drifted through the starry sky. Many people heard his words, but most did not know who the Lord Jinshi he mentioned was. However, anyone who could be addressed as Lord by a dignified God Sovereign was clearly extraordinary. Even the Nightmare God Sovereign's expression changed upon hearing the name Lord Jinshi. Zhu Kaiwu, hidden in the shadows, also keenly captured their conversation. Waves of shock surged in his heart. He knew about Lord Jinshi, an ancient monster from the Stone Demon lineage within the demon race, who had lived for an unknown number of years. Jinshi's realm had long surpassed the God Sovereign realm, and his information was only circulated among the high echelons of the human race. The offspring of the Stone Demon clan were not ordinary offspring but were similar to avatars, yet different. The offspring of the Stone Demon were part split from the main body, possessing independent souls and consciousness, and could be seen as the continuation of life. Avatars were important, but not as important as offspring. The key issue was the special bloodline of the Stone Demon lineage. The Stone Demon would undergo a transformation at the final stage of each major realm. This was true for the 9th rank of the Super God, True God, and God King realms. After each transformation, their defense would significantly increase. The transformation at the 9th rank of the God King realm not only enhanced their defense but also granted the Stone Demon a special ability, the ability to revive. When the Stone Demon entered a near-death state, they would have a chance to revive, returning to their peak state in a very short time. This ability could be used again after a certain period. This ability provided the Stone Demon with a powerful means of survival. The Stone Demon's defense was already among the best in the same realm, and after 3 consecutive transformations, their defense became astonishing, especially with the revival ability. Killing a Stone Demon became even more difficult. However, the Stone Demon still had weaknesses. Their minds were not flexible, they were slow to comprehend laws, their cultivation speed was not fast, and their attack power was insufficient. But all of this would change at the 9th rank of the God Sovereign realm. At the 9th rank of the God Sovereign realm, the Stone Demon would undergo a 4th transformation. This transformation was extremely important and dangerous for the Stone Demon, with most of them dying during this process. It could be said that most Stone Demons could not reach the 9th rank of the God Sovereign realm, and even if they did, most would die during the transformation. However, the great world is fair. The more dangerous something is, the greater the benefits if successful. After the 4th transformation, the Stone Demon would become intelligent, not necessarily extremely intelligent, but not inferior to any other race. Not only would they become intelligent, but their defense would also be further enhanced, reaching the top level in the same realm, with only a few races in the great world able to compare. Additionally, the revival ability would be greatly enhanced, providing an additional chance to revive, making them even harder to kill. But this was not the end, but the true beginning. If the Stone Demon was just an ordinary race within the demon race's hell lineage before, after the 9th rank of the God Sovereign realm, they would become a top-tier race. Especially after surpassing the God Sovereign realm, the Stone Demon clan would gain a new special ability. This special ability could be inherited, not given to avatars, but to offspring. Lord Jinshi's offspring must have inherited Lord Jinshi's special ability, though Zhu Kaiwa did not know what it was. But he knew that with this special ability, the Stone Demon's combat power would be terrifying. A 9th rank God King might be able to rival a minor God Sovereign. If it were a minor God Sovereign, they might be able to contend with a true God Sovereign. Zhu Kaiwa was not worried about Lin Moya's safety. He was concerned that the mission might fail. But Lin Moya also had trump cards, and if he went all out, it was not impossible to kill Lord Jinshi's offspring. Would that provoke Lord Jinshi to take action? On the human race's number 10 star fortress, Zhu Kaiwa's main body opened his eyes, holding a jade token. He communicated the situation in the Yellow Desert through his soul power. He expressed his concerns, mainly about whether the demon race's Lord Jinshi would take action. Although there were regulations that beings like Lord Jinshi could not take action personally, there was always a risk. Even if Lin Moya had life-saving trump cards, if Lord Jinshi took action, Lin Moya's life might be in danger. After a moment, he received a reply. The reply contained only 3 words, understood. Receiving these 3 words, Zhu Kaiwa felt reassured. He knew that the higher-ups would surely keep an eye on Lord Jinchi, preventing him from acting rashly. In the Yellow Desert, Lin Moya's killing became smoother and faster. The Earth Giants fell one after another, with almost none lasting more than a minute. Lin Moya and the Skeleton King cooperated seamlessly, killing all the way through. In less than a day, Lin Moya had collected 358th rank crystal cores. Even if he had to collect 1008th rank crystal cores from scratch, it would not be difficult for Lin Moya, taking no more than 4 days. 4 days could achieve what would take hundreds of stone demons decades, highlighting the vast difference in efficiency. This also further demonstrated the stone demon's weak attack power and numerous limitations. However, Lin Moya did not underestimate the stone demon. The stone demon could become a main force within the demon race's hell lineage, indicating their strengths. In the human race's records, the stone demon was also a formidable opponent on the battlefield due to their strong defense. After collecting enough crystal cores, Lin Moya retreated thousands of kilometers and chose an open area. The yellow sand was everywhere, and open areas were abundant. The so-called open area meant there were no extra monsters around. As his aura gradually subsided and the effect of the original spell wore off, Lin Moya's soul uncontrollably collapsed. In the purple light of the strongest talent, his soul reassembled and returned to its peak. After continuous killing, he had also gained a lot of soul power, further enhancing his soul. However, there was still some distance to the 9th rank of the True God realm. Lin Moya waited for the cooldown of the strongest talent to end, then took out the crystal cores and piled them together. Thousands of crystal cores formed a small mountain, reflecting a yellowish light under the scorching sun, looking very beautiful. Originally, the crystal cores were independent of each other, not affecting one another. But when the number exceeded the rule limit, all the crystal cores simultaneously emitted a far stronger and more dazzling light. The light of the crystal cores converged into a beam, shooting straight into the sky. The sky was dyed golden yellow, even overshadowing the light of the sun. Not only did it overshadow the light, but it also blocked the heat. The earth raised a sky full of yellow sand, covering the sky and the sun. The sky gradually darkened, and the temperature dropped sharply. In less than 5 minutes, the temperature nearly dropped to freezing point. From the scorching heat that could burn a true god or a low-rank god king, it dropped to nearly freezing point. Lin Moya saw a layer of frost appear on the yellow sand. Then, a torrential rain poured down. Chapter 1334. Chapter 1334, 1334. Chapter 1334, My small world is really strange. There is water in the yellow desert. The patches of oasis are the best proof of this. Where there is water, there are water elements, and the oasis does not evaporate. Lin Moya sensed the laws of the water element from it. At this moment, in the sudden downpour, Lin Moya also felt the laws of the water element. The rain fell harder and harder, soaking the sand, and the flying sand turned into mud and fell. The ground became wet, turning from sand to mud. The world turned pitch black, and one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Boom! Lightning struck the mud, raising a large amount of mud and stones. In the brief moment of light, Lin Moya saw a touch of green. At the place where the crystal cores were previously piled, a touch of green was growing rapidly. It grew in the wind and rain, becoming more and more robust. Boom! Another lightning bolt struck it, igniting flames, which were then extinguished by the rain. Not only was it not destroyed by the lightning, but it also became stronger. In just a few minutes, it grew from a small seedling into a towering tree. It absorbed the power of the earth, the power of the rain, and the power of the lightning. The bark of the tree began to blacken, turning into an extremely hard shell. The tree continued to grow, becoming thicker and taller. Huge vines grew down one by one, each with a diameter of more than 5 meters, looking more like giant sticks than vines. If hit by one, the body would be torn apart. Even with Lin Moya's true god peak body, he couldn't withstand a few hits. There were thousands of such vines, endless. New leaves grew on the vines, with dense thorns between the leaves. Each thorn was half a meter long, extremely sharp, capable of piercing a large hole in a person. Finally, the tree stopped growing at a height of 1,000 meters. It covered the sky and the sun, looking like an entire forest despite being a single tree. The branches and leaves were so dense that no light could pass through, making the area around its trunk as dark as night. This was a leader-level monster, with strength reaching the peak of the God King 8th rank. It looked similar to a tree monster but was far stronger. Even if hundreds of tree monsters were tied together, they wouldn't be its match. The countless vines could easily kill a tree monster. Lin Moya had retreated when the rain started. He quietly watched the leader monster appear, observing all the changes. He knew that before the leader monster fully formed, he couldn't harm it, so there was no need to rush. The yellow light in the sky gradually faded, the rain stopped, and the yellow sand no longer flew. At this moment, Lin Moya suddenly received a message. Leader monster, Tree of Death. Realm, God King 8th rank. Restriction, the attacker's realm must not exceed the Tree of Death by 2 ranks. If it exceeds, no items will drop. If it exceeds by 1 rank, the drop rate is halved. The Tree of Death exists for 2 hours. The message appeared directly in his mind, and upon receiving it, Lin Moya was stunned. Previously, he thought the Yellow Desert was somewhat similar to the dungeons in his small world. Now, receiving this reminder, it was exactly like the dungeons in his small world. Damn, what the hell is going on with my small world? Lin Moya's mind was in turmoil. He suddenly realized that his small world of birth was vastly different from the great world. His small world seemed to be full of secrets, huge secrets. Suddenly, a sense of danger arose in his heart, and he saw a black shadow coming towards him. A vine crossed tens of thousands of meters, whipping down on him. he immediately exerted force under his feet, moving hundreds of meters to the side. The vine struck the yellow sand ground, creating a huge crack hundreds of meters deep. The sand in the crack looked like it had been struck by lightning, turning black. Immediately, another vine whipped over, and Lin Moya dodged again. He didn't want to be hit. It wouldn't kill him, but it would definitely be unpleasant. The tree of death frantically swung its vines, attacking Lin Moya from all angles and in all ways. Lin Moya was very agile, constantly dodging. His previous thoughts were interrupted by the tree of death's attacks, and now he focused his attention on the tree of death. The tree of death absorbed the power of the earth, rain, and lightning. The earth law gave it strong defense, the lightning law gave it attack power. The water law gave it strong recovery ability, and as a plant-type monster, it has strong vitality. Moreover, as a leader monster, its vitality is even stronger. Lin Moya thought for a while and knew that even if he raised his power to the God King 9th rank, it would be difficult to kill the Tree of Death. The Tree of Death was originally a leader monster, not meant to be killed by one person, but by a group. To kill the Tree of Death, the Stone Demons would also need hundreds of God King 7th ranks and dozens of God King 8th ranks to work together and spend a lot of effort to kill it. Lin Moya extinguished the idea of personally taking action, as it was unrealistic. Without external supplements, even with the dual source spells, his soul power would be exhausted quickly and wouldn't last long enough to kill the Tree of Death. If he didn't use the source spells, the remaining methods were very limited. First, the undead army was not reliable. Although the Skeleton King had the combat power of the God King 8th rank, there was only one. If there were 10 or 8, it might be possible to try, but there was only one, so Lin Moya gave up. The Death Knight army and the Bone Dragon army were also not feasible, as their combat power was too low. They could fight ordinary God King 8th rank monsters, but not leader level ones. The Tree of Death was so large that it wasn't afraid of being surrounded. Finally, the Skeleton God generals, with only God King 4th rank combat power, couldn't even keep up with the Tree of Death's recovery speed with a scraping tactic. He couldn't do it, and the undead army couldn't do it. So, the only options left were the Elemental Lich and Corpse Explosion. Lin Moya had 2 pieces of God King 9th rank Stone Demon flesh and more than a dozen pieces of God King 8th rank Stone Demon flesh, but he wasn't sure if they could kill the Tree of Death. After all, it was a leader-level monster, a plant type, with the water law, and its vitality was incredibly strong. Moreover, the God King 9th rank flesh was still useful, so it was better not to use it if possible. As for the Void Wolf flesh, it was a God Sovereign level material, a trump card for saving his life, and Lin Moya wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Moya had an idea. The beautiful Starlight Lich appeared, transforming into a beautiful star river above the Tree of Death. The beautiful star river emitted a hazy light, enveloping the Tree of Death. The Tree of Death's attacks suddenly became chaotic. Originally, it was chasing Lin Moya, but now it was attacking other places. As a leader-level monster, its vitality even surpassed the God King 9th rank, and its attacks were close to the God King 9th rank. But it was still a God King 8th rank existence and was affected by the illusion. The Starlight Lich created an illusion, disrupting its attacks. Then, flames flickered beside Lin Moya, and the Flame Lich leaped out. Another star river of blazing flames appeared in the sky, pouring down, enveloping the Tree of Death in intense flames. Chapter 1335. Chapter 1335, 1335. Chapter 1335, The Difficult-to-Kill Leader Monster. The Tree of Death went berserk in the flames, with countless vines flailing wildly. The scorching flames burned the vines and ignited the branches, consuming the massive vines one by one. The flames grew increasingly intense. The Fire Lich, at the 9th rank of the God King, summoned the projection of the Law Star River, wielding nearly perfect fire laws to devour the life of the Tree of Death. The Tree of Death went mad, its vines thrashing more violently. In this map-wide attack, the Fire Lich inevitably also suffered attacks. However, the Fire Lich was composed of elements and had no real physical body. Ordinary physical attacks could not harm it, only laws could. It hid within the projection of the Law Star River, greatly weakening the Tree of Death's attacks, and did not suffer much damage. Originally, it would not have been so smooth, but the illusion created by the Starlight Lich blinded the Tree of Death's perception, preventing it from fully attacking the Fire Lich, thus tilting the entire battle in Lin Moya's favor. Although it seemed like they had the upper hand, Lin Moya did not let his guard down. If leader-level monsters were so easy to deal with, they wouldn't be called leader monsters. After a dozen minutes, the vines were mostly burned, and the yellow sandy ground was covered with a layer of black ash. This was the ash left after the Tree of Death's vines were burned. The flames had already spread to the main trunk of the Tree of Death, beginning to burn it. It seemed that the Tree of Death had no more resistance, and victory was in sight. The 1,000-meter trunk, which still looked lush, would take a while to burn completely. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the yellow sandy ground rolled like ocean waves. Sand dunes rose from the ground, then exploded, and countless roots emerged from the ground. The roots were thicker than the vines, exuding astonishing vitality. Given the size of the Tree of Death, its root system must be extremely developed. At this moment, the roots emerged from the ground, appearing before Lin Moya's eyes. Lin Moya's pupils contracted, and his gaze became serious. Along with the roots, large amounts of clear water also emerged. The clear water carried rich water laws, like fountains, spraying out from the ground. In almost an instant, nearly 100 fountains appeared on the yellow sandy ground. The clear water from the fountains fell on the branches, temporarily halting the fire. The water laws irrigated the Tree of Death, surging with intense vitality. The burned vines quickly regenerated, growing back one by one at a rapid pace. In just 2 minutes, the previously burned vines had fully regenerated. Even the charred parts of the trunk were restored to their original state. The water continued to gush out, seemingly turning the area into an oasis. Lin Moya focused his gaze and sensed the nearly endless water laws beneath the ground. There's an underground river. Lin Moya realized the answer. He understood that there was an underground river, providing an endless supply of water. Moreover, this water was imbued with laws, making it immune to the flames. Now, even if the fire lich used all its power, it would be difficult to burn the tree of death to death. Leader monsters were indeed not easy to deal with, completely different from ordinary monsters. Lin Moya thought back to his previous dungeon runs, where it was often the same. Leader monsters were like the bosses in dungeons, naturally not easy to kill. The regenerated tree of death resumed its attack, with the newly grown vines covered in a layer of water. The fire lich's damage to it was greatly reduced. As the vines lashed out, crackling sounds were heard, as if lightning was flowing through them. The vines were so dense that they constantly struck the projection of the elemental lich's Lost Star River. The Lost Star River shook continuously under the barrage. Lin Moya instructed the fire lich to retract the Lost Star River, reducing the chances of being attacked, and temporarily did not need it to attack. For now, the fire lich's attacks were ineffective, as the damage it caused could not keep up with the Tree of Death's recovery speed. Lin Moya pondered a solution. It's just not easy to kill, but it doesn't mean it can't be killed. The stone demons relied on numbers to push through. With 100 or so God King 8th ranks, a strong attack could still push through. If there aren't that many God King 8th ranks, would 3 God King 9th ranks be enough? 3 God King 9th ranks, plus a dozen God King 8th rank stone demons, should be enough. 1 God King 9th rank would have the drop rate. Adding more would still have the drop rate, so it wouldn't affect much. Is this considered a loophole? Originally, he wanted to solve the leader monster with minimal cost, but now it seemed impossible. Fortunately, due to the illusion's influence, the leader monster had little resistance. As long as he could deal with it within the remaining time, he could get the key. Lin Moya stopped thinking and took out a piece of flesh from a God King 9th rank stone demon. The undying flame burned fiercely, and numerous stones appeared out of thin air, the flesh reborn, and the soul reconstituted. After a dozen seconds, a God King 9th rank stone demon appeared beside Lin Moya. Immediately, Lin Moya took out all the flesh from the God King 8th rank stone demons. The undying flame exploded, turning all the God King 8th rank stone demons into resurrected beings. A total of 18 God King 8th rank stone demons and 1 God King 9th rank stone demon. Next, the skeleton throne appeared, and the God King 8th rank skeleton king rose from the throne. The skeleton king, towering 10,000 meters high, was even taller than the Tree of Death. However, in terms of combat power, it was indeed inferior to the Tree of Death. Lin Moya took a deep breath. Let's begin. His aura surged, once again activating the original spell. A faint light flickered on his body, and with the gathering power spell, his strength rapidly increased, reaching the peak of the God King 9th rank in an instant. A throbbing pain came from his soul, warning Lin Moya that his soul could collapse at any moment. Then the faint light changed, and the strong soldier spell was activated again. Soul power was rapidly consumed, but it brought immense strength. Including the Fire Lich, there were a total of 19 God King 8th ranks and 3 God King 9th ranks. Lin Moya did not believe they couldn't kill the Tree of Death. Charge! At his command, all the stone demons curled up into balls, turning into stone spheres and rolling towards the Tree of Death. They rolled with great momentum, breaking vine after vine. The Tree of Death's vines were too dense, leaving little room as they lashed out wildly. At this moment, the Skeleton King swung its bone sword, casting the spell, Godslaying. The sword light exploded among the numerous vines, cutting them off and creating a path for the stone demons. Lin Moya transformed into light, charging forward at the fastest speed. He surpassed the stone demons, entering the path cut by the Skeleton King first. Inside the path, there were still many vines. Lin Moya also swung his sword, casting the spell, Godslaying, the same spell as the Skeleton King, but with greater power. He was at the peak of the God King 9th rank, so it was normal for his power to be greater. Many vines were severed, and although the Tree of Death was trapped in an illusion, it sensed the attack. In the next moment, more vines lashed out. Lin Moya swung his bone sword, cutting off all the attacking vines. The Skeleton King also arrived at this moment, its bone sword even larger, sweeping across and cutting off a large number of vines. The Skeleton King's attack attracted the Tree of Death's attention, and the Tree of Death instinctively focused its attacks on the Skeleton King, clearing the way for Lin Moya and the Stone Demons. Lin Moya expanded his law domain, enveloping the Tree of Death's trunk with a massive law domain. A strange star rose behind him, and in an instant, the undying law transformed into the power of death. Chapter 1336. Chapter 1336, 1336. Chapter 1336, if you can't hit it, use area attacks. The undying law surged like waves in thick fog, layer upon layer, enveloping the Tree of Death. The Tree of Death was wrapped in a layer of water, which contained water laws, greatly reducing the damage from the Fire Lich. At this moment, the undying law collided with the water laws, quickly dissolving them, turning the water into ordinary clear water. Without the water laws, it was difficult to resist the Fire Lich's attacks. The Fire Lich seized the opportunity, and large amounts of white mist rapidly rose as the water evaporated, making a sizzling sound. The flames once again enveloped the Tree of Death. The Tree of Death instinctively sensed the danger approaching and became even more frenzied. Vines lashed out, and roots trembled violently. Yellow sand flew in the air, and vines emerged from the sand, lashing at the Skeleton King from tens of thousands of meters away. In fact, the Tree of Death, being in an illusion, could not lock onto the Skeleton King. It could only roughly determine a direction. The Skeleton King, with its massive body over 10,000 meters tall, could not dodge all the vines. The Skeleton King wielded its bone sword, cutting off many vines. Suddenly, the ground collapsed, and countless roots emerged from the ground, entangling the Skeleton King tightly. The roots pulled with great force, dragging the Skeleton King underground. The Skeleton King lost its balance and fell with a crash. At this moment, countless vines lashed at the Skeleton King, breaking its bones and scattering them. White light spread over the Skeleton King's body as the Legion commanders quickly healed it. The ground roared, and the yellow sandy ground within 100,000 meters suddenly collapsed simultaneously, causing the Legion commanders to lose their balance. Countless roots emerged from the ground within the 100,000 meters. The extensive root system of the Tree of Death was astonishing. The healing was interrupted, and under the dense vine attacks, the Skeleton King was torn apart and collapsed in less than half a second. The power of the illusion is weakening. Lin Moya's heart tightened as he sensed the information transmitted back by the Starlight Lich. Although the Tree of Death was only at the 8th rank of the God King, as a leader monster, the power required to cast an illusion on it far exceeded that for other 8th rank God Kings. It was even more difficult than dealing with a 9th rank God King. After maintaining the illusion for over 10 minutes, the power of the Starlight Lich's illusion began to weaken gradually. This allowed the Tree of Death to roughly sense the presence of the Skeleton King and launch a strong attack. The destruction of the Skeleton King did not surprise Lin Moyo. Its large size was both an advantage and a disadvantage. At this moment, Lin Moyo and the Stone Demons had already reached the base of the Tree of Death, and the Skeleton King's mission was complete. The Stone Demons quickly transformed into their normal shapes. They spread their bodies and swung their massive fists at the Tree of Death. The stones emitted a hazy light, and the fists carried earth and stone laws, striking like hammer blows. The Stone Demons' attacks were simple and unadorned, with no fancy techniques, just solid blows. They had no special abilities, only a few spells to enhance their defense. Their attack power was not strong, making them weak among those of the same rank. However, their endurance was astonishing, allowing them to attack continuously. Given enough time, the total damage they caused would not be small. The fists rained down like a storm, creating holes in the sturdy tree bark. The bark exploded, revealing the tree flesh inside. The Stone Demons did not stop, their attacks becoming more fierce, smashing the tree flesh into pieces. Lin Moya's bone sword also did not stop, slicing large pieces of bark into fragments. His power was extremely strong, reaching the limit of the 9th rank of the God King. The damage he caused alone was comparable to that of all the Stone Demons combined. The water laws on the surface of the Tree of Death had been corroded by the Undying Law, and the water was evaporated by the Fire Lich, allowing the flames to once again envelop the Tree of Death. The Tree of Death sensed the threat to its life, and the entire trunk began to shake violently. Numerous leaves fell from the tree, each over a meter in diameter, extremely large. The leaves danced in the air and then exploded with a roar. As the leaves exploded, thunder roared, and countless electric snakes flew out, forming a dense electric net that enveloped Lin Moyo and all the Stone Demons. The Fire Lich and the Starlight Lich were also affected by the electric net, and the projected Lostar River trembled as if it would collapse at any moment. The electric snakes struck the Stone Demons, tearing their skin and flesh. The Stone Demons were paralyzed and unable to attack. Lin Moyo was not affected by abnormal states, and although the lightning laws and the electric snakes could harm him, it was still within his tolerance. The undead in the spell star shared his damage, and the Legion commanders continuously healed the undead. Another area attack. If you can't hit it, use area attacks. As expected of a leader monster, it's really smart. The Tree of Death, affected by the illusion, could not lock onto specific targets. Even though the illusion had weakened, Lin Moyo and the Stone Demons were too small, like birds on a tree to the Tree of Death. Therefore, area attacks became the best choice, covering all directions so no one could escape. The Stone Demons were paralyzed, unable to move, and were attacked by the electric snakes. The electric snakes seemed to have eyes, focusing on the attacked Stone Demons and intensifying their attacks. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed, knowing it was because there were too few Stone Demons. If there were over 100 8th rank God King Stone Demons, they wouldn't fear such area attacks. The electric snake attacks, like his spells, had a characteristic: the more targets they attacked, the weaker the power. With enough Stone Demons, the damage could be distributed. But now, with less than 20 Stone Demons, they were at a disadvantage. With a determined heart, Lin Moyo commanded, self-destruct. The command was given, and a loud explosion followed. A Stone Demon self-destruct, and the massive force swept out. The Stone Demon was close to the Tree of Death, so most of the self-destruct force was borne by the Tree of Death. Immediately, the other Stone Demons also self-destruct. Explosions continued, breaking many branches and roots. Huge holes were blasted in the tree trunk. The bark had already been destroyed by the fists, and now even the tree flesh inside was blasted into terrifying gaps. In the midst of the self-destruction, Lin Moya saw a touch of green, followed by a strange aura. This aura contained powerful life laws. Life laws. Lin Moya was very sensitive to life laws and immediately sensed them. At the center of the tree trunk was a green tree core, containing life laws. No wonder its vitality is so strong, it has hidden life laws. Destroying the tree core will severely damage the Tree of Death. Lin Moya raised his bone sword and slashed at the tree core. Spell, God Slaying. The sword light exploded on the tree core, creating dense cracks. The most troublesome part was not the god-slaying strike itself but the death power within the undying law. The death power penetrated the tree core, corroding the life laws inside. The tree core was attacked, and the tree of death shook violently. Numerous vines lashed out, and Lin Moya turned and swung his sword, creating a sword curtain that cut off all the vines. The fire lich then flew in, diving into the tree core. In an instant, flames soared, engulfing the entire tree of death. Chapter 1337. Chapter 1337, 1337. Chapter 1337, Reviewing the Battle, Estimating Combat Power. The Tree of Death let out a hoarse and unpleasant scream. From the start of the battle until now, this was the first time Lin Moyo had heard the Tree of Death scream. He knew that this time, it was truly hurt at its core. Whether it was the vines, the bark, or the roots, they were all just superficial wounds to the gigantic Tree of Death. Only the tree core was its true weak point. Even if all the vines were burned and cut off, it wouldn't be as effective as stabbing the tree core with a sword. However, the tree core was usually hidden inside the tree, protected by thick bark and tree flesh, making it very difficult to damage. It was only during the continuous self-destruction of the stone demons that the tree core was exposed. The fire lich drilled into the tree core and started a fire. The projection of the Lost Star River in the sky poured flames into the tree core as well. The entire Tree of Death instantly turned into a tree of flames, with firelight shooting up tens of thousands of meters into the sky, continuously burning. Subsequently, the flames began to spread from the tree trunk to every branch, every leaf, every vine, and all the roots. Lin Moyo could feel the aura of the Tree of Death weakening rapidly. However, it was still making its final resistance. He could see a large amount of life-filled clear water being absorbed by the Tree of Death, also entering the tree core, attempting to extinguish the flames. Lin Moyo chuckled. "Let me send you off on your final journey." He raised his bone sword and charged into the hollow of the tree trunk. He drilled through the tree trunk like a drill, from the bottom to the top of the Tree of Death, tearing the entire tree core to pieces. The Tree of Death let out a mournful cry, its branches drooping powerlessly, the flying vines all falling silent, and the roots ceasing to move. Its vitality dissipated, and it met its death. Seconds later, the massive body of the Tree of Death turned to ash. 2 items fell from it. Lin Moyo picked them up. One was a key to the deeper regions. Soul power flowed out, activating the key. The key disappeared, and Lin Moyo felt a subtle aura on his body, indicating that he now had the qualification to enter the deeper regions. The other item was a yellowish-brown tree branch. The branch was about the thickness of a thumb and about 30 centimeters long, containing strong earth laws. Using detection techniques, as expected, yielded no results. The yellow sand desert was formed due to chaotic rules, and items from chaotic rules generally did not yield results from detection techniques. Lin Moyo pondered for a few seconds and put it away. He originally wanted to use it to summon the elemental lich, as he observed that the branch was of high quality. But after thinking it over, he decided not to. Since it was dropped by a leader monster, it might be useful later. Just like the crystal cores dropped by previous monsters, which were useless in the outer regions but necessary for summoning leader monsters in the middle regions. So, the material dropped by the leader monster might be useful in the deeper regions. After the leader monster died, the sky returned to normal, the fireball once again became the ruler, and the earth was covered by yellow sand again. All traces of the previous battle were erased, as if nothing had happened. Lin Moya stood in the yellow sand, not heading towards the deeper regions yet. Purple light flickered on his body, and his soul had just recovered from collapse. During the battle, he had raised his realm to the 9th rank of the God King, putting immense pressure on his soul. If not for the high quality of his soul, it would have collapsed on the spot. After the leader monster died, Lin Moya retracted his original spell, and his soul finally couldn't hold on and collapsed. Under the talent, his soul recovered, and he also gained a strong soul power. This was the soul power absorbed from the leader monster by the original spell. At this moment, the talent giant tree and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal were frantically refining and purifying this soul power, which would soon be sent to Lin Moya's soul. Lin Moya closed his eyes and pondered, reflecting on the battle process. Without a doubt, the Tree of Death was the strongest enemy he had encountered, giving him the illusion of fighting a boss in a dungeon. Lin Moya reviewed the battle process, checking for any mistakes and considering if there were simpler ways to deal with similar enemies in the future. He still had a mortal enemy, no, more than one. The starry sky giant tree and the Zerg were both his great enemies. Lin Moya believed that sooner or later, they would meet. Using the Tree of Death as a reference, he might be able to analyze the weaknesses of the starry sky giant tree. I was too conservative before, losing my original intention. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. I didn't do well in these 2 points. If I had used all my strength from the beginning, including the stone demons, myself, the skeleton king, and the lich, I might have caught the Tree of Death off guard, giving it no chance to respond. If I had known from the beginning that the Tree of Death's weakness was the tree core, I could have attacked the weak point directly. My combat methods are not perfect, and my knowledge is not comprehensive. I need to review the information and improve my knowledge base when I return. At the same time, I lack high-end combat power. Without the stone demons this time, it would have been difficult to deal with the Tree of Death. But how can I improve my high-end combat power? Fusion spells, maybe I can start from this aspect. I also need to collect some high-level starry sky giant beasts or alien flesh for future use. After reviewing the battle process, Lin Moyo also evaluated his combat power. Ordinary 9th rank God King monsters were not difficult for him to deal with. Whether it was himself or the elemental lich, they could easily handle them. Especially with the cooperation of the Starlight Lich and the Fire Lich, they could kill almost any 9th rank God King of any race. But if he encountered a leader monster in the deeper regions, it would be beyond his reach. Even the Tree of Death was so difficult to deal with, the leader monsters in the deeper regions would definitely be at the 9th rank of the God King, with real combat power close to a minor God Sovereign. Plus, with the vitality of a leader monster, it would be difficult to deal with even with all his means, unless he used his life-saving trump cards. However, to penetrate the deeper regions and enter the deepest part of the Yellow Sand Desert, he must defeat the leader monsters inside. No wonder only minor God Sovereigns have a chance to enter the deepest part. And even one minor God Sovereign might not be enough. Back then, Su Qingyang might have teamed up with several minor God Sovereigns to achieve it. But he couldn't bring out the news, leading to others' misjudgment, not knowing the specific situation inside. With my current strength, there is still a gap. It seems I need to improve my strength further. Lin Moya thought that if he could advance to the 9th rank of the True God, he might be able to deal with the leader monsters in the deeper regions alone. As he was thinking, pure and vast soul power poured in. His soul felt a burst of warmth, like entering a hot spring, and began to grow rapidly. His aura quickly strengthened, and his realm took another step forward. The soul power given by the leader monster was abundant, and after Lin Moya absorbed it, he was not far from the 9th rank of the True God. According to the calculation of soul power, I only need to kill 5 or 600 8th rank God King Earth Giants to advance to the 9th rank of the True God. But this way, my control over the laws might be insufficient. There's no other way, I'll make up for it later. After resting for half an hour, Lin Moya held his bone sword and walked towards the Earth Giants. Chapter 1338. Chapter 1338, 1338. Chapter 1338, When did the stone demons become smart? On the road to the deeper regions, there were many Earth Giants, enough for Lin Moya to kill until he reached the 9th rank of the True God realm. He and the Skeleton King cooperated seamlessly, not even needing the Elemental Lich to take action, as they slaughtered one Earth Giant after another. One crystal core after another fell into his hands, and Lin Moya collected them all. With previous experiences in mind, he knew that collecting crystal cores would never be a mistake, especially when the rules of the deeper regions were unknown. 3 days later, a touch of green appeared before Lin Moya's eyes, and water elements, wrapped in laws, rushed towards him. Lin Moya sat down by the edge of the oasis, drinking a gulp of clear water, feeling a cool sensation spread throughout his body. Even though he was not afraid of the heat, it didn't mean he liked such high temperatures. Sitting by the oasis, he looked at the junction of the two regions ahead. Here, he could clearly feel the aura from the deeper regions. Lin Moya didn't pay attention to it for the time being and decided to rest when needed. While resting, he felt the power of the 9th rank of the True God realm, mastering it and fully integrating it into himself and his soul. In these 3 days, he had almost continuously killed a total of 600 Earth Giants, obtaining 600 crystal cores and pushing his realm to the 9th rank of the True God realm. After reaching the 9th rank of the True God realm, his law mastery reached 26%. If he could further increase his law mastery to 30%, he could smoothly step into the God King realm. With the quality of his soul, stepping into the God King realm would be a smooth journey without any difficulty. The only problem now was the law mastery. If he continued to push his soul to improve, he could forcibly increase his law mastery and indeed advance to the God King realm. However, this would result in an unstable foundation, which might not be noticeable in the short term but would be problematic in the long run. Lin Moya was well aware of this and wanted to make every step solid. Therefore, after reaching the 9th rank of the True God realm, he stopped hunting any more Earth Giants. Advancing from the 9th rank of the True God realm to the God King realm required a vast amount of soul power. He decided to save this soul power for himself. Upon entering the deeper regions, he might face continuous battles, not only against monsters and demons but also against leader monsters. He didn't want to suddenly advance to the God King realm in the middle of a fight, which would be troublesome. After resting for a while, Lin Moya turned his head to look at a nearby pile of stones. The pile of stones, as large as a small mountain, was engraved with strange runes. This was the exit of the Yellow Sand Desert, and passing through this pile of stones would allow one to leave the desert. Every oasis had such a pile of stones, which Lin Moya had seen before. However, this pile of stones seemed somewhat different. Lin Moya did not approach it but instead took a few steps back. He summoned a skeleton god warrior and had it approach the pile of stones. Just as the skeleton god warrior was 10 meters away from the pile of stones, it suddenly disappeared. Lin Moya maintained a connection with the skeleton god warrior and activated undead vision at the moment it disappeared. In the undead vision, Lin Moya saw a large area of soul fire. Each soul fire was extremely vigorous and powerful. Immediately, overwhelming attacks fell, and the skeleton god warrior collapsed on the spot. But in the next second, the undying undead activated, and the skeleton god warrior was revived instantly. This revival clearly caught the opponent off guard, and they didn't react in time. In that moment of surprise, Lin Moya saw the opponent's appearance. In the gray and white world, sand flew in the air, and a sandstorm was raging. In the sandstorm, numerous stone demons, with a majestic aura and blood-red eyes, stared at him. In the next second, attacks rained down again, and the skeleton god warrior was killed once more. This time, Lin Moya didn't let it revive but instead had it return to the spell star. He already understood what was happening. He got up and left without hesitation, turning into a beam of light and disappearing into the vast desert. After Lin Moya left, dozens of black figures appeared at the junction of the middle and deeper regions. Numerous 9th-rank God King stone demons appeared, scanning the oasis with their eyes. Discovering that Lin Moya had already left, they silently returned to the deeper regions. Lin Moya stopped only after moving 1,000,000 kilometers away from the oasis. It seems they already know about the base being wiped out and have prepared a trap for me. As soon as I enter the deeper regions, I will be besieged. If I choose to retreat and leave, I will be teleported into the trap they set up near the pile of stones. They've thought it through quite well. It seems the stone demons aren't as dumb as I thought. Lin Moya muttered to himself with a hint of sarcasm. Looking at the fireball above his head, he knew that the deeper regions were under the radiation of the 8th and 9th fireballs. Although there were only 2 regions, their area was larger than both the middle and outer regions combined. He had just entered the 8th region from the 6th region. However, the 6th region was not only connected to the 8th region but also had a connection point with the 9th region. The deeper regions were so vast that he could choose to enter from the 9th region. This way, the traps set by the stone demons would naturally be ineffective. Normally, this would be the case. Given the intelligence of the stone demons, being able to set up the previous trap was already commendable. Lin Moya set his sights on the direction of the 9th fireball and was about to move forward when he suddenly stopped. No, I'm thinking too conventionally. The stone demons may not be smart, but not all of them are dumb. It's possible that there are some smart ones among them. Moreover, there might be other demons inside, possibly intelligent ones. If they could set up the previous trap, they could set up other traps and might guess that I would head towards the 9th region. Demons have many tricks. Even if I enter from the 9th region, they might still find and surround me. Even if they can't teleport me, they might teleport themselves over. And I'm not familiar with the deeper regions, not knowing what the situation inside is like. Lin Moya thought from the perspective of the enemy. If he were setting up the trap, he would have many ways to surround the opponent. Although he was confident in his strength, he didn't like being ambushed. Lin Moya immediately changed direction and headed towards the 7th region. Among the 3 regions in the middle layer, the 5th region was jointly controlled by the Sand Tribe and the Earth Monster Tribe. The 6th region was occupied by the Demon Tribe. The 7th region was occupied by various small tribes, each ruling independently, making it relatively more chaotic. However, Lin Moya didn't mind this. As long as they weren't hostile tribes and didn't provoke him, he wouldn't bother them. If they were hostile tribes, he would kill them. If anyone provoked him, he would also kill them. He planned to enter the 9th region through the edge of the 7th region. He didn't believe the stone demon's reach could extend that far. In the yellow sand, Lin Moya turned into a stream of light, moving quickly. The yellow sand desert was vast and full of restrictions, and Lin Moya's speed had reached its limit. Along the way, he encountered earth giants, but this time he didn't kill them, just passing by. By the time the earth giants fully awakened, Lin Moya was long gone, and they could only turn back into statues. 2 days later, Lin Moya saw an oasis again, which belonged to the 7th region. Chapter 1339. Chapter 1339, 1339. Chapter 1339, Strange Harmony. In the 7th region, there are 2 oases, each leading to different locations in the 9th region. Entering the 9th region from the oasis in front of Lin Moya would be relatively closer to the 8th region. Further away, there is another oasis that also leads to the 9th region. When Lin Moya saw the oasis, he slowed his steps and gradually stopped. He chose to enter the 9th region from here. His reasoning was that if there were indeed smart individuals among the stone demons, they would likely guess that he might enter the deeper regions from the farthest point. Therefore, he could do the opposite and enter from a closer point. This was just one reason. The second reason was that there were other people here. Not the Sand Tribe or the Earth Monsters, but people from various races, and in large numbers. Due to the lack of unified action plans, a unique situation had emerged here. People would occasionally retreat from the deeper regions to the oasis to rest. After resting, they would re-enter the deeper regions to hunt monsters, obtain materials from the monsters, and comprehend laws. This was relatively safe, and in case of danger, they could escape through the stone piles in the oasis. However, once they escaped, all keys would become invalid, and they would have to hunt leader monsters in the outer regions again to obtain new keys, which was a very troublesome process. These powerful individuals who had information about the deeper regions were all at the 9th rank of the God King realm. They often formed small teams, with few acting alone. Although they were from small tribes and scattered, if the demon tribe wanted to deal with them, they would unite. They knew very well that if they did not unite here, they would inevitably be killed or driven away by the demon tribe. Initially, the scattered individuals were indeed suppressed by the demon tribe due to their small numbers. However, as the number of scattered individuals increased, they gradually formed large teams, making even the demon tribe hesitant to act against them. After all, besides the demon tribe, there were also the Sand Tribe and the Earth Monsters. Thus, the Sand Tribe, Earth Monsters, demons, and scattered individuals formed a peculiar balance here. Lin Moya approached the oasis and gradually saw some figures. Activating undead vision, he saw clusters of vigorous soul fires from tens of thousands of kilometers away. At the edge of the oasis, there were many powerful individuals at the 9th rank of the God King realm. They seemed to be resting, meditating, or comprehending laws. Many were also conversing, and the atmosphere seemed good. At this moment, Lin Moya felt as if he were seeing the scene at the entrance of a dungeon in his small world. There were also many people, in groups of 3 or 5, either resting or calling out to form teams. However, the people here mostly did not belong to the same race. There were bull demons, golden eagles, black iron tribe members, and many other races gathered together, surprisingly without any conflicts. Lin Moya found it very strange. Some of these races were even natural enemies, yet they were surprisingly restrained and did not fight. This scene was almost impossible in the great world. Lin Moya's approach attracted a lot of attention. Among them, a golden eagle tribe member suddenly spread his golden wings and stood up abruptly. The golden eagle tribe and the human tribe were mortal enemies, the kind that would fight to the death upon meeting. He stared intently at Lin Moya, and Lin Moya stared back, neither giving way. Lin Moya did not make the first move because the situation here was peculiar, and it was not advisable to act rashly before understanding it. Moreover, killing a 9th-rank God King Golden Eagle tribe member was difficult in the Great World, but not in the Yellow Sand Desert. Here, speed was restricted, and the Golden Eagle tribe's greatest advantage could not be utilized. Thus, he was like a caged bird, and Lin Moya could crush him at any time if he wished. The Golden Eagle tribe member also did not make a move. Although there was deep hatred in his eyes, he restrained himself for some reason. Beside him, a bull demon tribe member whispered, "Restrain yourself, don't break the rules." Upon hearing this, the Golden Eagle tribe member gradually calmed down. He shifted his gaze away from Lin Moya, silently eating the food in his hand. Rules. These races are clearly enemies, yet they can restrain themselves because of rules. Who set these rules? Lin Moya observed the situation carefully. He could recognize many of the races present. Overall, he could distinguish some patterns. For example, the Golden Eagle tribe and the Bull Demon tribe did not have conflicts and would gather together. The Black Iron tribe and the Bull Demon tribe had conflicts, so they would stay close to their allied races while avoiding the Golden Eagle tribe, which was allied with the Bull Demon tribe. The Three Silver tribe, originally a combination of 3 races, was a group in itself. Some plant-based races would mix with other plant-based races. The phrase birds of a feather flock together was perfectly exemplified here. Lin Moya was very curious about the rules that allowed so many races to coexist peacefully. Many people looked at Lin Moya with curiosity. Seeing that he was only at the 9th rank of the true god realm, they were not surprised. They all thought that Lin Moya must have used some special means to hide his true realm. To reach this place, one had to be at least at the 8th rank of the God King realm, most likely the 9th rank. However, Lin Moya's presence still sparked some discussions. It's been many years since we've seen a human tribe member. Yeah, didn't the human tribe give up on this place? The human tribe has the Sea of Laws, why would they care about this place? But why is there a human tribe member here now? Did the Sea of Laws disappear? With the current strength of the human tribe, that's unlikely. Unless another monster like Xiao Zhantian appeared among other races. There were various discussions, but Lin Moya ignored them and went straight to the edge of the oasis. He drank some water and then carefully observed the surroundings. His gaze fell on a stone pile not far away, but he did not see anything unusual about it. There was no teleportation array or trap in front of the stone pile. It made sense. No matter how powerful the demon tribe was, they couldn't set up traps here. Imagine, the dozens of 9th-rank God King powerhouses here would not agree to it. At this moment, a faint fragrance wafted over, and a pleasant voice reached his ears. "Hello." The voice was soft and sweet, and just by hearing it, one could tell it was a lovely girl. Turning his head, he saw a beautiful butterfly tribe girl. Lin Moya smiled kindly. "Hello." The butterfly tribe girl was very beautiful. In fact, it was rare to find an unattractive butterfly tribe member. Their beauty perfectly matched the human tribe's aesthetic, making them very pleasing to the eye. After days of seeing yellow sand and various monsters, it was refreshing to see a beautiful girl, and Lin Moya appreciated the sight. The butterfly tribe and the human tribe had a good relationship and were allies. Lin Moya did not expect to encounter a butterfly tribe member here. The butterfly tribe mainly cultivated the Starlight Law, with few practicing other laws. However, besides the strong Starlight Law, Lin Moya also sensed the Earth Law from this butterfly tribe girl. He understood that she had cultivated 2 laws. The Starlight Law was stronger, while the Earth Law was relatively weaker. The butterfly tribe girl said to Lin Moya, "My name is Dai Xinger. Our team is over there. The deeper regions are very dangerous. Would you like to join us?" Lin Moya looked in the direction she pointed and saw her teammates. He smiled. Chapter 1340. Chapter 1340, 1340. Chapter 1340, Lin Moya's fame is really big. Dai Xinger's team consisted of 4 people, all of whom were women. Among them, 2 had blue skin, blue eyes, and 4 legs that looked like water plants, extremely soft. These were obvious characteristics of the water god tribe. The 2 looked almost identical, even their auras were very similar. Through Dai Xinger's introduction, Lin Moya learned that the 2 were named Shui Luyu and Shui Lui, twin sisters. Shui Luyu was the elder sister, and Shui Lui was the younger sister. The water god tribe excelled in water laws, but these 2 also emitted a faint earth law aura. Like Dai Xinger, they cultivated 2 types of laws. The other person had a light yellow body, not the yellow of soil and stone, but like a piece of yellow jade, with a bit of a crystalline feel. The Earth Law aura on her was very clear, at the 9th rank of the God King realm, with the Earth Law nearly perfected, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Lin Moya judged that this person was the strongest in the team. However, he couldn't recognize this race at first glance. Through Dai Xinger's introduction, Lin Moya learned that this woman was named Xianyu, from the Xingyu tribe. Hearing the name Xingyu tribe, Lin Moya couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The Xingyu tribe was a very mysterious race, rarely seen in the Great World. Many cultivators might never see a Xingyu tribe member in their lifetime. He didn't expect to meet one here. Shui Luyu, Shui Lui, and Xianyu had no objections to Lin Moya's arrival. It was clear that the four had a good relationship, and they also knew about the friendly relationship between the butterfly tribe and the human tribe. Although their own tribes had no interaction with the human tribe, because of Dai Xing'er, they were polite to Lin Moyo. After Dai Xing'er's introduction, it was Lin Moya's turn. Lin Moya sat down openly. Human tribe, Lin Moyo. He didn't perform any specific etiquette, as customs varied among tribes, and human tribe etiquette might be considered an insult to some tribes. There were many people around, and Lin Moya didn't lower his voice. As soon as he said his name, the surroundings fell silent. Dai Xing'er's beautiful butterfly wings behind her trembled a few times, and she stared at him with starry eyes. "Are you Lin Moyo?" Lin Moya nodded somewhat strangely, wondering if there was something wrong with his name. Even if he was famous, it was only within the true god realm. In the eyes of most god king realm powerhouses, the true god realm was just a bunch of small fry, not worth mentioning. Dai Xing'er whispered, "Do you know that you are very famous?" Lin Moya looked around at the nearly 100-strong individuals casting strange glances at him and couldn't help but ask, "I'd like to hear more." Dai Xing'er said, "We have a member of the twin tribe here. You know the characteristics of the twin tribe, right? They are born twins, inseparable." Lin Moya nodded. He naturally knew about the twin tribe. The twin tribe was a very special race, born as twins. Each twin tribe member splits into two at birth, and both are the main body. The two main bodies can merge or separate. Not only their physical bodies but also their souls are like this. The two main bodies can communicate with each other regardless of distance or barriers because their souls were originally one, making it difficult to isolate them even with formations. Listening to Dai Xing'er's explanation, it seemed that the twin tribe member had brought news about him. Dai Xing'er continued, "In the Yellow Sand Desert, we are cut off from the outside world. Even the demon tribe's avatars cannot contact their main bodies. Only the twin tribe can bring in news from the outside. He often talks about things happening outside. You're now at the top of the demon tribe's kill list, even higher than some veteran god kings. The demon tribe has offered a high reward for your head, including a god sovereign realm treasure." Lin Moya was slightly surprised. The value of a god sovereign realm treasure was extremely high, and the demon tribe valued him that much. He half-jokingly said, "I didn't expect my life to be so valuable." He glanced around, meeting the eyes of many god kings. Some had normal expressions, while others had killing intent in their eyes. Like the previous Golden Eagle tribe member, some originally wanted to kill him, and now they wanted to even more. Dai Xing'er also noticed this and lowered her voice. "Don't worry, they won't dare to act here." Lin Moyo asked, "What are the rules here?" Dai Xing'er said, "This place is managed by Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva. He set the rules that no one is allowed to fight in the oasis, or they will be punished." Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva, a member of the Buddha tribe. Lin Moyo thought to himself. Bodhisattva was a title in the Buddha tribe, equivalent to a god king. The Buddha tribe divided their realms into arhats, bodhisattvas, and buddhas. Arhats were true gods, bodhisattvas were god kings, and buddhas were god sovereigns. Lin Moyo had even killed a Buddha before. Lin Moyo found it strange that the Buddha tribe would come here and set rules. He asked, "What is Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva's realm?" Dai Xing'er said, "Little Buddha, which is a small god sovereign realm, the strongest here. So we have to follow his rules." A small god sovereign was a special level between the 9th rank of the god king and the god sovereign realm. A small god sovereign had complete control over their laws, reaching 100%. They were just one step away from wrapping their soul in laws and entering the Law Star River. Once they completed this step, they would become a true god sovereign, able to travel the Law Star River and wield its power with infinite might. A small god sovereign couldn't wield the power of the Law Star River, but with 100% law control, they could easily defeat many 9th rank god kings. To defeat a small god sovereign, at least 10 9th rank god kings would need to join forces, and even then, they could only defeat, not kill. If a small god sovereign wanted to leave, god kings couldn't stop them. If they encountered a powerful small god sovereign, even a dozen 9th rank god kings wouldn't be enough. As for geniuses, who wasn't a genius at this level? Lin Moyo had some apprehension about the Buddha tribe. He didn't like them from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, he was just passing through and didn't want any interaction with the Buddha tribe or anyone here. Several pairs of eyes around him had already turned sharp, filled with killing intent. They seemed to be considering whether to take the risk of being punished to kill him and whether they could kill him quickly. Dai Xing'er was worried. "Lin Moyo, they want to kill you. Maybe you should leave now." Lin Moya smiled. "I have something to do and can't leave yet. I just arrived. Can you tell me about the deeper regions?" Dai Xing'er nodded and shared what she knew. What she said was common knowledge, not secret information. Lin Moya listened carefully and remembered everything. After Dai Xing'er finished, her beautiful eyes sparkled. "If you don't leave, stay with us. With us around, they won't dare to act rashly." Lin Moya shook his head. "No need. They can't kill me, but being targeted is troublesome." He stood up slowly and said softly, "I'll leave for now." Dai Xing'er wanted to stop him. The butterfly tribe and the human tribe had a good relationship, and she didn't want Lin Moya to be killed. Lin Moya spoke first. "Don't worry, Miss Xing'er." He stopped Dai Xing'er with his eyes and quickly walked away, leaving the oasis in an instant. Dai Xing'er instinctively wanted to follow, but Xian Yu held her back. Xian Yu shook her head, signaling her not to move. At this moment, several people stood up, looking in the direction Lin Moyo had left. 10 seconds later, 6 people left the oasis, chasing after Lin Moyo. Chapter 1341. Chapter 1341, 1341. Chapter 1341, Welcome to take your seat. Dai Xing'er spoke softly, with a hint of worry. "They've gone after him. Lin. Xianyu said in a low voice, I know the butterfly tribe and the human tribe have a good relationship, but you can't help with this matter today. With our strength, it's hard to save him. Moreover, he's already been targeted. The ones targeting him include the Golden Eagle tribe. You know, once the Golden Eagle tribe targets someone, there's no escape. Even if we can save him once, we can't save him a second time. Everyone knows how fast the Golden Eagle tribe is. Not just in the outside world, but even here, the Golden Eagle tribe still maintains this advantage. Once they target someone, there's basically no escape. Dai Xinger naturally understood this principle, but due to the relationship between the two tribes and her own personality, it was hard to avoid worrying. But she also knew that Xianyu was right. They could save him once or twice, but not 3 or 4 times. At this moment, Shui Luyu spoke, I don't think he'll be in trouble. Shui Luyi also spoke, he's very confident, and it's not an act. He's not afraid of those guys at all. Dai Xinger's eyes lit up, showing a hint of surprise, really? The two sisters nodded simultaneously and said in unison, really, he's indeed not afraid. Shui Luyu added, moreover, I feel that he doesn't even take those guys seriously. The water god tribe has a strong sensing ability through water as a medium. They can sense changes in the blood flow of the human body and feel the emotional changes of the other party. When Lin Moya spoke earlier, he was too calm, and the blood flow in his body was very steady. The feeling they got was that Lin Moya was telling the truth. Xianyu said, Xinger, don't worry. Since he said so, let's believe him. Dai Xinger nodded, feeling much better. Lin Moyo had left the oasis far behind, moving quickly, looking like he was fleeing. But strangely, he didn't hide his tracks or erase his traces. Instead, he was somewhat flamboyant. As he moved, he stirred up a gust of wind, causing sand lines to fly into the air. The 6 people behind him were following from a distance. They didn't need to get close as long as they followed the flying sand lines, they wouldn't lose him. Even without the sand lines, the 6 wouldn't lose track because one of them was from the wolf tribe. He had a human body and a wolf's head, with small, sharp eyes that were like knives, making it hard to look directly at him. His hands and feet had sharp claws, comparable to God King level treasures, capable of tearing through the enemy's defenses. The wolf tribe excels in attack but is relatively weak in defense. In addition, they have a special ability to leave a hunting mark on their target. The hunting mark is silent and undetectable by the target. Even if separated by millions of miles, the wolf tribe can track their prey through the hunting mark. Plus, with the fastest Golden Eagle tribe member, Lin Moyo had nowhere to escape. Among the 6, besides the Wolf tribe and Golden Eagle tribe members, there was also one from the Black Iron tribe. Additionally, there were members from the Silver Dog, Silver Snake, and Silver Heron tribes, forming the 3 Silver tribe. The Golden Eagle tribe member emitted a faint golden light, with sharp eyes that shone like 2 stars. In his eyes, Lin Moyo under the sand lines was clearly visible. The Golden Eagle tribe member was not in a hurry to catch up. He was not worried that Lin Moyo could escape but said softly, let's discuss how to divide the spoils. A Black Iron tribe member laughed, by the Black God, I didn't expect to meet Lin Moyo here. Unfortunately, the demon tribe only offered 1 treasure, which is hard to split. The wolf tribe member said, a god sovereign level treasure is worth 10 top tier god king level treasures. If anyone wants the god sovereign level treasure, they should offer other treasures in exchange. His suggestion was good and received approval from the others. After all, they didn't know what kind of treasure the demon tribe would offer, and it might not suit them. After some discussion, they all made a vow to the great world. With the constraint of the great world vow, their superficial cooperation improved slightly. Although they were chasing Lin Moya together, they were still wary of each other. Not being from the same tribe, no one trusted the other. Sometimes, even within the same tribe, trust was limited. After Lin Moyo had left the oasis over 1,000,000 kilometers behind, he was truly out of the no-fighting zone set by Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva. The Golden Eagle tribe member couldn't hold back, I'll go ahead and block him, you follow. Without waiting for a response, the Golden Eagle tribe member's wings flapped, turning into a golden light, shooting towards Lin Moyo. The Golden Eagle tribe member was very fast. If not for the restrictions of the Yellow Earth Desert, his speed would have exceeded 100,000 kilometers per second. He approached Lin Moyo at a speed of 10,000 kilometers per second, quickly catching up. Suddenly, he found Lin Moyo in the yellow sand, looking at him with a smile. It felt as if Lin Moyo was waiting for him. A strange feeling rose in his heart. He stopped in front of Lin Moyo, keeping a distance of 1,000 meters, which was like face to face for them. His eyes were cold, you're not running. Lin Moyo smiled slightly, why should I run? The Golden Eagle tribe member's sharp eyes stared at Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo's calm attitude made him feel strange. Lin Moyo was too calm, seemingly not afraid at all. Any 9th rank god king facing 6 strong opponents of the same level would be afraid. He suppressed his unease, you're very confident. Lin Moyo looked at him and the others rushing over, I'm curious, the demon tribe put me at the top of the kill list. Did they release more information about me? The Golden Eagle tribe member was stunned, not understanding Lin Moyo's words. Lin Moyo smiled slightly and continued, it seems not. Then let me ask you, why do you think the demon tribe offered a god sovereign level treasure for my bounty? If I remember correctly, the previous top of the kill list only had a bounty of 3 top tier god king level treasures. A god sovereign level treasure is worth 10 top tier god king level treasures. The same top of the kill list, the bounty difference is more than 3 times, there must be a reason. The Golden Eagle tribe member realized that he hadn't considered this. They didn't know Lin Moyo's specific strength or other information. The unease in his heart grew stronger. But the approaching companions gave him some comfort. Unless Lin Moya reached the small god sovereign level, he would surely die today. Even if he were a small god sovereign, he couldn't defeat them all, but he could escape. As long as he escaped back to the oasis, with little Ming Wang Bodhisattva there, he wouldn't fear Lin Moyo. At worst, he could leave the Yellow Earth Desert and the Vermilion Bird battlefield. The great world is vast, and they might never meet again. In that moment, the Golden Eagle tribe member thought a lot. Lin Moya's voice came again, "You are indeed smarter than the stone demons, but only a little. In our human tribe, there's a saying, men die for wealth, birds die for food. Welcome to Take Your Seat." Chapter 1342. Chapter 1342, 1342. Chapter 1342, Who is the hunter, and who is the prey? The Wolf tribe, Black Iron tribe, and Three Silver tribe finally arrived. They bypassed the position of the Golden Eagle tribe member and stood in different positions, forming a circle to surround Lin Moyo. None of the six made the first move, but they all acted as if they had Lin Moyo in the bag. The Wolf tribe member's eyes were filled with malice. "You said we would die for wealth, you overestimate yourself." Lin Moyo chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping around. "6 of you, that's manageable." At this moment, his aura began to surge wildly. From the true God realm, it skyrocketed, breaking through layers of restrictions, all the way to the peak of the 9th rank of the God King realm. No one was surprised by this. They had long anticipated that Lin Moyo was hiding his strength. To make it this far, he had to be at least at the 8th rank of the God King realm, and it was highly likely he was at the 9th rank. However, the unease in the Golden Eagle tribe member's heart grew stronger. The Wolf tribe member also raised his aura. He too possessed the strength of the 9th rank of the God King realm and was among the best of the 9th ranks, not much weaker than Lin Moyo. "You finally stopped hiding your realm. You humans love these meaningless tricks." The Black Iron Demon and the Three Silver tribe members also released their auras, and strong pressure shot straight into the sky, stirring up a storm of yellow sand. The Golden Eagle tribe member also released a strong pressure. 6 auras belonging to the 9th rank of the God King realm firmly suppressed Lin Moyo, but in the next second, the 6 of them suddenly changed their expressions. Lin Moyo's aura, after reaching the 9th rank of the God King realm, paused for 2 seconds and then suddenly surged again. In an instant, it broke through the limit of the 9th rank of the God King realm and entered a special level. Small God Sovereign. A swelling sensation came from his soul, a bit painful but bearable. After reaching the 9th rank of the true God realm, his soul's endurance further increased. Not only had his own strength grown stronger and his foundation become more solid, but the power of the undead had also increased. With the combination of the two, Lin Moya finally broke through the limit of the 9th rank of the God King realm, temporarily raising his strength to the level of a small God Sovereign. Previously, if he had raised his soul to the level of a small God Sovereign, his soul would have shattered in a few seconds, making it impossible to use in battle. But now, his soul could maintain the state of a small God Sovereign for a period of time, and if he could get supplements during this period, the duration could be further extended. The Golden Eagle tribe member finally understood the source of his unease. "You're not at the 9th rank of the God King realm, you're a small God Sovereign." He screamed, fear growing in his heart, and his first reaction was to flee. He wasn't the only one with this thought, the other 5 had it too. Now they no longer had the desire to kill Lin Moyo, they just wanted to leave. But Lin Moyo wouldn't give them the chance. With a point of his finger, a red light flashed. The 6 of them simultaneously felt a sharp pain in their heads, their souls attacked, and their movements paused. Fusion spell, time curse. Although Lin Moya's soul had been enhanced, his spells were still at the 9th rank of the True God realm and had not been upgraded. A 9th rank True God spell, combined with the 10x damage from Strong Soldier, could only cause them soul pain and delay them for half a second. Half a second was enough for Lin Moya to do many things. Undying flames appeared in the air, and the skeleton throne flew out from the flames, with the Skeleton King rising from the throne. Countless skeletons appeared densely, almost instantly surrounding the 6, trapping them. The skeletons posed no threat to them but could delay them, buying Lin Moya time. Lin Moya raised his bone sword. Spell, God Slaying. The sword light flashed, and the Golden Eagle tribe member screamed. At this moment, the Skeleton King had reached the 9th rank of the God King realm, and with the Strong Soldier enhancement, the damage was increased tenfold, almost surpassing the 9th rank of the God King realm. Even if it hadn't reached the level of a small God Sovereign, it was infinitely close. A single God-slaying strike, the Golden Eagle tribe member couldn't withstand it and was severely injured on the spot. Golden feathers were cut off, his expression wilted, and the golden light dimmed. He was horrified and was about to use all his feathers to perform the Golden Eagle tribe's life-saving technique to escape. But the scene before him suddenly changed, the yellow sand disappeared, and the starry sky descended. In an instant, the world changed, and he seemed to be in the starry sky of the great world. Illusion. He was horrified, wondering how he had fallen into an illusion and when it had appeared. In the starry sky, a giant comparable to a star appeared. The giant raised its palm, carrying an aura capable of destroying a star, and slapped down at him. The illusion was too real, and even though he knew it was an illusion, it was to no avail. Even a God King couldn't remain calm in such an illusion. The Golden Eagle tribe member screamed in terror, his feathers standing on end, and he turned into a bald eagle. He used a life-saving spell, and after his feathers exploded, he turned into golden light, fleeing into the depths of the starry sky. But the giant moved faster, its giant hand falling and slapping him back. The Golden Eagle tribe member's face was filled with despair, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. The giant spewed flames, engulfing him. The Golden Eagle tribe member was trapped in a sea of fire, screaming in agony. In the real world, the Golden Eagle tribe member's feathers exploded, displaying incredible speed. But due to the restrictions of the Yellow Earth Desert, his speed was abruptly halted by the desert's rules. It was as if he had hit an invisible wall and was bounced back. Then the Fire Lich summoned the projection of the Lost Star River, and endless flames poured onto him, engulfing him. The Golden Eagle tribe member died the fastest. He was first severely injured by the Skeleton King, then used a life-saving spell, leading to weakened strength. Otherwise, the Fire Lich alone wouldn't have been able to burn a strong opponent of the same level so easily. Lin Moya moved to the half-dead Golden Eagle tribe member and beheaded him with a single strike. The sharp bone sword, wrapped in the Undying Law, corroded the Golden Eagle tribe member's last law, severing his neck, and a bald head with a sharp beak flew into the sky. Bright red blood with a hint of golden light sprayed out, staining the yellow sand. A soul force was absorbed, partially converted into the power source for maintaining the original spell, and the rest was purified and refined by the Talent Giant Tree and the 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal. Lin Moya collected the Golden Eagle tribe member's body, gaining another 9th-rank God King material. He then looked at the remaining 5, who were also just materials in his eyes. The 5 were now trapped in their own illusions, unable to extricate themselves. The Starlight Lich's illusion could trap a 9th-rank God King. If it only trapped one, it could hold them for a long time. If there were too many, the duration of the illusion would correspondingly decrease. Now, trapping 5 at once, the illusion wouldn't last more than 5 minutes. 5 minutes was a long time for a 9th-rank God King, enough for Lin Moya to kill them many times over. With the Skeleton King and the Fire Lich, both possessing 9th-rank God King combat power, and Lin Moya himself at the level of a small God Sovereign, the 3 of them cooperated to slaughter the 5 trapped in the illusion. The oasis remained quiet, and the distant yellow sand world seemed like a different space from the oasis. Here, there was no fighting, like a pure land. The rules set by Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva with the power of a small God Sovereign were not to be violated by anyone present. At this moment, they were all discussing Lin Moya. No one thought Lin Moya could come back alive. With 6 9th-rank God Kings chasing him, a wolf tribe member marking him, and the Golden Eagle tribe having the speed advantage, Lin Moya was doomed. But most people didn't care about Lin Moya's life or death, it was just a topic of conversation. Chapter 1343. Chapter 1343, 1343. Chapter 1343, they definitely caught up, but were killed. Dai Xinger had originally been comforted and was not too worried, but listening to the discussions around her, her concern inevitably rose again. Lin, as her good sisters, Xianyu, Shueluyu, and Shueluyi began to comfort her again, but the effect was limited. In the great world, life and death are too common. Lin, it can only be said that the nature of the butterfly tribe is too kind, and no matter how strong they become, they cannot change their nature. In other words, the butterfly tribe is somewhat saintly. In the great world, a saintly personality is a flaw and can bring trouble. But the butterfly tribe has one advantage: their saintliness is only towards the human tribe. Once used as playthings and slaves, they were eventually saved by the human tribe and became allies. The butterfly tribe's saintliness is only directed towards the human tribe. Xinyu remained calm. Don't worry too much, he should have a way to escape. She had said this several times, but it had little effect. Dai Xinger's gaze lingered in the direction Lin Moyo had left, and suddenly her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She saw a figure appear at the edge of her vision, walking on the yellow sand, seemingly slow but actually fast. He's back. Xianyu was the first to notice Dai Xinger's change and followed her gaze to see Lin Moyo. Each race has its own characteristics, and it was easy to recognize the human tribe at a glance. The only human tribe member here was Lin Moyo. Seeing Lin Moyo, the worry in Dai Xinger's eyes quickly dissipated, and she smiled and nodded. He's really fine. Xianyu's expression changed slightly. He's fine, but the ones who chased him didn't come back. Lin Moyo returned safely, but those who chased him did not. The result was self-evident. Shui Luyu and Shui Luyi spoke in unison. It seems his strength is very strong. Xianyu whispered, to be at the top of the demon tribe's kill list, he is indeed extraordinary. Lin Moyo quickly approached, and many people saw him. They showed expressions of shock, and some had strange looks, murmuring, he actually came back. Did those guys not catch up to him? Some smart people showed vigilance in their eyes. They definitely caught up. With the wolf tribe's mark, how could they not catch up? He came back, but those guys didn't. Did he kill them all? The Golden Eagle tribe, the wolf tribe, the Three Silver tribe, none of them are easy to deal with. I smell blood. There's the blood of the Golden Eagle tribe and the wolf tribe. Everyone present realized what had happened. Although it was hard to believe, they had to accept it. The ones who chased Lin Moyo were all dead, killed by him. For someone who could kill strong opponents of the same level, no matter who it was, they had to be cautious. Dai Xinger originally wanted to go over, but Xianyu stopped her again, signaling that she didn't need to, because Lin Moyo had already changed direction, not heading towards the oasis. After approaching the oasis, Lin Moyo suddenly changed direction and headed towards the deeper regions. He returned to the oasis only to enter the 9th region, not to rest. Killing a few 9th-rank God Kings was just a trivial matter. From a distance, he smiled slightly at Dai Xinger and then headed towards the 9th region. In the sky, 9 giant fireballs had been burning for countless years and were numbered one by one. Among them, the 8th and 9th fireballs were side by side, jointly radiating the deeper regions. From his previous encounters, Lin Moyo could guess that the area radiated by the 8th fireball was likely controlled by the demon tribe. The 9th region, on the other hand, was an area where different races and scattered individuals operated, managed and unified by Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva was a small Buddha, a small god sovereign in the great world. With him overseeing, the demon tribe did not dare to go too far. As for the Sand Tribe and Earth monsters, Lin Moyo had not yet encountered them. He thought that these two tribes likely also had a place in the deeper regions. The combined strength of the two tribes would not be weak, and they might also have a small god sovereign overseeing them. By this calculation, the demon tribe should also have a small god sovereign. The presence of little Mingwang Bodhisattva made Lin Moyo think of many things. The appearance of the Buddha tribe also made Lin Moyo feel something was off. The Buddha tribe usually does not participate in racial conflicts, they only recruit followers, regardless of race. Once someone joins the Buddha tribe, they are completely separated from their original race and become part of the Buddha tribe. The Buddha tribe calls this accepting all rivers, teaching without discrimination. The Buddha tribe sometimes preaches in the great world, spreading their teachings. This indeed attracts many to join the Buddha tribe, but because they claim not to participate in racial conflicts, they are not seen on the battlefield. So the presence of the Buddha tribe here is worth discussing. I remember reading that the Buddha tribe has the 10,000 Buddha altar, similar to the Sea of Laws, where one can comprehend various laws. So the Buddha tribe doesn't need to come here to comprehend laws. And it's a small god sovereign who came. What is his purpose? Without enough information, it's hard to make further guesses. He has no connection with the Buddha tribe, but there is enmity. He once personally killed a Buddha, and later, human tribe experts demanded an explanation from the Buddha tribe. The human tribe's strength forced the Buddha tribe to stop their preaching and even close their star domain, cutting off contact with the outside world. In this way, the enmity between him and the Buddha tribe was established. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't care what you're here for. Lin Moyo thought to himself. The ninth fireball in the sky suddenly shook, and the temperature began to rise sharply. He had entered the transition zone between the deeper and middle regions. Here, he could initially feel the temperature of the deeper regions. The temperature kept rising, without any laws, just pure high temperature. This high temperature seemed to exceed that of the blue fire star, extremely abnormal, and even low-rank god kings would be burned here. Lin Moyo ignored the high temperature and continued forward. Soon, he felt himself pass through an invisible membrane. The membrane resonated with him, allowing him to enter. He had obtained the key, so he was qualified to enter the deeper regions. Those without a key would be blocked by the invisible membrane. Lin Moyo heightened his senses, and skeletons appeared around him. He used his eyes, soul, and undead vision to carefully observe the situation in the deeper regions. He knew he would first face a test that must be endured upon entering the deeper regions. At the same time, he had to be on guard for possible ambushes, not just from demons, but from other races as well. One must always be cautious, and Lin Moyo never let his guard down. The yellow sand howled, and a sudden sandstorm quickly intensified. The strong wind blew his clothes and hair, obscuring his vision. The sandstorm came suddenly, and in an instant, visibility was reduced to nothing, not even his fingers. Soul sensing was also blocked by the sandstorm, which contained strong earth laws. Only undead vision could still be used. In the gray and white world, clusters of soul fire lit up. Chapter 1344. Chapter 1344, 1344. Chapter 1344, Group Monsters in the Deeper Regions. The area radiated by the 8th fireball is the territory of the demon tribe. Lin, a 30-meter-tall stone demon, sat in the yellow sand, different from other stone demons. The bodies of other stone demons were pitch black, and the higher their cultivation, the deeper the black. Lin, a 9th-rank God King stone demon, had a body as black as ink. But his body, besides being black, also had a golden glow. The golden glow was like stars in the great world, adorning his body, making him look like a deity. Not only did his body have a golden glow, but even his name was Jin Hui, Golden Glow. He asked in a deep voice, "Any news?" Beside him was another stone demon, a 20-meter-tall stone demon, exuding the aura of a 9th-rank God King, but in front of Jin Hui, he seemed so small. "No news. According to your instructions, we also set up traps at the farthest oasis in the 9th region but found no trace of Lin Moyo." Jin Hui's voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Could it be that he didn't go there? They had set up several traps. From the 5th, 6th, and 7th middle regions to the deeper regions, there were a total of 6 oases and 6 passages. One passage belonged to the Sand Tribe and Earth monsters, which they couldn't interfere with. Another had little Mingwang Bodhisattva overseeing it, which they also couldn't touch. They had set up traps in the remaining 4 passages. No matter where Lin Moyo entered, they could teleport there immediately to intercept him. In the eyes of many stone demons, this setup was flawless. But Jin Hui knew that although he was smarter than most stone demons, his intelligence was only average. This setup might work against ordinary people, but not necessarily against Lin Moyo. Jin Hui muttered to himself, the Sand Tribe and Earth monsters passage shouldn't allow him through. These two tribes are very xenophobic and hard to negotiate with. At Little Mingwang Bodhisattva's place, there are many scattered cultivators from various races, some of whom have grudges against the human tribe. If he goes through that passage, he might be hunted by other races and may not survive. Where did he go? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out and said in a deep voice, "Keep guarding here and watch the traps. I'll go see Little Mingwang Bodhisattva." Jin Hui decided to visit Little Mingwang Bodhisattva. In the sandstorm, clusters of soul fire lit up. Unlike the previous 2 cross-region encounters, the fireball in the sky did not drop flaming meteors. Perhaps it thought that those who could come here would no longer fear flaming meteors. Through undead vision, Lin Moyo clearly saw these soul fires. The soul fires were very powerful, seemingly beyond the 8th rank of the God King but not quite at the 9th rank. The only problem was the sheer number of soul fires. There were thousands of soul fires in the sandstorm. Each soul fire represented a monster. Thousands of soul fires meant thousands of monsters. Each one was stronger than an 8th rank god king, infinitely close to the 9th rank. Moreover, among the many soul fires, one had reached the 9th rank of the god king, likely the leader of these monsters. Group monsters. But this number is a bit too much. Lin Moya thought of the group monsters commonly seen in his small world. A group monster is a leader with a bunch of minions forming a monster group. Normally, a leader has 5 or 6 minions, at most dozens. He had never seen one with 1,000 minions. These monsters quickly approached Lin Moya after appearing. A buzzing sound came to his ears, like countless wing cases vibrating. The sandstorm was too intense. Although Undead Vision could clearly see the soul fires and know the monsters' positions, he couldn't see their true forms. The monsters got closer, surrounding him. Lin Moya's heart moved, and 5 Legion commanders appeared beside him. Along with the 5 Legion commanders, the Bone Dragon Legion also appeared. With Lin Moya's advancement to the 9th rank of the True God Realm, the Bone Dragons, enhanced by commanding spells, had individual combat power reaching the 4th rank of the God King Realm. Although far inferior to the monsters in the sandstorm, the Bone Dragons' massive bodies could at least form a meat shield to block the monsters. Lin Moya wanted to use the Bone Dragons to see what kind of monsters they were before deciding on a battle strategy. He felt that with such a large number of monsters, an ordinary 9th rank God King would only face death. The Bone Dragons roared and charged out, colliding with the monsters. Lin Moya connected to the Bone Dragon's vision and finally saw the monsters' true forms at the moment of collision. They were giant flying ants. Each flying ant was over 5 meters long, with sharp mandibles and 2 pairs of thin wing cases on their backs, vibrating violently. Their combat power was strong, easily biting through the Bone Dragon's bones. Their legs were extremely sharp, almost instantly shattering the Bone Dragons upon contact. What shocked Lin Moya the most was that they could fly. Not very high, but they were indeed flying. It was the first time he had seen flying monsters in the Yellow Earth Desert. The no-fly rule here seemed to give these flying ants an exception, granting them special privileges. At this moment, the Bone Dragon's massive bodies showed their advantage. Although their bodies were torn apart, they didn't die immediately. This gave Lin Moya enough time to observe the monsters. Lin Moya controlled the Bone Dragons to charge at the flying ant's leader. The leader was twice the size of an ordinary flying ant, over 10 meters long. It had 3 pairs of wing cases instead of 2, a total of 6 wings. As the Bone Dragon was about to collide with it, it sprayed a pale yellow gas. The gas merged with the yellow sand, causing the sand to roll back, turning each grain of sand into a deadly weapon, shredding the Bone Dragon to pieces. Indeed very powerful. It would take at least 5 9th rank God Kings to get through here. Everyone must face such a scene when entering the deeper regions for the first time. A single person definitely couldn't get through, but a group could. Lin Moya now knew the monster's specifics and had a strategy in mind. These flying ants were yellow and blended with the sandstorm. The sandstorm affected him but not the flying ants. The best way was to break through quickly and leave the sandstorm. Perhaps other God Kings did just that. Once out of the sandstorm, the flying ants, despite their numbers, wouldn't be a big deal. But Lin Moya didn't want to choose that way. His previous actions were just to identify the monsters and their laws. The flying ants had strong earth laws, giving them powerful defense, but they had no fire laws. Without fire laws, it meant fire laws could harm them. 2 liches appeared simultaneously. 2 Lost Star River projections shone brightly in the sandstorm. The Starlight Lich merged into the Lost Star River, which descended to envelop the flying ant's leader. The leader froze, and in the next second, all the flying ants flew in another direction, ignoring Lin Moya. The illusion made the leader lose the ability to locate the enemy. In the illusion, the enemy was in another place. It summoned all its minions to fly to another location. Thousands of giant flying ants vibrated their wing cases, buzzing as they followed the leader's orders, surrounding the non-existent enemy. They formed a huge encirclement. Then the Fire Lich merged into the Lost Star River, and countless flames poured down. Chapter 1345. Chapter 1345, 1345. Chapter 1345, the ability to block undead vision. Flames poured down, and all the flying ants were ignited. The flying ants let out sharp cries, but they did not disobey the leader's orders and continued to attack the non-existent enemy. Soon, the flying ants were burned to death, their deaths occurring rapidly. The leader of the flying ants, which had not been attacked, sensed the deaths of its subordinates. In the illusion, it believed the enemy was too powerful and ordered its subordinates to intensify their attacks. But in reality, more and more flying ants were dying. Just like in the Small Worlds dungeon, Lin Moya began a similar operation again. However, the current corpse explosion was different from before. Now, the corpse explosion could lock onto targets and was no longer limited by the explosion range. The advantage is that it can precisely lock onto targets, allowing the user to choose who to explode. The disadvantage is that the more targets there are, the weaker the damage becomes. Each has its pros and cons, making it difficult to determine which is better. But in Lin Moya's view, the current corpse explosion is more useful. Although the damage weakens with more targets, it is better suited to the complex situations in the Great World. The flames burned fiercely, and under the Fire Lich's attack, the 1,000 flying ants were completely burned to ashes in less than 5 minutes. The corpses of the dead flying ants were swept into the yellow sand and disappeared with the sandstorm. In the blink of an eye, only the leader of the flying ants remained. The leader of the flying ants was still in the illusion, where its subordinates were still attacking the non-existent powerful enemy. The Fire Lich pounced on it, and all the flames began to pour onto it. The leader of the flying ants was engulfed in flames and struggled frantically. It continuously spewed yellow sand, and its sharp legs swung in the sandstorm, with its wing cases stirring up a gale. But all its struggles were in vain. The Fire Lich and the Starlight Lich cooperated, extinguishing its life force. Soon, it was burned to ashes like its subordinates. A crystal core fell from its corpse and was brought back by the Fire Lich. Lin Moya took the crystal core and continued to move forward. The sandstorm gradually subsided, becoming smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. The deeper regions were indeed more dangerous than before. If it weren't for the presence of the Starlight Lich, he would have had to fight the swarm of flying ants head-on. It would have required using his original spells and would have been a tough battle. If it were other God Kings, they would have had to break through as quickly as possible, or they would have been trapped in the sandstorm. Examining the crystal core in his hand, it was larger than the crystal cores of the 8th rank God King monsters, and the laws contained within were more concentrated and pure. The laws within the crystal core were earth laws, very pure and without impurities. It could be said that this crystal core was entirely composed of laws. Lin Moya carefully sensed it and felt that the laws contained within were nearly perfect. If he could use it to comprehend the laws, the efficiency would be astonishing and would not be much different from the human tribe's sea of laws. Unfortunately, the crystal cores in the Yellow Earth Desert can only be used within the desert and cannot be taken outside. Even the crystal cores obtained in the deeper regions cannot be taken to the middle regions. At most, they can be taken to the oasis. Once they leave the oasis, the crystal cores lose their effectiveness. This rule also prevents people from taking the crystal cores from the deeper regions to the outer regions for others to use. Lin Moya weighed the crystal core in his hand and then put it away. The main laws in the Yellow Earth Desert are earth laws and stone laws. The flying ant monsters drop crystal cores of earth laws, and they are very pure without any impurities. Then in the deeper regions, there should be another type of monster that drops crystal cores of stone laws. Before entering the deeper regions, even the crystal cores obtained from the earth giants were a fusion of the two laws. Lower-level crystal cores were the same, with one law being dominant. Moreover, whether in the outer or middle regions, there were more than two types of monsters, each dropping different crystal cores. From this, Lin Moya could deduce that there should be another type of monster in the deeper regions that drops crystal cores of stone laws. Further analysis led him to wonder if the two different types of crystal cores might be related to summoning the leader monsters in the deeper regions. Lin Moya had asked Dai Shinger and her companions, but they didn't know either. They had never seen the leader monsters in the deeper regions, nor had they truly entered the core of the deeper regions. The people in the oasis only operated near the entrance, never venturing more than 10 million kilometers from the entrance. Some had gone deeper, but they never returned. It was said that the interior of the deeper regions was extremely dangerous, and even 9th rank God Kings would fall. When Lin Moya heard this information, he also found it strange. He agreed that the deeper one went, the more dangerous it became, and this was indeed the case. But to say that all the God Kings who went and never returned didn't seem right to him. The God Kings here had all reached the 9th rank, the peak of the God King realm, and they acted in groups. Even if there was danger, it was unlikely that none of them would return, unless there was something special. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. A huge fireball was burning brightly in the sky, its light so dazzling that it created layers of afterimages before his eyes. Lin Moya felt as if someone was watching him, and the gaze seemed to come from the fireball. When he looked up, the attention seemed to shift away, and he found nothing. Is it little Ning Wang Bodhisattva? Lin Moya wondered. The gaze came from a great distance, and if someone had this ability, it was likely a small god sovereign. With the Buddha tribe's secret techniques in the small god sovereign's realm, it was not surprising that they could observe him from afar. Perhaps the small god sovereign knows how to summon the leader monsters. I'll ask if I get the chance. Lin Moya put away the crystal core and continued walking forward. He had a mission here, to traverse the Yellow Earth Desert, pass through the deeper regions, and enter the Nether Swamp. Only then could he bring back Su Qingjiang's soul. Unless he felt the mission was impossible to complete, he could choose to retreat and return. At that time, Zhu Kaiwo had also told him that as long as his life was not in danger, he should try his best to save Su Qingyang. After walking about 100 kilometers, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound. Flying ants. Lin Moya's heart tightened, and the sand dune beneath his feet exploded, with a swarm of flying ants emerging from it. Lin Moya paused and then turned into a stream of light, appearing 10,000 meters away. The sand dune had been flattened, and Lin Moya saw an ant nest. A large number of flying ants flew out, numbering about 1,000. They spread their wing cases, vibrating continuously in the air. Each flying ant had 2 pairs of wing cases. Finally, a giant flying ant with the aura of a 9th rank God King, with 3 pairs of wing cases, slowly flew out from the ant nest. A 9th rank God King 6-winged flying ant, along with 1,000 8th rank God King 4-winged flying ants, formed a group monster. It was exactly the same as the group monster he had encountered in the sandstorm when he first entered the deeper regions. The only difference was that there was no sandstorm now. If he encountered a team of 9th rank God Kings, there would be no need to escape, they could kill them all with some effort. Lin Moya was slightly surprised. He had been using undead vision while advancing, but he hadn't seen any soul fires before the flying ants appeared. Before the flying ants appeared, they were hidden in the ant nest. The ant nest seemed to have the ability to block undead vision. This discovery made Lin Moya more vigilant. Chapter 1346. Chapter 1346, 1346. Chapter 1346, asking the Bodhisattva for information. Lin Moya thought about the soul fires that had suddenly appeared in the sandstorm earlier. This meant that before these flying ants moved, their soul fires either did not exist or were shielded by some material. Now it seemed that this material was the ant nest. Each group monster usually resided in the ant nest, making it impossible to detect them. When someone passed by the ant nest, it would awaken all the flying ants inside to attack the intruder. This attack was swift and fierce, making it difficult to resist. While Lin Moya was pondering, the flying ants had already charged at him. Lin Moya used the same strategy as before, employing the elemental lich to fight. The Starlight Lich confused the six-winged flying ant, causing it to issue incorrect commands. The structure of the group monster was such that the leader's command was above all else. When the four-winged flying ants gathered, the Fire Lich poured down flames of law, burning them to ashes. Finally, even the six-winged flying ant was burned to death. This tactic had been proven effective in the sandstorm, and it was very efficient. In total, it took only about 10 minutes to eliminate the group monster. Lin Moya believed that even a team like Daishingers would need at least an hour or two to deal with such a group monster. 10 minutes later, Lin Moya had another crystal core composed purely of earth laws in his hand. He put away the crystal core and continued forward. The terrain of the deeper regions was not much different from other areas, all composed of yellow sand. Lin Moya looked at the fireball in the sky, constantly adjusting his direction. He did not head straight for the deepest part but instead went towards the area radiated by the 8th fireball. He planned to eliminate the demons there first and then find a way to the Nether Swamp. Currently, he didn't even have a specific direction, only knowing that the Nether Swamp was beyond the deeper regions of the Yellow Earth Desert. But how to get there was still unknown. The method might be the same as before: summon the leader monster, kill it, and get the key. For now, everything was uncertain. Daishinger and her team didn't even know about the existence of the Nether Swamp. Perhaps Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva would know, but Lin Moya didn't plan to ask. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva had once spied on him, and the other party didn't seem very friendly. So after much thought, he decided to go to the demons' territory first, kill the demons, and turn them into resurrected beings. Maybe he could get some information from them. The deeper regions were vast, and with the special nature of the flying ant nests, Lin Moya would inevitably encounter some. Fighting the flying ants significantly slowed his progress. While he was thinking about killing the demons, Jin Hui was also heading towards Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva. As the offspring of Jin Shi, his status was very special. Although he was only at the 9th rank of the God King realm, he possessed power beyond that level. He might be slightly weaker than a small god sovereign, but not by much. Moreover, with Jin Shi's status, Jin Hui's position was on par with a small god sovereign. He had dealt with Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva before, and their relationship was neither good nor bad. Like Lin Moyu, Jin Hui also encountered attacks from flying ants along the way. This was unavoidable. No one could avoid encounters with flying ants here. However, Jin Hui's method of dealing with them was simpler and more brutal. He did not fight the flying ants but instead curled up into a ball, turning into a large stone sphere. Then his whole body glowed with golden light, ignoring the flying ants' attacks and moving forward quickly. The flying ants would give up after chasing for hundreds of thousands of kilometers and return to their nest. Lin Moya did not know this characteristic, so he cleared the way, making his speed slower than Jin Hui's. 10 days later, Jin Hui arrived at a special area. Here, the yellow sand turned golden, and the fireball in the sky no longer emitted heat, making the temperature very comfortable. The ground seemed full of vitality, and the sand was very soft. In the air, layers of Buddha light shone down, creating a beautiful scene. In the beams of light, it seemed as if a Buddha kingdom was reflected, with countless believers praying and worshipping in the Buddha light. The entire area was filled with the aura of Buddha, with a mesmerizing power. Jin Hui seemed indifferent to this Buddha aura, even somewhat disliking it, but he did not show any abnormality and quickly moved forward. Out of respect for the Buddha, Jin Hui lightened his steps and returned to his normal form, no longer rolling, dragging his heavy body, which was 30 meters tall, while trying to appear light was indeed difficult for him. After walking for half a day, Jin Hui finally saw Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva. About 100 meters above Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva, there was a great sun. The great sun emitted golden light, and a grand Buddha light fell on Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva sat in the Buddha light, looking solemn. Not far from him was a lake. The lake was yellow, and the water in the lake constantly splashed against the shore without wind. Each splash would leave some water on the shore, which would turn into yellow sand and be blown away by the wind. This process had been going on for countless years, endlessly creating yellow sand for the Yellow Earth Desert. The lake that could turn into yellow sand was magical, but Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva did not pay much attention to it. He had seen this scene many times, as there was a similar lake at the demon's stronghold. Moreover, there were several such lakes in the deeper regions. Jin Hui stood 1,000 meters away from Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva and lowered his voice. Jin Hui of the demon tribe greets Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva. The demon tribe was always arrogant, but they knew their limits. At least when dealing with the Buddha tribe, they would restrain their temper. Especially when facing someone stronger than themselves, they would be more polite. His voice reached out, but Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva remained motionless. The bald head reflected the Buddha light, looking like a golden crown. Jin Hui was not in a hurry. He knew Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva had heard him. After more than 10 seconds, the Buddha light on Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva's body rippled like water, and a large shadow of Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva appeared in the air. The shadow was much taller than Jin Hui, looking down at him. The shadow opened its mouth, and a Buddha sound slowly came out. Amitba, Jin Hui, what brings you here? Jin Hui said, I came to ask the Bodhisattva if you have seen a human tribe member. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva did not hide. Lin Moyo. Jin Hui's eyes showed joy. As expected, the Bodhisattva knows everything. Can you tell me where Lin Moyo is now? He knew some secrets. In Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva's territory, nothing could be hidden from him. This was a secret technique of the Buddha tribe, and he only knew a little about it. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva's voice sounded again. In our Buddha family, we believe in cause and effect. There is a cause for every effect, and the effect arises from the cause. Isn't it just asking for benefits? What nonsense about cause and effect? Jin Hui cursed in his heart but did not show it. He took out a God King level treasure. The treasure looked like a mirror, clearly not belonging to the demon tribe, likely stolen from somewhere. With this treasure, can we form a cause and effect? As he spoke, the mirror treasure flew towards Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva emitted a Buddha light that fell on the mirror treasure. After a few seconds, a voice came out, yes. Chapter 1347. Chapter 1347, 1347. Chapter 1347, how dare he, where did he get the courage? The treasure Jin Hui offered was not particularly exceptional, just a mid-tier God King level treasure. Its value was moderate, neither high nor low. After all, he was only asking for a piece of information, a location, just a word from Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva. It wasn't a difficult task, so Jin Hui felt that a mid-tier God King level treasure was sufficient. As expected, Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva agreed. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva accepted the treasure, and a beam of Buddha light shot out from the great sun above his head, pointing into the distance. He went in that direction. Jin Hui looked puzzled. The direction Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva pointed to was the same direction he had come from. Then he saw an image appear in the Buddha light, showing a human walking forward. Jin Hui had never seen Lin Moyo before, so this was his first time seeing him. So, this is Lin Moyo. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva said, about 5 days ago, he crossed the area under my control and entered your territory. At that time, you had just entered my territory, and you two passed by each other, separated by 1,000,000 kilometers. Jin Hui was skeptical of Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva's words, but he was extremely shocked. He actually entered the 8th region. What is he doing there? Most of the 8th region is occupied by the demon tribe. Jin Hui didn't think Lin Moyo went there to catch up with the sand tribe and earth monsters. There was only one possibility, he was targeting the demon tribe. However, as the strongest member of the stone demon tribe here, he was not at his stronghold at the moment. Where did he get the courage? Jin Hui found it hard to believe, his eyes full of shock. Even though he wasn't at the stronghold, there were still 39th rank God King stone demons there. Lin Moyo going there alone was like seeking death. Although he thought this, he couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Suppressing his unease, Jin Hui continued to ask, does the Bodhisattva know where Lin Moyo went after entering the 8th region? The shadow of Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva in the sky glanced at Jin Hui, and for some reason, Jin Hui felt a hint of mockery in his eyes. Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Upon hearing this, Jin Hui was startled. He immediately bowed to Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva. Thank you, Bodhisattva. After speaking, he turned and left without looking back. After leaving this special land, he curled up again and rolled towards the 8th region. He held a special magic stone that allowed him to quickly return to the demon stronghold. However, he had to return to the 8th region first, as the magic stone couldn't function in Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva's territory. He was anxious and rolled quickly. But no matter how fast he was, it would still take at least 4 days to return to the 8th region. Based on the timing, Lin Moyo had already been in the 8th region for nearly 5 days since they passed by each other. Adding his return time, there would be a total of 9 days difference. Where did this guy get the courage? Where did he get the courage? Damn it, don't let me find you, or I'll tear you to pieces. The moment Lin Moyo entered the 8th region, he suddenly paused. He felt a difference. The 8th and 9th regions were like two different worlds. The laws were almost the same, but there were many differences. Is it an illusion? Lin Moyo wasn't sure of his feelings, but the sense of difference was very obvious. Moreover, when he entered the 8th region, the feeling of being watched disappeared. He thought it might be related to Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva and became more cautious of this Bodhisattva who had reached the small Buddha realm. This Bodhisattva seemed more terrifying than he had imagined. The secret techniques of the Buddha tribe also made him feel unusual. The Buddha tribe could establish themselves in the harsh great world with their inclusive teachings, which was extraordinary. After entering the 8th region, Lin Moyo quickly released a large number of Death Knights. The Death Knights, riding warhorses, trod on the yellow sand and quickly dispersed in all directions to find the demon stronghold for Lin Moyo. Here, the advantage of the Death Knights was once again evident. Although they couldn't detect the flying ants also wouldn't attack them. The flying ants were only interested in living beings and had no interest in undead creatures filled with death energy. The Death Knights moved unimpeded, like entering an uninhabited land. In just 2 days, the Death Knights found the demon stronghold. It was a massive fortress, forming a square with sides 10,000 meters long, looking imposing. But in Lin Moya's eyes, it was a mess. In terms of construction, the human tribe was far superior to the demons. Even the fortresses built for practical purposes in the military were far more aesthetically pleasing than those of the demon tribe. Not to mention that the stone demons were considered the less intelligent among the demon tribe. Building a fortress was already an achievement for them. Lin Moyo had the Death Knights observed from all directions and quickly gathered information about the fortress. Through undead vision, he could clearly see that there were 39th rank God King stone demons in the fortress, but no small god sovereigns. This number was already considerable, as becoming a god sovereign was extremely difficult. Even with the vast population of the human tribe, the number of god sovereigns was not very high. The stone demons were just a branch of the demon tribe's hell lineage, and having 2 or 3 god sovereigns was already impressive. The 39th rank God King stone demons here might not produce a single god sovereign even after hundreds of years. Lin Moya felt that his journey through the Yellow Earth Desert was almost severing the lineage of the stone demons. If he killed these stone demons, there would be a significant gap from the 4th to the 9th rank of the God King realm, which might take 1,000 years to recover. 39th rank God Kings, and it seems there's no barrier. There should be a demon eye, but it's not activated now. A sneak attack won't work. If I launch a frontal assault, I might be able to kill them all, but if they want to escape, I can't stop them. The Starlight Lich couldn't trap so many 9th rank God King stone demons. Without the Starlight Lich's assistance, the Fire Lich's effectiveness would be greatly reduced. There was only one Skeleton King. Only Lin Moya could forcibly elevate his realm to a small god sovereign, but his laws couldn't be elevated, so his actual combat power was not as strong as a small god sovereign. Moreover, if the opponents wanted to escape, he couldn't stop them. Additionally, the 9th rank God King stone demons had a chance to revive, meaning each of them had 2 lives. After thinking for a while, Lin Moya came up with an idea. He would drive the wolves to devour the tigers. He would lure the flying ants to the fortress, using them to weaken the stone demon's strength before making his move. This way, although he still couldn't kill all the stone demons, he could at least take down a few more. With this plan in mind, the Death Knights began to act. They formed teams of 1,000, creating 1,000 teams in total. Centered around the demon stronghold, within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, they began to stir up the sand. Whenever they saw a sand dune, they would strike it a few times. If there was a flying ant nest inside, the flying ants would come out to chase the Death Knights. The Death Knights would lead the flying ants around, waiting for other teams to join in. Beside Lin Moya stood a lich emitting light, the Light Speed Lich. Its presence allowed the Death Knights to have the fastest speed in the Yellow Earth Desert, enough to lead the flying ants on a merry chase. Chapter 1348. Chapter 1348, 1348. Chapter 1348, Driving Wolves to Devour Tigers, Flying Ants to Destroy Enemies. Tens of thousands of teams spread out across the vast yellow sand, leveling sand dunes one by one. Within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, there were countless sand dunes, and the number of flying ants hidden inside was also astonishing. The yellow sand of the dunes was blasted into the sky, swirling in the strong wind. The yellow sand turned into a sandstorm, covering the sky and the sun, even dimming the fireball in the sky. The whole world became hazy, with more and more yellow sand, like a fog. The yellow sand in the sky began to connect, becoming denser and denser, forming a massive sandstorm covering a radius of 100,000 kilometers. In the demon stronghold, the stone demons noticed this. Their not-so-bright minds simultaneously had a thought: what a big sandstorm. Some had been here for hundreds of years, others for several centuries, and they had rarely seen such a large-scale sandstorm. But sandstorms were not uncommon in the deeper regions, so they just marveled at the size of this one without any other reaction. They didn't even activate the demon eye. The sandstorm grew more intense, almost reaching the point where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. But the stone demons didn't care. They quietly stayed in the sandstorm, even enjoying the laws contained within it. A buzzing sound came from the sandstorm, and a stone demon curiously said, "Why is there the sound of flying ants? What's so strange about that? It's normal for there to be flying ants in a sandstorm, isn't it?" They had dealt with flying ants countless times and were too familiar with their sound. Because they were so familiar, they didn't care about the flying ants. But then the buzzing grew louder, from a whisper to a deafening roar. The sound of vibrating wings surrounded them from all directions. In the sandstorm, they couldn't see how many flying ants there were. They could only judge from the sound that there were flying ants everywhere, in astonishing numbers. Lin Moya stood far away, using undead vision. In the gray and white world, clusters of soul fire were incredibly clear. Most belonged to the flying ants, but some were extremely bright, belonging to the stone demons. Although the soul fire of the flying ants wasn't as bright as that of the stone demons, their numbers were overwhelming, reaching 1,000,000. Tens of thousands of Death Knights formed teams, continuously bombarding the sand dunes, triggering 1,000 ant nests. Each ant nest had over 1,000 flying ants, adding up to 1,000,000. The Death Knights led these flying ants, attacking the stone demons from all directions. Using the cover of the sandstorm, the Death Knights and flying ants charged into the stronghold together. By the time the stone demons realized what was happening and tried to activate the barrier, it was too late. Lin Moya watched as the last flying ant entered the stronghold, then with a thought, all the Death Knights disappeared instantly. The flying ants lost their target and became like headless flies. The 4-winged flying ants circled in the air, waiting for orders from the 6-winged flying ants, whether to return to the nest or take other actions. In the next second, the 6-winged flying ants issued new orders, targeting the stone demons in the stronghold. The whole process went as Lin Moya had planned. The stone demons were slow-witted and slow to react. The flying ants acted purely on instinct. Their instinct was to eliminate all life forms within their sensing range and attack anything that attacked them. If the Death Knights didn't attack them, they wouldn't bother with the Death Knights. The stone demons, on the other hand, were living beings with strong life force and soul fire. When the flying ants lost their target, they naturally turned to the stone demons. In the indistinguishable yellow sand, the flying ants' vision was unaffected, giving them a significant advantage. From the start of the battle, the stone demons were at a complete disadvantage. 39th rank God King stone demons had immense combat power. Even if they faced 30, 50, or even 100 group monsters simultaneously, they wouldn't be afraid. But now they were surrounded by 1,000 group monsters. Not just 1,000 9th rank God King 6-winged flying ants, but also 1,000,000 8th rank God King 4-winged flying ants. In terms of power, they were completely overwhelmed. The sound of battle roared, and the fortress was destroyed from within. Under the fierce and dense attacks of the flying ants, the stone demons' defenses collapsed, and their bodies were torn apart. Lin Moyo watched quietly from afar. Everything happening in the sandstorm was actually invisible. He observed the changes in the soul fire within the sandstorm through undead vision, inferring the battle's progress. The 30 clusters of soul fire belonging to the stone demons were easy to identify. When a soul fire extinguished, it meant a stone demon had died. Soon, the first stone demon fell, its soul fire completely extinguished. Although more flying ants' soul fires were extinguished, the remaining number of flying ants was still astonishing, showing no significant decrease. Lin Moyo knew the stone demons were finished. They couldn't survive the relentless bombardment of the flying ants. Because of the sandstorm, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. This was a battle with no suspense. To prevent the stone demons from escaping, Lin Moyo had a second plan. The Starlight Lich and Fire Lich were ready to act. If anyone tried to escape, they would intervene. The Skeleton King was also prepared, and Lin Moyo himself could act at any time. Meanwhile, the Death Knights continued to operate outside the sandstorm, still attacking the yellow sand, sending large amounts of sand into the storm to increase its density. Actually, the monsters are the true masters of the Yellow Earth Desert, not you, Lin Moyo said softly. It seemed like the demons occupied a region, but when the monsters united and acted together, the demons couldn't resist. It didn't even take many monsters, just a few. A 100,000-kilometer radius was just a tiny part of the Yellow Earth Desert. At this moment, Lin Moyo thought of Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva. Although they hadn't met formally, Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva gave Lin Moyo a different feeling. Especially in the 9th region, there was a special feeling. That feeling made Lin Moyo uneasy, which was one reason he hadn't sought out Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva. The battle lasted for most of the day, and finally, the stone demons were all killed by the flying ants. They never understood why the flying ants attacked them. With their simple minds, they couldn't imagine that the flying ants were led there by someone. In this battle, all 39th rank God King stone demons were killed, and even more flying ants died. Nearly 100 six-winged flying ants died, and over 100,000 four-winged flying ants perished. Each stone demon had one chance to revive, so their endurance was far greater than it appeared. But they still died. The flying ants rushed out of the sandstorm, returning to their nests. After waiting for half a day, the sandstorm gradually subsided, and everything returned to calm. Only then did Lin Moyo enter the fortress. The fortress was half destroyed in the battle, with rubble and ruins everywhere. But the fortress wasn't originally well built, so its destruction didn't make much difference. Among the rubble, some were real stones, and some were the corpses of stone demons. They were mixed together, hard to distinguish. Lin Moyo entered the fortress, stepping on the rubble, and waved out a flame of undeath. Chapter 1349. Chapter 1349, 1349. Chapter 1349, You're not the only one who can use traps. Flames engulfed an area, within which lay the shattered remains of stone demons and actual stones. In the midst of the undead flames, a stone demon quickly completed its physical rebirth and soul reconstruction. In the blink of an eye, a tall stone demon was prostrate before Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo asked, "Tell me about the situation here." The stone demon, with a dull and unpleasant voice, answered honestly, "About 900 years ago, we cleared out the nearby flying ants and established a stronghold here. This stronghold is only 1,000,000 kilometers from the nearest yellow sand lake, making it easy to reach the lake without being affected by it." Lin Moyo frowned and interrupted, "Stop." He realized he had asked the wrong question again. He wanted the stone demon to talk about the situation here, meaning he wanted to know how many of them were in the deeper regions, whether they were all here, or if there were any stragglers, or how many strongholds they had, and whether this was just one of them. He didn't want a history lesson on why the stronghold was built here. Of course, he was also interested in that, but now was not the time. Lin Moyo thought for a moment and changed his question, "How many strongholds do you have in the deeper regions?" The stone demon answered honestly, "One. Only one stronghold, and it was here." Lin Moyo felt a bit more at ease. This meant that even if there were stragglers, there wouldn't be many. He continued with the second question, "How many of you are in the deeper regions?" The stone demon answered, 31. 31, and 30 were killed by the flying ants, meaning there was one straggler. Lin Moyo immediately asked, "Who is the one who wasn't killed by the flying ants?" The stone demon replied in a low voice, "His name is Jin Hui, our leader." Lin Moyo's heart skipped a beat. The opponent had a name. From what Lin Moyo knew about the demon tribe, ordinary demons were not worthy of having names. They usually only had nicknames or simpler numbers. Even those who reached the God King realm didn't have names. For example, the God King Bat Demon who had chased Lin Moyo before could be called the Bat God King, but he didn't have a specific name. This was a characteristic of the demon tribe. In the demon tribe, only the truly strong or those who reached the God Sovereign realm had names. Any demon with a name was very powerful. They were invincible in the same realm and could often fight across levels, sometimes even across realms. Otherwise, they wouldn't be worthy of having a name. Lin Moyo became cautious. Jin Hui was the leader of the stone demons here, so he wouldn't leave easily. Lin Moyo asked, "Tell me more about Jin Hui." Knowing oneself and the enemy is very important. Lin Moyo needed to know everything about Jin Hui to make appropriate plans. Through the stone demon's account, he began to understand Jin Hui and learned about the special reproduction method of the stone demon tribe. Besides naturally born stone demons, there was a special birth method where a very strong being could split itself to create offspring. There could be several avatars, but only one offspring. The offspring was like a biological child in the human tribe, and it was an only child. Jin Hui was the offspring of Lord Jinshi, an ancestor of the Stone Demon tribe. The Stone Demon didn't know Lord Jinshi's exact strength, only that he had reached the 9th rank of the God Sovereign realm a long time ago. Jin Hui inherited some of Jinshi's traits and possessed a bloodline inheritance secret technique. Although he was only at the 9th rank of the God King realm, he was not inferior to a small God Sovereign. Moreover, Jin Hui was very smart, much smarter than ordinary stone demons. This also explained the origin of the stronghold. The traps originally set for Lin Moya were also designed by Jin Hui. There were traps not only here but also in the peripheral areas. Fortunately, Lin Moya didn't choose to enter the deeper regions from the periphery. Otherwise, they would have known as soon as he entered, and he would have been forcibly teleported here to face their combined attack. This time, Jin Hui left to see little Ming Wang Bodhisattva. Because Lin Moya didn't fall into the trap, Jin Hui wanted to know Lin Moya's whereabouts, and little Ming Wang Bodhisattva might know. After listening, Lin Moya slowly analyzed and thought. He organized the stone demon's words, deducing the previous events and what Jin Hui might do after returning. Jin Hui had combat power comparable to a small god sovereign. If Lin Moya fought him with all his might, without soul power replenishment, his original spells wouldn't last long. The Starlight Lich's illusion might not trap him. The Fire Lich and Skeleton King would also find it hard to harm him. The undead army would be even less effective. His presence seemed to touch the limit of Lin Moya's combat power. The best way now was to avoid him. But Lin Moya didn't want to let him go. Killing Jin Hui would sever Jinshi's lineage, making it very difficult for him to create another offspring. For the Stone Demon tribe, this would be a severe blow, even more damaging than killing 39th rank god kings. If left alone, Jin Hui would surely become a god sovereign, adding a powerful enemy to the human tribe. So, from the bottom of his heart, Lin Moya didn't want to let Jin Hui go. The question now was how to kill him without letting him escape. After thinking for a while, a plan formed in his mind. Lin Moya flicked his fingers, and clusters of undead flames shot into the sky, exploding into a rain of fire that covered half the stronghold. In the undead flames, stone demons began to be reborn, becoming resurrected beings. Lin Moya resurrected 15 stone demons and ordered them to collect the remains of the other stone demons and pile them together. He also collected the crystal cores left by the flying ants. As for the stronghold, he left it as it was. The stronghold was in ruins, clearly showing signs of a great battle. After finishing everything, Lin Moya gathered the resurrected stone demons and instructed them on what to do next. He also asked them about the leader-level monsters. The stone demons knew nothing about this. They had been here for hundreds of years, some for nearly a century, but they didn't know there were other places beyond the deeper regions. However, Lin Moya repeatedly heard about Yellow Sand Lake from them. He vaguely felt that the Nether Swamp might be related to Yellow Sand Lake. Jin Hui might know more. Half a day later, Lin Moya had everything set up, just waiting for Jin Hui to return. "You can use traps to kill me, I can repay in kind." He left the stronghold and quickly moved away. The Death Knights once again spread out, heading to various sand dunes. Within a 100,000 kilometer radius centered on the stronghold, the locations of the flying ants had already been thoroughly investigated in previous actions. The Death Knights quietly waited on the sand dunes where the flying ants were. Lin Moya waited for another day. Suddenly, a faint light appeared in a corner of the stronghold. Dark green abyssal flames roared to life, spreading out like ripples. A tall figure appeared in the flames. Jin Hui had returned. As soon as he entered the stronghold, his eyes narrowed sharply, and his expression changed instantly. Chapter 1350. Chapter 1350, 1350. Chapter 1350, The Fortress is Your Grave. The moment Jin Hui returned, the Death Knights arranged by Lin Moya in the distance sent back information. In the gray and white undead vision, a soul fire suddenly appeared, incredibly bright and vigorous. A soul fire stronger than a 9th rank god king could only mean one thing: Jin Hui had returned. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and the Death Knights he had arranged immediately took action, leveling the sand dunes. A large number of sand dunes were destroyed, raising a sky full of yellow sand, revealing the ant nests inside. One by one, the flying ants vibrated their wings and began chasing the Death Knights. Inside the fortress, Jin Hui was unaware of what was happening outside. His attention was already drawn to the severely damaged fortress. The ground was covered with rubble, and the once passable fortress was now completely collapsed. From a distance, he saw the gathered stone demons and the mountain of stone demon corpses. What happened here? His voice was deafening, and with 2 steps, he was in front of the mountain of corpses. Looking at the pile of rubble, he asked again, what exactly happened? Under his questioning, a stone demon spoke in a low voice. It was Lin Moya. He came, and we fought a great battle. Jin Hui had already guessed this and roared, "Tell me the result." "We lost many people, and he was seriously injured and escaped," another stone demon answered in a low voice. Jin Hui said in a deep voice, "So many of you couldn't keep him here." The stone demons looked at each other in silence. Jin Hui knew these guys weren't very bright and probably couldn't provide much information. Moreover, stone demons weren't known for their speed. If Lin Moya had some treasure or was skilled in speed, it would indeed be hard to catch him. Additionally, Lin Moya had the ability to kill all the stone demons in the middle region, indicating his combat power was strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at the top of the must-kill list. Jin Hui suppressed his anger. Was he really seriously injured? "Yes, seriously injured," the stone demons answered in unison. Jin Hui looked at the mountain of corpses and then at the surviving stone demons, muttering to himself, "Killed 15, seriously injured, and fled. It seems he must have used all his trump cards. His combat power should be higher than a 9th rank god king but not as strong as a small god sovereign. If it were me, even if I couldn't defeat these fools, I could at least retreat calmly without getting injured. After analyzing, Jin Hui concluded that Lin Moya's strength was not as great as his own. If he hadn't left at that time, he could have killed Lin Moya, but he had left, and now he regretted his decision. At that time, he hadn't expected Lin Moya to be so bold as to attack the stronghold. However, Lin Moya probably didn't know about his presence. So, if he recovers, he might come back. Or maybe he'll come back before he recovers. Facing such a situation, he definitely won't let it go. I just need to wait here for him to come back. There's no need to go out and search. This is what the human tribe calls waiting for the rabbit. Jin Hui made up his mind to wait in the fortress for Lin Moya to return. Using 15 God Kings as bait, he didn't believe Lin Moya wouldn't come back. Moreover, he was confident that Lin Moya didn't know about his existence, so when Lin Moya returned, it would be his death. Although Lin Moya had never seen Jin Hui, it seemed everything was going according to his plan. The only variable in his plan was Jin Hui's reaction. If Jin Hui left the fortress immediately, his subsequent arrangements would fall apart. Although he had backup plans, he wasn't sure if they could kill Jin Hui. But as long as Jin Hui didn't leave the fortress, everything would proceed as planned. He relied on the information gap, knowing that Jin Hui didn't know he was aware of his existence. Moreover, the stone demons in the fortress, whether alive or dead, had become weapons to kill him. The fortress will be your grave. Lin Moya's eyes turned cold, and everything proceeded according to his script. Although Jin Hui was smart, he wasn't smart enough. Hours later, a sandstorm hit the fortress. Jin Hui had seen many sandstorms and didn't care. But as time passed, the sandstorm grew more intense, affecting visibility. Jin Hui still didn't react, as such sandstorms were common in the Yellow Earth Desert. He even closed his eyes, letting the sandstorm fall on him. In the sandstorm, golden light flickered, representing Jin Hui's special bloodline. Until the sandstorm completely covered the golden light, Jin Hui suddenly felt something was wrong. His vision was completely obscured, and even if he raised his hand in front of his face, he couldn't see it. The sandstorm contained special laws, greatly weakening soul sensing, making it almost useless. Jin Hui slowly stood up, his voice echoing in the sandstorm. "Who's there?" The sandstorm's howling wind swallowed his voice. He switched to soul communication and called out again, but there was still no response, and he finally realized something was wrong. At this moment, a buzzing sound reached his ears, the sound of flying ants' wings vibrating. The buzzing grew louder, coming from all directions, mingling with the howling sandstorm. Jin Hui's expression changed. The sound indicated a terrifying number of flying ants, even making his scalp tingle. The eeriest part was the silence around him. Had all the remaining stone demons died? Jin Hui moved suddenly, emitting a sound wave from his mouth, and his law domain expanded. The law domain shattered the sandstorm, revealing a blank area in his vision. Then he saw several skeletal figures on horseback, death knights, and the flying ants behind them. Before he could react, the death knights disappeared. Jin Hui was momentarily stunned, then his expression changed drastically. With the death knights gone, the flying ants' target naturally became him. And this situation wasn't just in front of him, it was behind him, to his left, to his right, and even above him. Sure enough, within half a second, the flying ants had a new target, Jin Hui. Countless flying ants swarmed towards Jin Hui, surrounding him. Jin Hui roared in anger, his body glowing with golden light. At this moment, he looked less like a stone demon and more like a member of the Golden Eagle tribe or a golden demon. Along with the golden light, his law domain erupted. In the law domain, a soul leaped out. The soul was also covered in golden light, identical to Jin Hui. At the peak of the God King realm, the soul had already merged with the law domain, even beginning to fully integrate the laws into the soul. At this moment, the soul manifested in the law domain, manipulating and using the laws, exerting power far beyond the physical body. Jin Hui wielded the laws, forming golden stones that rained down on the flying ants. The flying ants hit by the stones exploded instantly, but there were too many flying ants. As one wave was crushed, another wave followed, endless and relentless. Chapter 1351. Chapter 1351, 1351. Chapter 1351, Are you playing unfairly? Lin Moya watched from a distance, using undead vision to observe the battlefield. He saw Jin Hui surrounded by countless flying ants, continuously killing the flying ants, their souls extinguishing one by one. Compared to ordinary stone demons, Jin Hui, also at the 9th rank of the God King realm, was on a completely different level in terms of combat power. Even from a distance, Lin Moya could vaguely feel the power of the law domain. It was a perfect level law, with 100% control, extremely powerful. Lin Moya could even imagine Jin Hui using the soul law domain, manipulating the law domain with his soul to exert even greater power. So this is the power beyond the 9th rank of the God King realm. He's not even a small god sovereign yet, and he's already this powerful. As a small god sovereign, Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva must be even stronger. It seems I made the right choice not to seek out Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva immediately. Lin Moya remained cautious of Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to interact with him. After all, with his current strength, he couldn't contend with a small god sovereign. This wasn't out of fear. If Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva wanted to harm him, Lin Moya still had the means to kill him and ensure his own survival. But there was no need to waste his trump cards on someone irrelevant. Amidst the intense sandstorm, occasional flashes of golden light could be seen. The powerful law aura swept across tens of thousands of miles. The sandstorm was constantly dispersed by the powerful laws but quickly gathered again. The Death Knights continued to bombard the yellow sand ground, raising more yellow sand and forming an even stronger sandstorm. Seeing the number of flying and soul fires continuously decreasing, Lin Moya couldn't help but admire Jean Huey's combat prowess. Facing hundreds of 9th-rank God King 6-winged flying ants, plus hundreds of thousands of 8th-rank God King 4-winged flying ants, Jean Hui could still hold on for so long. Finally, the soul fire representing Jean Hui began to charge outward. The flying ants were scattered, and Jean Hui forcefully broke through, reached his limit, or ran out of means, knowing he couldn't hold on any longer. Lin Moya's eyes flickered, issuing a second command. The current situation was within his expectations, not surprising. Facing so many flying ants, even a small god sovereign would have to flee. Jean Hui wasn't a small god sovereign, so holding on this long was already impressive. Outside the sandstorm, the Starlight Lich's figure flickered, and a brilliant star river appeared in the sandstorm. Even the sandstorm couldn't conceal the beautiful light of the star river. Countless starlights shot out from the Lost Star River, weaving a world. Jean Hui, who was breaking through, suddenly froze, seeing an illusion before him. An illusion. He immediately realized he was trapped in an illusion and was horrified. Flying ants couldn't use illusions, so it was obvious who was behind it. In that instant, Jean Hui connected the dots, realizing the sandstorm, the flying ants, and the illusion were all prearranged by Lin Moyo. He had unknowingly fallen into Lin Moya's trap, but he couldn't figure out how the stone demons were involved. The stone demons were his subordinates, his kin. They couldn't deceive him, let alone collude with Lin Moyo against him. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't understand that Lin Moyo had the ability to resurrect the dead, turning them into his puppets and weapons. Jean Huey's body emitted a dazzling light, and the law domain expanded again, with his soul wrapped in laws, shooting out sharp golden light. The golden light pierced through the illusion, and the Starlight Lich quickly retreated into the Lost Star River and disappeared. The Starlight Lich's limit was to trap a 9th-rank God King, but Jean Hui couldn't be treated as an ordinary 9th-rank God King. The illusion only trapped him for a moment, but that moment was enough to change the battle. He was once again surrounded by the swarm of flying ants, failing to break through. Jean Hui trembled with anger but was helpless. In fact, up to this point, he hadn't even seen Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo hadn't even made a move. Jean Hui had been fighting the flying ants all along. Lin Moyo, you bastard, coward, I'll tear you to pieces. His soul roared in anger, his voice echoing for millions of kilometers, reaching Lin Moya's ears. Lin Moya remained indifferent, saying calmly, using your own methods against you, are you playing unfairly? Everyone uses traps if you can, why can't I? Isn't it just that you can't handle it? Jean Hui tried to break through again, curling his body into a ball, displaying strong defense. The flying ants' attacks landed on him, causing only minor damage. But before he could roll 2 steps, before he could gain speed, the illusion descended again. In the illusion, he seemed to be in the starry sky, losing his sense of direction. He didn't know which direction to roll or where to break through. He could only expand the law domain again to break the illusion. The Starlight Lich's illusion couldn't trap him but could continuously affect him. In the sandstorm, both vision and soul were obscured, and Jean Hui couldn't find the Starlight Lich, so he couldn't target it, meaning he couldn't stop the Starlight Lich's illusion from harassing him. Jean Hui realized that breaking through was impossible. At least not until he solved the illusion problem. Since he couldn't break through, he had 2 outcomes. One was to die here, killed by the flying ants. The other was to eliminate the flying ants. He chose the latter, curling his body again, emitting a hazy golden light, turning himself into a large golden ball. The golden light formed a halo, blocking the flying ants' attacks. In the undead vision, Jean Huey's soul fire suddenly became extremely vigorous, growing stronger and stronger, as if about to break through a limit. Feeling uneasy, Lin Moyo immediately ordered all the resurrected stone demons to quickly move away. Leave the fortress, the farther, the better. The Starlight Lich also quickly retreated. 10 seconds later, Jean Huey's soul fire reached its limit and then exploded. A ball of golden light pierced through space, breaking through the sandstorm, as if a star had appeared on the ground. Fortunately, undead vision ignored the blinding golden light, seeing only gray and white. Lin Moyo watched as the flying ants were annihilated. Hundreds of thousands of soul fires disappeared in an instant. The golden light was like a giant hand, wiping them out of this world. What a powerful area attack! Lin Moyo couldn't help but exclaim. He estimated this was a secret technique brought by Jean Huey's special bloodline, with immense power. If it were him, he probably couldn't withstand it. But it didn't matter, he wasn't afraid of death. Although the secret technique was powerful, it wasn't enough to kill him. After using the secret technique, Jean Huey's soul fire became extremely weak. But it quickly began to recover, regaining most of its strength in just 2 or 3 seconds. The Stone Demon's revival ability was something all 9th-rank God King Stone Demons possessed. Within a certain time, they could revive once, regaining vitality. After using the secret technique, Jean Hui reached his limit and entered a revival state. The sandstorm enveloped him again, swallowing him. The stone demons who had moved away quickly returned. The Starlight Lich also rushed back. Chapter 1352. Chapter 1352, 1352. Chapter 1352, let you experience the power of a minor god sovereign. The stone demon curled up its body, turning into a stone ball rolling towards Lin Moyo. Just as the stone ball was about to reach Lin Moyo, Jean Hui had just completed his revival. Jean Hui felt something was amiss. During the time when the flying ants were surrounding and attacking him, his subordinate stone demons didn't react at all. But now, they were coming towards him. Moreover, in the sandstorm, how did they find him? Although he didn't believe his kinsman would betray him, Jin Hui still chose to move away. Now that he had killed all the flying ants, no one could stop him from leaving. He was just about to leave when his vision suddenly blurred, and he lost his sense of direction again. An illusion. Jin Hui gritted his teeth, expanding his domain of laws, his soul about to leap out to break the illusion. But suddenly, he felt a pang in his heart, and his soul shrank back. At the same time, he curled himself up into a ball, with laws covering his entire body, forming an armor. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang through his soul, echoing in the sandstorm. The stone demons that had rolled towards him didn't hesitate to self-destruct when they got close to Jin Hui. The self-destruction power of a 9th-rank God King stone demon had already surpassed their full force attack. Although not as powerful as a minor god sovereign, it was still extremely formidable. Jin Hui, curled up in a ball, let out a muffled groan. The golden light on his body quickly dimmed. Even with his defenses fully activated, he was still injured by the self-destruction of the stone demons of the same realm. Immediately after, stone demons rolled in from all directions. For a while, thunderous booms rang out continuously, one self-destruction after another. The force of the self-destructions rose into the sky, forming powerful shockwaves that blew away the sandstorm. After a total of 15 self-destructions, the golden light on Jin Hui's body had completely dissipated. His curled-up body was riddled with wounds, covered in scales. His body was scattered on the ground, piece by piece. Jin Hui's aura had waned to the extreme. At this moment, his eyes were filled with bewilderment. How could this happen? His voice trembled, unsure whether it was from anger, fear, or simply from being blown apart. In his line of sight, a human stepped on the yellow sand, slowly approaching. This was the second time Lin Moyo had seen Jin Hui. The first time was at Little Mingwan Bodhisattva's place, where he saw Jin Hui's projection. This time, it was the real person. Jin Hui's eyes narrowed, revealing a glint of hatred. Lin Moyo, you despicable human. Lin Moyo shook his head. Do you find it interesting to say that? Humans and demons were sworn enemies. The two sides had an eternal grudge that could never be resolved. Whenever possible, they would use any means to kill each other. Lin Moyo knew Jin Hui wasn't stupid and could communicate like a normal person. That's why he appeared, to let Jin Hui die with his eyes open. Ignoring Jin Hui's hateful gaze, Lin Moyo said softly, "Do you have any last words?" Jin Hui sneered, "What, you want to help me pass on my last words?" Lin Moyo shook his head. "No, just let you say them so you can die more comfortably." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Lin Moyo's words, Jin Hui suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was hoarse and unpleasant, but seeing a dying person's demeanor, Lin Moyo still endured it. After laughing for a few seconds, Jin Hui's gaze suddenly turned fierce. "You think you've won?" Suddenly, a golden heart appeared in his hand. The golden heart pulsed with flowing golden light, beating up and down. The golden heart swiftly turned into a stream of light, drilling into Jin Hui's body. Jin Hui's aura rapidly began to rise. The surrounding shattered stones automatically flew up, rejoining Jin Hui's body. Revival. Lin Moyo was slightly taken aback, not expecting this to be a revival. At the 9th rank of the God King realm, one only has one chance to revive. Jin Hui had already used it. The revival before him was not his own ability but was related to the golden heartstone he had just used. Lin Moyo waved his hand, unleashing an attack, but it was blocked by the golden light. Jin Hui's entire body was enveloped in golden light, and he let out a maniacal laugh again. Lin Moyo realized that this revival was different from an ordinary revival. When stone demons revive, they cannot move or speak. But the Jin Hui before him, although in a revival state, could laugh and speak. Moreover, the golden light protecting him was formidable. Lin Moyo felt that he couldn't break through it. He realized that this was a very high-level treasure. Jin Hui stopped laughing. "Didn't expect that, did you? I still have a trump card. My father is Jin Shi. Do you know who Jin Shi is? You don't know. With your level, how could you know the power of such a being? You've seen my trap. Your methods are indeed ingenious, and your strength is also formidable. But not only have I temporarily revived, but I can also temporarily possess the power of a minor god sovereign. This time, it's your turn to leave a last word." Seeing Jin Hui's madness, Lin Moyo remained silent. Based on his understanding of Jin Hui shouldn't be so boastful. Could it be that the treasure had changed his personality? It was possible. With such a powerful treasure, how could there be no price to pay? Or perhaps Jin Hui was deliberately acting this way, trying to buy time. Or there could be another possibility. Lin Moyo considered many possibilities, quickly locking onto the most likely one. Jin Hui was trying to scare him away. The golden heartstone could allow him to revive, but the revived Jin Hui might not be able to return to his peak state. Moreover, he had used up his trump card, and without reaching his peak state, he didn't want to engage in a major battle with Lin Moyo. So he wanted to scare Lin Moyo away. This possibility was very high. Lin Moyo smiled slightly. "I also want to experience the power of a minor god sovereign." Jin Hui's laughter abruptly stopped. He said in a muffled voice, "You're not afraid to die." Lin Moyo shook his head. "Trying doesn't necessarily mean death." Jin Hui said solemnly, "Fine, since you're seeking death yourself, don't blame me." The revival was nearing its end. The golden light enveloping him rapidly contracted, all of it entering his body. Jin Hui's aura also reached its peak at this moment, rapidly breaking through the limit of the 9th rank of the God King realm, truly entering the realm of a minor god sovereign. Lin Moya was no stranger to the minor god sovereign realm, as he had entered that realm before, so he was very familiar with the aura of a minor god sovereign. Jin Hui had indeed entered the realm of a minor god sovereign, but it was a forced ascension. He couldn't maintain this state for long, at most a minute or two. Moreover, this wasn't a state suitable for battle. If he fought, the duration might be even shorter. After all, it wasn't his own power. Once used up, it would be gone. It wasn't something he could use at will. Lin Moya also sensed that Jin Hui's aura was unstable, indicating that his injuries, especially on the soul level, had not fully healed. It wasn't as simple as saying he was healed. If Lin Moya was scared away, perhaps this portion of power would become the force to heal Jin Hui's injuries. But now, he had no choice but to raise his own realm to that of a minor god sovereign. After ascending to the minor god sovereign realm, Jin Hui let out a hearty laugh. This is the power of a minor god sovereign. Lin Moya looked at him. Hurry up, you have less than 2 minutes. You saw through it. But so what? 2 minutes is enough to kill you. Jin Hui swung his massive fist, slamming it down towards Lin Moya's head. He was 30 meters tall, making Lin Moya look like a tiny ant before him. Lin Moya didn't dodge or evade. Responding to Jin Hui was the Skeleton King's sword. Technique, God Slaying. The Skeleton King unleashed a sword strike from afar, the sword light exploding on Jin Hui's fist. Jin Hui's fist flickered with golden light, blocking this sword strike, but it was still inevitably deflected, causing his fist to miss Lin Moya. His fist landed on the yellow sand, raising a towering column of sand. Lin Moya stood in the sand, shaking his head. It's not your own power, so you can't control it precisely. Chapter 1353. Chapter 1353, 1353. Chapter 1353, leave within 1 second, or I'll destroy your body. Jin Hui punched down again, but Lin Moya remained motionless, lightly tapping his finger on the fist. Lin Moya's star-level spell, Corpse Explosion. Boom! In the intense explosion, the fist was once again deflected. Lin Moya had previously left behind 15 stone demon corpses. Most of them were piled into a small mountain to provoke Jin Hui. He had also kept some for use as materials for corpse explosion. At this moment, he detonated one of the corpses, and the resulting power was no less than the previous self-destruction. After 2 consecutive attacks were blocked, Jin Hui screamed in rage. Lin Moya felt that the treasure from earlier had indeed affected Jin Hui. In fact, the best course of action for Jin Hui earlier would have been to turn and flee. With the power boost to a minor god sovereign, if he wanted to escape, it would have been difficult for Lin Moya to stop him. But now, after 2 consecutive attacks were blocked, it seemed like it didn't have much effect, but it had already cost Jin Hui his chance to escape. His power boost to a minor god sovereign was limited and couldn't last long. Especially after launching attacks, the duration was even shorter. Lin Moya didn't give Jin Hui a chance, continuously pointing his finger. 5 consecutive explosions bloomed on Jin Hui's body. He was blasted back repeatedly. Even though he had reached the minor god sovereign level, facing attacks equivalent to the self-destruction of a 9th-rank god king, he was still blasted back. He wasn't injured, as the power of the minor god sovereign protected him. But because of this, the power of the minor god sovereign was rapidly depleting, and it was clear that it wouldn't last much longer. When the power dissipated, his previous injuries would resurface. Jin Hui seemed to be jolted awake by the explosions. He let out a strange cry, curling himself into a ball, and with the last bit of minor god sovereign power, he tried to escape. But just as he turned, a surge of minor god sovereign aura rose behind him. Too late. Lin Moya activated 2 original spells simultaneously, his aura rapidly rising, reaching the minor god sovereign level in an instant. Although his law mastery wasn't at that level, his aura was genuinely at the minor god sovereign level, even stronger than Jin Hui's previous minor god sovereign state. The only problem was that Lin Moya couldn't maintain this state for long, at most half a minute. But half a minute was enough to kill Jin Hui. Jin Hui was terrified, rolling away quickly, covering thousands of kilometers in an instant. The golden ball rolled rapidly on the yellow sand. Jin Hui kept urging himself, faster, faster. At this moment, Lin Moya suddenly appeared right in front of him, and then a sword light flashed. Jin Hui's consciousness plunged into endless darkness, quickly dissipating. The golden ball rolled for several hundred kilometers more, smashing through several sand dunes before slowly coming to a stop. Jin Hui's body lay there, his aura rapidly falling, dropping to the 9th rank of the God King realm. However, Lin Moya could sense that his life force was actually much stronger than that of a typical 9th rank God King. If he used Jin Hui's body for corpse explosion, the effect would be far superior to that of an ordinary 9th rank God King. It could even injure a minor god sovereign. Just as Lin Moya was about to collect Jin Hui's body, he suddenly smiled, "Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva, come out and meet me." On Jin Hui's back, in an inconspicuous spot, a burst of Buddha light suddenly shone. Then, Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva's shadow emerged from the Buddha light. "Greetings, Lin Deist." Lin Moya had no fondness for the Buddha tribe and didn't feel any goodwill towards them. But outwardly, Lin Moya still showed the necessary courtesy. "Greetings, little Buddha." He addressed the other as Little Buddha, not Bodhisattva. This was a form of respect, at least making Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva feel pleased. Sure enough, Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva smiled. "Lin Deist, you flatter me. Originally, I didn't want to appear, but I have something to ask for your help." The reason Lin Moya could detect the mark left by Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva was because the mark had moved on its own, otherwise, it would have been hard to find. "Please speak, little Buddha," Lin Moya said directly. Little Ningguang Bodhisattva chanted a Buddha's name, Amitabha. It's about Yellow Sand Lake. I have summoned the minor god sovereigns of the Sand Tribe and the leaders of the Earth Monster Tribe to discuss matters regarding Yellow Sand Lake. Lin Moya's heart stirred. He had long suspected something about Yellow Sand Lake, believing there was more to the existence of the Yellow Sand Desert, but outwardly, he remained calm, showing no change in expression. How do you propose we discuss it? Little Ningguang Bodhisattva said, we will meet at the central lake, each standing on one side, maintaining a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers, and discuss. What do you think, Lin Deist? Lin Moya thought for a moment, agreed. Little Ningguang Bodhisattva's face lit up with joy. In that case, we will meet at the central lake in 5 days. Agreed. Lin Moya nodded in agreement. Little Ningguang Bodhisattva chanted another Buddha's name before leaving. Lin Moya collected Jin Hui's body. Originally, he had planned to turn Jin Hui into a resurrected being to ask how to reach the Nether Swamp. But now, with Little Ningguang Bodhisattva suddenly wanting to discuss Yellow Sand Lake, Lin Moya thought it might be related to the Nether Swamp. So he temporarily set aside the idea of turning Jin Hui into a resurrected being. If Yellow Sand Lake had nothing to do with the Nether Swamp, he could still ask Jin Hui later. As long as he had the body, he could ask any time. Outside the Yellow Sand Desert, the Nightmare God Sovereign suddenly looked up at the dark starry sky. Chu Kaiwa looked up even earlier. After that, several God Sovereigns also looked up one by one. They all looked in the same direction, where a massive, terrifying power was rapidly approaching. This power transformed into a face belonging to a stone demon. But this stone demon's face was golden, exuding an aura of majesty. A massive pressure emanated from the void, enveloping the starry sky. Then the face crashed towards the Yellow Sand Desert. The Yellow Sand Desert emitted a strong light, and for a moment, yellow sand surged, blocking the giant face. The giant face crashed several times but couldn't get through. Terrifying energy spread through the void, incredibly frightening. The Nightmare God Sovereign, with a shocked expression and a dry voice, said, Lord Jinshi. This golden stone demon face belonged to Lord Jinshi. Why did Lord Jinshi suddenly project himself here, trying to enter the Yellow Sand Desert? A bad thought crossed his mind. Could it be that something happened to Jin Hui? The next second, he felt this was highly likely otherwise. Why would Lord Jinshi suddenly appear? At this moment, another terrifying power appeared in the void, transforming into a figure in black. The black-clad figure exuded an aura of nobility and majesty, making it impossible to look directly at him. As soon as he appeared, he struck at Jinshi. The immense power caused Jinshi to waver. Jinshi roared, Are you trying to stop me? Go back, this is not a place for you, the black-clad figure said coldly, showing no respect for Jinshi. Without waiting for Jinshi to respond, the black-clad figure continued, If you don't leave within 1 second, I'll destroy your body. This was a blatant threat, showing no respect for Jinshi. It was clear that the black-clad figure was much stronger than Jinshi. Jinshi snorted but didn't retort, and the giant face quickly disappeared. Then the black-clad figure also vanished from the starry sky. The Nightmare God Sovereign finally breathed a sigh of relief. What a terrifying existence. In the dark void, Chu Kaiwa's eyes sparkled with envy and anticipation. He wasn't afraid, instead, he was excited. First, he was excited about reaching that level, a level he would soon attain. Second, he was excited that Lin Moya had likely killed Jin Hui, otherwise, Jinshi wouldn't have been so furious. Well done, kid. He thought. Chapter 1354. Chapter 1354, 1354. Chapter 1354, The Monster in Yellow Sand Lake, So Ugly. On the vast expanse of the Yellow Sand Desert, Lin Moya saw countless yellow sands rising into the sky. He vaguely heard terrifying roars. In the sky, 9 fireballs simultaneously shot out brilliant flames, straight into the sky. Layers of yellow halos flickered in the sky, as beautiful as clouds and mist. The terrifying pressure spread across the Yellow Sand Desert, and Lin Moya squinted his eyes, momentarily unsure of what was happening. At this moment, he was absorbing the soul power obtained from slaying Jin Hui. Compared to an ordinary 9th-rank God King, the soul power obtained from Jin Hui was much more substantial. After refining and absorbing this soul power, his cultivation could advance further. At this moment, the purple light on Lin Moya's body had not completely disappeared. He had just recovered from soul collapse not long ago. Forcibly elevating his realm to the limit state inevitably led to soul collapse. What on earth is happening? Lin Moya muttered to himself, unable to understand. Not only Lin Moya, but everyone in the Yellow Sand Desert saw the scene and had no idea what was happening. Little Ningguang Bodhisattva chanted a Buddha's name, Heavenly Phenomena. What is the reason? Even Little Ningguang Bodhisattva, who had reached the realm of a small Buddha in the Buddha tribe, equivalent to a minor god sovereign in the great world, couldn't understand what was happening outside. Lin Moya watched for a while, seeing the sky gradually return to normal, with yellow sand falling like raindrops. He then withdrew his gaze and stopped paying attention. He then looked towards the distance, in the direction of the central lake. According to the information he had obtained, in this deep region, besides the largest central yellow sand lake, there were 6 other yellow sand lakes. The 6 yellow sand lakes were evenly distributed in different areas, far apart from each other. There was one near the Demon Fortress, one in the territory occupied by the Sand Tribe and Earth Monster Tribe, and one at the junction of the two. Little Ningguang Bodhisattva's area was similar, with 3 yellow sand lakes under his control. The central lake, where they were to meet, was surrounded by these 6 yellow sand lakes and was the largest. Because it was in the center, it was called the Central Lake. Lin Moya was about 1 billion kilometers away from the Central Lake. At his speed, it would take just over a day to reach it, but Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva had set a 5-day timeframe, likely anticipating that the journey wouldn't be smooth. Reflecting on the information about Yellow Sand Lake, Lin Moya found that the Stone Demon tribe knew very little about it. They only knew that the water in Yellow Sand Lake constantly splashed against the shore, turning into yellow sand with each splash. It seemed that all the sand in the Yellow Sand Desert originated from this. Some stone demons considered Yellow Sand Lake the source of the Yellow Sand Desert, but this was uncertain. Lin Moya adjusted his direction, planning to first check out the nearest Yellow Sand Lake before heading to the central lake. In less than an hour, after encountering a few waves of flying ants, Lin Moya arrived at the edge of Yellow Sand Lake. He heard the sound of water splashing against the shore. The Yellow Sand Lake was much larger than he had imagined, roughly circular, with a diameter exceeding 1,000 kilometers, much larger than an oasis. The lake's surface was not calm, with ripples constantly rising, creating waves that pushed the lake water forward, splashing against the shore. The water that splashed against the shore all turned into yellow sand. In Lin Moya's eyes, the water seemed to lose its vitality instantly, turning into yellow sand. What puzzled him was that such a large lake had very weak water element laws, completely dominated by earth and stone laws. Earth and stone. Lin Moya was suddenly startled and quickly retreated. The lake's surface exploded, with water shooting into the sky and then falling. The water that fell outside the lake instantly turned into yellow sand. From the water column, a monster with a fish body and a dog head leaped out of the lake, pouncing towards Lin Moya. So ugly. The Starlight Lich responded, enveloping the fish-bodied, dog-headed monster. The monster lost its target, rolling in the air. Lin Moya didn't know what illusion it saw, but its actions indicated that it could fly. It didn't fall but hovered in mid-air. Then the Fire Lich flew out, and the monster was instantly engulfed in flames. The monster screamed and struggled in the air. Suddenly, it fell from the sky, and a water column from the lake pulled it back. Come back! Lin Moya commanded, and the Fire Lich and Starlight Lich returned without entering the lake. The situation in the lake was unknown, and Lin Moya didn't plan to engage. Sending the two liches in would be meaningless. The fish-bodied, dog-headed monster was pulled back into the lake by the yellow water and disappeared. Lin Moya stood by the lake, connecting to undead vision. In undead vision, the lake water turned gray, indicating no life force in the lake. Beneath the lake's surface, within the water, countless soul fires were faintly burning. The lake water blocked undead vision, preventing a deeper view. In the visible area alone, there were thousands of soul fires, each representing a 9th-rank god-king monster. In the unseen depths, who knew how many more there were, likely countless. One Yellow Sand Lake contained so many monsters, and there were 6 such lakes. Additionally, there was the Central Lake, many times larger, likely containing even more monsters. Lin Moya realized that monsters were the true rulers of this world. Creatures like Jin Hui were insignificant compared to the vast number of monsters. You could kill 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000. But what about millions or tens of millions? Even Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva would be overwhelmed. Lin Moya felt a sense of awe towards the Yellow Sand Desert. Fortunately, these monsters couldn't leave Yellow Sand Lake. The monster earlier almost left but was pulled back by the water. Judging by the water turning into sand when it hit the shore, these monsters might also turn into sand if they came ashore. This wasn't impossible. A skeleton god warrior appeared beside Lin Moya and bravely leaped into the lake with a splash. Like the Death Knights, the skeleton god warrior had no life force. Lin Moya observed and found that the skeleton god warrior wasn't attacked by the lake monsters, which reassured him. Lin Moya then took control of the skeleton god warrior. Through its vision, he saw many fish-bodied, dog-headed monsters floating in the lake. They seemed to be asleep, not swimming like fish, just floating with the lake's currents. It was like the flying ants hibernating in their nests, not moving unless they encountered an enemy. Even when the skeleton god warrior passed close to them, they didn't react. Lin Moya tried several times, even lightly touching the monsters. The monsters' soul fires flickered slightly but remained inactive. Clearly, light touches didn't reach their awakening threshold. Feeling more at ease, Lin Moya controlled the skeleton god warrior to dive deeper towards the lake bottom. Chapter 1355. Chapter 1355, 1355. Chapter 1355, The Secret at the Bottom of Yellow Sand Lake. The lake was very deep, and as the descent continued, the number of monsters in sight increased, creating a spectacular scene. Lin Moya felt that this Yellow Sand Lake was like a massive arsenal. The monsters inside were like weapons, capable of attacking autonomously and possessing formidable combat power. They could also be used as puppets for the human tribe. If deployed on the battlefield, the effect would be terrifying. Besides me, no one else should have entered the lake bottom. With so many monsters present, Lin Moya believed that even Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva couldn't come down here. Therefore, if there were any secrets in Yellow Sand Lake, even Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva wouldn't know. As he continued to descend, the lake gradually became murky, with more yellow sand appearing in the water, and the presence of laws became more intense. Each grain of yellow sand contained extremely strong laws, much more concentrated than those on the surface. Without needing monster crystal cores, just these grains of yellow sand were the best materials for comprehending earth and stone laws. Finally, he reached the lake bottom, where the presence of laws became even more intense and strong, and the density of monsters increased significantly. Lin Moya controlled the skeleton god warrior to move towards the center of the lake bottom. He had to carefully avoid these fish-bodied, dog-headed monsters, which slowed his progress considerably. After cautiously moving for over an hour, he finally reached the center of the lake bottom. What he saw there was astonishing. At the center of the lake bottom, a formation was slowly operating. Streams of water carrying yellow sand converged at the center of the formation. The formation continuously refined the yellow sand, gradually merging it together, eventually forming a crystal core of a ninth-rank god king. More yellow sand automatically gathered, and the laws within the sand coalesced, gradually forming a dog head. After the dog head, the fish body slowly appeared, eventually becoming a fish-bodied, dog-headed monster. The monster opened its eyes, silently left, and joined the group of monsters in the lake, resuming its slumber. After creating a monster, the formation also fell into slumber, seemingly accumulating power for the next creation. Lin Moya watched the entire process, momentarily at a loss for words. After thinking for a long time, he could only describe it as astonishing. The scene before him was too magical. These monsters were created in such a manner. The entire process required no human intervention, and within an hour, a ninth-rank god king monster was created. Lin Moya felt as if he had discovered an incredible secret, learning the origin of the monsters in the Yellow Sand Desert. Perhaps there were many similar formations in various corners of the Yellow Sand Desert, continuously creating monsters. However, what puzzled Lin Moya was the purpose behind creating so many monsters in the Yellow Sand Desert. Controlling the skeleton god warrior, he explored the lake bottom and discovered a passage. This passage seemed to be one way, as the skeleton god warrior couldn't enter despite several attempts. Lin Moya speculated that this passage might be the waterway of the lake, possibly connecting to other yellow sand lakes, including the central lake. After retrieving the skeleton god warrior, Lin Moya calculated the time and found that a day had passed, leaving 4 days until the agreed meeting with Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva. It's time to set off. Lin Moya didn't waste any more time and headed towards the central lake. Transforming into light, he moved at the fastest speed the Yellow Sand Desert could accommodate. Along the way, he occasionally encountered attacks from flying ants, but even so, he covered most of the distance within a day. At this moment, he was still 400 million kilometers away from the central lake. As he got closer to the central lake, Lin Moya sensed changes in the laws. The laws of the earth were decreasing, while the laws of earth and stone were increasing. These two types of laws constituted the main body of the Yellow Sand Desert, and changes in their proportions would trigger other reactions. There were no earth laws in Yellow Sand Lake, only earth and stone laws. The monsters inside were fish-bodied, dog-headed creatures, in stark contrast to the flying ants in the Yellow Sand Desert. The changes in the laws made Lin Moya realize that he might encounter new monsters, likely ninth-rank god king monsters, which wouldn't be easy to bypass. Otherwise, Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva wouldn't have set a 5-day timeframe. The Death Knights went ahead, using undead vision to scout. As long as the monsters weren't like the flying ants, undead vision could detect them early. After advancing another 10 million kilometers, the earth laws became increasingly weak, with 90% of the laws now being earth and stone laws. Finally, a bright and powerful soul fire appeared in undead vision. Soon after, more soul fires appeared, densely packed, stretching into the distance. Small hills, each 100 meters high, dotted the landscape, forming a mountain range. At the center of each small hill, a soul fire burned brightly. These 100-meter-tall hills were monsters, blocking Lin Moya's path. The Death Knights, advancing from different directions, continuously sent back information. No matter which direction they took, they couldn't bypass these mountain monsters to reach the central lake. In the Yellow Sand Desert, flying was impossible. The only option was to fight through. Lin Moya finally understood why Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva had set a 5-day timeframe, likely because of these mountain monsters. Judging by the strength of their soul fires, these mountain monsters were all ninth-rank god king monsters. Covered in earth and stone laws, their defense wouldn't be inferior to stone demons of the same level. Due to their size, their strength might even surpass stone demons of the same level. High defense and strong attacks made them difficult to deal with. Let's test them first. With a thought, the Starlight Lich and Fire Lich appeared beside him. The Starlight Lich summoned the projection of the Lost Star River, merging into it and enveloping a mountain monster. Strangely, the mountain monster remained motionless, as if the illusion had no effect on it. The next second, the Fire Lich summoned the Fire Lost Star River, pouring flames down and igniting the mountain monster. This time, the mountain monster reacted, trembling all over. A giant eye appeared in the middle of the mountain, covered in earth and stone laws, emitting a hazy light. Then, a pair of giant hands made entirely of earth and stone grew from its sides. The giant hands waved in the air, emitting powerful earth and stone laws. The earth and stone laws swept over its body like a storm, extinguishing the flames. Then, the earth and stone laws formed a giant hand, slamming down on the projection of the Lost Star River. Both the Fire Lost Star River and the Starlight Lost Star River projections were shaken by the impact. Lin Moya summoned a large number of Legion commanders to start healing. Flames poured down again, and starlight flickered, continuing to create illusions. The mountain monster waved its giant hands, slamming them down on the Lost Star River projections. Despite its massive size, its movements were extremely fast. It struck dozens of times in a second, shattering the two Lost Star River projections. The Fire Lich and Starlight Lich fell from the shattered Lost Star River projections and quickly returned. They were injured, but with the Legion commanders present, they would soon recover. Lin Moya frowned slightly. This mountain monster was not easy to deal with. Chapter 1356. Chapter 1356, 1356. Chapter 1356, Powerful Mountain Monster, Familiar Routine. The illusion of the Starlight Lich had no effect on the mountain monster. Lin Moya knew that the effectiveness of the Fire Lich would be greatly reduced as a result. The Lich's attacks were very strong, among the top in the same realm. However, the Lich's defense was very weak, among the lowest in the same realm. This was a characteristic of the Lich, with clear advantages and disadvantages, depending on how you use it. Lin Moya knew the strengths and weaknesses of the Lich clearly after summoning it. Therefore, he always had the Starlight Lich assist, maximizing the advantages of the Fire Lich. But when facing the Mountain Monster, the illusion of the Starlight Lich failed, and the weakness of the Fire Lich was exposed. The Mountain Monster began to charge towards Lin Moyo. It had no legs, but its speed was very fast, moving smoothly without any bumps, dragging a huge trench in the sand. This way of moving was very strange, as if someone was pushing the small mountain forward. Lin Moyo pointed to the sky, and undead flames appeared out of thin air, burning fiercely. Lin Moya's star-level spell, Summon Skeleton King. A huge skeleton throne appeared in the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The Skeleton King stood up from the throne, its scarlet cloak fluttering in the strong wind. The sword light burst out, and the Skeleton King slashed at the mountain monster with a fierce strike. The sword light exploded on the mountain monster, causing a landslide and flying rocks. The mountain monster's charge was immediately halted. A huge wound appeared on the mountain monster, with countless stones on its body shattered by the sword light. A huge hole appeared on the mountain monster's waist, and the Skeleton King's strike caused significant damage. However, the mountain monster felt no pain. After being attacked, it became even more furious. It let out a strange cry, and the laws on its body surged. The wound caused by the Skeleton King began to heal rapidly. Countless yellow sands flew in, filling the wound. The yellow sands then turned into stones, quickly merging with the mountain monster. In the blink of an eye, the wound was completely healed. The fully healed mountain monster charged at Lin Moyo again, its momentum undiminished. The 10,000-meter-tall Skeleton King looked down at the mountain monster, its eyes glowing red. It raised its huge bone sword and slashed down like swatting a fly. The bone sword left a trail in the air, shattering countless flying yellow sands. With a bang, the bone sword slashed the mountain monster again, creating another huge gash. The mountain monster stopped again, shaking violently like a tumbler. The Skeleton King's bone sword received a huge counterforce, causing the Skeleton King to retreat continuously, leaving huge footprints on the yellow sand ground. The Skeleton King was huge, but its size didn't mean it had great strength. In terms of strength, the mountain monster was not inferior to the Skeleton King. This strike made the mountain monster shift its attention to the Skeleton King. It ignored Lin Moyo and began to charge at the Skeleton King. Yellow sands continuously filled the mountain monster's wound, healing it again. The Skeleton King stopped retreating and swung its long sword to fight the mountain monster. Although the mountain monster was not as big as the Skeleton King, its defense was too strong, and its recovery ability was astonishing. The damage caused by the Skeleton King was healed in an instant. This was because the Skeleton King's attacks contained the Undying Law, which slowed the mountain monster's self-healing speed. Otherwise, the recovery speed would be even more astonishing, making it impossible to kill. The mountain monster completely ignored its defense, swinging its fists to exchange blows with the Skeleton King, showing a desperate stance. The powerful earth and stone laws gave its fists extremely terrifying destructive power. Each punch could raise a sky full of yellow sand. Each exchange forced the Skeleton King to retreat uncontrollably. Fortunately, the Legion commanders were present, allowing the Skeleton King to recover quickly from the damage. In this regard, the two were not much different. Both sides' attacks were simple and brutal. Despite the huge difference in size, they fought evenly. Lin Moyo frowned slightly. At first glance, the Skeleton King didn't seem weaker than the mountain monster. But he knew that the Skeleton King was actually weaker. The mountain monster's self-healing ability was too strong. The Skeleton King relied on the Legion commanders to fight evenly. Without the Legion commanders, the Skeleton King wouldn't last a few minutes. However, there was only one Skeleton King, while there were countless mountain monsters. After watching for a while, Lin Moya realized that without the power of a minor god sovereign, it was impossible to get through this area. Even if Jin Hui came here and used his trump card, it would be difficult to get through. Lin Moya pondered how to get through this area with the least cost. Maybe I can use my speed advantage to force my way through. As soon as this thought arose, he realized he had made a mistake. The existence of the Central Lake was known from the Stone Demons. Ordinary 9th-rank God King Stone Demons couldn't reach the Central Lake, so how did they know about it? It was obviously Jin Hui who told them, meaning Jin Hui had been there. Jin Hui had gotten through this area. The key question was how Jin Hui did it. It couldn't have been by force. Even if the Stone Demons rolled themselves into balls, they would be blocked by the mountain monsters. The mountain monsters were different from the flying ants, they couldn't be rolled over. Either Jin Hui had a special method, or he found a road to the Central Lake. But the Death Knights have run far along the mountain monsters and haven't found a corresponding road. How did Jin Hui do it? The human tribe had left the Yellow Sand Desert for too long and knew too little about it. Lin Moya was sure there was a way to get through this area, but he didn't know how. Without any clues, Lin Moya extinguished his thought. The time was too short to find the right way. Now, there were only two options: either elevate his strength to the minor god sovereign realm and force his way through, or lure the mountain monsters away and create a path. He was very skilled at luring monsters, so it wasn't a problem. Now that he was at the 9th rank of the true god realm, one step further would be the God King realm. If he used his original spells to elevate his realm and force his way through, he would absorb a lot of soul power. It might even push him directly to the God King realm. This wasn't what he wanted. He hadn't fully comprehended the laws of the true god realm and needed time to fill in the gaps and solidify his foundation. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Moya decided to use the second method. he continued to use the Death Knights. In the Yellow Sand Desert, the Death Knights were the fastest and could maximize their advantage. A team of hundreds of Death Knights charged at the mountain monsters. The mountain monsters had no interest in undead creatures without life force and ignored them, but the Death Knights wouldn't ignore them. The Death Knights drew their long swords and launched attacks filled with the power of death. The Death Knights' attacks weren't strong, only leaving slight marks on the mountain monsters, not even scratches. But the attacks contained the power of death from the undying law. The power of death corroded the mountain monsters' bodies, triggering their counterattacks. The mountain monsters awakened, their laws surging, and giant fists grew from their waists, punching at the Death Knights. The Death Knights had already moved away after attacking, dodging the mountain monsters' attacks. The mountain monsters began to move, chasing the Death Knights. Their speed was very fast, and the Death Knights had to go all out to keep up. Chapter 1357. Chapter 1357, 1357. Chapter 1357, what method did he use? The Death Knights dragged the mountain monster, running farther and farther, disappearing from sight. Lin Moyo observed the state of the mountain monster the entire time, watching its eyes. The giant eyes were fixed on the Death Knights. Whenever there was any slack, the Death Knights would strike a few more times, reigniting its pursuit. The mountain monster not only had strong defense and powerful attacks but also had an extraordinary self-healing ability. It also possessed a relentless spirit, chasing the Death Knights for over 100,000 kilometers without stopping. Seeing this, Lin Moyo gradually felt at ease, knowing his plan was feasible. Immediately, teams of Death Knights charged out, attacking the mountain monsters. With 100 Death Knights per team, 1,000,000 Death Knights could form 10,000 teams, each leading away a mountain monster. As the mountain monsters were led away, a wide path appeared before him. On the third day of the 5-day agreement set by Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva, Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva sat cross-legged by the central lake. This time, there was no great sun above his head, but he was still surrounded by Buddha light, making him appear solemn and dignified. In fact, he had arrived the day before and was quietly waiting. In his hand, he held a yellowish tree branch. The branch emitted a strong aura of laws, creating ripples in the air that spread outward. This branch was obtained from the tree of death in the middle region. Under the aura of the branch, the central lake was unusually calm, and the area around Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva was peaceful. Once outside the aura of the branch, the waves of the central lake became turbulent. Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva gazed at the lake, lost in thought. After a moment, he slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. Two figures appeared in the distance. Buddha light shone from Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva, forming a giant projection in the air. Two deist friends, long time no see, I hope you are well. The two figures in the distance looked up at the projection. They were the Black Sand God King of the Sand Tribe and the Erosion Earth God King of the Earth Monster Tribe. The Black Sand God King was already a minor god sovereign, on the same level as Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva. Although the Erosion Earth God King was not a minor god sovereign, he was only slightly weaker, comparable to Jin Hui. Moreover, the Sand Tribe and Earth monsters were allies, always advancing and retreating together. This alliance allowed them to hold their ground against the powerful demons. The two also summoned their laws, forming giant projections in the air. Little Buddha, long time no see. From their words, it was clear they held a certain respect for Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva, a respect for his strength and for the Buddha tribe. Even as a minor god sovereign, the Black Sand God King slightly lowered his stance. It wasn't out of fear of Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva but because the Buddha tribe was too powerful. Both of them held branches from the Tree of Death, similar to the one Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva had. The Black Sand God King asked, has the Golden Glow God King not arrived yet? Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva chanted a Buddha's name, Amit Ba, the Golden Glow God King will not be coming. Ha, what do you mean, little Buddha? The Black Sand God King was puzzled. The Erosion Earth God King also looked curious. Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva said solemnly, the Golden Glow God King is dead and won't be coming. This statement changed the expressions of the Black Sand God King and the Erosion Earth God King. The Black Sand God King couldn't believe it. Who could kill him? Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva did not hide anything. It was a strong human. A minor god sovereign of the human tribe. No, not a minor god sovereign. Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva explained what he knew without hiding anything. There was no need to hide it, as it wasn't a secret. He concluded, this human strongman named Lin Moyo is beyond my understanding. His usual aura is that of a 9th-rank true god. But I am certain he is not a minor god sovereign, that much is clear. The Black Sand God King said softly, even you can't see through him. It seems this person is truly extraordinary. Indeed, there are few races that can rival the demons, and the human tribe is one of them. Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva smiled without speaking. I have a 5-day agreement with Lin Moyo. He should be arriving soon. The Black Sand God King nodded, then we shall wait. They waited for a day, and the agreed 4th day arrived. Suddenly, Little Ming-Wang Bodhisattva looked in a direction and said softly, he's here. The Black Sand God King and the Erosion Earth God King also sensed it, looking in that direction. They sensed someone approaching. The aura wasn't strong, not even at the God King level. It must be Lin Moyo, the one who killed the Golden Glow God King. The Black Sand God King and the Erosion Earth God King were very curious about the person who could kill the Golden Glow God King. The Golden Glow God King was not easy to kill, even for a minor god sovereign. Moreover, Lin Moyo was at the top of the demons must-kill list, with a reward of a minor god sovereign level treasure. In their sight, the mountain monsters suddenly moved, running into the distance. The three of them looked at each other, not knowing what was happening. One mountain monster after another ran away, as if chasing someone. Soon, the mountain monsters were all gone, and Lin Moyo appeared in their sight. Seeing Lin Moyo, their eyes narrowed sharply, especially the Erosion Earth God King, who belonged to the Earth Monster tribe and rarely spoke. Since greeting little Ning Wang Bodhisattva, he hadn't spoken again. But now, he couldn't help but exclaim, he didn't bring a branch. What shocked them was that Lin Moya didn't have a branch in his hand. He came empty-handed. The Black Sand God King also murmured, he got through without a branch. What method did he use? At this moment, his eyes were filled with seriousness. Even with his strength, he couldn't get here without a branch. Little Ning Wang Bodhisattva was also puzzled, not knowing how Lin Moya got through. Lin Moya's actions exceeded his expectations. Even he would struggle to get here without using a branch and might even fail. He felt he needed to reassess Lin Moya's abilities. Lin Moya was more formidable than he had thought. Lin Moya saw the three of them from afar. He had seen little Ning Wang Bodhisattva before and was not unfamiliar with him. The other two were the Black Sand God King of the Sand Tribe and the Erosion Earth God King of the Earth Monster Tribe. He had learned about them from the resurrected stone demons and could now match them with their descriptions. Seeing them, Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. He finally understood the correct way to get past the mountain monsters. All three of them held branches, emitting continuous law fluctuations. The branches from the Tree of Death, which he also had. Lin Moya laughed at himself for being a bit foolish. He had thought the branches would be useful but didn't realize they were meant for this. Fortunately, he had his own method to overcome the obstacles. Lin Moya moved quickly to the lakeside. Seeing the turbulent lake water and the calm water in front of little Ning Wang Bodhisattva and the others, he also took out his branch. The branch emitted a yellow light, spreading low ripples, and the lake surface instantly calmed. It was as if an invisible hand smoothed the lake surface. The three stood by the lake, forming a triangle, each separated by nearly 10,000 kilometers. Lin Moya said, Lin Moya of the human tribe greets the three of you. Chapter 1358. Chapter 1358, 1358. Chapter 1358, the Buddha tribe is still the same Buddha tribe. In the sky, a projection of Lin Moya's figure appeared. This method was not particularly sophisticated, it merely gathered laws. Not only could a true god easily achieve this, but even a super god could do it without any problem. This projection could only speak and had no other function. It was completely different from the projections of god sovereigns that could carry power for combat. The four of them were separated by thousands of miles, and the projections stood in the void, facing each other. Little Ning Wang Bodhisattva clearly considered himself the leader of this meeting. He spoke in a low voice, this monk has gathered the three of you today to explore the central lake and find the path to the nether swamp. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat, so it is indeed about this matter. From his words, it seems he hasn't been to the bottom of the central lake and doesn't know what's inside. But he knows that the path to the nether swamp is at the bottom of the lake. Lin Moya quickly made many guesses in his mind but did not speak, intending to listen to what else little Ning Wang Bodhisattva had to say, hoping to gather more information. Little Ning Wang Bodhisattva continued, the three of you should be aware that beneath the central lake, there are countless monsters. Ordinary monsters are not a concern for us with the branches of the Tree of Death, they will avoid us. However, the leader monster is difficult to deal with. The path to the nether swamp is at the bottom of the lake, but its exact location needs to be found. Moreover, we need to discuss how to avoid the leader monster, as the branches of the Tree of Death have no effect on it. After saying this, little Ning Wang Bodhisattva looked at the others, waiting for their input. His intention was clear, he wanted the four of them to join forces to try to eliminate the leader monster. Currently, there was no enmity between the human tribe, Buddha tribe, water tribe, and earth monster tribe, so there was indeed a possibility of cooperation. Lin Moya looked at little Ning Wang Bodhisattva and was the first to speak, little Buddha, I am new here and do not understand the situation in the central lake. I have some questions. Little Ning Wang Bodhisattva chanted a Buddha's name, Amitba, Lindaist, please ask. Lin Moyo asked directly, first question, what is the realm of the leader monster, and have you fought it? Little Ning Wang Bodhisattva immediately replied, the leader monster is at the minor god sovereign realm. This monk has fought it but was not its match. Lin Moya's expression remained unchanged as he asked the second question, you mentioned that with the branches of the Tree of Death, ordinary monsters will not trouble us. If during the battle, the leader monster summons those ordinary monsters to attack us, will the ordinary monsters still care about the branches of the Tree of Death? This question stumped little Ning Wang Bodhisattva. This monk is not sure. I only fought it for a few moments and retreated when I realized I was no match. He then added, however, what Lin Daist said is not without reason. If the leader monster summons ordinary monsters to attack us, this monk is not sure if the branches of the Tree of Death will still be effective. Lin Moyo had fought many dungeons, and some bosses would summon their minions during the battle. Therefore, when fighting a boss, it was common practice to clear out its minions first, leaving it with nothing to summon. If the leader monster in the central lake suddenly summoned ordinary monsters to attack them, it was uncertain whether the branches of the Tree of Death would still be effective. Lin Moya continued to ask, third question, little Buddha, can you describe the situation you saw at the bottom of the lake and the specifics of the lake? Little Ning Wang Bodhisattva nodded, of course. There are many fish-bodied, dog-headed monsters in the lake. These monsters will actively attack anyone who gets close. For example, if we stand on the shore without holding the branches of the Tree of Death, the monsters inside will attack us. However, these monsters have a characteristic, they cannot come ashore. Once they do, they turn into sand and die instantly. The monsters in the lake are not as powerful as the mountain monsters, but they are far more numerous. Clearing them all out would be very difficult. By very difficult, Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva meant it was practically impossible. The central lake was enormous, and even with Lin Moya's eyesight, he couldn't see its end. The three of them, separated by thousands of miles, occupied only a tiny corner of the central lake. Lin Moya thought that even if they threw a few stars into the lake, it wouldn't be a problem. Such a vast lake was inherently unreasonable, and the number of monsters inside was likely countless. Given this, clearing out the monsters inside was an impossible task and the wrong approach. But if they didn't clear out the monsters, the leader monster would likely summon its minions during the fight. With just the few of them, they wouldn't stand a chance. It seemed like an unsolvable problem. After Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva finished explaining what he knew, Lin Moya roughly understood the situation he was facing. It was very tricky. Lin Moya then asked the fourth question, Little Buddha, you mentioned that you went down to find the path to the Nether Swamp but couldn't find it. Is it possible that the passage will only appear after the leader monster is killed? This guess was not without reason. Lin Moya thought of the situation at the bottom of Yellow Sand Lake, where there were indeed passages, but they were inaccessible. Following this logic, even if there was a passage at the bottom of the central lake, it might not be accessible until the leader monster was killed. Perhaps the leader monster would drop a key or something similar. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva said solemnly, this monk has considered this possibility. However, killing the leader monster is too difficult, so this monk believes it is better to search for the passage first. If we find the passage and it is as Lin Deist said, we can then think of a way to kill the leader monster. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva still insisted on his idea of avoiding the leader monster and prioritizing finding the passage. Unless they couldn't find it, they would then consider killing the leader monster. But from his calm tone, Lin Moya sensed a different meaning. It seemed that Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva had some confidence in killing the leader monster but claimed he wasn't its match. This indicated that he had a trump card or had lied earlier. Regardless, killing the leader monster would likely come at a cost. Unless absolutely necessary, he clearly didn't want to pay that price. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva's little schemes were almost all guessed by Lin Moya. Lin Moya didn't ask any more unnecessary questions and went straight to the point, Little Buddha, what do you plan to do? He knew that all the previous talk was just a prelude. Since Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva had taken the initiative to gather them, he must have already had a plan. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva didn't answer directly but looked at the Black Sand God King and the Erosion Earth God King. Do you two have any suggestions? The Black Sand God King shook his head. No, I have been down there and seen the leader monster but haven't fought it. It's very strong, and I can't defeat it. The Erosion Earth God King, who was sparing with words, said, I haven't been down there. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva said, in that case, this monk has an idea. Please listen and see if it is feasible. Lin Moya couldn't help but smile inwardly. As expected, he had come prepared. He had already guessed what the Black Sand God King and the Erosion Earth God King would say. Neither the Sand Tribe nor the Earth Monster Tribe were known for their intelligence, making them easy targets for Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva's schemes. The Buddha tribe is still the same Buddha tribe, full of hypocrites, Lin Moya thought. Chapter 1359. Chapter 1359, 1359. Chapter 1359, Mutual Vigilance, each with their own agenda. Suppressing his inner dislike for the Buddha tribe, Lin Moya maintained a calm expression, appearing to listen attentively to Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva's words. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva smiled slightly and began to share his thoughts. We are 4 people in total, so we will split into 2 groups. One group will be responsible for searching for the passage, while the other group will distract the leader monster, buying time for the search group. Each search session will last 1 hour. If we don't find anything within an hour, we will return to the shore to rest for an hour before diving again. The second time we dive, the groups will switch roles, with the other group distracting the leader monster. We will divide the lake into designated areas, with each group responsible for different areas to avoid overlap. As he spoke, Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva projected a map. The projection showed the layout of the central lake, with the lake divided into 99 areas. Lin Moya glanced at the map and noticed a large empty area in the center of the lake. He looked at Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva, waiting for an explanation. Not only he, but the Black Sand God King and the Erosion Earth God King also looked at Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva explained, the central area is the core of the lake and the most likely place to find the passage. However, I have never been able to enter it. Every time I tried, I was blocked by the leader monster. Lin Moya asked, can you describe the characteristics of the leader monster? Of course. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva did not refuse. He changed the projection again, showing a ferocious monster. It had a fish body, but the dog head was replaced by a lion's head. The head was covered with hideous lumps, looking terrifying. In the center of its head, there was a single horn, resembling a dragon's horn. Just looking at the monster was chilling. The monster also had a pair of large hands, holding a weapon, a long spear. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva said, this leader monster resembles the Yaksha from our Buddha tribe's teachings, so I named it Yellow Sand Yaksha. The Yellow Sand Yaksha frequently appears in the core area. It has very keen senses and can detect any intruder from any direction. Moreover, it is very fast, much faster than us in the water, making it difficult to deal with. Even if we are just distracting it, we need to be extremely careful and cooperate well. Lin Moya memorized the appearance of the leader monster. From Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva's tone, it was clear that the monster was formidable. If it could also summon other monsters, it would be nearly impossible to deal with. For now, distracting the leader monster and searching for the passage seemed the best approach. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva looked at the others and, after a few seconds of silence, asked, "Do any of you have a better suggestion?" The Black Sand God King and the Erosion Earth God King remained silent. Lin Moya said, "Little Buddha's method is good, but how should we form the groups?" Lin Moya knew that Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva had already thought this through. His question was just a prompt for Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva to explain his plan. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva chanted a Buddha's name and said, "I think I should team up with the Erosion Earth God King, and Lin Deis should team up with the Black Sand God King." Lin Moya's eyes flickered slightly, thinking, as expected. He had anticipated that Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva would suggest this grouping. Among the four present, there were no racial grudges. However, the Black Sand God King and the Erosion Earth God King were allies and had a close relationship. If they were grouped together and found the passage, they might enter it themselves, leaving Lin Moya and Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva at a disadvantage. So, it was necessary to separate them, which was understandable. However, Lin Moya also had some concerns about this arrangement. Among the four, only he and the Erosion Earth God King were not minor god sovereigns, and on the surface, Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva was the strongest. If Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva and the Erosion Earth God King found the passage, there was a possibility that Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva might kill the Erosion Earth God King and enter alone. This was not impossible. But if Lin Moya opposed this arrangement and insisted on teaming up with the Erosion Earth God King, Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva might not agree, as he didn't know Lin Moya's true strength. He only knew that Lin Moya had killed Jin Hui and considered him a strong opponent. After much thought, Lin Moya realized that no matter how they grouped, there would be issues. The best solution was not how to form the groups but how to set restrictions. The Erosion Earth God King seemed dissatisfied with the grouping but remained silent, as the Black Sand God King signaled him not to speak. The Black Sand God King, though not known for his intelligence, understood the reasoning. After a moment, he spoke for both himself and the Erosion Earth God King. "I have no objections." Lin Moya smiled slightly. "I have no objections either, but I think we should make a vow to the great world." Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva seemed to have anticipated this and said, "Of course." He immediately made a vow. "I swear that in the central lake, I will not harm the Black Sand God King of the Sand Tribe, the Erosion Earth God King of the Earth Monster Tribe, or Lin Moya of the Human Tribe. If I break this vow, my Tao heart will collapse, and I will die." After his vow, Lin Moya, the Black Sand God King, and the Erosion Earth God King also made their vows. Each of them then took out a drop of their essence blood and let it float into the air. The 4 drops of essence blood merged in the air, and a thunderclap sounded, with lightning striking the essence blood. The essence blood dissipated in the lightning, and the Great World Vow was established. The higher the realm, the greater the commotion when making a Great World Vow. It is said that when the highest beings make a Great World Vow, the lightning can sweep across the starry sky, easily destroying galaxies. With the Great World Vow in place, the 4 of them felt more at ease. However, Lin Moya remained vigilant, as Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva had agreed too readily. Although the Great World Vow had strong binding power, it was not foolproof. Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva might have some means to circumvent the vow. So, Lin Moya had to stay cautious to survive. Not only him, but the Black Sand God King and the Erosion Earth God King were likely just as wary. Although they were cooperating temporarily, each had their own agenda and remained vigilant. After some more discussion, it was decided that in the first round, Lin Moya and the Black Sand God King would search for the passage in Area 1. According to Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva's numbering, the higher the number, the closer it was to the center. This numbering method was similar to that used by the human tribe in the Vermilion Bird battlefield, and many races in the Great World adopted this method. "Let's go!" Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva and the Erosion Earth God King were the first to leap into the lake. Holding the branches of the Tree of Death, the branches emitted a bright glow like a beacon as they entered the water. Wherever the light reached, the lake water became calm. The 2 of them quickly dived deeper, and soon, their light was no longer visible from the surface. After about 5 minutes, Lin Moya and the Black Sand God King exchanged glances and then leaped into the lake simultaneously. Chapter 1360. Chapter 1360, 1360. Chapter 1360, Kite Tactics, Extreme Pulling. In the yellowish lake water, a halo of light appeared. Lin Moya and the Black Sand God King each held a branch of the Tree of Death, which emitted a faint glow. A large number of fish-bodied, dog-headed monsters in the lake retreated upon seeing the glow. Soon, the 2 reached the lake bottom and began searching for the passage. Lin Moya and the Black Sand God King maintained a distance of 1,000 meters, a distance that ensured thorough searching while expanding their search range, improving efficiency. They continuously advanced along the lake bottom, with Lin Moya carefully searching along the lake's edge. The passage could be in the peripheral area or somewhere at the lake bottom. Anything was possible until it was found. The lake bottom was not mud but composed of grains of sand. The sand was filled with laws and would not dissolve into mud in the lake water. The Black Sand God King, being from the Sand Tribe, had a natural affinity for earth and stone laws. As he searched, the sand in the lake automatically scattered around him. Using his racial advantage, his search speed was much faster than Lin Moya's. Soon, he moved ahead of Lin Moya. Time passed, and an hour quickly went by. In just 1 hour, they couldn't complete the search of Area 1, only covering most of it. But time was up, and the 2 quickly surfaced, returning to the shore. Half a minute after they returned, Little Ming Wang Bodhisattva and the Erosion Earth God King also emerged from the lake, shooting out like cannonballs and soaring into the sky. Immediately after, a massive figure also burst out of the lake. It was 100 meters tall, with a lion's head and a fish's body, covered in dense fish scales. The lumps on its head were extremely hideous, and a single horn looked sharp and pointed. Long arms grew from the sides of its fish body, holding a 100-meter-long spear. The yellow Sanjiksha looked exactly like the projection of little Ningguang Bodhisattva, even more hideous in reality. The yellow Sanjiksha chased out of the lake, suspended in midair, and fiercely thrust its spear at little Ningguang Bodhisattva and the Erosion Earth God King. A massive spear shadow appeared in the void, carrying a terrifying momentum, aiming to pierce the two. Little Ningguang Bodhisattva turned first, chanting a Buddha's name, and a string of prayer beads appeared in his hand. The prayer beads activated and flew out, rapidly enlarging in the air, transforming into a round shield. The round shield was engraved with Buddha tribe runes, and for a moment, Buddha voices echoed, as if countless Buddhas were chanting scriptures. The spear shadow struck the round shield with a loud bang. The spear shadow disappeared, and the yellow Sanjiksha fell back into the lake. Little Ningguang Bodhisattva and the Erosion Earth God King simultaneously landed back on the shore. Lin Moyo could see that the Erosion Earth God King still had a look of panic in his eyes. His clothes were somewhat tattered, and his aura was unstable, indicating he had suffered some minor injuries. His strength was not as great as little Ningguang Bodhisattva's and was much weaker compared to the yellow Sanjiksha. The Erosion Earth God King didn't speak, just slightly bowed to little Ningguang Bodhisattva and silently sat aside, with laws surging around him, seemingly healing his injuries. Little Ningguang Bodhisattva sighed, "The yellow Sanjiksha is too powerful. I was just testing it, and we almost got into trouble, causing the Erosion Earth God King to get slightly injured." Lin Moya knew this was just a polite remark and responded, "With little Buddha here, the Erosion Earth God King will be safe. His panic is greater than his injuries, so it's not a big deal." Little Ningguang Bodhisattva asked, "Did you find anything during the search?" Lin Moya and the Black Sand God King shook their heads. Not finding anything was normal, as it was only the first search, and they hadn't even completed Area 1. Finding the passage wouldn't be easy and would require a lot of time. Little Ningguang Bodhisattva also sat down. "Next round, you two will distract the yellow Sanjiksha. Please be very careful." Lin Moya nodded and stopped speaking. The surroundings fell silent, with only the branches of the Tree of Death continuously emitting a faint glow. Lin Moya closed his eyes, seemingly meditating, but his mind was already connected to the Skeleton God Warriors. Earlier, his search speed was slower than the Black Sand God King's. In a position where the Black Sand God King couldn't see, he released 100 Skeleton God Warriors. The Skeleton God Warriors buried themselves in the sand at the lake bottom and began to move now. They quickly moved along the lake bottom edge to the other side. In an hour, little Ningguang Bodhisattva would enter the lake to search, and the Skeleton God Warriors needed to avoid him. The Skeleton God Warriors moved quickly at the lake bottom, silently, without disturbing any monsters. The monsters in the lake completely ignored the Skeleton God Warriors, which had no life force. After reaching their destination, the 100 Skeleton God Warriors began searching, forming a terrain map in Lin Moya's mind. An hour later, Lin Moya and the Black Sand God King opened their eyes simultaneously. They exchanged a glance and then leaped high, diving into the lake. As soon as they entered the lake, they swam towards the lake center. Their goal was to attract the yellow Sanjiksha's attention, so they headed straight for the core area. The branches of the Tree of Death continuously emitted a faint glow, repelling ordinary monsters, allowing them to move quickly. Soon, a massive figure came into view. Lin Moya and the Black Sand God King spotted the yellow Sanjiksha, and the yellow Sanjiksha also noticed them. Lin Moya felt himself being locked onto by a powerful, violent soul. It was beyond the 9th rank of the God King but weaker than a God Sovereign, a true minor God Sovereign soul. The branches of the Tree of Death lost their effect, and the yellow Sanjiksha, holding its spear, charged at them. A strong sense of danger surged in Lin Moya's heart. Being targeted by the yellow Sanjiksha posed a life-threatening risk. Retreat. Without thinking, Lin Moya quickly retreated. The Black Sand God King reacted just as quickly, retreating in a different direction from Lin Moya, creating distance between them. According to their prior agreement, they adopted a kite strategy. The two maintained a distance of 1,000 kilometers, taking turns attracting the yellow Sanjiksha's attention. They quickly distanced themselves, with Lin Moya moving fast, but the yellow Sanjiksha was even faster in the water. The distance between them was rapidly closing. Seeing that it was about to catch up, Lin Moya prepared to endure the yellow Sanjiksha's attack. Even though the yellow Sanjiksha had the combat power of a minor God Sovereign, it couldn't kill him instantly. So far, Lin Moya remained calm. Suddenly, a golden arrow broke through the water, striking the yellow Sanjiksha. The yellow Sanjiksha turned sharply, looking at the Black Sand God King 1,000 kilometers away. The Black Sand God King had already taken his position and launched an attack without hesitation. His attack drew the yellow Sanjiksha's attention, and it charged at him. After the attack, the Black Sand God King quickly retreated. Lin Moya pointed his finger, following closely, maintaining a distance of 1,000 kilometers from the Black Sand God King. The Black Sand God King's timely attack diverted the yellow Sanjiksha's attention just as it was about to strike. The Black Sand God King wasn't fast, even slower than Lin Moya. In just a few seconds, the yellow Sanjiksha caught up with the Black Sand God King. Lin Moya could see the Black Sand God King was very tense, his whole body taut, ready to act. At this moment, Lin Moya lightly pointed his finger, and a red light suddenly appeared in the yellowish lake world. Star-level spell, Soul Burn. Lin Moya didn't use the time curse, as its power was too great, and he feared the yellow Sanjiksha would hold a grudge against him afterward. Just attracting attention, Soul Burn was enough. Chapter 1361. Chapter 1361, 1361. Chapter 1361, you search yours, I'll search mine. The soul attack didn't do much damage, but was extremely insulting. The Yellow Sand Night Demon unhesitatingly turned direction, charging towards Lin Moyo. That powerful, violent aura locked onto him again. Lin Moyo began retreating rapidly. The Black Sand Demon King clearly relaxed, quickly catching up, ready to act at any moment. The first cooperation is always the hardest. Once they get through it smoothly, it will only get easier and more coordinated afterwards. Lin Moyo understood why the Xiaoming Buddha required them to work in pairs now. Facing the leader-level Yellow Sand Night Demon in the Yellow Sand Lake, one person alone simply couldn't hold it off. They could only use this roundabout method to stall it for now. But this method couldn't be dragged out too long either. The attacks would grow stronger each time, eventually reaching a limit. So 1 hour was a reasonable time frame. 10 odd seconds later, the Yellow Sand Night Demon closed in on Lin Moyo again. The Black Sand Demon King acted in time. His attack was a few degrees stronger than before, successfully drawing the Yellow Sand Night Demon's attention again. The two of them pulled the Yellow Sand Night Demon back and forth like letting out a kite, playing an extreme game of tug-of-war. Time ticked by bit. In the extreme tug-of-war, 1 hour passed. The two unhesitatingly charged out of the lake, the Yellow Sand Night Demon giving chase. It locked firmly onto Lin Moyo, its huge eyes filled with hatred. Lin Moyo felt a bit helpless. It was because the intensity of his soul attack was too high towards the end. The Black Sand Demon King often had to attack 2 or 3 times before the Yellow Sand Night Demon would switch targets. Lin Moyo burst out of the lake water at top speed, kicking up a 100-meter water column. Whoosh! Following behind him, the Yellow Sand Night Demon's massive body also burst out. It gripped its long spear tightly, launching an attack at Lin Moyo in mid-air. The huge spear phantasm shot out, as if to tear him into shreds. Lin Moyo felt his soul being locked onto. With a shift of his mind, the wings of the undead appeared on his back. The wings of the undead shuddered, breaking the soul lock. Then the Flash Wizard also manifested on his shoulder. Lin Moyo's body turned into light, instantly traversing thousands of miles to land on the lakeshore. With the soul lock broken, the Yellow Sand Night Demon's strike missed. It let out an enraged roar, then dropped back into the lake waters. The lake churned violently, kicking up waves that took a long time to settle. The Xiaoming Buddha's voice rang out with a hint of approval. Good moves, Dao friend Lin. With his strength, he could naturally see what Lin Moyo had just done. Breaking a soul lock was no easy feat for most, especially a demigod soul lock even more difficult to break. Yet Lin Moyo had done it with ease. This also meant that if he tried to lock onto Lin Moyo's soul, it would similarly be broken. Lin Moyo's standing in the Xiaoming Buddha's eyes unconsciously rose another level. Lin Moyo sat down on the spot, saying nothing. He looked like he had just gone through a life-or-death ordeal, still shaken. But in fact, Lin Moyo wasn't fazed at all. His every display was calculated to present a certain image. Ever since the job change, he had experienced who knows how many massive battles, seen life and death too many times to count. Most people in the great world were cultivators comprehending the laws. To him, they were like hothouse flowers. He himself had barely any days of bitter cultivation. He had grown primarily through constant battle. The situation just now was child's play to Lin Moyo. Yet he put on an air of still being shaken, having narrowly escaped death, while also demonstrating his ability to sever soul locks. 1. To tell the Xiaoming Buddha that he had this ability. Don't underestimate me. 2. To also tell the Xiaoming Buddha that his battle strength was limited. No match for the Yellow Sand Night Demon. Don't be too wary of me either. He didn't want to be either too underestimated or too intimidating. This was the effect Lin Moyo wanted, and it seemed he had achieved it now. Lin Moyo's soul was extremely perceptive, far more so than anyone else present. He could sense the changes in their expressions. He controlled the skeletal demon warriors again. In that past hour, the 100 skeletal demon warriors had searched a large area already, without any findings. They were still expanding their search radius. The central lake was immense, able to contain several stars. It couldn't be fully searched in a short time, but Lin Moyo wasn't in a hurry. As long as the passage truly existed, he would find it sooner or later. An hour later, it was Lin Moyo and the Black Sand Demon King's turn to search again, while the Xiaoming Buddha and the Erosion Demon King drew the Yellow Sand Night Demon's attention. During his search, Lin Moyo deployed another 100 skeletal demon warriors. Time passed bit by bit, the 4 of them taking turns searching within the central lake. 3 days later, Lin Moyo had finished searching zones 1 to 8, without any findings. The Xiaoming Buddha and Erosion Demon King had also finished zones 20 to 27, similarly without results. In the most recent search, due to a mistake, the Erosion Demon King was injured. The search had to be paused to allow the Erosion Demon King's injuries to recover before continuing. Over these 3 days, Lin Moyo had seen clearly that the weakest of the 4 was the Erosion Demon King. Though it had its own unique secret arts, without using them, its strength was a notch below even Jing Hui's. The strongest was naturally the Xiaoming Buddha. Especially that time the Erosion Demon King was injured, the Xiaoming Buddha demonstrated his power. He held off the Yellow Sand Night Demon for over 10 minutes, allowing the Erosion Demon King to escape unharmed. The 4 were still sitting some distance apart on the yellow sand. There was no day or night in the yellow sand. The fireball in the sky was ever present. Lin Moyo wasn't idle either. He controlled the skeletal demon warriors to search the lake bottom night and day, seeking the passage. Now under the lake, there were already 2,000 skeletal demon warriors. They didn't need rest, nor would they draw monster attacks. They advanced unimpeded, with astounding efficiency. In these 3 days, they had finished searching zones 70 to 90, now heading towards even higher numbered zones closer to the core. The higher the number, the closer to the core where the Yellow Sand Night Demon lurked. Lin Moyo wasn't sure if the skeletal warriors would draw its attack. Bosses were different from regular monsters, hard to say for sure. However, Lin Moya felt that since they hadn't been attacked for 3 days already, the odds were very low. Sure enough, one of the skeletal warriors relayed information it had spotted the Yellow Sand Night Demon. The Yellow Sand Night Demon dragged its massive body past right over the skeletal warrior's head, completely ignoring its existence. With this, Lin Moya was greatly relieved. He immediately ordered 100 skeletal warriors to head for the core area, while the rest continued searching along their original routes. Since he had been to the lake bottom before, Lin Moya had guessed from the start that the real passage might be in the core area. Previously, they had to draw the Yellow Sand Night Demon's attention every hour, so the skeletal warriors couldn't head straight for the core or they might be discovered by the Xiaoming Buddha. But now, taking advantage of the Erosion Demon King's injury recovery time, Lin Moya rushed the skeletal warriors to the core area. The Erosion Demon King's injuries were no small matter, it would need at least 3 days to recover. 3 days was enough time to thoroughly search the core area. Chapter 1362. Chapter 1362, 1362. Chapter 1362, Good News and Bad News, which do you want to hear first? The first impression Lin Moya had of the core area was that the concentration of laws here was astonishingly high. Pure and unadulterated laws of earth and stone, along with a small amount of earth laws, dominated this place. The dense laws converged to the point of being almost visible to the naked eye. It even gave Lin Moya the illusion that the lake water was materialized from laws. The skeletal warriors quickly moved through the core area, searching for clues. Soon, the skeletons made a discovery, and Lin Moya connected to their vision. In the grey-white world, Lin Moya saw the grand formation again. In a central area of the lake, the yellow sand disappeared, and the ground became solid, like gold. The formation was complex, mysterious, and difficult to understand. The entire formation was extremely introverted, not emitting a trace of power. Lin Moya had seen a similar formation at the bottom of the Yellow Sand Lake, and there was no difference between the two. Just as he discovered the formation, it began to operate. Countless yellow sands surged from the lake bottom, converging with the water flow, forming a crystal core at the center of the formation. Lin Moya had seen this scene before. After the crystal core condensed, it would form a body. Eventually, the soul fire would ignite, turning into a monster with a dog's head and a fish's body. Indeed, more yellow sand gathered, and the laws within the sand erupted, using the formation's power to prepare to condense the monster's body. At this moment, a fierce water current shot out, transforming into a water arrow that struck the crystal core, sending it flying to the side. The Yellow Sand Night Demon pounced with its massive body, opening its huge mouth to swallow the crystal core. After devouring the crystal core, the Yellow Sand Night Demon showed an extremely satisfied expression, as if it had tasted a rare delicacy. But the enjoyment lasted only 2 seconds before the formation suddenly emitted a stronger light, and many previously unlit runes lit up. A whip formed from laws appeared out of thin air, lashing at the Yellow Sand Night Demon like lightning. The Yellow Sand Night Demon let out a strange cry, not daring to confront the whip, and turned to flee. However, the whip still struck its body, shattering its scales and tearing its flesh. After one lash, the Yellow Sand Night Demon had already fled far away, and the formation returned to calm. Seeing this scene, Lin Moya couldn't help but say, "Men die for wealth, birds die for food." No one expected that the formation could not only create a 9th-rank God King monster but also attack. Even more unexpected was that the Yellow Sand Night Demon would come to snatch the crystal core, even at the cost of being injured. Lin Moya left 2 skeletal warriors by the formation, while the rest continued to search the core area. Soon, more formations were discovered. In the core area, there were a total of 7 formations. 6 of them were identical to the one seen at the bottom of the Yellow Sand Lake, used to create monsters. The other formation was somewhat special. It was not large, but at its center, there was a circular depression, seemingly meant to hold something. This small formation had extremely complex runes carved on it. Just looking at it for a while made Lin Moya feel dizzy. Lin Moya dared not look any longer and focused his attention on the circular depression. After a moment, he knew what should be placed there. It's a terrible result, Lin Moya sighed inwardly. If his guess was correct, the circular depression should hold a crystal core. Not an ordinary monster's crystal core, but the Yellow Sand Night Demon's crystal core. Lin Moya felt his judgment was almost certainly correct, which was the worst possible outcome for the current situation. It seems that to enter the Nether Swamp, we must kill the Yellow Sand Night Demon. But with so many monsters here and the Yellow Sand Night Demon being so powerful, how can we kill it? Lin Moya fell into deep thought, constantly summarizing the information he had obtained. First, it was certain that the Nether Swamp could be entered, as someone had done so before. Therefore, the Yellow Sand Night Demon could definitely be killed, but the right method had to be found. If there were many people, they could rely on brute force to solve it. But now, with few people, if the method was wrong, it would be hopeless. Originally, Lin Moya had an idea to sneak in if he found the passage, but now it seemed that this method was not feasible. Xiaoming Buddha was the strongest among the 4. If they wanted to kill the Yellow Sand Night Demon, he had to contribute. Of course, Lin Moya could also use his life-saving trump card, which would almost certainly kill the Yellow Sand Night Demon. But Lin Moya would not choose to do so, as the life-saving trump card was not worth using on it. After integrating all the information, Lin Moya gradually had some clues. Previously, when the formation condensed the crystal core, the Yellow Sand Night Demon came to snatch it. At that time, the Yellow Sand Night Demon looked greedy, eager, and determined. After devouring the crystal core, it was very satisfied, willing to endure the formation's attack. It could be said that the crystal core had an enormous attraction for it. Devouring the crystal core will trigger the formation's attack. In fact, all crystal cores are condensed by the formation, so devouring any crystal core will trigger the attack. It's just unclear whether, after the crystal core becomes a monster, killing the monster to obtain the crystal core and then letting the Yellow Sand Night Demon devour it will still trigger the formation's attack. Lin Moya felt he had found a way to deal with the Yellow Sand Night Demon. At this moment, Xiaoming Buddha's voice came to his ears. Deist Lin, Deist Erosion's injuries have healed, we can continue. Lin Moya opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. How many days have passed? Xiaoming Buddha said softly, it's been 4 days. Lin Moya nodded, I think we don't need to continue. Xiaoming Buddha was slightly taken aback. Deist Lin plans to give up. His tone was neither happy nor sad, but there was a hint of displeasure. Lin Moya shook his head, it's not giving up, but I might have found a way to enter the Nether Swamp. Xiaoming Buddha was shocked, really? Lin Moya nodded, I had some discoveries before, and after these days of contemplation, I think it's correct. I have 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one does the little Buddha want to hear first? Xiaoming Buddha chanted a Buddhist mantra, Amitba, please speak directly, Deist Lin. Seeing that he didn't choose, Lin Moya was not surprised. The bad news is that to enter the Nether Swamp, we must kill the Yellow Sand Night Demon. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed. The Yellow Sand Night Demon was very difficult to kill, and it might require a great cost, which was indeed terrible news. Lin Moya continued, the good news is that I found a way to deal with the Yellow Sand Night Demon. Although it may not be certain, we can try. Xiaoming Buddha asked urgently, how to try? Lin Moya said, I need crystal cores, the kind from the dog-headed fish-bodied monsters in the lake. Xiaoming Buddha said softly, no problem. With that, he put away the death branch and leaped into the lake. The next second, the lake water exploded, and a monster was blasted into the sky. Xiaoming Buddha rushed out of the water, throwing out a string of Buddhist beads. The beads transformed into a large knife, accompanied by Buddhist chants, slashing down from the sky. The monster was instantly slain, and a round crystal core fell out. With a wave of his hand, Xiaoming Buddha sent the crystal core flying towards Lin Moya. He seemed to think one crystal core was not enough and dived into the lake again. Chapter 1363. Chapter 1363, 1363. Chapter 1363, what I say, you may not understand. Xiaoming Buddha displayed his formidable combat strength, making 7 entries and exits in the lake, killing 6 monsters in just over 5 minutes and obtaining 6 crystal cores. If it weren't for the appearance of the Yellow Sand Night Demon at the end, he could have killed even more. Xiaoming Buddha clashed with the Yellow Sand Night Demon once and used the force to return to the shore. The Yellow Sand Night Demon floated in the lake, letting out a piercing roar before finally sinking back into the water. At this moment, Xiaoming Buddha's breath was fluctuating. In those short 5 minutes, he had exerted all his strength and now looked somewhat exhausted. Lin Moya glanced at him, feeling that Xiaoming Buddha had indeed used his full strength, but it wasn't to the point of desperation. Half of his current appearance was an act. A dignified minor deity, even if he fought desperately, couldn't possibly exhaust his strength in just 5 minutes. If you said fighting for a day or 2, that would be more believable. Even if you're acting, you should act more convincingly, Lin Moya thought with some disdain. The Buddhist clan was really bad at acting. Their hypocrisy could be seen through at a glance, truly pathetic. Xiaoming Buddha regulated his breath and asked, is it enough? Lin Moya nodded, it should be enough, let me try. Saying this, he picked up a crystal core and threw it forcefully. The crystal core flew out like a meteor, instantly disappearing from sight. Xiaoming Buddha watched Lin Moya's actions without saying a word. He didn't doubt Lin Moya's intentions, just couldn't understand what Lin Moya was doing. However, Lin Moya clearly had no intention of explaining, and the scene fell into an eerie silence. The crystal core flew thousands of kilometers before falling into the lake, very close to the core area. The skeletal god warrior was already waiting there. As soon as the crystal core entered the water, it was caught and quickly headed towards the nearest formation. The skeletal god warrior rushed towards the formation at the fastest speed. Soon, the formation came into view, and at this moment, the water on one side began to surge as the Yellow Sand Night Demon approached. It seemed that the entire central lake was its territory, and no movement could escape its notice. The Yellow Sand Night Demon, like a cat-smelling fish, rushed over at an astonishing speed. It was too fast, and the skeletal god warrior couldn't get close to the formation in time. At this moment, the skeletal god warrior used all its strength to throw the crystal core towards the formation. The Yellow Sand Night Demon immediately changed direction, completely ignoring the skeletal god warrior, focusing only on the crystal core. When Lin Moya saw the Yellow Sand Night Demon rushing towards the crystal core, he knew his judgment was correct. The crystal core had an irresistible attraction to the Yellow Sand Night Demon, making it willing to pay any price. For some reason, the Yellow Sand Night Demon couldn't directly obtain the crystal core by eating those dog-headed fish-bodied monsters. It could only get it when the formation had just gathered it into a crystal core. Once the crystal core continued to form and became a monster, it was useless. But if the dog-headed fish-bodied monster was killed by someone else and turned back into a crystal core, it could devour it again. The next step was to test the next judgment. If successful, they would truly find a way to deal with the Yellow Sand Night Demon. The crystal core quickly sank, approaching the formation. When it was still 10,000 meters away from the formation, the Yellow Sand Night Demon finally arrived and swallowed the crystal core in one gulp. At this moment, the formation suddenly lit up, and a phantom whip lashed out, striking the Yellow Sand Night Demon hard, tearing its skin and flesh. The Yellow Sand Night Demon didn't care at all, looking satisfied, and quickly swam away, ignoring the skeletal god warrior. Seeing this, Lin Moya felt a sense of relief and finally exhaled a long breath. Xiaoming Buddha immediately asked, "How is it?" His tone was urgent, as if entering the nether swamp was very important to him. The next moment, Xiaoming Buddha realized he might have lost his composure and asked again in a deep voice, "Is it useful?" Lin Moya pretended not to notice his abnormality and nodded, "It's useful, just as I thought." Xiaoming Buddha asked, "What's going on?" Lin Moya explained, "When I entered the lake bottom before, I saw a formation. I had seen a similar formation in the human clan's records and could roughly judge its function." Lin Moya attributed all the information he obtained through the skeletal god warrior to the human clan's records. The human clan had a long heritage in the great world, longer than the Buddhist and Sand clans. Saying he had seen a similar formation in the human clan's records was perfectly reasonable. Even if they didn't believe it, they couldn't verify it. Lin Moya then briefly explained the crystal core and the whip. Xiaoming Buddha said, "So, we just need to get enough crystal cores and then attract the yellow sand night demon near the formation. When the yellow sand night demon devours the crystal core, the formation will attack it. When it's heavily injured, we can kill it." Lin Moya nodded, "That's right. If the human clan's records are correct, these formations are a set. In the center of the lake bottom, there should be another formation. That formation needs a crystal core to activate, and it should be the yellow sand night demon's crystal core." Lin Moya's words were half true and half false. At least in Xiaoming Buddha's ears, there was nothing wrong with them. The only problem now was that Lin Moya's speculation that the formation in the center of the lake bottom needed the yellow sand night demon's crystal core to activate was not entirely certain. Lin Moya was actually already certain but couldn't say it directly. Xiaoming Buddha pondered for a few moments. "Deist Lin, Deist Black Sand, please hold off the yellow sand night demon for a moment. I want to see for myself." He decided to see it with his own eyes, otherwise, he couldn't be sure. Lin Moya nodded, "I have no problem. What about Deist Black Sand?" Black Sand God King also said in a low voice, "I can do it." The two of them jumped into the lake together, separated by 1,000 miles, waiting for the yellow sand night demon to come. Xiaoming Buddha's reaction was actually within Lin Moya's calculations. When he mentioned the formation at the lake bottom, Xiaoming Buddha showed no surprise, but Black Sand God King and Erosion God King were somewhat shocked. This indicated that Xiaoming Buddha already knew about the formation but had never mentioned it. Whether he saw the formation at the bottom of another yellow sand lake or at the center of this lake, it showed he was hiding something. Perhaps he was hiding more than just this. Lin Moya deeply suspected that Xiaoming Buddha had an unspeakable secret for wanting to enter the nether swamp so urgently. What exactly was in the nether swamp that was so important to him? The yellow sand night demon rushed over, and the two cooperated seamlessly to kite it again. With previous experience, their cooperation was now almost perfect. After attracting the yellow sand night demon's attention, Xiaoming Buddha also jumped into the lake, swimming rapidly towards the center. Nearly an hour later, Xiaoming Buddha returned, and Lin Moya and Black Sand God King, reaching their limits, quickly left the lake and returned to the shore. Xiaoming Buddha's eyes showed a hint of excitement. Deist Lin was right. There is indeed a formation in the center area. I observed the core of the formation, and it indeed needs a crystal core to activate. His words implied that the crystal core needed to activate the formation was none other than the yellow sand night demon's crystal core. This was the effect Lin Moya wanted. Xiaoming Buddha seeing the result of his speculation with his own eyes was much more convincing than Lin Moya saying it. Next, they began to discuss how to obtain enough crystal cores. Chapter 1364. Chapter 1364, 1364. Chapter 1364, the monk will do his best to kill it. The method to obtain the crystal core is very straightforward: kill the dog-headed fish-bodied monsters. There is no other way. The main focus of Lin Moya's discussion was on how to kill and how many to kill. In this regard, Lin Moya had the most say, as he was the only one who had seen the power of the formation's whip and knew how much damage it could inflict on the yellow sand night demon. From his observations, the formation's whip was unavoidable, possessing a soul-locking ability. As long as the formation was activated and the whip formed, the yellow sand night demon would inevitably be attacked. The whip was powerful enough to break the yellow sand night demon's defenses, causing its skin to split open. It seemed quite powerful, but Lin Moya also knew that it was only superficial damage. To truly harm the yellow sand night demon fundamentally with the whip, it would take tens of thousands of lashes. However, hunting tens of thousands of dog-headed fish-bodied monsters in the lake was unrealistic. These monsters were not weak, and each one was a 9th-rank god king. If Xiaoming Buddha went all out, killing a few in a short time would already be impressive, and then he would still have to deal with the yellow sand night demon that could appear at any moment. Although they had found a method, it seemed difficult to implement. Everyone's faces showed signs of difficulty. Lin Moya glanced at everyone. I think, although the formation can injure the yellow sand night demon, we cannot rely entirely on the formation. We should treat the formation as an auxiliary tool, using it to break the yellow sand night demon's defenses and disrupt its attack rhythm, creating opportunities for us to kill it. Lin Moya's words made everyone's eyes light up, realizing they had fallen into a thinking trap. Xiaoming Buddha immediately said loudly, Deist Lin is right, we should not rely entirely on the formation. The formation's whip is just an aid, we need to rely more on our own strength. Lin Moya continued, I want to know if any of the God Kings have a trump card that can inflict fatal damage on the yellow sand night demon in a short time. Lin Moya considered the yellow sand night demon's defense and recovery abilities. From the previous encounters with the yellow sand night demon and the formation's attacks, it was clear that the yellow sand night demon's defense was extremely strong. To kill it, they first had to break its defense. Secondly, the Yellow Sand Night Demon's recovery ability was also astonishing. Continuous damage was ineffective, it needed to be killed in a short time. Everyone understood the meaning behind Lin Moya's words. After a few seconds, the Erosion God King, who had been silent, spoke first. I have a treasure that can suppress the Yellow Sand Night Demon's recovery ability, but this treasure itself has no offensive power and needs to be activated inside the Yellow Sand Night Demon's body. Saying this, the Erosion God King took out a bead. As long as this corrosion bead is inserted into the Yellow Sand Night Demon's body, it can suppress its recovery ability and weaken its defense. The bead was black, with faint flowing light on its surface, emitting a decaying aura. Xiaoming Buddha glanced at the Erosion God King. If I'm not mistaken, the law contained in this treasure is one of the rarest in the Earth and Stone laws, the Corrosion Law. The Erosion God King grunted in acknowledgement. Lin Moya thought of the information on Earth and Stone laws. Earth and Stone laws belonged to the third tier of laws. These laws were heavy on defense and light on offense, with many branches. One of the branches was the Corrosion Law, which was very rare and almost no one practiced it. The Corrosion Law itself was not strong in attack but was very troublesome. The Corrosion Law had the ability to corrode and decay, combined with the recovery power of Earth and Stone laws. Once entangled, it was hard to get rid of, and it could ruin the physical body. Its troublesome nature surpassed many second-tier laws. Lin Moya thought of the Erosion God King's name. Erosion was both a name and a title, representing the law he specialized in. He realized that the Erosion God King specialized in such a niche and insidious law. Xiaoming Buddha's voice interrupted Lin Moya's thoughts. The corrosion bead can indeed suppress the Yellow Sand Night Demon's recovery ability, but the Yellow Sand Night Demon also specializes in Earth and Stone laws, so the corrosion bead's effect will be greatly reduced. I also have a treasure here, which is strong in attack, slightly weaker than a minor deity, but it has an advantage, it is extremely sharp. As long as we can break the Yellow Sand Night Demon's defense, this treasure can cut its body apart. Xiaoming Buddha took out his treasure, a pair of golden scissors. The scissors were filled with the laws of gold, one of the characteristics of which was sharpness. Then the Black Sand God King also took out his treasure, a sand timer-like object. I can use it to trap the Yellow Sand Night Demon, preventing it from escaping, and in the sand timer, the damage it takes will be doubled. The three of them took out their treasures and then looked at Lin Moya. Lin Moya smiled slightly. I have a spell that can unleash an attack surpassing the 9th rank of a God King, slightly weaker than a minor deity. The spell can only be used 3 times with my current ability. The spell Lin Moya mentioned was naturally Corpse Explosion. Using the corpse of a 9th rank God King Stone Demon as material, it could unleash an attack surpassing the 9th rank of a God King, but still slightly weaker than a minor deity. None of their treasures or spells could inflict fatal damage on the Yellow Sand Night Demon, but they could significantly weaken it in a short time. Xiaoming Buddha chanted a Buddhist mantra, then the rest is up to me. As long as it is heavily injured, I will do my best to find a way to kill it. Lin Moya smiled slightly, then we will rely on you, little Buddha. Of course. Xiaoming Buddha did not hesitate, as if killing the Yellow Sand Night Demon was his duty. Lin Moya said, let's discuss how many crystal cores we need to obtain. In fact, Lin Moya had long anticipated that Xiaoming Buddha would go all out to kill the Yellow Sand Night Demon. Among the 4 of them, besides himself, the one who most wanted to enter the Nether Swamp was Xiaoming Buddha. Even if they couldn't provide any treasures, he would find a way to deal with the Yellow Sand Night Demon. So Lin Moya didn't need to exert too much effort, just pretend to and then watch the show. The discussion quickly ended, and they decided to limit it to 1 hour. Whatever they could obtain in 1 hour would be enough. The Yellow Sand Night Demon wouldn't endlessly devour crystal cores, there was a limit. Killing too many might not be useful. Next, the 4 of them swapped roles. Lin Moya and the Erosion God King would first enter the lake to attract the Yellow Sand Night Demon's attention. Xiaoming Buddha and the Black Sand God King would then enter the lake from the other side to kill the dog-headed fish-bodied monsters and obtain crystal cores. Among the 4, the Erosion God King was the weakest, only at the 9th rank of a God King, even weaker than Lin Moya. Lin Moya's displayed strength was slightly higher than the Erosion God King's but not as strong as a minor deity. So the task of attracting the Yellow Sand Night Demon fell to them, while Xiaoming Buddha and the Black Sand God King, being minor deities, could quickly obtain enough crystal cores. Chapter 1365. Chapter 1365, 1365. Chapter 1365, Coordinated Effort, moving to slay the Yaksha. The entire process went smoothly. Within an hour, Xiaoming Buddha and the Black Sand God King had hunted enough crystal cores. With the 2 of them being minor deities, as long as they weren't surrounded by the dog-headed fish-bodied monsters, there wouldn't be much danger. Among the minor deities, Xiaoming Buddha's actions were more decisive and efficient, surpassing the Black Sand God King. Including the crystal cores previously obtained by Xiaoming Buddha, the total number of crystal cores had reached 320, with each person allocated 80. After a period of rest and adjustment, the 4 of them had recovered to their peak state. Xiaoming Buddha was the first to leap into the lake, followed by Lin Moya and the Erosion God King, with the Black Sand God King bringing up the rear. The 4 of them held the death branch, driving away the monsters in the lake, and swam straight towards the nearest formation. The crystal cores were stored in their storage artifacts, emitting no aura. After swimming for a few minutes, the water ahead began to stir. Lin Moya thought to himself, it's coming. The Yellow Sand Yaksha sensed the life force of the 4 and charged towards them. Its target was Xiaoming Buddha, who was swimming at the front, as his life force was the most vigorous among the 4. The water was split by an invisible force, and the Yellow Sand Yaksha appeared in sight. It held a long spear and, from 100 kilometers away, thrust it towards Xiaoming Buddha. The water surged, creating a horizontal vortex in the lake, with a sharp tip that seemed to want to tear Xiaoming Buddha to pieces. Xiaoming Buddha was well prepared, and the prayer beads in his hand suddenly lit up. This time, he did not throw the prayer beads. Instead, they emitted bursts of Buddhist light, enveloping him and forming a resilient light sphere. The surface of the light sphere was covered with flowing light, and the yellow sand in the water slid to the sides upon contact with the light sphere. It was as if an invisible force on the light sphere prevented the yellow sand from touching it. The vortex struck the light sphere head-on, causing it to emit a dazzling light. For a moment, the sound of Buddhist chants grew louder, and the vortex lost its aim, shooting off to the side. The light sphere only deformed slightly, showing no signs of strain. Xiaoming Buddha then used the impact of the vortex to propel himself forward, moving faster than his usual speed in the lake. As he distanced himself, Xiaoming Buddha flicked his fingers, sending a beam of Buddhist light towards the yellow sand yiksha. This seemingly harmless beam of Buddhist light made the yellow sand yiksha feel insulted. It let out a strange cry and chased after Xiaoming Buddha. Lin Moyo and the other two followed closely behind, now safe as Xiaoming Buddha had drawn the yellow sand yiksha's attention. Xiaoming Buddha, shrouded in Buddhist light, repeatedly deflected the yellow sand yiksha's attacks. Each attack from the yellow sand yiksha became a force that accelerated Xiaoming Buddha, allowing him to widen the gap. After several failed attacks, the yellow sand yiksha grew frustrated. Its attacks became fiercer but still had little effect. Lin Moyo watched Xiaoming Buddha, shrouded in Buddhist light, and pondered how he would break through the Buddhist light if he were in the same situation. He felt that he might have to face Xiaoming Buddha in combat. If he couldn't break through the Buddhist light, how could he fight? The Buddhist light had the characteristic of deflecting attacks, so he needed to counter this characteristic. After observing, he realized that the deflecting characteristic came from the flowing light on the surface. These flowing lights continuously deflected attacks to the sides. He thought of the undead law, specifically the power of death within it, which could counter and even corrode the flowing light. The power of death had the characteristic of corroding everything, whether it was laws or artifacts. After maintaining this for over 20 minutes, they finally entered the core area and approached the nearest formation. Everyone became alert, knowing the main event was about to begin. Xiaoming Buddha reached the formation and decisively took out a crystal core. The moment the crystal core appeared, the yellow sand yiksha's eyes changed. Its eyes shifted from anger to greed, with a strong instinct rising from its soul, a single thought in its mind to eat the crystal core. This seemed to be an instinct engraved in its soul, with no temptation able to resist it. The yellow sand yiksha immediately abandoned its pursuit of Xiaoming Buddha and lunged at the crystal core, swallowing it in one gulp. The formation activated instantly, and a phantom whip formed, lashing heavily at the yellow sand yiksha. The yellow sand yiksha's skin split open, revealing a huge wound. However, it didn't care at all, instead showing an expression of enjoyment. Xiaoming Buddha glanced at Lin Moyo, seeing that the situation was exactly as Lin Moyo had described. This reassured him and gave him more confidence in the plan. Without hesitation, he took out a second crystal core. The yellow sand yiksha, still enjoying itself, was once again attracted by the crystal core's aura. It turned its big head and swallowed the crystal core. The formation activated, and the whip appeared again, lashing heavily at the yellow sand yiksha. The yellow sand yiksha still showed no reaction, looking even more satisfied than before. Xiaoming Buddha continued to take out crystal cores, one after another. The yellow sand yiksha, like a glutton, swallowed one crystal core after another. The formation continuously produced whips, lashing the yellow sand yiksha, tearing its skin and flesh. Its recovery ability was astonishing. By the time the 10th whip struck, the first wound had already begun to heal. However, the yellow sand yiksha's defense was so strong that the seemingly terrifying wounds were only superficial. By the time the 11th whip struck, the first wound had completely healed. This pattern continued, with the wounds on its body always numbering 10, no more, no less. The yellow sand yiksha's aura remained as strong as ever. Xiaoming Buddha showed a hint of anxiety but had no choice but to keep taking out crystal cores to maintain the situation. Seeing that Xiaoming Buddha's crystal cores were running out, Lin Moyo approached the formation and took out 5 crystal cores at once. The 5 crystal cores together emitted a deadly attraction. The yellow sand yiksha swallowed them all in one gulp, and a more powerful whip appeared, lashing fiercely at the yellow sand yiksha. The yellow sand yiksha let out a strange cry, seemingly in pain, but its expression was one of extreme enjoyment, creating a stark contrast. This attack caused more damage than any before, with significant effect. Just as I thought, Lin Moyo thought to himself, confirming his hypothesis. He quickly took out more crystal cores for the yellow sand yiksha to devour. The more crystal cores it swallowed at once, the stronger the whip formed by the formation, and the greater the damage. However, there was a limit. 10 crystal cores were the maximum, any more would be useless. The Black Sand God King and the Erosion God King followed suit, each taking out at least 10 crystal cores for the yellow sand yiksha to devour. The whip slashed repeatedly, and the yellow sand yiksha looked much worse than before, with no intact flesh on its body, and its aura began to weaken. Finally, when the last whip struck and the crystal cores were exhausted, Lin Moyo shouted, "Attack!" The first to act was the Erosion God King, who threw the corrosion bead at the yellow sand yiksha. The yellow sand yiksha, still enjoying the crystal cores, didn't notice the corrosion bead flying towards it. The corrosion bead silently entered the yellow sand yiksha's body and exploded. A layer of blackness quickly spread over the yellow sand yiksha, as if it had been rotting for millennia. Its body emitted a decaying aura, with its defense and recovery abilities drastically weakened. The speed of wound healing slowed significantly. Next, Xiaoming Buddha threw out his golden scissors. Chapter 1366. Chapter 1366, 1366. Chapter 1366, Battle with the Yellow Sandyaksha, Buddhist Techniques. The golden scissors quickly transformed, instantly becoming a giant pair of scissors with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. The pure gold laws in the lake were activated. This was a high-level God King artifact. At the moment of attack, the powerful gold laws dispersed the lake water, creating a vacuum around it. The yellow Sandyaksha, locked in place, was trapped in the vacuum zone, its entire body wrapped in strands of golden light, unable to move. Cut! With a light command from Xiaoming Buddha, the giant scissors made a snapping sound and cut down. At this moment, the yellow Sandyaksha was covered in wounds, its defense shattered by the formation's whip, further weakened by the corrosion bead, and its recovery ability suppressed. It could be said that the yellow Sandyaksha was in a completely weakened state. The golden scissors cut down without any resistance, the sharp blade slicing along the wounds, aiming to cut the yellow Sandyaksha in half. The yellow Sandyaksha seemed to react, its eyes flashing with ferocity, and it thrust its spear like lightning, striking the golden scissors. With a loud bang, the golden scissors were sent flying by the spear. Lin Moya saw a huge gap appear on the golden scissors, indicating that the artifact had been severely damaged. Even a high-level God King artifact could be severely damaged in one strike, showing the incredible attack power of the yellow Sandyaksha's spear. Of course, this was also related to the nature of the golden scissors. The advantage of gold laws was their unparalleled sharpness, but their disadvantage was their inherent fragility. Pure gold artifacts were all like this. High attack, low defense, was the hallmark of such artifacts. A sand timer-like artifact flew out, instantly hovering above the yellow Sandyaksha's head, with the bottom cover disappearing simultaneously, and sand pouring out densely. The sand intertwined into a net, enveloping the yellow Sandyaksha, and an invisible force bound the yellow Sandyaksha, making it unable to move. Lin Moya's skeletal demon warriors appeared beside him, and he pointed 3 times. A massive roar sounded, and the violent explosion almost lifted the lake bottom, with water columns shooting thousands of meters into the sky. Each explosion was an attack surpassing the 9th rank of a God King, and 3 explosions simultaneously hit the same spot on the monster. Lin Moya chose the explosion spot very accurately, targeting a wound on the yellow Sandyaksha's neck. The yellow Sandyaksha's body swayed, blasted into disarray. If it weren't bound, it would have been blown away. The wound on its neck further expanded, and the yellow Sandyaksha's aura weakened. Lin Moya's face turned slightly pale, as if the 3 explosions had consumed a lot of his strength. Xiaoming Buddha rushed to the yellow Sandyaksha's side before the explosions had completely ended, throwing out the prayer beads, which transformed into a thick-backed Buddhist knife. Buddhist chants echoed from the knife, as if countless Buddhas were chanting scriptures. The Buddhist chants carried a hint of enchantment, making one feel an urge to convert. The ferocity in the yellow Sandyaksha's eye suddenly disappeared, clearly affected by the Buddhist chants. The yellow Sandyaksha stood still, allowing the Buddhist knife to strike. Lin Moya became more vigilant, realizing that even without the sand timer's binding, the yellow Sandyaksha wouldn't dodge. At this moment, its soul was enchanted by the Buddhist chants, as if in an illusion. The Buddhist knife accurately struck the wound on the yellow Sandyaksha's neck, further enlarging the wound. A large amount of blood-like substance sprayed from the wound, and the yellow Sandyaksha's aura weakened further. Xiaoming Buddha didn't stop, the Buddhist knife returning to his hand as prayer beads. He threw the prayer beads again, this time transforming into a 2-handed heavy sword, with celestial Buddhas engraved on the blade, and Buddhist chants echoing again. This strike was fiercer and more intense than before. The yellow Sandyaksha seemed to sense danger and suddenly reacted. It broke free from the Buddhist chants, its aura surging, trying to break free from the sand timer's control. The Black Sand God King maintained the sand timer with all his might, but the yellow Sandyaksha still broke free partially. The yellow Sandyaksha swung its spear, clashing with the Buddhist sword, blocking the fatal strike. With a loud bang, the lake water surged, and a powerful shockwave spread out, sending the Buddhist sword flying back, transforming back into prayer beads. Among the 18 prayer beads, one became dim and cracked, clearly damaged. Xiaoming Buddha's eyes flashed with pain, but he threw the prayer beads again. Attack, don't let it recover. The Erosion God King had already rushed forward, his body glowing black, turning the surrounding water into pitch-black sludge. The sludge transformed into a giant snake, biting the wound on the yellow Sandyaksha's neck. The yellow Sandyaksha roared, swinging its spear to fling the snake away, which exploded in the lake, forcing the Erosion God King to retreat. The prayer beads transformed back into the Buddhist knife, striking the wound heavily. The yellow Sandyaksha groaned, its aura weakening again. It swung its spear, sending the Buddhist knife flying, and let out a sharp scream. The scream turned into an invisible sound wave, spreading in all directions. Lin Moya's heart tightened, it's summoning its minions. He pointed, and a red light flashed. Fusion spell, time curse. A soul-level attack, though it couldn't harm the yellow Sandyaksha, could cause it pain and interrupt its actions. The scream abruptly stopped, and Xiaoming Buddha threw the prayer beads again. This time, the prayer beads were brighter than before. 5 different weapons, knife, sword, halberd, staff, and stick, appeared simultaneously. Clearly, Xiaoming Buddha was using all his strength this time. The 5 weapons attacked the yellow Sandyaksha's neck wound simultaneously, with a giant sun rising above Xiaoming Buddha's head, shooting out countless rays of Buddhist light, enhancing the weapon's power. Lin Moya was awed, realizing that this was Xiaoming Buddha's true strength, previously held back. Even this attack might not be his final trump card. The 5 weapons struck the yellow Sandyaksha's neck wound simultaneously. With a loud bang, the yellow Sandyaksha's neck was severed. Xiaoming Buddha sighed in relief, finally killed it. Lin Moya shook his head, it's not dead, the crystal core hasn't come out. Without the crystal core, it wasn't dead. The severed head of the yellow Sandyuksha suddenly glowed bright yellow, and countless fleshballs on it exploded, growing tendrils of laws. The tendrils connected to the body, reattaching the head. The horn's light intensified, and the yellow sand at the lake bottom erupted like a volcano, shooting out sand columns. The sand columns, carrying powerful impact, blasted towards everyone. At the same time, the yellow Sandyuksha completely broke free from the sand timer's binding, charging at Xiaoming Buddha. Throughout the battle, Xiaoming Buddha had inflicted the most damage on it, and it was Xiaoming Buddha who had severed its head, so it naturally targeted him. Xiaoming Buddha's face changed, and the prayer beads transformed into a large shield, with the giant sun above his head enhancing the shield with Buddhist light. With a loud bang, the spear struck the shield, and Xiaoming Buddha's face turned pale as he was sent flying. Lin Moya wasn't worried, knowing that Xiaoming Buddha had more tricks up his sleeve. Moreover, Xiaoming Buddha's life or death had nothing to do with him. The yellow Sandyuksha crazily pursued Xiaoming Buddha, its spear striking like lightning, forcing Xiaoming Buddha to retreat step by step. After reattaching its head, the yellow Sandyuksha has become more frenzied. Its attacks seem stronger, but its aura is weaker than before. Xiaoming Buddha should have noticed this too, otherwise he wouldn't be able to hold on. Chapter 1367. Chapter 1367, 1367. Chapter 1367, Amat Ba, Buddha's light slays the demon. Lin Moya quietly observed the battle between Xiaoming Buddha and the yellow Sandyuksha. At the moment, it seemed that Xiaoming Buddha was being firmly suppressed by the yellow Sandyuksha, with no power to resist. However, in Lin Moya's eyes, this was not the case. He continuously paid attention to Xiaoming Buddha's expression. Although he appeared to be at a disadvantage, Xiaoming Buddha was actually extremely calm. Moreover, there was a faint flash of killing intent in his eyes, indicating that he was waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The methods of the Buddhist clan were very mysterious and ruthless. Lin Moya never forgot how calm when Buddha had killed him. In front of everyone, he attacked Lin Moya's soul, even deceiving the eyes of other deities. Such methods were beyond the capabilities of ordinary deities. It wasn't that Kongwen Buddha was particularly powerful, but rather that the Buddhist clan's methods were too advanced. The Black Sand God King came to Lin Moya's side, his voice like sandpaper rubbing together. What should we do? There was a hint of worry in his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't noticed Xiaoming Buddha's composure. In his eyes, Xiaoming Buddha was at an absolute disadvantage. Moreover, the yellow Sandyuksha's attacks were extremely fierce and almost frenzied. He wanted to help but feared that the yellow Sandyuksha would target him instead. He considered himself less powerful than Xiaoming Buddha. If he faced the yellow Sandyuksha alone, he might die. As for the Erosion God King, he was the weakest among the four and couldn't possibly take action. Lin Moya said, "Let's prepare to act and trust Xiaoming Buddha." The Black Sand God King couldn't think of a better idea and could only watch intently. If Xiaoming Buddha truly couldn't hold on, they would have to intervene. If necessary, they would abandon the battle and escape the central lake. If they couldn't kill the yellow Sandyuksha this time, they could try again next time. At the very least, they couldn't let Xiaoming Buddha die. Otherwise, they would have no chance of killing the yellow Sandyuksha and entering the nether swamp. Xiaoming Buddha held his shield, enduring the yellow Sandyuksha's frenzied attacks for several minutes. Although he seemed to be at a disadvantage, he wasn't actually injured. Finally, after several minutes of relentless attacks, the yellow Sandyuksha's offensive began to weaken. It then let out another sharp scream, summoning its minions once more. Lin Moya had been prepared for this. As soon as the sound began, he pointed a finger. A flash of red light passed by, and the yellow Sandyuksha let out a miserable cry, its summoning scream abruptly stopping. Lin Moya had interrupted its summoning, and the yellow Sandyuksha turned its head sharply towards Lin Moya, its eyes filled with violent madness. It locked onto him, and in the next second, the yellow Sandyuksha shot towards him like a rocket. At this moment, Xiaoming Buddha's voice came, "Give me 1 minute." Lin Moya understood and spread his undead wings, flying backward. In the water, Lin Moya's speed was not as fast as the yellow Sandyuksha's, but with the help of the undead wings, the difference wasn't too great. He couldn't escape, but he could hold on for a while. Xiaoming Buddha clasped his hands together, chanting Buddhist scriptures, and the sun above his head grew even more intense. Under the Buddha's light, Xiaoming Buddha appeared solemn and dignified. In the great sun above his head, a star of laws could faintly be seen flickering. In the river of law stars, it seemed as if countless Buddhas were chanting scriptures. This was the Law Star River of the Buddhist clan, and only the Buddhist clan knew its secrets. After a dozen seconds, the yellow Sandyuksha caught up with Lin Moya, thrusting its spear mercilessly. Lin Moya felt himself being locked onto by an extremely violent and powerful aura. The undead wings vibrated rapidly, instantly breaking the soul lock. The flash wizard appeared, and Lin Moya's body turned into light, instantly flying tens of thousands of meters away. The yellow Sandyuksha's attack missed, and the lake water exploded with immense force, sending water columns skyward like a volcanic eruption. Immediately after, the yellow Sandyuksha's neck exploded, as Lin Moya used corpse explosion to attack it again. The yellow Sandyuksha's head tilted, its eyes filled with even more anger, staring at Lin Moya. Lin Moya quickly distanced himself, escaping rapidly. The yellow Sandyuksha frantically chased Lin Moya, who used the undead wing's ability to break soul locks and the flash wizard's light transformation ability to dodge the yellow Sandyuksha's attacks repeatedly. During this time, he even counterattacked twice, firmly attracting the yellow Sandyuksha's attention. His maneuvers left the Black Sand God King and the Erosion God King in awe. The Black Sand God King had initially planned to intervene if Lin Moya couldn't hold on, to attract the yellow Sandyuksha's attention, but he didn't expect Lin Moya to be so agile. A minute passed quickly, and suddenly, countless rays of Buddha's light shone down, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. The lake water was purified by the Buddha's light, becoming clear. Within the Buddha's light, Xiaoming Buddha sat cross-legged under the great sun, appearing solemn and dignified. He pointed at the yellow sand yaksha, evil creature, submit. The Buddha's voice echoed, and the yellow sand yaksha was momentarily stunned, unable to move. It was once again enchanted by the Buddha's voice, its soul filled with thoughts of conversion. Xiaoming Buddha then transformed his finger into a palm and pressed down. Amit Ba, Buddha's light slays the demon. Chanting the Buddha's name, the Buddha's light intensified, forming a giant hand that grasped the yellow sand yaksha. The giant hand of Buddha's light tightened, trying to crush the yellow sand yaksha. Under attack, the yellow sand yaksha woke up, struggling frantically and continuously attacking the giant hand with its spear. The Buddha's light rippled, and the grip weakened slightly under the attacks. Xiaoming Buddha continued chanting scriptures, strengthening the giant hand's power. Lin Moyo, pale-faced, whispered, "Attack quickly, help Xiaoming Buddha." He appeared extremely weak, as if he had exhausted most of his strength during the chase. The Black Sand God King and the Erosion God King immediately attacked the Yellow Sand Yaksha upon hearing Lin Moya's words. Although they were both at the 9th rank of God King and minor deities, their attacks were not weak. Their attacks broke through the Yellow Sand Yaksha's defense, causing it harm. The Yellow Sand Yaksha's aura grew weaker, and after a few minutes of struggle, it was finally crushed. Its body exploded, turning into yellow sand and scattering into the lake. Along with the yellow sand, a dazzling crystal core fell. Xiaoming Buddha controlled the giant hand of Buddha's light, grabbing the crystal core. He slowly retracted his spell, and the great sun above his head disappeared. After using the secret technique, Xiaoming Buddha's aura was slightly weak, this time genuinely so. He sighed, "It's finally over." Lin Moya smiled slightly, "It wasn't easy." Xiaoming Buddha took out the crystal core. "Let's open the passage now." Lin Moya shook his head, "No rush. We have the crystal core, and the passage can be opened at any time. Let's recover first." Lin Moya's suggestion was reasonable, and Xiaoming Buddha realized he was being hasty. If they opened the passage now and encountered danger, they would be at a disadvantage. The four returned to the shore to meditate and recover. After the battle, the Black Sand God King and the Erosion God King were in the best condition, having consumed the least energy. Xiaoming Buddha had consumed the most, being the main force. Lin Moya appeared to have consumed a lot, but much of it was an act. He did this to show others that his strength was not that great. After the battle, it seemed that the four had gained more trust in each other, possibly due to the oath of the Great World, reducing their mutual suspicion. Lin Moya looked at the Black Sand God King and the Erosion God King. "Why do you two want to go to the Nether Swamp?" Chapter 1368. Chapter 1368, 1368. Chapter 1368, Why do you want to go to the Nether Swamp? The Erosion God King remained silent as usual. Lin Moya couldn't tell if he didn't want to speak or if he had nothing to say. From previous observations, it was clear that the one most eager to enter the Nether Swamp was Xiaoming Buddha, followed by the Black Sand God King. Lin Moya had only shown a slight interest in entering, but it wasn't strong. The Erosion God King, however, was always silent, making it hard to read his intentions. After a moment of contemplation, the Black Sand God King finally spoke. "I didn't know about the Nether Swamp before. When the Yellow Earth Desert first appeared, someone from our Sand clan entered it but never returned. After entering the Yellow Earth Desert, I coincidentally obtained some clues about my clan members, which led me to discover the existence of the Nether Swamp. Those clues also suggested that the Nether Swamp might help me advance further in the minor deity realm." Lin Moya was slightly surprised. "You mean, someone from your clan entered the Nether Swamp but never came out, yet some information was sent back from within the Nether Swamp?" The Black Sand God King nodded. "Exactly." Lin Moya was shocked that someone could send information back from the Nether Swamp. Amidst his shock, Lin Moya also thought of some things he hadn't considered before. When Su Qingyang from the human clan was trapped in the Nether Swamp, powerful figures from the human clan tried to rescue him but failed. He always wondered how those powerful figures knew Su Qingyang was trapped there and even had some information about the Nether Swamp. It seemed there were hidden details he wasn't aware of. As for advancing further in the minor deity realm, it wasn't impossible. Even among minor deities, there were significant differences in strength. The Black Sand God King was clearly weaker than Xiaoming Buddha, but Lin Moya didn't care about the specific hierarchy. He would understand it naturally when he reached that level. The Black Sand God King then asked, "Why do you want to enter the Nether Swamp, Deus Lin?" Lin Moya didn't hide anything. "I was entrusted by a senior to enter the Nether Swamp to rescue someone." The Black Sand God King was slightly taken aback. "Rescue someone?" Lin Moya nodded. "Yes, a senior from the human clan entered the Nether Swamp when the Yellow Earth Desert first appeared and never came out. However, a powerful figure from the human clan received information that the senior is still alive, so I was given this task." Lin Moya was telling the truth, and the Black Sand God King had no reason to doubt him. At this moment, the Erosion God King slowly spoke. "I can choose not to go." Lin Moya was a bit surprised by this answer. The Black Sand God King explained on behalf of the Erosion God King, "Erosion is actually accompanying me. Although we are from different clans, we are friends and have a good relationship." Lin Moya nodded in understanding. He then looked at Xiaoming Buddha, who was meditating not far away, and asked openly, "May I ask why you want to enter the Nether Swamp, little Buddha?" Xiaoming Buddha, with his eyes closed, responded with a Buddhist chant. "A senior from my clan went missing in the Nether Swamp, leaving behind a precious Buddhist artifact. I need to retrieve it." Xiaoming Buddha provided a reasonable explanation that no one could refute. Buddhist artifacts are very valuable, and in the Buddhist clan, only artifacts above the deity level, refined through special Buddhist methods, can be called Buddhist artifacts. A Buddhist artifact left in the Nether Swamp indeed warranted retrieval. However, Lin Moya didn't fully believe Xiaoming Buddha's words, as he always maintained a scrutinizing view of the Buddhist clan. Half a day later, Xiaoming Buddha slowly opened his eyes. "I have recovered." Lin Moya responded, "Then let's set off." The Black Sand God King glanced at the Erosion God King, seemingly asking if he wanted to go. After all, the Nether Swamp was not safe, and entering it might mean never coming out. The Erosion God King and the Black Sand God King exchanged a look and made a decision. He would go. Lin Moya felt that the two seemed more like brothers who had gone through life and death together rather than just friends. The four of them once again leaped into the lake, holding the death branch, and headed towards the central formation. This time, without the yellow sand yaksha, the fish-bodied, dog-headed monsters retreated due to the death branch. The four of them smoothly reached the formation at the center. In the center of the formation was a circular depression, just the size of the yellow sand yaksha's crystal core. Xiaoming Buddha took out the crystal core and placed it in the depression. The crystal core emitted a faint yellow light, and the entire formation began to glow slightly. The mysterious runes on the formation lit up, weaving into a beautiful pattern. Ancient runes, a beautiful pattern, profound principles, truly mysterious. Xiaoming Buddha muttered to himself. Lin Moya's ears twitched slightly. It seemed that Xiaoming Buddha knew something. With his own knowledge, Lin Moya couldn't recognize any of the runes. He could only tell that these runes didn't belong to the current era or even the ancient era, they were from a distant past. In mysterious manners and ancient tombs, there were similar runes. This yellow earth desert, which appeared due to chaotic rules, was closely related to both. The runes exploded, and a golden light shot straight into the sky. The lake water above the formation was dispersed, and they could see the sky outside the lake. In the sky, a huge black hole appeared, like a portal. It's actually in the sky. They were all stunned. No one had expected that the passage to the Nether Swamp would be in the sky. Flying was impossible in the Yellow Earth Desert, so no one could find the correct entrance without the formation. After chanting a Buddhist mantra, Xiaoming Buddha was the first to step into the formation. He then ascended into the sky, using the power of the formation to soar upwards. Lin Moya also stepped into the formation, feeling an invisible force lifting him rapidly. The Black Sand God King and the Erosion God King followed Lin Moya into the formation. In an instant, the four of them passed through the formation and entered the portal in the sky, disappearing from sight. Just a minute later, the formation closed, the lake water flowed back, and everything returned to calm. In the central lake, the yellow sand yaksha's crystal core still existed, and a large amount of yellow sand swirled around it, enveloping the crystal core. In just a few minutes, a newly born yellow sand yaksha appeared in the central lake. With a roar, it stirred up waves, announcing its return. In the pitch-black space, Lin Moya experienced a transmission and entered another world. A foul, bloody smell assaulted his nostrils. Lin Moya almost thought he had returned to the corpse realm. Except for the different laws, the smell was the same. He immediately sealed his sense of smell and began to observe this world. A cold wind blew against his face, carrying a strong aura of death. The heat of the Yellow Earth Desert contrasted sharply with the cold here, making it hard to adapt. A huge fireball hung in the sky, illuminating the world. But the fireball emitted no heat, and its flames were gray, giving it a strange appearance. Lin Moya looked at the fireball in the sky, slightly shocked. He recognized that the flames burning on the fireball were undying flames. The Nether Swamp looks like this. Xiaoming Buddha's voice came from the side. Chapter 1369. Chapter 1369, 1369. Chapter 1369, Nether Swamp, Decaying World. Xiaoming Buddha's voice carried a sense of relief, as if he had finally understood something. Lin Moya observed Xiaoming Buddha's complex expression, which contained a mix of joy, relief, disgust, and even a hint of greed, though the greed was well hidden. Lin Moya's soul was extremely sensitive, capturing all of Xiaoming Buddha's reactions. He analyzed the information he gathered, particularly noting the trace of greed. Is it because of that Buddhist artifact? Lin Moya wondered, but then dismissed the thought. If it were for the Buddhist artifact, the expression should have shown desire or even excitement, not greed. So what was it? While observing Xiaoming Buddha, Lin Moya also kept an eye on the Black Sand God King and the Erosion God King. The Black Sand God King's reaction was simpler. He seemed to be searching for something, consistent with the information he had shared. Lin Moya asked, "Fellow deists, now that we have entered the Nether Swamp, should we continue together or split up?" The four maintained a certain distance from each other. They had left the central lake, and the oath of the Great World had lost its effect. Although there was a bit of trust among them, it was fragile and could break at any moment. Xiaoming Buddha didn't hesitate and said, "I wish to act alone." Lin Moya had anticipated this. Xiaoming Buddha's motives for entering the Nether Swamp were not pure and definitely not as simple as he claimed. Since Xiaoming Buddha had spoken, the Black Sand God King followed suit. "We also choose to act alone." He included the Erosion God King in his statement. Lin Moya smiled slightly, "Then let's each take care." The brief cooperation ended, and the team disbanded. They came from different races and had their own goals. The next time they met, it could be as enemies. Anything was possible in this unknown world. On the dark and desolate land, Lin Moya moved forward alone. In reality, he wasn't alone. He had already sent out his Death Knights to scout the area. From the information relayed by the Death Knights, the Nether Swamp was unexpectedly vast. Indeed, there were many swamps within the Nether Swamp, but they occupied relatively small areas. The larger ones had diameters of only a few hundred kilometers, while the smaller ones were just a few hundred meters across. They didn't seem to be the places Lin Moya was looking for. A map gradually formed in his mind, and Lin Moya noticed a peculiar pattern among the scattered swamps. They seemed chaotic but actually followed a certain order. As the map in his mind became more complete, Lin Moya realized what they resembled. The swamps of various sizes looked like splattered water droplets, as if a giant water balloon had been thrown from 100 meters high, bursting upon impact and splashing water in all directions, forming seemingly random but actually patterned droplets. With this realization, Lin Moya quickly locked onto his target and knew which direction to head. The Death Knights advanced rapidly, reaching the limits of the Yellow Earth Desert's tolerance. In the next second, they broke through this limit, transforming into streams of light. The Flash Wizard appeared on Lin Moya's shoulder, allowing all undead to move at the speed of light, traveling 150,000 kilometers per second. There's no speed limit here. But flying is still impossible. The laws here are no longer dominated by earth and stone laws. Various laws can be used to their full extent. The death aura is very strong, enhancing the power of death laws and my undead law as well. If there are monsters in the Nether Swamp, they are either decaying corpses or undead creatures. Lin Moya made various judgments based on the information he gathered. These judgments were based on his experience and were likely accurate. The Death Knights reached speeds of 150,000 kilometers per second, half the speed of light. In just 1 minute, they had traveled over 7 million kilometers. They could have gone further, but frequent swamps blocked their path, forcing the Death Knights to detour and slow down. After advancing for over 10 minutes and covering billions of kilometers, they finally encountered a massive swamp. From the Death Knight's perspective, this swamp seemed endless. The Death Knight spread out, running along the swamp's edges to measure its size. Lin Moya's shock grew stronger as he realized the swamp's diameter exceeded 1,000,000 kilometers, large enough to contain a star. A swamp the size of a star was unheard of. The Death Knights continued beyond the giant swamp, while Lin Moya arrived at its edge. The swamp's mud was pitch black, seemingly lifeless, with occasional bubbles rising and bursting. However, through the undead vision, Lin Moya saw a different reality. Beneath the black surface was a large amount of decaying blood. The blood had rotted, turning into mud. Even with his sense of smell sealed, his soul could sense the stench. The smell was more than just foul, it was filled with the resentment of the dead, forming a deadly poison. A true deity would die from prolonged exposure to this poison, even with their sense of smell sealed. The poison could corrode the soul. In the undead vision, there were no soul fires in the swamp. Lin Moya wasn't sure if there were none or if they were hidden like the flying ants. After a moment of contemplation, he sent out several skeletal warriors. They transformed into light, running across the swamp at high speed. Their speed prevented them from sinking immediately. After 2 seconds and nearly 300,000 kilometers, the skeletal warriors began to sink. The swamp's mud exerted a pulling force, as if giant hands were dragging them down. The skeletal warriors swung their swords with all their might. With a loud explosion, the mud erupted like a volcano. The skeletal warriors leaped high from the swamp. At this moment, Lin Moya saw something different. In the undead vision, numerous soul fires suddenly appeared beneath the mud. They emerged from the mud, reaching for the airborne skeletal warriors. The hands were decayed, some resembling human hands, others like animal claws, with rotting flesh still dripping blood. The skeletal warriors swung their swords in midair, striking the decayed flesh with metallic sounds. The immense recoil pushed the skeletal warriors higher. A powerful suction force emerged from the swamp, trying to pull them down. Lin Moya immediately recalled the skeletal warriors. His expression turned serious. Besides the monsters in the swamp, he had seen something else. Chapter 1370. Chapter 1370, 1370. Chapter 1370, The Origin of the Nether Swamp. In the very center of the swamp stood a stone stele. Lin Moya could see it because the swamp was so vast that even with his eyesight, he couldn't see the stele from the shore. The stone stele was hidden in the black and gray swamp center, only visible when the skeletal god warrior approached the swamp's center. Lin Moya recalled the information given to him by Zhu Kaiwu, which mentioned that Su Qingjiang's soul was anchored in a stone stele within the swamp. However, Lin Moya didn't think it was this particular stele. In such a massive swamp, there should be more than one stone stele. Thus, he inferred that the center of each giant swamp might have a stone stele. It was hard to say which swamp's stone stele contained Su Qingyang. The Nether Swamp was evidently not safe. The rotting hands, claws, and soul fires encountered earlier were all at the 9th rank of God King. These creatures were hidden in the swamp and were not easy to deal with. Flying was impossible here, making it the home ground for these rotting monsters. Lin Moya pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat helpless. Having come this far, giving up was not an option. He could only take it one step at a time. As for what was inside the stone stele, he would have to see it with his own eyes to know. With a thought, Lin Moya transformed into a stream of light, rushing towards the swamp's center. His speed, like that of the skeletal god warrior, reached 150,000 kilometers per second, surpassing the limit of a 9th-rank god king and even exceeding that of a minor deity. 2 seconds later, Lin Moya finally saw the stele's shadow in his vision. Although still far from the stele, the swamp below began to exert a pulling force, causing Lin Moya to start sinking. With a thought, a skeletal god warrior appeared beneath him. Using the skeletal god warrior as a stepping stone, Lin Moya propelled himself forward again, transforming into light. The skeletal god warrior was recalled just before it fell into the swamp, the coordination flawless. No matter how good the coordination, it couldn't compare to the synergy between himself and the undead legion. The undead legion was like his own hand, moving as he willed. The closer he got to the steel, the stronger the pulling force from the swamp below. Lin Moya repeatedly used the skeletal god warrior to gain leverage, breaking free from the swamp's pull each time. After 5 such maneuvers, he finally landed on the steel. Standing on the steel, Lin Moya examined it closely. The material of the steel was identical to that of the mysterious Manor's castle, incredibly sturdy. Even if Lin Moya used all his strength, he couldn't leave a mark on it. However, the steel before him bore battle scars and inscriptions. Nether Legion, 1st Army, 3rd Squad's tomb. Seeing the inscription, a chill ran down Lin Moya's spine. His initial guess was correct, a great battle had indeed taken place here. The Nether Swamp was not just a swamp but a blood and flesh graveyard. The 3rd Squad of the 1st Army of the Nether Legion was buried here. The thought of a squad's tomb requiring an area of 1,000,000 kilometers was chilling. How large was this squad? Lin Moya felt that even if he gathered his entire undead legion, numbering in the millions, it wouldn't need such a vast area. This squad must have numbered in the billions. And this was just one squad of the 1st Army. How many such squads were there in an army? And how many armies were there in the Nether Legion? If there was a Nether Legion, were there other legions as well? How large were the other legions? They probably weren't much smaller. Lin Moya was deeply shocked. He had thought his undead legion was numerous enough. Once he advanced in rank, his undead legion would be enough to sweep across the stars. But now, it seemed his legion was insignificant, not even a small fry. The ancient wars must have been unimaginably intense, with battles on an enormous scale. Lin Moya was profoundly moved, and any small sense of pride he had vanished. Forcing himself to calm down, he carefully examined the steel. The steel was incredibly sturdy, impervious to the ravages of time. Using undead vision, he found no hidden souls within the steel. A visual inspection revealed nothing unusual either. Finally, Lin Moya used his soul power to probe the steel. This time, the steel responded with a slight tremor. The slight tremor of the 1,000-meter steel caused a significant reaction in the swamp. Rotting mud flew everywhere, and black and red liquid with a strong rotting smell gushed from the base of the steel. Lin Moya looked at the sudden emergence of the black and red liquid, pondered for a few seconds, and then thought of a possibility. He leaped down to the base of the steel, using his palm to absorb a large amount of the black and red liquid. With his fingers forming a sword shape, he guided the black and red liquid, evenly smearing it over the inscriptions on the steel. As soon as Lin Moya's first stroke fell, the steel began to tremble slightly, with more black and red liquid gushing from its base. The base acted like a small fountain, continuously spewing black and red liquid. Lin Moya finished smearing one character and absorbed more black and red liquid to start on the second character. He meticulously and carefully smeared each stroke. Lin Moya did this because he saw some images. This was a tomb, and the steel was actually a tombstone. The inscriptions were engraved, and there seemed to be a faint trace of blood inside the characters, indicating that they were once colored. Over countless years, the color had faded. He thought of the tombstones in the human clan's small world, where characters were filled with blood. The black and red liquid gushing from the base of the steel made Lin Moya realize what he needed to do. Using his fingers as a pen, he filled the inscriptions with blood. When all 15 characters were filled with black and red liquid, a red light shot from the steel, straight into the sky. The steel roared, and red light enveloped an area of 10,000 meters. A scene lost to history played out before Lin Moya's eyes. A peerless warrior clad in heavy armor stood in the starry sky. The starry sky was filled with countless corpses, too many to count. Facing a powerful army alone, the warrior showed no fear. His voice echoed through the starry sky, "The army is defeated, and I am ashamed before my master. I will exchange my life to bring my brothers back." As his words fell, the warrior's body collapsed, unleashing a terrifying power. The corpses floating in the starry sky gathered into masses, transforming into flesh and blood, breaking through spatial constraints, and being transmitted away. The scene then shifted to a gray world. In the gray world, undying flames burned brightly, illuminating the land. Nether Swamp. Lin Moya whispered, recognizing the scene as the Nether Swamp. However, it wasn't called the Nether Swamp at that time. The land was flat, with no swamps. The sky broke open, and massive chunks of flesh and blood fell. The flesh and blood splattered like water, forming giant swamps with diameters of millions of kilometers. The splattered flesh formed swamps of varying sizes. The warrior's shadow appeared in the sky. Though dead, his heroic spirit remained. He summoned numerous stels and inscribed them. His voice thundered like rolling thunder. "This is the burial ground, where the undying flames will shine forever, waiting for the master's return to fight the stars again." As if responding to his words, the flesh and blood boiled, and streams of flesh and blood mixed with countless severed limbs shot into the sky, reaching 10,000 meters high, and remained turbulent for a long time. Chapter 1371. Chapter 1371, 1371. Chapter 1371, Ancient Image, Damned Curiosity. The battle never ceased, and the souls never perished. Under the illumination of the undying flames, the soul fires of these warriors had never extinguished over countless years. The light on the stone steel gradually dimmed, and just as it was about to disappear, a final wisp of red light flew into Lin Moya's body. The red light was so fast that Lin Moya had no time to react. The red light drilled directly into his body and then disappeared. Lin Moya's body suddenly felt lighter, as if some restriction had vanished. Then, his body automatically floated in mid-air. "Can I fly now?" Lin Moya realized that the restriction on flying in this world had disappeared for him. With a slight thought, Lin Moya understood that it was because he had colored the characters on the stone stele. The swamp was a grave, and the stone stele was actually a tombstone. Coloring the inscriptions on the tombstone was a form of respect for the deceased. Lin Moya, guided by a sudden inspiration, completed these actions and was recognized. Lin Moya bowed slightly to the tombstone. Regardless of the reasons for the ancient war, it had nothing to do with him. Right and wrong, good and evil, were irrelevant to him. Separated by countless ages, there was no need to dwell on these matters. Lin Moya was merely moved by the images he saw, impressed by the soldier's spirit and the general's self-sacrifice. Their unwavering loyalty to their master, even in death, waiting for their master's return for billions of years, deeply touched him. After considering all this, Lin Moya bowed slightly to the tombstone. Coloring the inscriptions earlier was also an act from the heart. After completing all this, Lin Moya looked into the distance. In that direction, the Death Knights had discovered another giant swamp. There was no need to say it, there must be another tombstone in the swamp. Lin Moya transformed into a stream of light and shot towards it. On the way, he released more Death Knights, who ran across the vast land, searching for more giant swamps. From the previous images, it was clear that the first army consisted of 100 squads. After the general sacrificed himself, all 100 squads returned. This meant that there would be 100 giant swamps in the Nether Swamp. Su Qingjiang's soul should be hidden in one of these giant swamp tombstones. Fortunately, he could now fly, which made the search much more convenient and faster. A stream of light flew across the gray-black world, with the scenery below quickly disappearing from sight. Soon, Lin Moya arrived at the second swamp and rushed directly towards it. A few seconds later, Lin Moya stopped in front of a huge tombstone. Nether Legion, 1st Army, 8th Squad's tomb. The tombstone was inscribed with characters, changing from the 3rd squad to the 8th squad. After carefully observing and confirming that Su Qingjiang's soul was not in the tombstone, Lin Moya used his soul to activate the tombstone. With a slight tremor, a large amount of black and red liquid gushed from the base of the tombstone. Lin Moya repeated the process, using his fingers as a pen to color the inscriptions on the tombstone. Coloring the inscriptions was a form of respect for the deceased. Lin Moya colored steadily and evenly. One large character after another was dyed black and red. The soul sensed the smell of blood. The black and red liquid was the essence blood of ancient powerful warriors. When all the characters were colored, the tombstone emitted a red light, shooting straight into the sky, just like before. Lin Moya once again saw the previous images, with no difference. However, the images could not be stopped, and Lin Moya had to watch patiently. Fortunately, it only took 2 minutes. But at the end of the images, the scene changed. The general of the First Army, with his undying heroic spirit, stood proudly between heaven and earth, his voice like thunder. The burial ground, illuminated by the undying flames, awaits the master's return to fight the stars again. The flesh and blood responded, surging into the sky. The previous images ended here, but now, there was a continuation. The sky suddenly tore open, as if someone had forcibly ripped it apart. Lin Moya even heard the tearing sound. The images stopped abruptly and disappeared. Lin Moya couldn't help but feel curious. Who tore the sky? Was it an enemy chasing them? How would the general, now just a heroic spirit, and the warriors, now turned into blood mud, respond? Without thinking, Lin Moya continued to the next giant swamp. Perhaps the answer lay in the next tombstone. One swamp after another was discovered, and tombstones were found. Lin Moya continuously colored the inscriptions on the tombstones, repeatedly seeing the ancient images. He found that each tombstone's recorded images varied in length. Some were as short as 20 seconds, only recording the moment the warriors returned. The longer ones stopped after the sky tore open, never showing what happened next. Although he had some guesses were just guesses and not necessarily correct. Gradually, Lin Moya discovered a pattern. The higher the squad number on the tombstone, the more complete the recorded images. Moreover, the higher the squad number, the deeper the tombstone was in the land, closer to the center. After repeated confirmations, he found this to be true. This also pointed Lin Moya in the right direction. The squad numbers served as the best guide. He just needed to head towards the higher numbers. There were a total of 100 squads, numbered from 1 to 100. Curiosity grew heavier, and Lin Moya became more eager to know what happened next. At the same time, he continued searching for Su Qingjiang, not knowing which tombstone hid his soul. So, it didn't matter where he searched, the probability was the same, and it was all a matter of luck. 2 days later, Lin Moya arrived at a tombstone. The tombstone looked no different from the previous ones, except for the number on the inscription. Nether Legion, 1st Army, 82nd Squad's tomb. This is the 36th tombstone. I hope there will be some new discoveries. Skillfully activating the tombstone, coloring the inscriptions, and watching the recorded images. After watching nearly identical images 36 times, there was finally some progress this time. After the sky tore open, 2 giant hands reached in. The 2 hands clasped together, as if holding an invisible crack in the sky, and then pulled hard. With a tearing sound, the crack in the sky instantly expanded countless times. The general's heroic spirit raised his battle knife and roared. The images stopped again and disappeared. Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh. This skill of keeping people in suspense is really impressive. Curiosity was piqued again and again, but he never got the real answer. This feeling was quite unpleasant. As the red light gradually dimmed, just as Lin Moya was about to leave, his eyes suddenly focused. He saw an object at the base of the tombstone. After the red light from the tombstone faded, the black and red blood at the base receded like a tide, revealing a large area of blood mud. The object was finally exposed, lying at the base of the tombstone, half buried in the blood mud. It was clearly something that didn't belong to the nether swamp. Lin Moya reached out and absorbed it into his palm. The object was stained with black and red blood. Lin Moya wiped it clean. It was a rectangular box, only the size of a palm, very delicate, looking like a woman's item. It had been hidden at the base of the tombstone, only revealed after he finished coloring the inscriptions and watching the images. Lin Moya pushed the box 100 meters away and then opened it from a distance. A silver light shot out from the box, like a sharp sword, straight into the sky. Chapter 1372. Chapter 1372, 1372. Chapter 1372, The Sword from the Starry Sky Fishman Clan. Lin Moya was very cautious. If he had opened the box himself just now, the sword-like light would have definitely struck him. Although it wouldn't have been dangerous, it wouldn't have been pleasant either. Lin Moya could sense that the attack power of this light had already reached the level of a minor deity. A few seconds later, the light disappeared, and the box returned to calm. However, Lin Moya did not move. He used his undead vision to check and confirm that there was no soul in the box, which made him feel slightly relieved. Having a soul and not having a soul are two different concepts. If there is a soul, no matter what is in the box, even if it's just a magical treasure, it would be a magical treasure controlled by someone. A powerful magical treasure paired with a soul at the level of a minor deity represents danger. If there is no soul, even if the magical treasure has developed a spirit, its danger level would significantly decrease. After confirming that there was no great danger, Lin Moya approached the box again. Inside the box was a small silver sword, with silver light flowing on it. It didn't look like a metal sword but rather like a jade sword. It doesn't look like a human sword. Lin Moya looked at the patterns on the sword. They were not human patterns, and the sword-making technique was also different from that of humans. This sword belonged to an alien race, but for some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity. After thinking for a moment, he realized where this familiarity came from. This sword indeed did not belong to humans but to the Starry Sky Fishman clan. He had seen a similar sword in the hands of Yukindro. Although not identical, it was at least 90% similar. Did a minor deity from the Starry Sky Fishman clan come here and die here? There was too little information to make any conclusions. The grade of this sword was very high, but he couldn't determine exactly how high for now. However, he was sure that this sword had already developed a spirit. A magical treasure with a spirit is not easy to subdue and would take a considerable amount of time. It could take as little as a few dozen days or as long as several years. Now was not the time, so Lin Moya put it away for future consideration. After finding so many tombstones, he finally discovered an item from the outside world, which made Lin Moya think that Su Qingyang shouldn't be too far away. Back then, those who entered were all minor deities. There weren't many, but there were quite a few. I just don't know what they encountered back then, why they were trapped here and couldn't leave. Lin Moya murmured to himself. Since entering, he hadn't encountered any danger. For so many minor deities to fall here, there must be danger. But where was the danger? Why hadn't he encountered it since entering? Thinking of this, Lin Moya suddenly realized something. It's not that I haven't encountered it, but that I have resolved it. One of the dangers should come from the swamp. I just haven't interacted much with the swamp. By coloring the inscriptions on the tombstones, I gained the ability to fly, so I didn't need to interact with the swamp, and naturally, there was no danger. Obviously, those minor deities back then didn't color the inscriptions on the tombstones and couldn't fly here, so they would be attacked by the rotting corpses in the swamp. And the closer to the central area, the greater the danger. Lin Moya looked up at the undying flames in the sky. The undying flames burned brightly, casting gray light on the land, like a star without heat, nourishing the nether swamp. At this moment, Lin Moya finally understood. When the warriors returned, they needed the undying flames to nourish them, hoping to fight the stars again one day. But the undying flames also had varying strengths. The further out, the weaker the undying flames. The rotting corpses in the outer swamps were naturally weaker, and the danger level was lower. The closer to the center, the stronger the undying flames, and the stronger the rotting corpses. The minor deities who entered back then must have ventured into the swamps to explore the tombstones. They would inevitably have to fight the rotting corpses in the swamps, and even minor deities might not be their match. This was because the rotting corpses had long since died. If they were alive, those minor deities wouldn't stand a chance against them. This was one of the dangers he could think of. As for other dangers, Lin Moya believed there must be more. Otherwise, when someone encountered danger in the swamp, those minor deities were smart enough not to enter the swamp again. A few might die, but it wouldn't be a total wipeout. Realizing this, Lin Moya felt very fortunate. Fortunately, he had the inspiration to color the inscriptions on the tombstones. Otherwise, with his strength, fighting the rotting corpses in the swamp would be very dangerous. He thought of Xiaoming Buddha, the Black Sand God King, and the Erosion God King. He wondered how the three of them were doing and whether they had found the correct method. He continued searching for tombstones, one after another. In the next half-day, he found the tombstones of several more squads. The images on these 3 tombstones were no different, and he still couldn't get the correct answer. Under the tombstone of the 87th squad, Lin Moya found another item. It was a glove, but unfortunately, the glove had been corroded by the swamp and was half rotten. Perhaps it was a good magical treasure before, but now it was completely ruined. The laws within the material had dissipated, leaving only the material's inherent sturdiness. After leaving the tombstone of the 89th Squad, the Death Knight, who had been scouting ahead, suddenly sent back an alert. Lin Moyo immediately connected to the Death Knight, activating his undead vision. A gray light flashed before his eyes, and the undead vision was cut off. The Death Knight had died, killed by a powerful attack so quickly that Lin Moyo couldn't even see the attacker. With a thought, the Death Knight was resurrected on the spot, and Lin Moyo quickly reconnected to the undead vision. A monster in heavy armor, 3 meters tall, stood not far from the Death Knight. The Death Knight and the monster were about 100 meters apart. The monster held a large knife and slashed at the newly resurrected Death Knight. With a flash of the knife, the Death Knight died again. Indeed, the swamp is not the only danger. Lin Moyo's heart tightened. He didn't resurrect the Death Knight again but flew over himself. He flew higher and higher, reaching over 10,000 meters above the ground. The monster was very strong, and he didn't want to get too close. Using his ability to fly, he observed from above to get a clear view of the situation. Soon, he saw the monster. As he scanned the area, more monsters of the same kind came into view behind the first one. There wasn't just one monster, there were many. In the visible area alone, there were over 1,000 monsters. There were likely more in the unseen areas. The monsters were 3 meters tall, wearing heavy armor. However, the armor was damaged in many places, especially around the head, where most were broken, revealing the monsters' heads. The monsters had thick fur, resembling apes more than humans. Their eyes glowed with a blood-red light, exuding a cruel aura. As Lin Moyo observed them, they sensed his presence. One by one, they looked up, their eyes glowing red. Hundreds of monsters simultaneously raised their large knives and slashed at Lin Moyo in the air. Terrifying knife light surged towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo remained calm, quickly dodging the attacks. Suddenly, everything went dark as a monster appeared in front of him. The ape-like monster had leaped from the ground to 10,000 meters in the air, slashing down with its battle knife. Chapter 1373. Chapter 1373, 1373. Chapter 1373, The Terrifying War of Ancient Times. Lin Moyo's face changed slightly, not expecting the ape-like monster to be so fast. The sharp battle knife was close at hand, and the wings of the undead vibrated rapidly. Lin Moyo simultaneously transformed into a stream of light, flying hundreds of meters away in an instant, avoiding the attack. The ape-like monster's attack missed, crashing into the swamp like a meteor. The originally calm swamp suddenly erupted with huge waves, and the bloody mud surged, transforming into giant hands that slapped towards the ape-like monster. Hundreds of nearby ape-like monsters raised their battle knives, and the fierce knife light tore the bloody mud into pieces. A large number of rotting corpses and severed limbs fell from the bloody mud but were quickly swept back into the swamp. The swamp continued to boil, and incomplete rotting corpses crawled out of the swamp, rushing towards the ape-like monsters. The rotting corpses were not restricted by the nether swamp and could fly freely in the air. However, the ape-like monsters clearly couldn't fly otherwise, they wouldn't have had to jump up to attack Lin Moyo earlier. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides, neither giving an inch. The rotting corpses' attacks were very strong, denting the armor of the ape-like monsters. In Lin Moyo's eyes, the rotting corpses' attacks, though not as strong as a minor deity, were not far off. The ape-like monsters' attacks were equally powerful, matching the rotting corpses. Lin Moyo watched, his mind filled with various speculations. The rotting corpses and the ape-like monsters in the nether swamp are not on the same side. Not only are they not on the same side, but they also seem to have a grudge. This is the territory of the First Army of the Nether Legion, so these ape-like monsters might be invaders. These ape-like monsters resemble the giant hand that tore open the sky. Lin Moyo combined the images he had seen earlier, forming his own speculations. He watched the battle for a while. After about 10 minutes, the battle finally subsided. The swamp rolled with waves, and the thick bloody mud dragged the rotting corpses back into the swamp. The ape-like monsters were slightly injured, and their armor was deformed by the rotting corpses' attacks. However, their injuries healed at an astonishing speed, returning to normal in less than 10 seconds. Even the dented armor automatically restored itself in a very short time. At this moment, Lin Moyo had roughly assessed the strength of these ape-like monsters. They surpassed the 9th rank of God King, comparable to the Erosion God King or Jin Hui, but slightly weaker than a minor deity. However, their numbers were large. Even a minor deity like Xiaoming Buddha would have a hard time facing several, let alone hundreds at once. In this place where flying was impossible, they could even be beaten to death. These ape-like monsters had recovery and defense abilities comparable to the Yellow Sandyucha, with slightly weaker attacks but greater numbers. Overall, they were more difficult to deal with than the Yellow Sandyucha. After pondering for a moment, Lin Moyo couldn't find a way to deal with the ape-like monsters and could only avoid them. Fortunately, the ape-like monsters wouldn't enter the swamp, so Lin Moyo chose to fly over the swamp. At this moment, he was grateful for making the right decision earlier. If he couldn't fly, he would be stuck here, with ape-like monsters blocking the way on land and the swamp being extremely dangerous. He would have to declare the mission a failure and might even be trapped here forever. He also realized that his ability to fly allowed him to avoid the ape-like monsters. If the Black Sand God King and Xiaoming Buddha hadn't made the right choice, they wouldn't be able to fly here. Even if the three of them joined forces, it would be hard to get through. But what did it matter to him whether they could get through or not? It would be best if they couldn't. Soon, he reached the center of the swamp and saw the tombstone. Nether Legion, 1st Army, 90th Squad's tomb. Lin Moyo first conducted an inspection and then skillfully activated the tombstone. When the black and red blood appeared, he immediately began coloring the inscriptions. This is the 90th tombstone, very close to the core. Maybe I can see more images. Lin Moyo thought to himself, his hands moving quickly and steadily, coloring the characters. When the last character was colored, the tombstone emitted a brilliant red light, and the familiar images appeared again. When the sky was torn open, the images didn't stop but continued. A giant ape head, covered in thick fur, stretched through the tear in the sky. It's really them. Lin Moyo was shocked. The apes tearing the sky were identical to the ones he had just seen, only stronger and more terrifying. In the images, as soon as the ape head appeared, hundreds of tombstones in the swamp simultaneously shot out red light. The red light converged into a blade, cutting off the ape's head in an instant, clean and swift. A torrent of blood gushed from the severed neck, raining down on the nether swamp. The general of the First Army's heroic spirit laughed loudly, waving his hand. An invisible force gathered the blood rain, dividing it into hundreds of streams, each pouring into a different swamp. With the ape blood rain nourishing them, the previously lifeless swamps gained a touch of vitality. The general's heroic spirit laughed even more crazily. Dare to chase us here? Courting death. His madness didn't scare off the pursuers. More apes charged through the tear in the sky. They entered the nether swamp, facing the blood rain, clearly intending to destroy it completely and eliminate any chance of the First Army's resurrection. The general's heroic spirit laughed even more maniacally. You will all die, all of you. I curse you. Your flesh will become nourishment, and you will remain here forever, neither living nor dead. Forever. I curse you, forever. The general's voice echoed throughout the nether swamp. The undying flames in the sky trembled violently, like a star without heat. As they trembled, the entire nether swamp shook. The undying flames radiated an invisible, intangible force, bringing death. The apes that had charged into the nether swamp rapidly lost their life force, dying within 2 seconds. They died silently, without any resistance. The undying flames in the sky were incredibly powerful, killing without a trace. The images paused again, quickly becoming blurry and then disappearing. The entire battle lasted less than a minute, leaving Lin Moya's heart pounding. Compared to such a war, the battles he had experienced were nothing. Such powerful beings died so easily. Even minor deities were mere cannon fodder in such a war. The apes that had charged into the nether swamp were cursed, their life force dissipating instantly. Lin Moya suppressed his inner turmoil. The battle wasn't over yet, it was still ongoing. He needed to continue searching for swamps and tombstones. He carefully examined the base of the tombstone, looking for anything unusual. As the black and red blood receded, a faint blue light emerged. There really is something. Chapter 1374. Chapter 1374, 1374. Chapter 1374, can enter but cannot exit, damn it. A small crystal emitted a faint blue light. Lin Moya observed it closely and noticed that the crystal had some black and red spots, likely due to prolonged exposure to the blood and flesh mud. From the crystal, he could sense a strong water element law. This was a high-grade water element law material. Lin Moya judged, I don't know which minor deity this belonged to, but for it to remain intact in the swamp for so many years, it must be a good item. He believed that the crystal's grade was not inferior to materials at the minor deity level, but it had been contaminated by the blood and flesh mud, losing its purity. To use it, the impurities inside would need to be removed. After putting away the crystal, Lin Moya flew into the sky again. From the sky, he looked down at the ground, where the ape-like monsters roamed. The Death Knights could no longer scout ahead, so Lin Moya sent them to the outskirts to explore. He himself flew towards the core area. With the ability to fly, even without the Death Knights, he could find the other swamps. Lin Moya discovered that as long as he didn't look at the ape-like monsters on the ground, they wouldn't notice him or attack him. These monsters were cursed, remaining here after death, becoming neither living nor dead. The undying flames had killed their bodies and consumed all their vitality. The curse had erased their intelligence, turning them into mindless killing machines. This curse was more terrifying than death. But in war, anything goes, and Lin Moyo, having experienced war, found such methods normal. Soon, another swamp appeared in his sight, and Lin Moyo immediately flew towards its center. He activated the tombstone and colored the inscriptions in one go. Once again, Lin Moya witnessed a magnificent yet brutal ancient battle. Even after watching it multiple times, Lin Moya was deeply moved each time. Unfortunately, the tombstone of the 92nd Squad did not provide more information, and the images stopped abruptly. Time and again, just at the most exciting moment, the images would end. Damn cliffhangers. Lin Moya cursed inwardly and continued his search. One swamp after another, one tombstone after another, Lin Moya found several more but still saw no more images. Looking at the tombstone of the 99th Squad, Lin Moya couldn't help but mutter to himself, only one left. In the images, he clearly saw that there were 100 returning squads, forming 100 blood and flesh tombs, which were 100 swamps. Now he had found the 99th one, leaving only the last one. After determining the direction, Lin Moya flew towards the last tombstone. It had been 6 days since he entered the nether swamp. With the continuous exploration by the Death Knights, the terrain of the nether swamp was now very clear, and Lin Moya could accurately determine the location of the 100 squad tombstones. Soon, he found the last tombstone. Su Qingyang, are you here? Lin Moya began coloring the inscriptions while speaking softly. After searching for so long, although he hadn't found all the tombstones in the nether swamp, he had found half of them. Based on his judgment, the minor deity back then should have gone deep inside. He must have fought with those ape-like monsters. The minor deity's strength was superior to the ape-like monsters, and with multiple people working together, they could have made it through. Su Qingyang was one of the outstanding minor deities, so it wasn't surprising that he made it this far. He hadn't found Su Qingyan yet, but if Su Qingyan was still alive, he would most likely be here. Soon, the inscriptions were dyed black and red, and Lin Moya once again witnessed the ancient battle. Unfortunately, the images still ended at the same point, with no difference from the previous ones. Everything ended when the ape-like monsters lost their vitality. Lin Moya began to doubt his own speculation. Could my guess be wrong, and there are no complete images? But the ancient battle clearly hadn't ended. What happened afterward? Lin Moya was extremely curious. As the red light faded and the black and red blood receded, a green soul orb appeared in his sight. Lin Moya's eyes lit up, and he absorbed the soul orb into his hand. He clearly saw a soul sleeping inside the soul orb. The soul was of a young human male, and its essence was very solid, indicating that he was very powerful. The soul had turned jade-like, indicating it had reached the 4th grade. A 4th grade soul had the qualification to step into the minor deity realm. Su Qingyan. With just one look, Lin Moya confirmed his identity. It was indeed Su Qingyan, the person he had come to find. Lin Moya couldn't help but marvel at his luck. The quality of the soul orb was also very high, at least at the minor deity level. It was thanks to the protection of the soul orb that Su Qingyan had survived until now. Su Qingyan was in a deep sleep. After losing his body, maintaining the soul for a long time required sleep to significantly reduce the consumption of soul power. Lin Moya gently tapped the soul orb. Wake up. His voice echoed in the world of the soul orb. After several calls, Su Qingyan's soul finally responded after a dozen seconds. First, his fingers moved, then his soul's aura began to rise. After another dozen seconds, Su Qingyan finally opened his eyes. Long-term sleep had left him with a look of confusion. After a while, the confusion faded, and Su Qingyan fully woke up. All his memories surged in his soul, and Su Qingyan understood what had happened to him and why he had been sleeping. Through the soul orb, he saw Lin Moya. Seeing that he was human, Su Qingyan visibly relaxed. Senior, are you here to rescue me? Su Qingyan addressed him as Senior, very politely. Lin Moya chuckled. Are you Su Qingyan? Su Qingyan instinctively nodded. Yes, I am Su Qingyan. He was puzzled as to why the senior called him brother. To come here and rescue him, this person must be very powerful, at least at the minor deity level. Hearing Su Qingyan's confirmation, Lin Moya said, It's good that you're Su Qingyan. I am Lin Moya, sent by Senior Zhu Kaiwu to rescue you. Su Qingyan knew Zhu Kaiwu, a powerful minor deity. Before entering the Yellow Earth Desert, Zhu Kaiwu was already at the 9th rank of a minor deity. He should be even stronger now, possibly having stepped into the deity realm. Su Qingyan said, So it was Senior Zhu who sent you to rescue me. Stop. Lin Moya interrupted Su Qingyan. All this talk of senior and junior was giving Lin Moya a headache. My cultivation is not as high as yours. Just call me junior brother Lin. Su Qingyan seemed a bit skeptical but didn't argue. Under Lin Moya's sincere gaze, he agreed. Thank you, junior brother Lin, for rescuing me. Lin Moya shook his head. Let's not talk about this now. Do you know how we can leave? Hearing Lin Moya's question, Su Qingyan's face changed, and his entire soul twisted. Seeing this, Lin Moya felt a twinge of unease. Su Qingyan smiled bitterly. Actually, I don't know how to leave either. Damn it. Lin Moya felt like cursing inwardly. This was a trap. They could enter but not exit. How were they supposed to play this game? Su Qingyan suddenly said, Perhaps, only that place can lead us out. Chapter 1375. Chapter 1375, 1375. Chapter 1375, Past Encounters and the Way Out. Su Qingyan's words made Lin Moya's spirit tremble. Su Qingyan seemed to know something. Lin Moya listened intently as Su Qingyan appeared to fall into a memory. At that time, 23 of us minor deities entered this place and walked all the way to the end without encountering any danger. Because we hadn't encountered any danger, some of us let our guard down until we met those creatures. Those creatures were very sensitive and quickly noticed us, launching an attack. Su Qingyan's tone grew more serious. Lin Moya knew that the creatures Su Qingyan referred to were the ape-like monsters. However, with the combat power of minor deities, especially with 23 of them, they shouldn't have had to worry even if they faced thousands of ape-like monsters. But from Su Qingyan's words, it seemed that wasn't the case. After a few seconds of silence, Su Qingyan's voice resumed. Their strength was very high, above the 9th rank of God King, but slightly weaker than us. We had 23 people, all minor deities, and originally thought dealing with them wouldn't be a problem. So we fought our way in, going deeper and deeper. But those creatures seemed endless, more and more of them kept coming. No matter how many we killed, they just kept coming. By the time we realized it, we were already surrounded. Our strength was greatly depleted, and some of us were already exhausted. So we changed our strategy, with half of us resting while the other half defended and attacked. But Su Qingyan fell silent again, his tone becoming even more serious. If he still had his physical body, he would probably be frowning tightly now. Lin Moya thought that having half the people defend while the other half rested wasn't a good idea. With fewer defenders, the consumption would inevitably increase exponentially. When it was their turn to rest, the recovery time would also increase significantly. In this way, it might not achieve the desired effect and could even backfire. After a few seconds of pause, Su Qingyan continued, but we found that this approach was incorrect and actually increased our consumption, making things worse than before. So we decided to break through, but at that time, for some reason, a layer of fog suddenly covered the world, and we lost our sense of direction. At the same time, even stronger monsters appeared. More than a dozen monsters at the minor deity level rushed over, breaking our defense. We were scattered and fled in all directions. At that time, I couldn't tell the direction and just randomly chose a direction to break through. Maybe I was unlucky and chose the wrong direction. The monsters chasing me increased in number. The fog was in patches, not everywhere. Sometimes I would leave the fog, but I still couldn't find my way. Eventually, I fled into a swamp. Strangely, after I entered the swamp, the monsters stopped chasing me. But many rotting corpses appeared in the swamp, and it seemed like something in the swamp was trying to pull me in. Because of the fog, I got lost in the swamp again, and the pulling force in the swamp grew stronger and stronger until I couldn't resist it anymore. I finally sank into the swamp, my body corroded and began to rot. I struggled to hold on, hoping to last a bit longer. Finally, the fog cleared, and I saw a stone stele. By then, my body had completely collapsed, so I entrusted my soul to a soul orb and placed it on the stone stele. Su Qingyan recounted the entire process with a sense of bad memories. For anyone, recalling the process of their own death is not a pleasant experience. Connecting this with the ancient images seen in the tombstones, Lin Moya finally understood the cause and effect. The number of ape-like monsters that entered the nether swamp back then was astonishing, not less than 100,000. But what he had just seen didn't have that many. Su Qingyang and his companions must have killed many ape-like monsters, significantly reducing their numbers. In the long years that followed, the rotting corpses in the swamp would occasionally come out to fight the ape-like monsters. But because the number of ape-like monsters had decreased, the balance shifted, and over the years, their numbers further dwindled, resulting in what he had just seen. However, Su Qingyang mentioned a place that might be the way out of the nether swamp. What was that place? Su Qinjiang's earlier description didn't specify that place. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry and waited quietly for Su Qinjiang's answer. He had noticed that Su Qingyang was quite talkative. Maybe it was because he hadn't spoken for thousands of years, or maybe it was just his nature. Sure enough, after a while, Su Qingyang spoke again. During the chase, in the gaps between the fog, I saw a unique place. I saw a giant stone stele, at least 10,000 meters high. The top was shrouded in fog, so I couldn't see its exact height, maybe even more than 10,000 meters. If we want to leave the nether swamp, we might be able to check that place. Lin Moyo asked, "Senior brother Su, do you remember the exact location of that giant stone stele?" Su Qingyang shook his head. "I don't remember. At that time, I was fleeing in panic, and the fog was interfering. I had already lost my sense of direction." Lin Moya summarized Su Qinjiang's words and realized that there were three main dangers in this place. The first was the ape-like monsters. Not only were there many of them, but some were at the minor deity level, and there was more than one. The second was the swamp. The swamp had rotting corpses and could corrode flesh. Once trapped, even minor deities would struggle to escape. The third was the fog. Once the fog appeared, it would obscure the sense of direction, making it easy to get lost. One might even accidentally fall into the ape-like monster's encirclement or enter the swamp. Lin Moyo hadn't encountered the fog yet, so he couldn't say much about it. Because he could fly here, the first two dangers didn't affect him much. Lin Moya knew what he had to do, find that giant stone stele and see if it could lead to a way out. His task in the nether swamp was complete. He had found Su Qingyang, and now he needed to take him out and hand the soul orb to Zhu Kaiwu. It seems I have to find it myself, but it shouldn't be too far. The map in his mind was already very complete, with more than 80% of the nether swamp explored. Lin Moya didn't need to go back, he just needed to continue searching deeper. Just as Lin Moya was about to move, a layer of faint fog appeared in his sight. The fog appeared out of nowhere and quickly covered a large area. Su Qingyang said, "This is the fog. It can obscure the sense of the soul, making it impossible to discern direction within it." Lin Moya responded with a hum and immediately ascended, flying into the sky. Su Qingyang, inside the soul orb, exclaimed in disbelief, "Junior brother Lin, you can fly." Lin Moya replied, "It's my ability." Su Qingyang didn't doubt Lin Moya's words but sighed, "If we could fly back then, it wouldn't have been so dangerous." "Junior brother Lin, how long have I been trapped here?" Chapter 1376. Chapter 1376, 1376. Chapter 1376, The Gentle Princess of the Starry Sky Fishman Clan. Lin Moya flew to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, but the fog did not dissipate. The fog connected the sky and the earth, making it futile to fly higher. Lin Moya decided to stop searching and wait for the fog to clear. "It's been about 1,000 years, right?" Su Qingyang sighed, "It's been so long. Time flies. I didn't expect to sleep for so long." "Is this really sleeping? It's more like being forced into slumber," Lin Moya thought. Su Qingyang seemed to have a carefree attitude, appearing indifferent to life and death. Zhu Kaiwo had mentioned that Su Qingyang had a complicated background, which was why he had taken the risk to rescue him. A place that could trap even minor deities was bound to be dangerous, yet Zhu Kaiwo still sent him in. Perhaps Zhu Kaiwo was unaware of the situation inside, or maybe it was the will of higher authorities. Su Qingyang was indeed talkative. "Junior brother Lin, when we 23 minor deities entered back then, how many of us made it out?" Lin Moya replied, "As far as I know, none of you made it out." Su Qingyang seemed to have expected this answer and sighed. The chaotic rules are indeed dangerous, but when has cultivation ever been smooth sailing? Lin Moyo asked, "What races were the minor deities who entered with you back then?" Su Qingyang recalled, "There were members of the Sand Clan, Starry Sky Fishman Clan, Buddhist Clan, and Bull Demon Clan." As expected, there were members of the Starry Sky Fishman Clan. Lin Moyo thought of the small box he had found, which contained a delicate small sword. He had judged it to be an item of the Starry Sky Fishman Clan, and now it was confirmed. However, among these minor deities, there were no members of the demon clan. According to Su Qingyang, there were members of the demon clan who entered, as well as minor deities from the Golden Eagle clan, but they didn't make it to the Nether Swamp. They were killed in the Yellow Earth Desert. Su Qingyang was very powerful, among the top minor deities, just a step away from becoming a true deity. It wasn't surprising that he could kill minor deities from the demon clan and Golden Eagle clan. Su Qingyang sighed again. I didn't expect that even the one from the Starry Sky Fishman clan would be trapped here. Lin Moya was curious why Su Qingyang suddenly mentioned the Starry Sky Fishman clan instead of other races. Was there something special about the minor deity from the Starry Sky Fishman clan? Was there something special about the one from the Starry Sky Fishman clan? Lin Moya asked. Since the fog hadn't cleared, Lin Moya didn't mind chatting with Su Qingyang. He might get useful information from him. Su Qingyang said with a hint of emotion, the one from the Starry Sky Fishman clan held a high position within their clan and mastered the laws of space. Lin Moya was slightly taken aback. Yukingro also mastered the laws of space. The Starry Sky Fishman clan was quite similar to the human clan in appearance and preferences. If not carefully distinguished, it was almost impossible to tell them apart. The main difference lay in their cultivation laws. The human clan had a vast population and dabbled in various laws, covering almost everything. In contrast, the Starry Sky Fishman clan primarily focused on water and starry sky laws. Additionally, the Starry Sky Fishman clan had a unique trait. Every so often, a member would awaken the ability to master space laws. This was a bloodline inheritance. Once the bloodline awakened, they could naturally master space laws without deliberate comprehension. Space laws were among the top-tier laws, extremely difficult to comprehend, even more so than becoming a deity. Among the human clan, with a population exceeding 1 trillion, very few mastered top-tier laws, especially space laws, which were rare even among the top-tier laws. Lin Moyo had personally experienced Yukingro's mastery of space laws and felt a bit envious. Su Qingyang sighed again. That gentle princess was exceptionally talented, mastering space laws, coming and going freely, with nothing able to stop her. I thought that even if everyone else died, she would be able to escape. I didn't expect this. Hearing the term gentle princess, Lin Moyo asked, is gentle princess her name? Su Qingyang shook his head. We called her gentle princess, but her real name was Yukingro, and she was a princess of the Starry Sky Fishman clan. Lin Moyo was shocked, his expression becoming strange. Yukingro, she was also called Yukingro. Is it just a coincidence of names? The gentle princess was a minor deity, while the Yukingro I met wasn't even a god king. The difference is too great. Lin Moya speculated that it might just be a coincidence of names. If they met again in the future, he might ask her about it. It's a pity that such an exceptional woman also perished here. Su Qingyang seemed lost in his memories, not noticing Lin Moya's change in expression. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the distance, with powerful laws rippling through the air. Lin Moya saw a red light shining through the fog. Despite the fog obscuring his vision, he could tell it was the light from a tombstone. Having watched the ancient images many times, Lin Moya was very familiar with the red light from the tombstones. The rumbling grew more intense, indicating that the battle within the fog was becoming fiercer. Lin Moya guessed that the battle was between the ape-like monsters and the first army of the Nether Legion. Such battles had been ongoing for countless years. Su Qingyang said, it's starting again. When I first fell into slumber, I was awakened several times by such noises. Lin Moya didn't respond to Su Qingyang's words but carefully identified the direction of the sound. The fog interfered with the transmission of sound, making it seem like it came from all directions. However, Lin Moya managed to roughly pinpoint the direction and believed that was where he needed to go. The rumbling continued for a long time before gradually subsiding. As the battle ceased, the fog began to dissipate. From high above, Lin Moya could see the swamp, the ground, and the ape-like monsters coming back into view. He immediately flew towards the source of the sound he had identified earlier. A stream of light streaked across the gray sky at extreme speed. Here, if one couldn't fly, they would face endless pursuit by the ape-like monsters, making it impossible to move even an inch, even for a minor deity. But once able to fly, it was like walking on flat ground, with no danger at all. The only thing to be cautious of was not to look at the ape-like monsters, as that would draw their attention and lead to an attack. After a dozen minutes, a massive stone stele came into view. The stone stele was enormous, with a width of 5,000 meters and a height far exceeding 10,000 meters. It stood between heaven and earth like a pillar, awe-inspiring. Su Qingyang murmured, it's so big. I underestimated it before. Of course, he had underestimated it. He had only seen it vaguely while being chased and on the ground, so he couldn't see it clearly. Lin Moyo ignored Su Qingyang's amazement and stopped 1,000 meters away from the stone stele to observe. At the base of the stone stele, also 1,000 meters away, a group of ape-like monsters roamed. These ape-like monsters were larger and more powerful than the ones he had seen before. They were the minor deity-level ape-like monsters Su Qingyang had mentioned. Lin Moyo only glanced at them briefly before looking away, knowing that looking too long would be dangerous. On the massive stone stele, a line of large characters was inscribed. Nether Legion, First Army, Tomb of the Legion Commander, UE. Chapter 1377. Chapter 1377, 1377. Chapter 1377, mistaken, not a jokester but a fool. It turned out to be the tomb of the Legion Commander. Lin Moya recalled the images he had seen repeatedly of that general's heroic spirit in the ancient scenes. That general sacrificed himself, leading his brothers back, leaving a glimmer of hope for the future. That general even unleashed the undying flames, casting curses to kill countless pursuers, leaving them in a state worse than death, unable to escape for eternity. The heroic spirit of that general left an indelible impression on Lin Moya's heart. Since each squad had a tomb with a tombstone, it was only natural that the Legion commander would have his own tombstone. Upon seeing the words on the tombstone, Lin Moya knew what he should do. At this moment, Su Qingyang sighed, such a huge stele, yet it only has a few words written on it. What is its purpose? Lin Moya was slightly taken aback. It was then that he realized Su Qingyang couldn't recognize the inscription on the stele. No wonder he had been calling it a stele all along. He couldn't recognize the inscription, nor had he colored it, so he didn't know it was actually a tombstone. The characters on the tombstone were called the primordial ancient script by that mysterious person, different from the characters used by humans. Without specifically studying the primordial ancient script, one could at most recognize a few scattered words. Just like how Su Qingyang could recognize the character E and Ue, but not the other characters, Lin Moya didn't bother explaining and flew straight towards the tombstone. Under Su Qingyang's puzzled gaze, Lin Moya activated the tombstone. The tombstone trembled violently, and black-red fresh blood gushed out from beneath it. In an instant, the ape-like monsters that had been silent suddenly raised their heads, their powerful and ferocious auras rising. The tombstone hummed, unleashing a powerful force that pushed away all the nearby ape-like monsters, preventing them from approaching. More and more black-red blood gushed out from underground, and Lin Moya immediately absorbed a large amount of the blood, using his fingers as a pen to color the inscriptions on the tombstone. Su Qingyang was utterly astonished. Lin Shidi, what are you doing? Lin Moya said, activating this stele. Su Qingyang asked in amazement, will this allow us to find the way out? Perhaps. Lin Shidi, how did you come up with this idea? You're truly brilliant. Su Qingyang's flattery came thick and fast. Lin Moya suddenly realized that this guy wasn't just talkative but a complete jokester. Without further ado, Lin Moya continued coloring the characters. These characters were too large, and coloring them took quite some time. During this period, the ape-like monsters that had been pushed away went berserk, rushing over. However, without exception, they were all pushed back by an irresistible force, unable to get close. Su Qingyang found it a bit strange. These fellows seemed to be in quite a hurry. Lin Moya was fully focused and had no time to entertain Su Qingyang. Su Qingyang carried on his soliloquy. Why are they in such a hurry for no apparent reason? What did this huge stele do to make them act like this? They were motionless just a moment ago, how strange. The black-red blood kept being absorbed and applied to the inscriptions. Each time an inscription was colored, the tombstone would tremble violently, and the ape-like monsters would become even more frenzied and anxious. Su Qingyang's tone changed. These fellows are becoming even more frantic. Lin Shidi, what have you done? I sense an overwhelming consciousness reviving. Such a terrifying force, what level of expert is this? Su Qingyang could sense it, and so could Lin Moya. Lin Moya felt that as he continued coloring the characters, a powerful consciousness was indeed reviving within the tombstone. It was the consciousness of the Legion commander Yuyi's heroic spirit. But now, Lin Moya couldn't stop. If he did, he might become an enemy of the entire Nether Swamp. Once he lost the ability to fly, forget the Nether Swamp, even those ape-like monsters on the ground would tear him to shreds. Lin Moya could only continue coloring, going all the way. The ape-like monsters finally noticed Lin Moya and swung their battle knives, sending terrifying attacks towards him. Su Qingyang let out a strange cry, be careful. Lin Moya remained motionless, unable to dodge at the moment, and could only endure. As the attacks closed in, a red light suddenly shot out from the tombstone, enveloping Lin Moya. The ape-like monsters' attacks landed on Lin Moya but had no effect, like a drop in the ocean, not causing the slightest ripple. Su Qingyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, you almost scared me to death. The ape-like monsters continued their incessant attacks, but to no avail, as all their attacks were blocked by a thin layer of red light. Su Qingyang laughed heartily, come on, keep coming. I'm right here, come and attack me. If I dodge even once, I lose. Su Qingyang's shouts were boisterous, as if venting the frustration of being chased for 1,000 years. Mistaken, not only a jokester but a fool. Lin Moya muttered inwardly with some resignation, only able to let him be. One by one, the inscriptions were colored, emitting a dazzling black-red light that was somewhat glaring. The great consciousness within the tombstone grew clearer and more powerful. The undying flames in the sky seemed to grow dimmer, burning even more fiercely. When Lin Moya finished coloring the last character with the final stroke, the entire tombstone suddenly erupted with a brilliant red light, a pillar of light shooting out, instantly dyeing the entire Nether Swamp red. The Nether Swamp was completely immersed in a world of red, even the grey light of the undying flames replaced by the red radiance at this moment. Then, a terrifying and immense force descended from the sky, as if a giant hand was pressing down on the entire Nether Swamp. Su Qingyang, who had been speaking just a second ago, suddenly lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back. The ape-like monsters on the ground collectively collapsed, losing all movement. The Xiaoming Buddha, Black Sand God King, and Erosion God King in the distance simultaneously looked towards the sky. Accompanied by the awakening of that great consciousness, they too fell into a coma, just like Su Qingyang. In an instant, the entire Nether Swamp fell silent, with only Lin Moya remaining lucid. A grand and magnificent ancient scene unfolded before Lin Moya's eyes, with the entire Nether Swamp as the backdrop. From this moment on, Lin Moya's consciousness also changed, as if he had become the blazing undying flames in the sky, looking down upon the Nether Swamp, with everything within his sight. Lin Moya experienced the scene firsthand, as if personally witnessing that grand war. In the scene, the sky over the nether swamp was torn open by a massive rift, and an ape forced its way in. 100 tombstones simultaneously unleashed their power, forming a blood-red great blade that severed the ape's head in an instant. Previously, Lin Moya could only marvel at the strength of this blade, capable of instantly killing such a powerful being. But now, from this perspective, he truly saw that this single strike had exhausted all their strength. For this one strike, the last glimmer of hope for the 100 squads was nearly extinguished. Fortunately, after the ape died, its fresh blood became new nourishment, providing sustenance for the 100 squad tombs. However, the 100 squads could no longer unleash a second strike. Countless ape-like monsters then charged in. The Legion commander named Jui, relying on his heroic spirit, cast a curse to kill all the invaders. "I curse you, your flesh and blood will become nourishment, and you will remain here forever, neither living nor dead. Forever. I curse you, forever." The Legion commander's voice echoed throughout the nether swamp. The undying flames in the sky trembled violently, like a star without heat. As they trembled, an invisible, intangible force of death radiated from the entire nether swamp. The apes that had charged into the nether swamp rapidly lost their life force, dying within 2 seconds. They died silently, without any resistance. The undying flames in the sky were incredibly powerful, killing without a trace. The images paused again, quickly becoming blurry and then disappearing. The entire battle lasted less than a minute, leaving Lin Moya's heart pounding. Compared to such a war, the battles he had experienced were nothing. Such powerful beings died so easily. Even minor deities were mere cannon fodder in such a war. The apes that had charged into the nether swamp were cursed, their life force dissipating instantly. Lin Moya suppressed his inner turmoil. The battle wasn't over yet, it was still ongoing. He needed to continue searching for swamps and tombstones. He carefully examined the base of the tombstone, looking for anything unusual. As the black and red blood receded, a faint blue light emerged. There really is something. Chapter 1378. Chapter 1378, 1378. Chapter 1378, The History of the Nether Swamp. As the curse that penetrated the soul echoed, the ape-like monsters that entered the nether swamp died one after another. All their power, essence, blood, and laws were drained, turning them into dried corpses. At this moment, Lin Moya saw some scenes he hadn't seen before. Under the nether swamp, or rather on the other side of the land of the nether swamp, countless yellow sands appeared out of thin air and began to pile up. Lin Moya suddenly understood the origin of the Yellow Earth Desert. Initially, the Yellow Earth Desert did not exist, it was formed from the laws, essence, blood, and life of these ape-like monsters. Everything about the ape-like monsters was transformed into yellow sand under the curse. The yellow sand changed, evolving into earth laws and stone laws, and also gathered some laws from the void. But the battle was not over. After casting the curse, the commander of the Nether Legion had become extremely weak, his soul nearly dissipating. Curses come with a price. Even though the Nether Swamp was his home ground, he had to pay a corresponding price. After the curse, new enemies rushed in. The second wave of enemies was not numerous, also ape-like monsters, also wearing heavy armor, but they were stronger. Lin Moya guessed that the second wave of ape-like monsters were the ones who had reached the minor deity level. But what caught Lin Moya's attention was not these armored apes, but the blazing sun above their heads. The sun burned with intense flames, extremely hot. Within the sun, Lin Moya vaguely heard chanting, "Buddhist clan." Lin Moya was stunned. How could the shadow of the Buddhist clan appear in an ancient war? This was completely unrelated. He had read about the Buddhist clan in the records and knew that the Buddhist clan only appeared in the current era. Even in ancient times, before the rise of Shaozhantian, there was no trace of the Buddhist clan in the Great World. But in this more distant ancient time, he actually heard the voice of the Buddhist clan. The flames in the sun not only brought heat but also purification power, rendering the curse ineffective. Under the scorching flames, the temperature of the nether swamp rose sharply, and the tombstones of the 100 squads began to crack, with some even catching fire. The sun was too powerful, it burned not just with flames but with laws. Even the indestructible tombstones were being dissolved by the laws. At this moment, the commander of the Nether Legion roared again, his voice echoing through the nether swamp, "Great Master, please bring down boundless destruction upon these ants who dare to defy you." This voice was not like a curse, but it was very effective. The undying flames hanging in the sky suddenly moved. The previously slow and gentle undying flames now became violent. The undying flames transformed into a gray fire dragon, instantly flying to the sun and wrapping around it. The sun struggled frantically, and the chanting grew louder. The sun seemed to be afraid of the undying flames. Then, the gray fire dragon formed by the undying flames twisted forcefully, shattering the sun into pieces. The gray fire dragon opened its mouth and swallowed all the fragments, then spat them out. 9 fireballs flew out, passing through the land of the nether swamp and landing on the newly formed Yellow Earth Desert, becoming. So that's how the fireballs on the Yellow Earth Desert came to be. Only then did Lin Moya understand the origin of the 9 fireballs, and he also realized some other things. After shattering the sun, the undying flames did not return to the sky but rushed towards the torn rift. It seemed very dissatisfied with the rift, roaring at it and spewing gray flames to wrap around it. The flames caused the rift to close again, and the nether swamp returned to being a complete world. The commander of the Nether Legion issued another curse, cursing the second wave of enemies. Under the curse, the essence, blood and laws of the second wave of enemies were completely drained, and everything about them turned into yellow sand. The great battle finally came to an end, and Lin Moya, as a spectator, couldn't help but sigh. Although the first army was defeated, it was not a complete defeat. The first army still had a chance, waiting for their master's return. The scenes of the first army fighting to the last were deeply imprinted in Lin Moya's soul, never to be erased. The tombstones scorched by the sun were slowly repairing themselves, with the outermost tombstones suffering the most damage. The deeper the tombstones, the less damage they sustained. This also caused the recorded images to vary, with some records already destroyed at that time. Only the tombstone of the commander of the Nether Legion recorded the complete process. After this battle, Lin Moya finally understood the cause and effect and the origin of the Nether Swamp. It had existed since ancient times, enduring through the flames of war, never extinguished. It was recovering, waiting for its master's return. Lin Moya was horrified, unable to imagine the strength of the master mentioned by the commander of the Nether Legion. Based on his own experience, Lin Moya felt that the master mentioned by the commander of the Nether Legion, the master of the mysterious manor castle, and the master mentioned by the general in the ancient tomb were likely the same person. A person with an unimaginably powerful army and strength beyond comprehension. But the images did not end there, they continued. Lin Moya's consciousness had not yet returned, still overlooking the land. The Nether Swamp fell silent, and the undying flames returned to their normal state, continuing to radiate over the land. Under its illumination, the heavily damaged swamp was slowly recovering. The commander of the Nether Legion also returned to his tomb. Lin Moya's heart seemed to sink with the entire Nether Swamp, falling into a peculiar state of drowsiness, unaware of the passage of time. He didn't know how long had passed when the sound of metal friction woke him up. His awakening seemed to trigger the awakening of the entire Nether Swamp. The previously dead ape-like monsters revived, standing up and wandering the land. The corpses in the swamp also revived, and a never-ending battle between the corpses and the ape-like monsters began. The ape-like monsters, after death, had their soul fires reignited under the undying flames, but they had no consciousness, only the last instinct, becoming puppets that only knew how to fight. The battles between the ape-like monsters and the corpses were mostly inconclusive, but this was the home ground of the corpses. Over countless years, the number of ape-like monsters gradually decreased, but the speed of this decrease was very slow. It would take countless years for the corpses to kill all the ape-like monsters. Time passed, and the battles continued. Under the Nether Swamp, countless monsters appeared in the Yellow Earth Desert. The Yellow Earth Desert was formed from the essence, blood, laws, and consciousness of the ape-like monsters. All of this contained the subconscious of the ape-like monsters. Due to various reasons, the Yellow Earth Desert developed its own rules. Until one day, a group of people broke into the Yellow Earth Desert, fighting their way through and eventually reaching the Nether Swamp. They ventured deep into the Nether Swamp and fought fiercely with the ape-like monsters. These people included Su Qingyang and 22 other minor deities. They killed a large number of ape-like monsters, eventually attracting the minor deity-level ape-like monsters, and were beaten into a retreat. Most of these minor deities died, with no survivors. Only a few escaped the pursuit of the ape-like monsters, but they eventually died in the swamp. Su Qingyang was one of the very lucky ones, carrying a high-grade soul orb that protected him from the swamp's corrosion. Hey, it's her. In these scenes, Lin Moya saw a person. Chapter 1379. Chapter 1379, 1379. Chapter 1379, Clear Grudges, collecting some interest first. Lin Moya knew he wasn't mistaken, it was indeed Yu Qinguo. Her demeanor, appearance, and even her aura were exactly the same as Yu Qinguo. According to Su Qingyang, this Yu Qinguo was known as Princess Ro, and she was incredibly powerful, repeatedly escaping the pursuit of the ape-like monsters. But as more and more ape-like monsters surrounded her, combined with the interference of the fog, she was eventually cornered. In the end, like many others, she fled into the swamp, reaching the center and finding the tombstone. Lin Moya knew that the reason she was in such a dire situation was because the Nether Swamp restricted her space laws and also limited her ability to fly. Otherwise, no matter how many ape-like monsters there were, they wouldn't have been able to catch her. With space laws, she could come and go freely, almost impossible to kill. Coming to such a ghostly place was just bad luck for Yu Qinguo. Princess Ro didn't just sit idly by the tombstone, she took out her jade box and summoned the small sword from it. The small sword was incredibly powerful, unleashing astonishing strength that almost tore through space. Princess Ro entered the space torn by the small sword and disappeared. After she left, the small sword returned to the box and fell at the foot of the tombstone. She didn't die, she ultimately escaped. Lin Moya murmured to himself, Princess Ro didn't die, but what about Yu Qinguo? Princess Ro is a minor deity, while Yu Qinguo is only at the 9th rank of a true god. The difference is significant. Could it be that something happened during her escape? Lin Moya couldn't think of any other reason. He was certain that the Princess Ro in the images and the Yu Qinguo he encountered were the same person. There are similar people in the world, but it's rare to find someone exactly the same. Even if there is a 99.99% similarity, a strong person at the 9th rank of a true god can still see the 0.01% difference. In the images, Lin Moya saw the minor deity from the Sand Clan. He was truly dead, with nothing left. The one from the Buddhist clan escaped further, reaching the swamp of the 71st Squad before dying, and indeed left something behind. It was a Buddha statue. The swamp of the 71st Squad was one he hadn't searched yet, but looking at the current progress of Xiaoming Buddha, it was unlikely he would find it. Xiaoming Buddha didn't dare enter the center of the swamp, and searching for another 1,000 years would be futile. If he was unlucky and attracted the ape-like monsters, he might even die. The scene before him disappeared, and his consciousness returned to his body. At the same time, a piece of information came to him, and Lin Moya knew how to leave. There were two ways to leave. One was that every 100 years, an exit would appear in the sky. Through this gap, one could leave the nether swamp and return directly to the great world. This gap was a wound left from the great battle years ago, which had never healed. Even if one couldn't fly here, with the ability of a minor deity, jumping tens of thousands of meters and entering the exit wouldn't be a problem. The second way was through the tombstone of the Legion commander. Because Lin Moyo had colored the inscriptions on the tombstones, he had gained their recognition and could open the passage within the tombstone to return to the Yellow Earth Desert. From there, he could return to the Great World through the Yellow Earth Desert. Lin Moyo naturally wouldn't wait for decades and would choose the passage within the tombstone. But now, besides him, there were 3 others still unconscious in the Nether Swamp. After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Moyo had a plan. He put away Su Qingjiang's soul orb, and the Flash Wizard appeared on his shoulder. He transformed into a stream of light and flew into the distance. First, he arrived at the tombstone of the 71st Squad, quickly activating it and coloring the inscriptions. In just a few minutes, he had a Buddha statue in his hand. The Buddha statue emitted a Buddha light, still bright after thousands of years of corrosion in the swamp. It is indeed a good item, consider it interest. Without hesitation, Lin Moyo put it away. Previously, Kongwen Buddha had tried to kill him, and although he had counter-killed him, the Buddhist clan still owed him a blood debt. The strong of the human clan stood up for him, but that was the human clan's matter, and this debt would eventually be collected by him. For now, he would collect some interest. As for Xiaoming Buddha, although Lin Moyo didn't like the Buddhist clan, he believed in clear accounts even among brothers. Xiaoming Buddha hadn't harmed him, and they had even cooperated briefly. So Lin Moyo didn't plan to leave him here. He knew that if Xiaoming Buddha continued searching here, he wouldn't last decades until the next exit opened. Based on the location he had just seen, Lin Moyo quickly found the unconscious Xiaoming Buddha and the other 2. Using laws to form ropes, he dragged the 3 into the sky and brought them to the tombstone of the Legion commander. After placing them down, Lin Moyo waited quietly. About a day later, Xiaoming Buddha was the first to wake up. His eyes quickly regained clarity, and he looked around warily. Seeing Lin Moyo, he relaxed slightly. Amit Ba. Xiaoming Buddha chanted a Buddha's name, hiding a trace of unease in his heart. The irresistible force he had felt earlier made him feel powerless. Even from a Buddha, he had never felt such a level of power. That power was too strong, so strong that he couldn't resist, feeling like an ant that could be easily crushed. After calming down, Xiaoming Buddha said, "Did Deist Lin save me?" Lin Moyo didn't deny it. It was just a small effort. In a sense, it was indeed Lin Moyo who had saved Xiaoming Buddha. If he had left him alone, Xiaoming Buddha would have surely died. Xiaoming Buddha wasn't one to procrastinate and immediately said, "I will remember this kindness and repay it in the future if I have the chance." Lin Moyo smiled and didn't take it seriously. Xiaoming Buddha then asked, "Deist Lin, where is this place?" Lin Moyo glanced at the still unconscious Black Sand God King and Erosion God King. "Let's wait for the 2 deists to wake up before discussing it." Xiaoming Buddha nodded and didn't press further. After a while, the Black Sand God King finally woke up, looking as fearful as Xiaoming Buddha. The last to wake up was the Erosion God King, who had the lowest realm and was the first to faint and the last to wake up. Once all 3 were awake, Lin Moyo finally explained how to leave. He pointed to the tombstone and said, "This is the exit of the Nether Swamp. I found a way to open it. Besides this, there's another way to leave. Every 100 years, a gap appears in the sky, and you can leave through it. But before the gap opens, you might face some danger." Lin Moyo pointed into the distance. Xiaoming Buddha strained his eyes and finally saw the monsters Lin Moyo was pointing at. There were a few ape-like monsters wandering aimlessly. They emitted no aura and couldn't be sensed by the soul, only visible to the naked eye. Before they attacked, it was impossible to gauge their strength. Xiaoming Buddha asked, "How strong are they?" Lin Moyo smiled slightly. "They should be about the same as you, little Buddha. You can go and try." Xiaoming Buddha thought for a moment and shook his head. "No need." Just then, an ape-like monster suddenly raised its head and looked at Xiaoming Buddha. Its eyes glowed with ferocity, and Xiaoming Buddha's face changed. He felt himself being locked onto by a powerful, deadly, and violent aura. This aura was very strong and terrifying, not weaker than himself. Then, dozens of auras locked onto him, and several ape-like monsters charged at him. Chapter 1380. Chapter 1380, 1380. Chapter 1380, Fellow Deist, farewell until we meet again. Xiaoming Buddha's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with fear. Lin Moya's calm voice echoed in his ears, "Little Buddha, there's no need to act. They can't get through." Lin Moya's words were like a heavenly voice, instantly calming Xiaoming Buddha. He suddenly realized that his previous emotions were problematic. This wasn't the reaction he should have had. He had been influenced by the ape-like monsters, which had the ability to affect people's minds. The ape-like monsters had already charged forward, only 100 meters away. However, they seemed to hit an invisible wall and were bounced back. The speed at which they were repelled was as fast as when they charged forward. Lin Moyo continued, "Don't stare at them. They will sense it and attack those who look at them." Xiaoming Buddha forced himself to calm down. "Thank you, fellow Deist Lin." Lin Moyo shook his head. "No need to be polite. These creatures are very powerful. The minor deities who came in before likely died at their hands." Lin Moyo couldn't tell Xiaoming Buddha about the images he had seen, so he directly labeled these ape-like monsters as the culprits. The number of ape-like monsters at the minor deity level was enough to kill the minor deities who had entered before. Xiaoming Buddha's eyes flickered. "It seems that the treasure of my Buddhist clan is out of reach." Now, he didn't even dare to leave the tombstone by 100 meters, let alone search for the Buddhist clan's treasure. The Black Sand God King and the Erosion God King remained silent, but they understood the situation clearly. They had long lost the desire to continue searching and just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Nothing was more important than their lives. This place is too dangerous, we shouldn't have come here. So many minor deities entered before, and none escaped. How can a few of us succeed? Lin Moyo asked, Little Buddha, do you plan to continue searching here or leave with me? Xiaoming Buddha almost immediately replied, it seems this treasure is not fated for me. I will leave as well. Lin Moyo then looked at the Black Sand God King, what about you too? The Black Sand God King also said, we will leave as well. Lin Moyo smiled, alright, in that case, I will open the passage. He then communicated with the tombstone, opening the passage to the Yellow Earth Desert. A dark portal opened at the base of the tombstone. Lin Moyo said, this portal leads to the Yellow Earth Desert. I will go first. Fellow deists, farewell until we meet again. Xiaoming Buddha chanted a Buddhist mantra, farewell until we meet again. Farewell until we meet again. Lin Moyo stepped into the portal and was swallowed by the darkness. Xiaoming Buddha and the other two immediately followed, fearing the portal would disappear. The sudden change from extreme cold to extreme heat made it difficult to adapt. Lin Moyo looked at the vast land of yellow sand and the 9 fireballs hanging high in the sky. Returning from the nether swamp, one would be randomly teleported to a location in the Yellow Earth Desert. Lin Moyo found himself in the outer region and determined his position using the 9 fireballs. To leave the Yellow Earth Desert, one had to use the stone stels in the oases. After identifying his direction, Lin Moyo quickly headed to the nearest oasis. He discovered that he could fly in the Yellow Earth Desert as well. The recognition he gained in the nether swamp was also effective here. This wasn't surprising, as the Yellow Earth Desert was part of the nether swamp. If he could fly in the nether swamp, he could naturally fly here as well. Being able to fly avoided many troubles. In just half an hour, Lin Moyo reached the edge of an oasis and found the stone steel that could take him out of the Yellow Earth Desert. He activated it. A dark portal appeared, and the aura of the Great World emanated from it. Entering this portal would allow him to leave the Yellow Earth Desert and return to the Great World. This journey felt like a lifetime to Lin Moyo. Taking a deep breath, he was about to step into the portal when he suddenly stopped. His expression changed slightly, showing a hint of seriousness. In that instant, he had a premonition of mortal danger. Returning to the Great World will be dangerous. Where does the danger come from? Lin Moyo pondered and quickly found the answer. It seems the demon clan has set up a trap, waiting for me to enter. Senior Zhu should be outside as well. How could he just watch the demon clan do this? Like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It seems, Senior Zhu wants to be the oriole. Or perhaps, Senior Zhu just wants to watch the show, to see how I, the cicada, will resist. Alright then, let's give Senior Zhu a good show. But let me think, what kind of trap would the demons set? To kill me, they must first trap me. Various speculations flashed through Lin Moyo's mind. He put himself in the demon's shoes, thinking about how he would set up the trap. Based on his understanding of the demon clan, he considered which demons and what level of power they would use. Soon, he had thought of several possibilities and found ways to counter them. The Lightspeed Lich, Starlight Lich, and Flame Star Lich appeared beside him. The Starlight Lich summoned the projection of the Law Star River, which slowly enveloped Lin Moyo. Only then did Lin Moyo enter the portal. After a brief transmission, Lin Moyo left the Yellow Earth Desert and returned to the Great World. As Lin Moyo returned, the Nightmare God opened his eyes in the starry sky outside the Yellow Earth Desert. Prepare to act. His command echoed through the starry sky, and the demons who had been waiting for days immediately got ready. Killing intent surged through the starry sky. The illusion demon began creating illusions, waiting for Lin Moyo to appear and fall into the trap. Zhu Kaiwa's eyes lit up, the brat is finally coming out. Let's see how you handle this life and death crisis. In his eyes, without using his life-saving trump card, Lin Moyo was doomed to die in this trap. He could save Lin Moyo at any time, but he wanted to see how Lin Moyo would react to a deadly situation. How one reacts to a life and death situation can reveal a lot about their character. This is also something one must learn to become a supreme being. A spatial fluctuation appeared in the starry sky, and Lin Moyo's figure emerged. Under the starry sky, Lin Moyo saw the countless stars and found himself on a grassland. Ning Yi, Mu Qianqian, and Shu Han were sitting beside him. His head was resting on Mo Yun's soft lap. A gentle breeze blew, accompanied by the starry sky, creating an incredibly serene scene. Chapter 1381. Chapter 1381, 1381. Chapter 1381. Unfortunately, an illusion is still an illusion. Lin Moyo looked at the starry sky, showing an expression of enjoyment. Is this an illusion? It feels so real. It's been a long time since I saw you all. I really missed you. Lin Moyo took a deep breath, savoring the moment, and carefully looked at the faces of his 4 beloved wives. Unfortunately, an illusion is still an illusion. As he spoke, starlight began to emanate from his body, and the scene before him shattered in the starlight. He had wrapped himself in the protection of the Starlight Lich from the beginning. The Starlight Lich's ability was to weave illusions to trap enemies. Similarly, it could resist illusions, and this was one of its innate, very powerful passive abilities. Among the demon clan, the one most skilled at creating illusions was the illusion demon. But even an illusion at the level of a deity couldn't affect the Starlight Lich. With the protection of the Starlight Lich, as long as Lin Moyo wished, almost all illusions were ineffective against him. Just now, Lin Moyo merely wanted to see what kind of illusion the opponent had created for him. He didn't expect to see his 4 wives, so he indulged in the illusion for a couple more seconds. Now that the illusion had shattered, Lin Moya saw a battle knife coming towards him, already within arm's reach. The battle knife was part of the demon's battle formation, composed of at least 1,000 powerful God King level demons. First, the illusion demon weaves an illusion to trap me, making me lose the ability to resist. Then, other demons come to kill me. It's a good plan, but unfortunately. Lin Moya's eyes showed a hint of a smile. He had anticipated several methods the demon clan might use, and one of them was this. First, use the illusion demon to create an illusion to trap him, then proceed with the killing. So he had the Starlight Lich wrap around him, using its characteristics to resist the illusion. The demon battle formation attacked, and to everyone outside, Lin Moya appeared motionless in the starry sky, like a person waiting to die. Several deity-level demons were already showing excitement in their eyes. They didn't make a move because they were deities. How could deities stoop to attack an ant? They were just here to oversee, just in case. Now it seemed there was no just in case. Just before the battle knife reached him, Lin Moya suddenly moved. In the starry sky, a red light suddenly shone. The red light carried a strong curse, cursing the soul. Fusion spell, time curse. The demon battle formation instantly fell into chaos, with the God Kings forming the battle formation screaming in agony. Lin Moya was now at the 9th rank of a true deity, and the power of his curse had greatly increased compared to before. It was enough to make the God Kings feel excruciating pain. Under the curse, the battle formation almost collapsed. The red light had not yet extinguished when pieces of flesh appeared in Lin Moya's hand, remnants of a 9th rank God King stone demon corpse. Immediately, a series of violent explosions erupted in the starry sky. The explosions were as beautiful as fireworks, incredibly splendid. Each explosion surpassed the full force attack of a 9th rank God King, like a 9th rank God King fighting desperately. Even a minor deity would have to retreat in the face of such an attack. The battle formation completely collapsed, and almost all the God Kings within it were killed or injured in an instant. Lin Moya instantly shattered the battle formation, killing all the God Kings, and in the next second, he locked onto the illusion demon in the starry sky. Illusions were ineffective against him, and the hidden illusion demon in the starry sky had nowhere to hide in his eyes. More beautiful fireworks bloomed in the starry sky, and this time Lin Moya used the newly killed corpses. The illusion demon was a very troublesome type among the demon clan. They created illusions and had strong deceptive abilities. Assisting other demons, they could cause great trouble for the enemy. It could be said that a team with an illusion demon had greatly enhanced combat power. But the illusion demon also had a weakness: their bodies were very fragile. Even a 9th rank God King illusion demon had life force comparable to a 1st rank God King human. If they lost the ability to deceive with illusions, a 1st rank God King human could kill a 9th rank God King illusion demon. In Lin Moya's eyes, this was a species that maximized its strengths and weaknesses to the extreme. In a series of explosions, one illusion demon after another was killed. By the time the deity-level demons reacted, there was no living being left around Lin Moya. How is this possible? How did he do it? The deity-level demons were stunned. They had waited so long and set up a perfect trap, only for it to be easily dismantled? The quickest to react was a deity-level stone demon. Stone demons had simple minds and didn't think too much about why. They only knew that they needed to kill Lin Moya now, and that was enough. So he was the first to react and charged at Lin Moya. When a deity made a move, the difference from a God King was like heaven and earth. A brilliant star river appeared in the starry sky, filled with rolling boulders, countless giant stones surging like waves. Each giant stone carried immense momentum, enough to shatter a star upon impact. This was the Lost Star River summoned by the stone demon deity, the Earth and Stone Lost Star River. Deities were powerful partly because they could harness the power of the Lost Star River, which was difficult to resist even for minor deities. The Star River hung upside down, and countless giant stones fell towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya transformed into a stream of light, flying away at a speed of 150,000 kilometers per second. You can't escape. The stone demon deity's voice echoed from the Lost Star River, which followed Lin Moya relentlessly, no matter how fast he flew. Lin Moya smiled slightly, not necessarily. The wings of the undead spread and vibrated rapidly. The soul lock was instantly severed, and the Lost Star River that had been chasing Lin Moya lost its target, stopping in the starry sky. The wings of the undead could sever soul locks, even those of deity-level beings. The stone demon deity didn't expect this and felt insulted by Lin Moya's actions. Lin Moya's actions were not harmful but extremely insulting. Deities valued their dignity, and in his anger, the stone demon deity expanded the Lost Star River, covering 1,000,000 miles of the starry sky, enveloping Lin Moya. Let's see how you dodge this time. The attack turned into a map-wide bombardment. Although its power was greatly reduced, it blocked all of Lin Moya's escape routes. Lin Moya's expression changed slightly. Facing attacks from all directions, he steeled himself, and his aura surged. In an instant, Lin Moya's power reached the peak of the 9th rank of a true deity. With a burst like a bubble, Lin Moya's aura rose again, directly reaching the level of a minor deity. A skeletal throne appeared in the starry sky. The aura of the skeleton king on the throne was weak, only at the 4th rank of a god king. Lin Moya didn't need the skeleton king, he needed the bone sword in the skeleton king's hand. The bone sword had no special attributes but was incredibly sturdy, which was exactly what Lin Moya needed. As the giant stones approached, Lin Moya vibrated the wings of the undead, swiftly maneuvering through the chaotic and dense giant stones. At the same time, he pointed at the stone demon deity. Fusion spell, time curse. The stone demon deity grunted, his soul slightly affected, feeling a sting, but that was all. After reaching the deity level, the soul reached the 4th grade, greatly enhancing its defense and resistance to soul attacks. Lin Moya wasn't surprised by this result. He swung the bone sword in his hand. Chapter 1382. Chapter 1382, 1382. Chapter 1382, Scheming, Luck, Killing the God Sovereign. With the blessing of 2 fundamental spells, Lin Moya's realm was forcibly elevated to the level of a minor deity, already the limit below a God Sovereign. Under the Strong Soldier spell, his damage increased tenfold. Additionally, the spell amplification of the Sword of God Slaying. With all these blessings, Lin Moya unleashed his strongest sword strike to date. Although it still couldn't compare to a God Sovereign, Lin Moya was very clear about this. He was just wondering if this sword could inflict any damage on a God Sovereign. As for killing a God Sovereign, Lin Moya never even considered it. It wasn't that he lacked the ability, but relying solely on the Sword of God Slaying was far from enough. Moreover, the law blessing of this sword strike was only at the 9th rank of a true deity, not even at the God King level. The Stone Demon God Sovereign didn't take this sword seriously at all. You don't understand the meaning of the phrasal below the God Sovereign are ants. He concentrated on controlling the Lost Star River, countless giant stones crushing Lin Moya from all directions, leaving him no escape. At the same time, a sword light suddenly shone on his body. The sword light exploded, creating numerous sword marks on his body, cutting many wounds on his surface. The wounds were neither large nor deep, only scratching the surface. But this sword made the Stone Demon God Sovereign's face turn ugly. He was actually injured, a dignified God Sovereign, injured by Lin Moya. This made him lose face, utterly humiliating. Die! He roared in anger, making the Lost Star River even more violent. Lin Moya, having unleashed the Sword of Godslaying, couldn't continue to dodge the giant stones and was eventually swallowed by the rolling stone flow. Feeling utterly humiliated, the Stone Demon God Sovereign roared continuously, manipulating more giant stones to crush Lin Moya. I will crush you into meat paste, crush your soul completely. In the vast Star River, countless giant stones surged like waves. Even an army of thousands would be crushed to pieces under such an onslaught. Hiding in the shadows, Zhu Kaiwa clenched his fists, ready to act at any moment. Brat, you're really strong, surviving this. He knew Lin Moya had a life-saving trump card that would automatically activate if he was in real danger. So he wasn't in a hurry, and it seemed Lin Moya hadn't reached his limit yet. Zhu Kaiwa continued to watch the show, almost needing some snacks. A dozen seconds later, the rolling stones gradually disappeared, and the starry sky returned to normal. In the starry sky, Lin Moya stood proudly, looking unscathed, without a single injury. The Stone Demon God Sovereign's face changed drastically. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How can you still be alive? You can't possibly be alive. Lin Moya smiled, with a faint purple light flashing on his body. Nothing is impossible. The God Sovereign's attack was indeed powerful, and he had indeed suffered a fatal attack just now. Each giant stone's impact far exceeded the attack of a minor deity. Even if he elevated his realm to that of a minor deity, he couldn't withstand it. The undead army collapsed repeatedly, and the Legion ruler couldn't heal in time. Even after summoning the Undying Lich, it was instantly killed. After collapsing 6 times in a row, his talent was activated, and Lin Moya was reborn. After being reborn, he fell into a crisis again, with the undead army repeatedly collapsing and reviving. Fortunately, the attack didn't last long. If it had continued for a few more seconds, Lin Moya would have had to crush his life-saving trump card for help. However, through this strike, he experienced the insurmountable gap between himself and a God Sovereign. At this moment, Lin Moya's aura gradually weakened, the fundamental spells had dissipated, and the Lightspeed Lich appeared on his shoulder, spreading the wings of the undead. Not playing with you anymore. Lin Moya shouted, instantly flying away. With the blessing of the Lightspeed Lich, his speed far exceeded that of a God King, already stepping into the realm of a minor deity. Perhaps he couldn't compare to those God Sovereigns who excelled in speed, but he could still compete with the Stone Demon God Sovereign. The Stone Demon God Sovereign reacted immediately, chasing after him. He locked onto Lin Moya with his soul, but it was repeatedly severed by Lin Moya. Seeing Lin Moya flying farther and farther away, the Stone Demon God Sovereign roared in anger. At this moment, Lin Moya suddenly stopped, frozen in midair. The Nightmare God Sovereign had appeared in front of Lin Moya, casting an illusion to affect him. The Nightmare God Sovereign, who had not acted until now, finally made his move. His methods were silent, and his illusion weaving was extremely sophisticated. Even a God Sovereign would be trapped in his illusion, let alone Lin Moya. Lin Moya was trapped in the illusion, frozen in place. The Nightmare God Sovereign appeared in front of Lin Moya, only 10,000 meters away, with a cold smile. Why don't you just wait for death? A human genius shouldn't be alive. The Nightmare God Sovereign was notorious among humans, with countless geniuses dying at his hands. He had been on the human bounty list since he was a God King, but he never acted alone, and human experts had tried to kill him several times without success. Suddenly, Lin Moya's body shone with starlight, and his eyes instantly cleared. You finally showed up. The Nightmare God Sovereign was slightly surprised, sensing something was wrong, but it was too late. His soul heard a loud bang, and then his consciousness fell into endless darkness. How did he do it? This was his last thought. He didn't understand how Lin Moya killed him. Even if he was the weakest in defense among all God Sovereigns, he was still a God Sovereign, not someone a God King could kill. He had seen Lin Moya's previous attack, which only scratched the Stone Demon God Sovereign, so it couldn't have killed him. But no one would answer him, ever. Lin Moya had long discovered the Nightmare God Sovereign, but the Nightmare God Sovereign had been hiding far away, with other God Sovereigns in front, making it difficult to lock onto him. Until just now, when he was about to escape, the Nightmare God Sovereign chased after him alone, weaving an illusion, giving Lin Moyo the opportunity to kill him. Lin Moyo pretended to be affected by the illusion, but the Starlight Lich had already broken it. When the Nightmare God Sovereign approached, Lin Moyo instantly detonated the Void Wolf's corpse. Demons had the weakest defense. The Void Wolf was at the 3rd rank of a God Sovereign. Detonating its corpse was equivalent to a 3rd-rank God Sovereign self-destructing, powerful enough to kill or even severely injure other God Sovereigns of the same rank. Lin Moyo felt that using the Void Wolf to blow up the thick-skinned Stone Demon was useless, especially since the Stone Demon had the ability to revive. But using it to blow up the weakest Nightmare God Sovereign was a guaranteed kill. As expected, the Nightmare God Sovereign couldn't withstand it and was instantly killed. Lin Moyo quickly collected the Nightmare God Sovereign's corpse and flew away again. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. There was scheming, there was luck, and Lin Moyo felt fortunate. This is the 2nd God Sovereign to die by my hand. Lin Moyo thought to himself. The first was Kongwen Buddha, who barely counted as dying by his hand. Now it was the Nightmare God Sovereign, and although luck played a part, it was indeed killed by him. The Stone Demon God Sovereign was stunned, unable to believe what he saw. Taking advantage of this, Lin Moyo quickly fled. Killing the Nightmare God Sovereign was already a stroke of luck. He couldn't defeat the Stone Demon God Sovereign. Boom! A brilliant flame star river appeared in front of him, blocking his path. In the Flame Star River, the Flame God Sovereign appeared. You can't escape. No matter what means you use to kill the Nightmare God Sovereign, today you will die. Black and red flames surged, and the Hellfire, like a giant beast in the starry sky, sought to devour Lin Moyo. Chapter 1383. Chapter 1383, 1383. Chapter 1383. Have you enjoyed the show enough? Hundreds of thousands of stars were instantly engulfed in flames, leaving Lin Moyo with no room to escape. There was no need for a soul lock. It was unavoidable. A God Sovereign's casual attack was like a map-wide bombardment, and it was extremely powerful. Lin Moyo's first reaction was to detonate the Nightmare God Sovereign's corpse, hoping to kill the Flame Demon in front of him. But to his horror, he found that he couldn't lock onto the Flame Demon. The Flame Demon seemed close at hand, but it wasn't actually there. What he saw was just a phantom. God Sovereigns are very clever. Seeing the Nightmare God Sovereign killed, they would naturally think of countermeasures. After all, Lin Moyo was only at the 9th rank of a true deity, far from the level of a God Sovereign. It was normal that he couldn't lock onto the target. The Flame Lich was deployed, summoning the projection of the Lost Star River to resist the flames rolling in from all directions. I didn't expect you to not be a God Sovereign but still able to summon the Lost Star River. You are indeed a remarkable genius. Unfortunately, your Lost Star River is too weak and won't last long. Lin Moyo's expression was grave. The Flame Demon was right. His Lost Star River projection was too weak and couldn't compare to a God Sovereign's Lost Star River. It wouldn't hold out for long. The Flame Lich's Lost Star River, after absorbing a large amount of flames, was already on the verge of collapse and could break at any moment. Lin Moyo held the black stone in his hand, ready to crush it at any time. He quickly thought of countermeasures but found no solution. His strength was too weak, a hard fact. The Flame Lich finally reached its limit, and the Lost Star River collapsed. The Flame Lich let out a mournful cry and returned to the spell star. The flames backfired, severely injuring it, making it temporarily unable to appear. The black-red flames rolled in, ready to engulf Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo knew he had no way out and was about to crush the black stone to summon the big figure to save him. Suddenly, his brows relaxed, and he put the black stone away. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, looking down at the starry sky. Zhu Kaiwo had finally seen enough of the show and decided to step in. With a casual slap, he turned the sky full of flames into fireworks. The fireworks exploded in the starry sky, briefly dazzling before disappearing without a trace. Only then did Lin Moyo realize that a God Sovereign-level demon, shrouded in flames, was standing tens of thousands of kilometers away. No wonder I couldn't lock onto the target. It wasn't even here. Lin Moyo thought to himself and looked at Zhu Kaiwo. Senior, you finally decided to act. Zhu Kaiwo chuckled. Did you know I was here all along? Lin Moyo shook his head. I guessed you might be, but I wasn't sure. Now it seems you've been watching the show all along. Zhu Kaiwo laughed twice. So, your calmness was all an act. Lin Moyo didn't answer directly. What do you think? He knew that with Zhu Kaiwo's sharp eyes, he could definitely tell if he was acting. It's not easy to fool a God Sovereign. Zhu Kaiwo snorted. Clever. Lin Moyo corrected. I call it being resourceful. Zhu Kaiwo didn't continue the debate but looked at the Flame Demon and the Stone Demon God Sovereign. The two God Sovereigns stood in the starry sky, unsure of what to do next. In the starry sky, besides them, there were dozens of illusion demons. These illusion demons had witnessed the Nightmare God Sovereign being killed and seemed scared, not fleeing immediately. Perhaps they thought Lin Moyo would be killed by the Stone Demon God Sovereign or the Flame Demon, so they didn't run. They never expected Zhu Kaiwo to intervene. Zhu Kaiwo didn't give these illusion demons a chance to escape. He reached out and grabbed them. Invisible giant hands appeared around the illusion demons, crushing them into powder. Zhu Kaiwo's attack was so powerful that even other God Sovereigns couldn't withstand it, let alone the illusion demons, who had the weakest defense among the God Kings. The Flame Demon tried to steady his emotions, gritting his teeth and staring at Zhu Kaiwo. Who are you? Just now, Zhu Kaiwo had shattered his Lost Star River with a casual slap, displaying immense power. He was extremely wary of Zhu Kaiwu and was ready to flee. The stone demon god sovereign stood far away, not daring to approach, also ready to retreat. Zhu Kaiwu smiled, "You've been on the battlefield for many years, and you don't even know my name." The flame demon and the stone demon god sovereign looked confused, not recognizing Zhu Kaiwu. Zhu Kaiwu seemed to be in a good mood, satisfied with Lin Moya's performance, so he spoke a bit more. Normally, he would have killed them with a slap. Zhu Kaiwu's voice was calm, "My surname is Zhu." Surname Zhu. The flame demon seemed to realize Zhu Kaiwu's identity, his face changing drastically. Without a word, he turned to flee. But it was too late. Zhu Kaiwu extended his hand, and a giant hand appeared in the starry sky, sweeping across like a star. The flame demon had no chance to dodge. After the slap, the flames extinguished, and the flame demon was shattered into pieces. The star-shattering law, a slap that shatters stars. This was an incredibly powerful and almost unreasonable law. Previously, Zhu Kaiwu had used the same method to deal with the abyssal dragon demon, seemingly casually slapping it to death. Now, he did the same to the flame demon, killing it with a single slap. Zhu Kaiwu's strength was at its peak, invincible among god sovereigns, far surpassing ordinary god sovereigns. The stone demon god sovereign was terrified, immediately crushing the magic stone in his hand. A dark portal appeared beside him. As long as he entered the portal, he would be safe. He knew his speed was lacking and couldn't escape, so he used this method to flee. It's useless. Zhu Kaiwu shook his head slightly and reached out to grab the stone demon. A giant hand appeared out of thin air, firmly grasping the stone demon. The portal generated a strong suction force, trying to pull the stone demon god sovereign in, but Zhu Kaiwu's hand held him tightly, preventing him from entering. The stone demon god sovereign struggled frantically, summoning the Lost Star River above his head, countless giant stones falling on the hand. But it was useless. Zhu Kaiwu's hand was unshakable. After a while, the dark portal disappeared. The stone demon god sovereign's soul sank to the bottom. He knew he had no chance of survival. Then, Zhu Kaiwu clenched his hand. With a bang, the stone demon god sovereign was crushed, exploding in the starry sky. The stone demon, known for its strong defense, couldn't withstand Zhu Kaiwu's casual grip. The stone demon god sovereign was dead, with no chance of revival. Lin Moya watched, sighing at the disparity in strength. Zhu Kaiwu was incredibly powerful, not like an ordinary god sovereign. It felt like Zhu Kaiwu was bullying children, and he had a weapon. Zhu Kaiwu smiled, "Do you understand now?" Lin Moya nodded, "As long as your fist is hard enough, you have nothing to fear. And if your strength is strong enough, even the stone demon's revival is fake." Zhu Kaiwu laughed, "Indeed, everything is fake, only strength is real. Remember this, no matter how many life-saving methods you have, if your strength is insufficient, it's still insufficient. If I can't kill you once, I can kill you twice, 3 times, until you're dead." Lin Moya knew Zhu Kaiwu was speaking to him and humbly accepted, "I understand, senior." Zhu Kaiwu nodded in satisfaction, "Good. Have you rescued the person?" Chapter 1384. Chapter 1384, 1384. Chapter 1384, The Sitting Buddha Statue. Lin Moya took out Su Qingjiang's soul orb. At this moment, Su Qingyang was still unconscious, still in a deep sleep. However, his soul body was intact, with no major issues. Zhu Kaiwu looked very satisfied and put the soul orb away. Then he reached out, and a piece of flesh flew out from the corpse of the flame demon. Similarly, a piece of flesh also flew out from the corpse of the stone demon god sovereign. These 2 pieces of flesh are something I specifically left behind. Both are from second-rank god sovereigns. You can keep them. Lin Moya was overjoyed and unceremoniously put the pieces of flesh away. These were trump cards. Including the corpse of the nightmare god sovereign, Lin Moya now had 3 god sovereign corpses. It seemed that even when facing low-rank god sovereigns, he wouldn't need to be overly cautious. But if the god sovereign used some means, like the flame demon, making it impossible for him to lock onto the soul, he would still be very restricted. His realm was too low, always somewhat constrained and limited in many ways. Especially when facing the Lost Star River of a god sovereign, he felt a sense of powerlessness. Zhu Kaiwu took out his vehicle and got in, with Lin Moya following him. This powerful warship, capable of contending with god sovereigns, carried the 2 of them back to the human territory. Zhu Kaiwu took out a jade tablet, which, when activated, emitted a hazy light. This jade tablet could record images, sounds, and various information, something Lin Moya had used before. "Tell me about your experiences in the Yellow Earth Desert in detail. The more detailed, the better. I need to apply for a reward for you when we get back." This mission was not an ordinary one, and the rewards were not fixed. Zhu Kaiwu needed to report Lin Moya's experiences in the Yellow Earth Desert to the Human Emperor Network and compare them with the information recorded in his battlefield tablet. Only then could they calculate the appropriate reward. Lin Moya immediately recounted his experiences in the Yellow Earth Desert, leaving nothing out, neither exaggerating nor downplaying, just narrating the entire process plainly. Zhu Kaiwu listened with wide eyes. "No wonder the demons went to such great lengths and put you at the top of their must-kill list. Jinhui was killed by you in such a manner. What a suffocating death." Zhu Kaiwu knew that Jinhui had been killed by Lin Moya, otherwise, Jinshi wouldn't have taken action. But he had already informed the big figures in the human clan, so Jinshi had no chance to deal with Lin Moya. With Jinhui dead, Jinshi lost his offspring, making it difficult for him to split the clan in the future. The stone demons valued their lineage, and this was a significant blow to Jinshi. Moreover, after Lin Moya wiped out the stone demons, there was almost no fresh blood left in the stone demon clan. It would be difficult for the stone demons to produce another god sovereign within 1,000 years. The stone demons suffered the greatest loss. After hearing Lin Moya talk about his experiences in the Nether Swamp, Zhu Kaiwa finally understood what was going on there. Since the chaotic rules first appeared 1,000 years ago, Su Qingyang and others had entered the Nether Swamp once. For the next 1,000 years, no one entered the Nether Swamp until this time. Therefore, no race knew anything about the Nether Swamp. Lin Moyo brought back new information this time, especially about the ancient war, which was of great significance. Zhu Kaiwa knew that the high-level figures of the human clan and other strong clans had a strong desire to know about the ancient times. They wanted to know what happened in ancient times, seemingly searching for something. Unfortunately, Zhu Kaiwa's level was not high enough to know the real details. From what he knew, anything related to ancient times was highly valuable. Even a small piece of information could fetch a considerable reward, let alone the complete information Lin Moyo obtained. The reward would be even more astonishing. Lin Moyo asked, "Senior, you mentioned before that there was a great war in the Great World during ancient times. Was what I saw that war?" Zhu Kaiwa thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "What you saw should be just a small skirmish in that great war. I don't know the specific details, only the truly big figures are pursuing those things. Chasing after those things now is meaningless for you. You should focus on improving your strength and realm." Lin Moya knew Zhu Kaiwa was looking out for him. Curiosity killed the cat. He shouldn't touch things that didn't belong to him. At this moment, Lin Moya took out a Buddha statue. The statue emitted a Buddha light, and for a moment, the space inside the warship was filled with the sound of Buddha. Zhu Kaiwa's face changed slightly. The sitting Buddha statue. Lin Moyo asked, "So this is called the sitting Buddha statue. What is its use?" Zhu Kaiwa examined the statue and said solemnly, "That little Mingwang Bodhisattva has big ambitions." Lin Moyo perked up his ears, showing a listening posture. Zhu Kaiwa explained, "The Buddhist clan is somewhat different from other races in the Great World. They have a unique cultivation method, and even their realm system has slight differences. In the Buddhist clan, after becoming a small Buddha, there are two choices. One is to become a Buddha on the spot, stepping into the Buddha realm, equivalent to our God sovereign realm. The other choice is to condense a Buddha kingdom. Once the Buddha kingdom is formed, they can then step into the Buddha realm. A Buddha with a Buddha kingdom and one without are completely different, with a vast difference in strength. However, condensing a Buddha kingdom is extremely difficult, so very few in the Buddhist clan choose this path." Lin Moya said, "Are you saying that the little Mingwang Bodhisattva wants to condense a Buddha kingdom?" Zhu Kaiwa patiently explained, "He indeed wants to condense a Buddha kingdom, but it's too difficult, so he wants to obtain this sitting Buddha statue. The sitting Buddha statue is formed by a Buddha who condensed all his power before death, creating the statue. The statue contains all the essence of a Buddha, making it an invaluable treasure for a small Buddha, far surpassing ordinary God sovereign level treasures. If he can absorb the Buddha power within, he has a chance to condense a Buddha kingdom and become a Buddha with a Buddha kingdom. Moreover, if a Buddhist wants to break through the Buddha realm and reach a higher level, they must condense a Buddha kingdom, so his ambition is not small." Lin Moyo understood that the little Mingwang Bodhisattva had told half the truth and hidden some details, but he hadn't told the whole truth either, so it balanced out. If there were any future consequences, Lin Moyo wasn't afraid he would deal with them as they came. Lin Moyo asked, "So, does this statue have any use for us?" Zhu Kaiwa gave Lin Moyo a strange smile. "The sitting Buddha statue can only be used by the Buddhist clan, but on another level, it's an excellent material, even among God's sovereign level materials." Lin Moyo immediately understood and put the Buddha statue away. Since it was a material, he could try using it to summon an elemental lich. Maybe he could summon a Buddha lich, which would be interesting. Lin Moyo had already figured it out. The small Buddha who entered the Nether Swamp with Su Qingyang had become a Buddha on the spot before dying, stepping into the Buddha realm. But it was too late. He could only condense all his essence into the statue, waiting for a fated person in the future. Unexpectedly, that fated person turned out to be Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo decided to use it to summon an elemental lich. If it worked, great. If not, he would find a way to sell it. Selling it to the Buddhist clan would fetch a high price. Just this statue alone made the trip worthwhile. After some thought, Lin Moya finally asked about Yukingro. Chapter 1385. Chapter 1385, 1385. Chapter 1385, unfortunately, killed too early. Lin Moyo asked about Yukingro. In fact, Yukingro was just a pretext. He was more interested in learning about the Starry Sky Fishman clan. The Starry Sky Fishman clan, Starry Sky Celestial Spirit clan, Starry Sky Demon God clan, and Starry Sky Human clan are known as the four origin clans. The Starry Sky Human clan is essentially the human clan. Lin Moya was very curious about the other three origin clans and why they were called origin clans. What is the true meaning of an origin clan? The great world holds too many secrets, constantly piquing his curiosity. Lin Moya believed that one day, he would unravel most of these secrets, and by then, he would undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the world. Zhu Kaiwa looked at the jade box in Lin Moya's hand, which contained an exquisitely crafted small sword. "According to what you said, you saw Yukingro in the images." "That's right," Lin Moya confirmed to Zhu Kaiwa. Zhu Kaiwa had met Yukingro before and had a very deep impression of the princess of the Starry Sky Fishman clan. Although the Starry Sky Fishman clan had a natural talent for space laws, the probability of this talent emerging was still extremely low. Previously, there was Princess Ro, and now there is Yukingro. The Starry Sky Fishman clan seems to have had a stroke of luck. After listening to Lin Moya's account, Zhu Kaiwa also fell into deep thought. However, Zhu Kaiwa couldn't come up with an answer. "I'll ask around when I get back. You've made a great contribution this time, and I think someone will give you an answer." Rewards for merit and punishment for faults have always been the way of the human clan, clear and distinct. The warship returned to the human clan's territory, and the two of them teleported back to Fortress Number 8. From there, they transferred to Fortress Number 1. Fortress Number 8 was heavily fortified, while Fortress Number 1 was much more relaxed. Zhu Kaiwa said, "Stay here for a few days and don't take on any other tasks for now." I understand. Lin Moya naturally knew what Zhu Kaiwa was going to do. He was going to upload the information about the Yellow Earth Desert to the Human Emperor Network to calculate Lin Moya's reward. After bidding farewell to Zhu Kaiwa, Lin Moya headed to the trading center. The trading center was still bustling with people coming and going. After many days, the counter at the trading center was still manned by the beautiful and graceful Yu Qing. When Yu Qing saw Lin Moya, her eyes lit up. "Mr. Lin, you're here. I'll notify Miss Zhu right away." Lin Moya nodded, "Thank you." Soon, Yu Qing received a reply from Zhu. "Miss Zhu is already waiting for you in the back, at the usual spot." "Thank you." Lin Moya, familiar with the place, headed to the backyard. On the way, a staff member came to guide him. Actually, there was no need for this. Lin Moya was an old acquaintance. But rules were rules, and they had to be followed. In the familiar pavilion, Lin Moya met Zhu, whom he hadn't seen for many days. Zhu was as beautiful as ever, still brewing iced tea from the Ice Clan, bringing a touch of chill to the already cool pavilion. Zhu smiled brightly. "Captain, where have you been all this time?" Lin Moya smiled. "I went on a special mission." This mission took quite a while, Zhu said as she poured tea for Lin Moya, her voice carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Lin Moya took a sip of the tea, the cold tea bringing a long-lost coolness to his throat, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. First, he was in the Yellow Earth Desert, where 9 fireballs roasted the land day and night. Although he wasn't afraid of the heat, anyone would prefer a comfortable environment. Then, he was in the Nether Swamp, where the cold was enough to freeze a true deity to death. For over a year, Lin Moya hadn't had a sip of tea or a bite of good food. Sometimes, Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this was the life of a cultivator. Zhu chuckled. "Captain, was the environment for this mission very harsh?" "It wasn't great, and it was very dangerous. I almost didn't make it back," Lin Moya said half-jokingly. Zhu's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. It was that dangerous. She knew Lin Moya's strength. If even he almost didn't make it back, the mission's difficulty must have been beyond imagination. However, she didn't press further. Matters involving personal privacy were not something she would ask about unless Lin Moya brought them up himself. Zhu said, "Captain, the matter you asked me to look into has some news. But since you were away, I couldn't contact you." Lin Moya had previously asked Zhu to look into the whereabouts of the top 10 enemies on the human clan's bounty list. Thanks to Zhu's efforts, there was finally some news. Zhu said, "I didn't know if you wanted information from the Vermilion Bird Starfield's bounty list or the human clan's bounty list, so I looked into both." Lin Moya sipped his tea, signaling Zhu to continue. When he had asked Zhu to look into the information, he had been somewhat hopeful. Zhu's family had considerable influence and deep connections with the human clan's military, so he thought he might get some information. Zhu said, "From the Vermilion Bird Starfield's bounty list, I found that only 2 of the top 10 are currently in the Vermilion Bird battlefield. The first is rank 10th, named Yin Hua, a demon from the Abyssal lineage, at the 2nd rank of God King. He was last seen 6 months ago in Area 8 to 33. The second is rank 6th, named Xianjin God King, from the Golden Eagle clan, at the 3rd rank of God King. He was last seen 3 months ago in Area 8 to 68. The information was a bit outdated, one from 6 months ago and the other from 3 months ago. Lin Moya knew Zhu had done her best. After all, he had been away for the past year. Moreover, it was clear that Zhu had been continuously updating the information, not just stopping after finding it. Lin Moya sincerely said, "Thank you for your hard work." Zhu's eyes curved into crescent moons, her smile blooming. "Captain, you're too kind. Whether they are still there or not is uncertain. Then there's the top 10 from the human clan's bounty list. The 10th is the Netherfire God King, a demon at the 9th rank of God King, last seen a month ago in Area 9 to 32. Ranked 8th is the Breaking Light God King, from the Golden Eagle clan, at the minor deity level, last seen 3 months ago in Area 10 to 22. The last one is ranked 3rd, the Nightmare God Sovereign, a demon at the God Sovereign level. His exact rank is unknown. He was last seen a year ago in Area 8, then disappeared without a trace. But according to the latest information, the Nightmare God Sovereign hasn't left the Vermilion Bird battlefield." "Captain, you wouldn't be thinking of going after the Nightmare God Sovereign, would you?" Zhu joked with Lin Moya. Lin Moya was a true deity. No matter how strong he was still a true deity. Even if he could fight across realms and defeat opponents at the 6th, 7th, or 8th rank of God King, he couldn't possibly defeat a God Sovereign. Zhu's eyes narrowed with laughter, eager to see Lin Moya's surprised expression. But unfortunately, Lin Moya remained expressionless, unusually calm. Only Lin Moya knew his own thoughts. The Nightmare God Sovereign is ranked 3rd on the human clan's bounty list. He must have caused significant harm to the human clan. Unfortunately, he's no longer on the Vermilion Bird bounty list. Killing him won't count as completing the task. But I can keep his corpse. When my authority level increases to level 5, and the Vermilion Bird bounty list becomes the entire Starfield bounty list, I can use his head to complete the task." The task clearly stated that he needed to kill someone from the top 10 of the Vermilion Bird Starfield bounty list. This task had an element of luck. If he could find the targets, it would be easy to complete. If he couldn't find them, it could take a long time, even decades or centuries. For now, Lin Moya could only go with the flow. Zhu waited for a while, seeing that Lin Moya still had no reaction, and rested her chin on her hands, saying helplessly, "Captain, you really have no sense of humor. The latest information will be sent in 3 days. Don't be out of contact this time." Chapter 1386. Chapter 1386, 1386. Chapter 1386, gained a little fangirl, and got rich again. Lin Moya didn't know how Yuzhu, or rather the Yu family, obtained their information. According to Yuzhu, messages would be transmitted periodically. The information she mentioned was actually a substantial amount of intelligence, containing various updates. For example, recent major events, where battles had broken out, and their outcomes. To Lin Moya, this was like news from his previous life, but instead of daily updates, it was updated periodically. Possibly due to being on the battlefield, many messages were delayed. Previously, she was in charge of transactions and didn't care about such information. It was only because of Lin Moya's request that she started paying attention to this type of information, focusing only on what Lin Moya wanted to know. These days, Lin Moya would stay in Fortress Number 1, just in time to wait for the information. Lin Moya sipped his tea. "Alright, now that we've discussed business, let's talk about the trade. I have some items to sell." Yuzhu giggled, "Great, I couldn't ask for more." Every time Lin Moya returned, he made a fortune. This time, the trade volume was expected to be astonishing again. Yuzhu estimated that she would have to call a few sisters over to help. When Lin Moya took out the items for trade, Yuzhu was completely stunned. This time, the trade not only involved a large quantity but also incredibly high value. In the Yellow Earth Desert, Lin Moya had killed many God King level stone demons, and all their belongings were his. Most of the items were useless to him and could only be exchanged for points. After leaving the Yellow Earth Desert, Lin Moya not only killed a batch of illusion demons and a demon battle formation of 1,000 God Kings but also obtained the inheritance of 3 God Sovereigns. The inheritance of the God Sovereigns left Yuzhu wide-eyed and speechless. In front of Yuzhu were thousands of storage artifacts, each different in appearance. But among them, 3 storage artifacts stood out, emitting an aura completely different from the others. With Yuzhu's keen eyes, she could tell that these 3 storage artifacts belonged to God Sovereigns. The artifacts were imbued with the aura of God Sovereigns, making them stand out among the other storage artifacts. After a long while, Yuzhu finally regained her composure, her voice trembling. "Captain, you killed a God Sovereign? And 3 of them?" Lin Moya took out one of the storage artifacts, which looked like a bracelet but was actually an earring he had taken from the Nightmare God Sovereign. "I killed this God Sovereign. The other 2 were killed by his senior." Yuzhu's eyes sparkled with admiration, seemingly not hearing the latter part of Lin Moya's sentence, only the first part. She kept murmuring, "Captain, you actually killed a God Sovereign, you killed a God Sovereign." At this moment, she completely transformed into Lin Moya's little fangirl, a loyal fan, unable to change her mind. Lin Moya even felt a surge of faith power flying from Yuzhu to himself. He felt helpless about this, but on second thought, having a loyal fan wasn't a bad thing. Yuzhu blinked her misty eyes. "Captain, what was the name of the God Sovereign you killed? Was he famous? What race was he from? What rank was he? Was he powerful?" A series of questions came at Lin Moya, who took a sip of iced tea before slowly saying, "He was alright. I'm not sure about his exact rank. His name was Nightmare." Yuzhu was shocked again, losing all her mature demeanor. "Could it be the Nightmare God Sovereign?" Lin Moya nodded. "Yes, that's him." Yuzhu couldn't help but scream, "Oh my god, Captain, you actually killed the Nightmare God Sovereign, who was ranked 3rd on the bounty list." "Oh my god." Seeing her so excited, Lin Moya asked curiously, "Why are you so excited?" Yuzhu said, "Captain, you don't know how high the bounty on him was. It included a God Sovereign level artifact, contribution points, and training time at the Human Emperor's training ground. The rewards were numerous." Lin Moya wasn't surprised. After all, the Nightmare God Sovereign was ranked 3rd on the Starfield bounty list and was a God Sovereign. No amount of reward would be too much. Lin Moya smiled slightly. "Alright, let's start the settlement." Yuzhu waved her hand. "Wait, let me calm down, let me calm down." Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry, sipping his tea and waiting for Yuzhu to calm down. After a while, Yuzhu finally calmed down and called over 5 sisters to help appraise the items in the storage artifacts. However, the 3 storage artifacts from the God Sovereigns were appraised by Yuzhu herself. There were so many items that it took 6 people a whole day to appraise and calculate the final value. Yuzhu gave Lin Moya a round number, a total of 230 million points. Yuzhu excitedly announced the number. "Captain, you're rich again." Then she added with a hint of regret, "It's a pity there were no God Sovereign level artifacts." This time's harvest exceeded the previous 2 missions combined, making it the largest transaction Yuzhu had ever handled. Unfortunately, there were no God Sovereign level artifacts in the storage artifacts. Most of the items were materials, and they were demon materials. In the human clan, these materials were useful but would lose a lot of value. If there had been God Sovereign level artifacts, the price would have been completely different. Even the worst God Sovereign level artifact was worth at least 1 billion points, and that was Yuzhu's purchase price. If one wanted to buy a God Sovereign level artifact with points, it would cost at least 1.5 billion, and even then, it would be hard to find. The reason was that God Sovereign level artifacts were extremely rare. When God Sovereigns obtained God Sovereign level artifacts, they would usually integrate them into their souls. After a God Sovereign died, these artifacts would be destroyed along with them, making them very hard to obtain. Lin Moya was already very satisfied. 230 million points is not bad. After all, I'm currently broke. Previously, to buy materials, Lin Moyo had spent all his points, leaving him with only tens of millions. Now he had replenished his points. When the mission rewards from Zhu Kaiwa came in, he would have even more points. Actually, Lin Moya didn't realize that tens of millions of points were a huge sum for most true deities. Even some god kings didn't have that many points. Lin Moya not only gained 230 million points but also earned 23,000 military merits. Adding his previous military merits, his rank could be promoted to a 6th level sergeant. Currently, the rank didn't seem very useful, but that was because the time hadn't come yet. When he became a general, the rank would show its true value. With his honorary title, he would become an honorary general, able to exchange military merits for many good things. As long as he had enough military merits, he could exchange for god sovereign level artifacts and warships. After leaving the trading center, Lin Moya went to the military merit office to exchange his points for military merits. With the military merits, his rank was smoothly promoted to a 6th level sergeant. A 6th level sergeant was a top rank among true deities, higher than many god kings. Even some god kings with 5th level permissions didn't have a higher rank than Lin Moyo. Lin Moya then went to the mission center to look for new missions suitable for him. One of his chain missions required him to complete 5 battlefield missions, and he had already completed 3, leaving 2 more. Chapter 1387. Chapter 1387, 1387. Chapter 1387, turns out he came to recruit. Completing 5 battlefield missions isn't a lot, but Lin Moyo always encountered various troubles, which delayed the completion of the 5 battlefield missions. One reason was that Lin Moyo wasn't in a hurry. He hadn't completed the task of hunting the top 10 enemies on the bounty list, nor had he finished accumulating military merits, so he wasn't in a rush. In the mission center, Lin Moyo carefully selected tasks suitable for him. As his realm and strength increased, his requirements for tasks also grew higher. He no longer considered tasks with mediocre rewards and low requirements. For example, there was a task in Area 5 to 33 to hunt some star beasts. The task required a 7th rank true deity, and it seemed to be a combat-oriented task, but Lin Moya didn't take it. He wasn't concerned about the difficulty of hunting star beasts but about the people he might encounter during the task, especially those from enemy races. Low-level tasks would likely involve low-level enemies, and the benefits of killing and looting them would be minimal. If he was going to do tasks, he wanted to earn more. Points were very useful, he could use them to buy materials. Suddenly, his thinking had changed, and he almost exclusively looked at tasks in the 7th and 8th war zones. However, most tasks in those zones required at least a god king level to accept. Only a few tasks were available for true deities, such as exploring ancient tombs. After searching for a long time, he found a few suitable tasks, but his realm wasn't high enough to accept them. Forget it, I'll wait for news from Yuzhu. If that doesn't work, I'll consider advancing my realm first. Calculating the time, it's almost time to advance to God King. Otherwise, I'll be too restricted, unable to use my fundamental spells freely. Lin Moya thought for a moment and decided not to accept any tasks immediately. If the news from Yuzhu wasn't satisfactory, he would consider advancing to God King first. He wasn't far from becoming a God King, and a short period of seclusion might be enough to advance. Once he became a God King, he would have many more tasks to choose from. Leaving the mission center, Lin Moyo entered the living area and ordered a lot of food and good wine at a restaurant. Lin Moya drank alone, replaying previous battles in his mind, looking for mistakes and areas for improvement to avoid repeating them in the future. The restaurant was bustling with people coming and going. Someone approached Lin Moyo, junior brother Lin. Lin Moyo interrupted his thoughts and looked up to see a handsome young man. The young man exuded the aura of a God King, but it wasn't perfectly controlled, indicating he had recently advanced to God King. He didn't hide his information, and in Fortress Number 1, covered by the Human Emperor Network, Lin Moyo could see his name. Zhang Ziyou. Lin Moyo had seen this name before, it was always on the potential list, ranked 2nd. Lin Moyo said calmly, I remember, senior brother Zhang once challenged me. Zhang Ziyou's mouth twitched slightly, showing a bit of embarrassment. Let's not talk about past embarrassments, junior brother Lin. Lin Moya's aura always remained at the true deity level. However, no one believed he was just a true deity. After all, how could someone ranked first in combat power be a true deity? But Zhang Ziyou had his sources and knew Lin Moya's true realm was indeed that of a true deity. A true deity who could not only fight across realms but also surpass several small realms was a genius beyond comparison. Zhang Ziyou had long admired Lin Moyo and had no intention of challenging him anymore. Zhang Ziyou pointed to the seat beside Lin Moyo. Junior brother Lin, is this seat taken? Lin Moyo shook his head. Sit down, have a drink with me. Zhang Ziyou didn't hesitate and sat down. Junior brother Lin, you haven't been in Fortress Number 1 recently. Were you on a mission? Lin Moyo responded non-committally, not giving a direct answer. Zhang Ziyou smiled awkwardly, knowing such matters were personal and it was normal not to answer. Zhang Ziyou, leveraging his social skills, said, Junior brother Lin, have you heard of the 4-star domains grand competition? Lin Moyo looked at Zhang Ziyou. I've heard of it. It should start in 3 years, right? Zhang Ziyou nodded, to be precise, 3 years and 21 days. I think junior brother Lin will definitely participate, but I wonder in what capacity. Lin Moyo was slightly taken aback. Is there a particular significance? Zhang Ziyou explained, it's not a big deal, but different identities have slight differences. Please elaborate. Lin Moyo had already guessed Zhang Ziyou's intention. Zhang Ziyou had once challenged him, but he hadn't accepted. Although there was no real conflict between them, there was still some tension. This time, Zhang Ziyo clearly wanted to mend fences and build a relationship. Lin Moya didn't mind he wasn't petty. Whether Zhang Ziyo cared or not was his own business. Zhang Ziyo said, participants can be divided into 3 categories, those from the Domain Lord's faction, those from the War God Hall, and free agents. Those from the Domain Lord's faction are recommended by the Star Lords to the Domain Lord, who then decides the final candidates. The number of spots is limited, usually no more than 10. Those from the War God Hall don't need to participate in the 4-star domain's grand competition. The War God Hall itself has spots for entering the Divine City. The number of participants from the War God Hall is the smallest, usually just 5. Finally, there are the free agents, or independent cultivators. They are the most numerous, reaching billions each year. A year before the 4-star domain's grand competition, each star system will hold numerous battles. Winners advance, losers are eliminated, determining the final participants, usually around 1,000. Lin Moya nodded, understanding Zhang Ziyo's explanation. Those from the Domain Lord's faction and the War God Hall didn't need to go through multiple rounds of battles and could directly participate in the 4-star domain's grand competition. Independent cultivators, due to their large numbers, had to go through preliminary battles, with only the best qualifying. Zhang Ziyo poured himself a drink and gulped it down. Historically, participants from the War God Hall have been the strongest. They are often called seed players. In the last competition, our Vermilion Bird Star domain had only 8 participants in the top 100, and 4 of them were from the War God Hall. Of the remaining 4, 2 were from the Domain Lord's faction, and 2 were independent cultivators. Moreover, the rankings of these 4 were lower than those from the War God Hall. Lin Moya sensed a different tone in Zhang Ziya's words. What are you suggesting, senior brother Zhang? Zhang Ziya said, to be honest, I've already joined the War God Hall. I wonder if junior brother Lin is interested in joining as well. So that's what it was. Lin Moya finally understood that Zhang Ziya was here to recruit him. It was normal for the second ranked on the potential list to recruit the first ranked. The War God Hall had tried to recruit him before, but he hadn't accepted. He wouldn't accept now either, as it would upset Tianji and Zhu Kaiwo. Chapter 1388. Chapter 1388, 1388. Chapter 1388, Extremely Generous Rewards. Looking at Zhang Ziya's sincere face, Lin Moya smiled slightly. Aren't you afraid that if I join the War God Hall, I'll take your spot? Zhang Ziya shook his head. Junior brother Lin, you may not know, but the War God Hall has many spots. However, each session of the War God Hall only recommends the best to participate. The War God Hall pursues quality, not quantity. Lin Moya believed that Zhang Ziya wouldn't lie. According to him, joining the War God Hall wouldn't affect Zhang Ziya's spot. Lin Moya didn't answer Zhang Ziya's question but instead asked, does the military have any participants? Zhang Ziya shook his head. The military doesn't care about these things. Senior brother Zhang, could you tell me more about the 4-star domain's grand competition? I know very little about it. Lin Moya poured a cup of wine for Zhang Ziya, who felt flattered and immediately began to speak without reservation. From Zhang Ziya's words, Lin Moya gained a comprehensive understanding of the 4-star domain's grand competition. There are many rules and conditions for the competition, one of which is that participants must be at the God King level. This is a hard requirement even if you are a peak 9th rank true deity and a genius who can fight across realms, you must be at the God King level. Moreover, he learned that the War God Hall has produced several individuals who are not ranked in the combat power list but are actually seed players. Someone like Zhang Ziya was just an ordinary member in the War God Hall, not a seed player. This time, he got a spot mainly because he ranked second on the potential list, and the War God Hall made an exception for him. The two talked for a long time, with Zhang Ziya doing most of the talking and Lin Moya listening. In the end, Lin Moya still didn't agree to join the War God Hall. Lin Moya would never join the War God Hall, nor would he participate as an independent cultivator, as he had no interest in going through rounds of battles. He had already decided to participate in the 4-star domain's grand competition through Zhu Tinyu, believing that Zhu Tinyu would give him a spot. But first, he needed to advance to the God King level. After Zhang Ziya left, Lin Moya pondered his next steps. He needed to advance to the God King level as soon as possible while accumulating as much military merit as possible. One of his chain tasks required accumulating military merit. From the moment he accepted the task until he first left the battlefield, the accumulation of military merit would be counted. The amount of military merit obtained directly affected the task evaluation. As for the other 2 tasks, he would do them if he had time. If not, he could complete them after the 4-star domain's grand competition. However, Lin Moya had a question. If he gained entry to the Divine City through the 4-star domain's grand competition, would he still need to continue the chain tasks? After all, the chain tasks were also aimed at entering the Divine City, and the two seemed somewhat conflicting. It seems I need to ask someone. Naturally, the person Lin Moya wanted to ask was Zhu Kaiwo. Who else would know more about the 4-star domain's grand competition than this senior? Perhaps Zhu Kaiwo had even participated in the 4-star domain's grand competition before. In the core area of Fortress Number 1, which is also the area most closely connected to the Human Emperor network, in front of him was a jade stone taller than a person. The smooth surface of the jade stone was engraved with complex runes, forming a peculiar formation. Within the formation were some ancient characters. If Lin Moya were here, he would recognize these characters as primordial ancient script. Zhu Kaiwa communicated with the Jade Stone through his thoughts, reporting all the information about Lin Moya's journey in the Yellow Earth Desert. Zhu Kaiwa was honest, neither exaggerating nor omitting any details. The Human Emperor Network received the information and silently connected to Lin Moya's battlefield tablet. The capabilities of the Human Emperor Network were vast, far beyond Lin Moya's imagination. Most people only scratched the surface of the Human Emperor Network. Even Zhu Kaiwa couldn't access the true core of the Human Emperor Network. After completing the report, he waited quietly. After half an hour, the Human Emperor Network finally responded and provided rewards. A familiar voice echoed in Lin Moya's ears. Lin Moya felt a surge of excitement, silently thinking, "It's finally here. Congratulations on completing the special task, Yellow Earth Desert. You have received task points and 500 days of unrestricted training time in the Human Emperor Training Ground. Congratulations on completing the special task, Rescuing Su Qinyang. You have received task points and unrestricted training time. Congratulations on completing the special task, Exploring the Nether Swamp. You have received task points and unrestricted training time. Congratulations on completing the private task, Bringing Back Su Qinjiang's Soul. You have received ordinary points and 100 days of unrestricted training time in the Human Emperor Training Ground." The 4 consecutive task completions left Lin Moya stunned. He hadn't expected his single mission to be split into 4 tasks. He could understand the first 3 special tasks, but the last private task puzzled him. He had never heard of private tasks being issued in the Human Emperor Network. What level of influence was required to affect the Human Emperor Network? Lin Moya didn't dare to think further. The 3 special tasks earned him a total of 300,000 task points, 100 million ordinary points, 10,000 military merits, 4 contribution points, 1 military supply point, and 1,200 days of unrestricted training time in the Human Emperor Training Ground. Totally worth it. Even with Lin Moya's calm demeanor, he was extremely excited at this moment. Although the mission was dangerous, the rewards were incredibly generous. With this, he had completed the tasks required for 4th level permissions, accumulating 640,000 task points, just a bit short of advancing to 5th level permissions. He now had 34,000 points available for spending, so he wasn't short of money for the time being. The 10,000 military merits directly promoted his rank to a 7th level sergeant. He now had 3,500 days of training time in the Human Emperor Training Ground, an unimaginable wealth for most cultivators. His total contribution points reached 8, and he had 3 military supply points. After carefully reviewing everything, Lin Moya quickly opened the contribution list. As expected, he had leaped to the top. He was now ranked first on the Vermilion Bird Potential List, Vermilion Bird Contribution List, and Vermilion Bird Combat Power List. The power of faith surged through the void, and the effects of being first on all 3 lists would take some time to manifest. Lin Moya believed that once he was first on all 3 lists, the power of faith would increase significantly. Just as he was immersed in the joy of his rewards, Zhu Kaiwa's voice echoed in his ears. "Come to the fortress exterior." Upon hearing the summons, Lin Moya quickly settled his bill and left, then soared into the sky, transforming into a stream of light heading into the void. In the starry sky outside Fortress Number 1, Zhu Kaiwa's warship was waiting. Lin Moya flew into the warship and met Zhu Kaiwa. Chapter 1389. Chapter 1389, 1389. Chapter 1389, Want to perfectly advance to God King? Zhu Kaiwa sat leisurely in the warship, sipping tea with half-closed eyes and a smile on his face. "So, did you receive the rewards? Are you satisfied?" Lin Moya respectfully bowed. "Thank you, senior." He knew that receiving such generous rewards was largely due to Zhu Kaiwa, who must have spoken highly of him in his report. Zhu Kaiwa waved his hand. "These are all well-deserved. Our human clan has always been like this, rewards for merit, severe punishment for faults." Lin Moya naturally understood this principle, as the human clan had always operated this way. Zhu Kaiwa then asked, "When do you plan to advance to God King?" Lin Moya replied, "I indeed plan to advance to God King soon, but I still have some issues with the laws. However, I don't think it will be too difficult to resolve. At the fastest, I can succeed in half a year, at the slowest, within 2 years." Zhu Kaiwa nodded. "Once you advance to God King, you'll be eligible to participate in the 4-star domain's grand competition. By then, I'll have Zhu Tian give you a spot, so you won't have to go through round after round of battles." With Zhu Kaiwa's assurance, Lin Moya felt relieved. As long as Zhu Kaiwa spoke, Zhu Tian would undoubtedly give him a spot. Lin Moya felt a bit grateful. "Senior, I still have some questions I'd like to ask you." Zhu Kaiwa chuckled. "Sit down, have some tea, and ask slowly. The God King realm is very important, you can't rush it." Lin Moya naturally wouldn't let Zhu Kaiwa make tea for him. Instead, he respectfully brewed tea for Zhu Kaiwa. In Lin Moya's mind, Zhu Kaiwa was like a teacher from a small world, a very respectable elder. Lin Moya asked his question, "Senior, I want to know how to perfectly advance to God King." Zhu Kaiwa's eyes showed a smile, as if he had anticipated Lin Moya's question. Lin Moya had many questions, but the most important one was how to advance to God King perfectly. The prerequisite for advancing to God King is a 3rd-grade soul, which Lin Moya had no problem with. Lin Moya's soul had already reached the peak of the 4th grade, with a jade-like soul that was stronger than most god sovereigns. Next was the mastery of one's own laws. A 9th-rank true deity's mastery of their own laws is 26%, while a god king's is 30%. As long as one continuously comprehends the laws and increases their mastery to 30%, with a strong enough soul, they can naturally advance to God King. This is what every true deity must do to advance to God King. Lin Moya wanted to know how to comprehend the laws more perfectly. According to what he knew, almost everyone had flaws in their comprehension of the laws. These flaws might not be apparent at the first rank of God King, but they would become evident when preparing to advance to God Sovereign at the 9th rank of God King. By then, trying to go back and fix the flaws would be extremely difficult. Lin Moya naturally didn't want this, so he wanted to advance to God King perfectly. Zhu Kaiwa sipped the hot tea Lin Moya had poured for him and slowly said, "You already meet all the requirements to advance to God King. With your comprehension, combined with the power of faith, advancing to God King will be a natural process with no bottlenecks. But if you want to advance perfectly, hee." Lin Moya poured more tea for Zhu Kaiwa. "Senior must have a way." Zhu Kaiwa nodded. "There is a way, but you will have to pay a price." "Please guide me, Senior," Lin Moya said joyfully. As long as there was a way, he was willing to pay the price. He wanted his future path to be smoother, which required him to perfect himself. Zhu Kaiwa shook his head. "You might not understand what I mean. The perfect advancement I'm talking about might not be the same as what you have in mind." Lin Moya was slightly taken aback. He had read about perfect advancement in the materials, but it was certainly not as detailed as what Zhu Kaiwa knew. "Is there a difference in perfect advancement?" Lin Moya asked softly. Zhu Kaiwa no longer kept him in suspense. "Most people talk about perfect advancement in terms of laws, not the whole picture. What I mean by perfect advancement also includes the perfection of the physical body. Perfecting the physical body is very difficult. It's rare to find one in a billion who can do it because it requires elevating the physical body to the peak of the true deity realm." Lin Moya's heart tightened, knowing that Zhu Kaiwa was telling the truth. In the current great world, the soul is valued more than the physical body. Even races with strong physical bodies rely on their soul realm to drive their physical body. When one's cultivation reaches the God King realm, the physical body is still at the super deity realm. When one reaches the God Sovereign realm, the physical body is still at the true deity realm. So Zhu Kaiwa was right, almost no one can achieve true perfect advancement. Lin Moya's physical body had already reached the peak of the true deity realm, providing a foundation for perfect advancement. Zhu Kaiwa chuckled, "But you can do it. You can advance both your soul and physical body to the God King realm simultaneously. But you will have to pay a price, and it's not a small one. You currently have 3 military supply points. You need to use these points to exchange for 2 items from the military warehouse, which will cost you 2 military supply points. However, one of these items is at the God King level, and the other is at the God Sovereign level. According to the rules, you can't exchange for them. At this point, you will need to use contribution points. You can use 1 contribution point plus 1 military supply point to exchange for a God King level treasure. Then use 2 contribution points plus 1 military supply point to exchange for a God Sovereign level treasure." Lin Moya suddenly understood that contribution points had this function. Military supply points can only be used to exchange for treasures of the same realm. If combined with contribution points, they can be used to exchange for treasures of a higher realm. The higher the realm, the more contribution points are needed. Lin Moya was currently at the true deity realm. To exchange for a God King level treasure, he needed to spend 1 contribution point. To exchange for a God Sovereign level treasure, he needed to spend an additional contribution point. Contribution points and military supply points were hard to come by, so Zhu Kaiwa said Lin Moya would have to pay a price. Using military supply points and contribution points now was not cost-effective. If Lin Moya waited until he became a God Sovereign, he could directly exchange for God Sovereign level treasures. If combined with contribution points, the value of the treasures exchanged would be astonishing. But now, as a true deity, it was not cost-effective. Lin Moya didn't think much about it. "Please tell me what to exchange for, Senior." Using up military supply points and contribution points was no big deal, he could earn more later. To him, perfect advancement to God King was more important. Zhu Kaiwa chuckled, "All right, you need to exchange for 2 items. One is called the Mirror of Faith, a God Sovereign level treasure that collects the power of faith. It uses the power of faith to reflect yourself, allowing you to see all the flaws in your laws. The second item is called the Low-Grade Demon Stone, from the Starry Sky Demon God clan. It's a magical treasure that can elevate your physical body from the peak of the true deity realm to the God King realm." Lin Moya immediately began the exchange. Opening the military warehouse didn't require him to go there in person, he could operate it through the Human Emperor network with his thoughts. Lin Moya connected his consciousness to the Human Emperor network. "Open the military warehouse." The Human Emperor network prompted, "Opening the military warehouse will consume 1 military supply point. This action cannot be undone. Please confirm whether to proceed." "Open." Lin Moya confirmed with his thoughts. "Opening the military warehouse for you. Military supply point has been deducted." Chapter 1390. Chapter 1390, 1390. Chapter 1390, can't they just combine? Lin Moya very straightforwardly opened the military supply warehouse, seemingly not at all concerned about the military supply points. Zhu Kaiwa's eye showed a look of satisfaction. Those who achieve great things do not fuss over small matters. If Lin Moya had hesitated over such a small matter, Zhu Kaiwa would have been disappointed in him. A massive warehouse appeared before Lin Moya, with a starry sky as the backdrop, and all the treasures were placed in the starry sky, like countless stars. Each treasure had a name above it. After making a selection, he could get detailed information about the treasure, including its level, usage, and methods of use. Connecting to the Human Emperor network was somewhat similar to being in an illusion. The difference was that illusions were fake, while the Human Emperor network had a certain degree of reality. Lin Moyo believed that somewhere in the world, there really was such a warehouse, storing countless treasures. The dazzling array of treasures before him were all at the true god level. Lin Moyo only glanced at them briefly before looking away. He spoke loudly, "Consume 2 contribution points." As his voice fell, the Human Emperor Network prompted again. "Consuming 2 contribution points, this action cannot be undone. Please confirm whether to proceed. Consume." As his voice fell, his contribution points decreased by 2, and the true god-level treasures rippled like water waves before disappearing. Immediately, new treasures appeared, this time all at the god-sovereign level. Powerful auras swept over, and Lin Moyo even heard laughter in voices. Who is this? How can someone at the true god level want to choose god-sovereign level treasures? These young ones nowadays are too overconfident. Quiet down, it's their right. Various voices entered his ears, and Lin Moyo realized that many of the god-sovereign level treasures had artifact spirits. The military supply warehouse indeed had many good things, with at least thousands of god-sovereign level treasures before him. There were offensive, defensive, and auxiliary treasures, all kinds. Lin Moyo even saw a war god fortress, though it was a replica. If he wanted it now, he could directly use 1 military supply point plus 2 contribution points to get the war god fortress. However, he couldn't use it even if he got it, his strength was too weak to wield it. After looking for a while, he couldn't discern much from just the names, so he didn't waste time and directly said, "I want the Mirror of Faith." Exchanging for the Mirror of Faith, the warehouse is closing. Please remain in place, the exchanged item will be delivered shortly. This time, the Human Emperor Network didn't ask for confirmation but directly gave a reminder. The warehouse closed instantly, and Lin Moyo's consciousness returned. After the exchange, the Human Emperor Network would deliver the item as quickly as possible. The requirement was to stay in place until the item arrived. Lin Moyo opened the military supply warehouse again for the second exchange. A few minutes later, the exchange was complete. Lin Moyo found that there were more God King level treasures compared to true God and God Sovereign levels. This indicated that God Kings were the backbone of the human clan in the great world. True gods were the foundation, the fresh blood of the human clan. Because they were fresh blood and not strong enough, they didn't need many treasures. God sovereigns were truly powerful, but their numbers were few, so there weren't many treasures. God kings were the main force, so they had the most treasures. Zhu Kaiwa smiled, finished exchanging. Lin Moyo nodded, yes, just waiting for delivery. As they spoke, Lin Moyo checked his contribution ranking. He found that his ranking hadn't dropped. It seemed that consuming contribution points didn't affect the ranking. The contribution ranking was based on the total number of contribution points earned. This was similar to task points, which only accumulated and didn't decrease. Zhu Kaiwa said softly, "No rush, it takes some time for the items to be delivered. Do you have any other questions? Feel free to ask." Lin Moyo poured tea for Zhu Kaiwa and then said, "Senior, you know I'm working on chain tasks. The chain tasks are to gain entry to the Divine City, and the 4-star domain's grand competition is also for entry to the Divine City. These two seem to conflict." Zhu Kaiwa smiled, "Do you think entering the Divine City means everything will be smooth sailing? Do you think the treatment for the 100th place and the first place in the 4-star domain's grand competition will be the same after entering the Divine City? Do you think the completion of the chain tasks is just for show? Do they have to be viewed separately? Can't they be combined?" Zhu Kaiwa's series of rhetorical questions provided Lin Moyo with the answer. Entering the Divine City doesn't mean everything will be smooth sailing. Even in the Divine City, there are different levels with different treatments. The various rules and mechanisms of the human clan are all designed to cultivate talent. What is talent? Someone like Zhu Kaiwa was considered talent. One Zhu Kaiwa was worth more than thousands of ordinary god sovereigns. So even after entering the Divine City, one must continue to compete and strive until they stand at the pinnacle of the world, looking down on everything. Lin Moyo respectfully bowed. "I understand, Senior." He then asked about Yukindro. "Senior, do you have any information about Yukindro?" Zhu Kaiwa replied, "I asked about it, but the response was that your realm isn't high enough to know. A big figure kindly reminded you to keep that small sword safe, it will be useful in the future." A big figure. Lin Moyo was slightly taken aback. "Is it the one I met in the black hole last time?" Zhu Kaiwa shook his head. "No, it's Su Qingjiang's grandfather. The private task reward you received this time was also given by him. Because you saved Su Qingyang, he generously gave you a piece of advice. Remember it well." So that's how it was. Lin Moyo finally understood who issued the private task. It turned out to be Su Qingjiang's grandfather. Su Qingjiang's background was indeed extraordinary. With such a figure around, Su Qingjiang's soul would be restored, and his resurrection wouldn't be difficult. If Lin Moyo entered the Divine City in the future, he might have a chance to meet that amusing character again. Lin Moyo then asked a few more questions about cultivation, and Zhu Kaiwa answered them all without reservation. He also told Lin Moyo a few points to pay attention to when advancing to God King. After half a day, a warship flew over from the starry sky, flashing like starlight several times before stopping in front of Zhu Kaiwa's warship. At the same time, Lin Moyo received a message from the Human Emperor Network that his exchanged items had arrived. Lin Moyo personally received the items and watched the warship leave. He had seen similar operations before when someone delivered items to him in the same manner. Before Lin Moyo could return to the warship, he received another message from Yuzhu. "Captain, in the latest information, none of the top 10 on the bounty list are on the battlefield." Yuzhu's words carried a hint of disappointment. Lin Moyo replied, "Thank you. I'll be in seclusion for a while. Contact me when I come out." Yuzhu responded, "Captain, are you going to break through to God King? Good luck." I'll keep an eye on those guys. Guessing that Lin Moya was about to break through to God King, this little fangirl was more excited than Lin Moya himself. Lin Moya returned to the warship with the exchanged items. Zhu Kaiwa said, "Let's go. I'll find a place for you to break through to God King." Chapter 1391. Chapter 1391, 1391. Chapter 1391, The Mysterious Place on the Battlefield. The warship continuously jumped through the starry sky, surrounded by nothing but void, with even starlight hard to see. Lin Moya felt that he was moving at an astonishing speed. This feeling wasn't due to the speed itself but rather a spatial distortion causing the sensation. The warship's mode of operation involved some aspects of space laws, but it didn't touch the core, making it a very advanced application. Zhu Kaiwa was still leisurely drinking tea in the warship. From their previous conversation, Lin Moya already knew that the place to break through to God King was also particular. This particularity wasn't important for most cultivators, but if one wanted to achieve a perfect breakthrough, every detail had to be considered. A small mistake could lead to a huge error. It was like when he was in the star array of the War God Hall, where every aspect was a form of assistance. Zhu Kaiwa reminded Lin Moya of his teachers in the small world. Bai Yaiwan, Meng Anwen, and Yin Quanxing were like teachers and fathers to him, giving their all for his growth. Zhu Kaiwa gave him a similar feeling, a very kind elder. Perhaps he wanted to cultivate future generations for the human clan, or maybe he had other personal motives, but his kindness was genuine, and Lin Moya could deeply feel it. Lin Moya appreciated and remembered this kindness. Zhu Kaiwa suddenly spoke, interrupting Lin Moya's chaotic thoughts. Actually, the battlefield is a very magical place. It exists within the great world but is also independent of it. It's like two completely different spaces, intertwined and inseparable, but in some places, they are independent. Lin Moya pondered Zhu Kaiwa's words, reflecting on his own experiences, and found them to be true. Just like the chaotic rules, various illogical rules indeed didn't fit with the great world, but in some places, they seemed to follow the rules of the great world, even taking the great world as the standard. Zhu Kaiwa took a sip of tea and continued, "In such a wonderful environment, we found a few magical places. If you want to break through to God King, those places are the best environment. After all, this is just the battlefield, you will eventually leave it. The great world is your main stage. So during the breakthrough process, try not to get contaminated by the battlefield's aura and avoid being influenced by it." Lin Moya asked with some confusion. According to this, being contaminated by the battlefield's aura is not good for us. But why do so many people break through on the battlefield? Zhu Kaiwa laughed, because for most people, it doesn't matter much, and the battlefield's aura can be cleaned up later. It's just that the deeper the contamination, the longer and more troublesome the cleanup. Let me tell you, we old guys would never break through to God's sovereign on the battlefield. Understand? Lin Moya roughly understood. Zhu Kaiwa said so much to emphasize the importance of purity of the body and soul. The great world and the battlefield have conflicts on some levels, but I've already broken through many times on the battlefield. Lin Moya seemed a bit worried, as he had already been contaminated by the battlefield's aura and rules. Zhu Kaiwa chuckled, "No worries, your realm is still low, and you haven't been on the battlefield for long. Cleaning it up is easy. The battlefield isn't a demon, we don't need to resist it but find ways to use it." After a long time of jumping, the warship finally stopped. The two left the warship, arriving at a secret place not marked on any star map, surrounded by desolate void, with nothing in sight. Until Zhu Kaiwa took out a token, which glowed and illuminated the void. A giant formation appeared in the void, revealing a war god fortress. Although it was just a replica, it still exuded a majestic aura. Once the war god fortress fully activated, even ordinary god sovereigns would have to retreat. Moreover, where there was a war god fortress, there would be a human clan army and god sovereigns guarding it. Zhu Kaiwa led Lin Moya into the formation, and then the formation, along with the war god fortress, disappeared into the void, completely vanishing, invisible to the naked eye and hard to sense with the soul. Zhu Kaiwa smiled. "Do you know how many war god fortresses are in this area?" Lin Moya shook his head. "How could he know that?" Zhu Kaiwa chuckled and didn't continue. He was clearly doing it on purpose, deliberately keeping people in suspense. But Lin Moya could imagine that the number of war god fortresses wouldn't be small. The human clan stationed a large army here, and it was so secretive, there must be a purpose. If he guessed correctly, this should be one of the magical places Zhu Kaiwa mentioned. They didn't enter the war god fortress. The area covered by the formation was vast, exceeding 10 million kilometers, and the war god fortress was just a small part of it. As they flew over the war god fortress, Lin Moya saw an army. The army wasn't large, only 1,000 people. But each one exuded a majestic aura, and in Lin Moya's perception, these people were at least high-rank god kings. Compared to the garrison in the Star Fortress, the soldiers here were clearly a level higher. Zhu Kaiwa chuckled. They are all 9th-rank god kings, led by a minor deity. Lin Moya's heart trembled. Such an army was already the elite of the elite. The patrolling team didn't pay attention to the two and continued their mission. The two flew deeper into the void, and Lin Moya gradually felt something unusual. The battlefield's aura rapidly weakened, and the great world's aura began to strengthen. After flying 1,000,000 kilometers, Lin Moya felt like he had returned to the great world, with no battlefield aura. Having been on the battlefield for so long, he was very familiar with its aura and could clearly distinguish between the two. This was the magical place Zhu Kaiwa mentioned. It was clearly on the battlefield but felt like the great world. Two different rules, two different spaces, yet such a pure area existed. The great world's laws were very clear here. On the battlefield, due to the battlefield's aura, the great world's laws were somewhat obscure, making comprehension relatively difficult. If one didn't perform tasks and only cultivated on the battlefield, the efficiency would be lower than in the great world. Constantly performing tasks, comprehending in battle, and obtaining treasures unavailable in the great world was the correct way to cultivate on the battlefield. But here, without the battlefield's interference, it was no different from the great world. After flying another 1,000,000 kilometers, Lin Moya's expression became strange. The great world's aura became even stronger, and except for the lack of starlight, he felt like he had left the battlefield. No, it wasn't just leaving the battlefield. Shu Kai was stopped. How do you feel? Lin Moya closed his eyes to sense and then said solemnly, I feel like the great world's laws are compressed here, making them clearer and easier to comprehend. But it's still not as good as the Sea of Laws. Shu Kaiwa laughed, your perception is sharp. He continued flying deeper. Chapter 1392. Chapter 1392, 1392. Chapter 1392, The Human Race's Fire, passed down through generations. Following Zhu Kaiwo, Lin Moya continued to fly deeper into the mysterious place. The aura of the great world became increasingly dense, and a large number of laws were compressed by an invisible force, converging together and becoming clearer. Lin Moyo also felt an invisible pressure falling on him. This invisible force not only compressed the laws but also squeezed him. As he delved deeper, the squeezing force grew stronger. This force squeezed not only his physical body and soul but also the laws within him. Lin Moyo felt that his undead law became clearer under this invisible pressure. After flying a bit further, Zhu Kai was stopped for the second time. By now, they had flown 2,000,000 kilometers away from the War God Fortress, which had disappeared from sight and could no longer be observed with the naked eye. Zhu Kaiwo pointed in a direction. Can you see anything? Lin Moya strained his eyes but initially saw nothing. However, since Zhu Kaiwo had pointed it out, there must be something there. He didn't summon the skeleton to activate the undead vision but instead gathered his power in his eyes and looked again. Gradually, an extremely faint light in the endless void converged in his eyes, and he saw a star without any light. This star didn't emit light but also didn't absorb light like a black hole. So, with the faintest starlight, Lin Moya saw it. But upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't a star at all. The star was a mass of laws compressed together by an invisible force, eventually taking shape. Various laws were compressed together, forming a mass that looked like a star. It was similar to the law stars in the human race's sea of laws, all being aggregates of laws. However, law stars were formed by one or at most two types of laws. Unlike the mass he saw now, which contained almost all the laws of the great world, Lin Moyo thought of something and showed a look of astonishment. Zhu Kaiwa saw his expression and knew Lin Moyo had figured it out. What did you think of? Tell me. Lin Moyo, with a serene expression, said, so many laws, many of which are conflicting. Won't they explode? Isn't the fact right in front of you? Lin Moyo had a sudden realization, so, as long as there is enough power, any conflicting laws can be changed. Zhu Kaiwa laughed heartily, that's right. As long as the power is strong enough, it can turn decay into magic. There's nothing that can't be changed. Lin Moya nodded, but he was thinking of something else. He completely believed what Antares had said, that his wife's talent could be changed, and so could her fate. As long as his power was strong enough, nothing couldn't be changed. Even if fate was already determined, he could forcibly reverse it. As long as the power is strong enough. Lin Moya clenched his fists, his gaze becoming extremely determined. Zhu Kaiwa continued, this mysterious place is divided into 10 layers. With each layer you enter, the squeezing force doubles, and the laws become clearer. Not only the laws outside but also the laws within you will become clearer. When you use the mirror of faith to reflect yourself with the power of faith, you can clearly see your flaws and make corrections. But the deeper you go, the greater the pressure you will endure. This depends on you, how far you can go. With that, Zhu Kaiwa continued to fly forward. They had been in the 10th layer, the outermost layer. The squeezing force of the 10th layer was too gentle for Lin Moyo, having no effect at all. As they continued deeper, the squeezing force rapidly increased. The 2nd layer, the 3rd layer, the 4th layer. Soon, they entered the 5th layer. Suddenly, they saw others. There were people here, and not just one. In their sight, over 100 people were sitting cross-legged in the void, meditating. Most of them wore military uniforms, indicating they were from the military. There were also some without military uniforms, wearing somewhat peculiar clothing, different from the cultivators in the Vermilion Bird Starfield. Lin Moyo had seen similar clothing on Su Jianxing, deducing that they were likely from the Divine City. Here, both military personnel and people from the Divine City were cultivating. Zhu Kaiwa said, do you know why they choose to cultivate here? The human race clearly has the more efficient sea of laws, so why go to the trouble of coming here to cultivate? Along the way, Zhu Kaiwa kept asking questions, seemingly testing Lin Moya's thinking ability. For a cultivator, it's important to know not only how to do things but also why they are done that way. Only by understanding the reasons can one achieve greater success in the future. After observing for a few seconds, Lin Moyo had an answer, because here, they can not only cultivate the laws but also temper their physical bodies and souls. The omnipresent squeezing force not only clarifies the laws but also tempers the physical body and soul. Overall, the cultivation effect here might be better than in the Sea of Laws. Zhu Kaiwa was very satisfied with Lin Moya's answer, well said. They are all geniuses from the military and the Divine City, known as the human race's fire seeds. This mysterious place is only accessible to the human race's fire seeds. Lin Moya's spirit was lifted. Did this mean he was also a fire seed of the human race? Zhu Kaiwo patted Lin Moya's shoulder, don't doubt it. You are also one of the fire seeds. As long as the fire seeds exist, the human race will never perish. The fire seeds will never extinguish, and the human race will never perish. This sentence seemed to have boundless magic, stirring Lin Moya's heart. In the small world, he had fought to the death for the human race. At that time, most of the professionals in the small world did the same. The same spirit existed in the great world. Zhu Kaiwa said, go ahead. The rest of the path is up to you. Go to your limit, then break through to God King. Zhu Kaiwa couldn't go any deeper. Although he didn't care about the squeezing force, as a peak god sovereign, the squeezing force here was like child's play to him, childish and laughable. But precisely because his power was too strong, his presence would affect the environment here and even others' cultivation. Lin Moyo had long noticed that the laws within Zhu Kaiwa were affected by the squeezing force, starting to converge. If Zhu Kaiwa didn't actively control it, the manifestation of god sovereign level laws would directly disperse other laws. Lin Moyo nodded, thank you, senior. With that, he continued to fly deeper, soon disappearing from Zhu Kaiwa's sight. When Zhu Kaiwa and Lin Moyo arrived, some cultivators were already awakened. They all curiously watched Lin Moyo. Here, everyone's identity was the same, the human race's fire seeds. The fire seeds were all geniuses, and only geniuses worthy of cultivation could come here. But similarly, there was competition among the fire seeds. The stronger the genius, the more resources they would receive, naturally leading to competition. A great strongman once said that a race without competition has no future. This sentence was deeply imprinted in everyone's soul. Chapter 1393. Chapter 1393, 1393. Chapter 1393, No Weaknesses, Stepping into the 7th Layer. Under the gaze of dozens of people, Lin Moyo effortlessly crossed the 5th layer area. Lin Moyo surpassed the geniuses in the 5th layer, causing some dissatisfaction among them. However, instead of feeling discouraged, their fighting spirit was ignited even more. The competition among the fire seed geniuses is not about current strength but about potential. Current strength is temporary, what matters is where you can ultimately reach and what your limits are. Not everyone can reach the peak. Some may start slow but keep moving steadily, eventually surpassing those who started fast. Those who start fast may find themselves unable to move halfway up the mountain, but those who climb steadily may eventually reach the summit. It's not about rushing, it's about long-term perseverance. Lin Moyo continued flying, feeling the increasing pressure from all directions, which was becoming stronger. Compared to the outermost first layer, the pressure had increased several times. If the pressure in the first layer was 1, then the current pressure was about 6. The pressure came from all directions, as if countless hands were trying to compress his body and soul into a ball. His flesh made creaking sounds, and the laws inside and outside his body were compressed together, constantly roaring, appearing on his skin like veins. The same was true for his soul. The invisible pressure fell on the crystal barrier, causing it to tremble slightly. Lin Moyo let out a light shout, and his talent tree swayed, releasing invisible power. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal roared, exhaling dragon breath onto the crystal barrier. With the combined effort, his soul world stabilized. At the same time, his heart beat violently, and the heart of flame burst with powerful energy. Blood flowed like a great river, roaring. His muscles slightly bulged, stretching his clothes. The pressure he felt instantly disappeared, and Lin Moyo became light again. Facing the immense pressure, he let out a light whistle, and his speed suddenly increased. Lin Moyo's soul had reached the peak of the 4th grade, with a jade-like soul. Both his physical body and cultivation were at the 9th rank of a true deity, progressing together. It could be said that Lin Moyo had no weaknesses. He saw others cultivating in this area again. In the 6th layer area, there were also people cultivating, all of them fire seed geniuses of the human race. Compared to those in the 5th layer, their cultivation was higher, and their endurance was stronger. In the 5th layer, Lin Moyo saw both true deities and god kings, with their numbers almost equal. But here, the number of true deities sharply decreased, from a 50-50 split to a 30-70 split, with most being god kings. It was not surprising that god kings had stronger endurance. However, Lin Moyo felt that true deities who could cultivate in the 6th layer had greater potential than the god kings in the same area. Lin Moyo's arrival attracted everyone's attention. Another genius. A true deity reaching here is rare. Our human race is full of geniuses, truly remarkable. Our race's fire will be passed down, and one day we will reach the peak, with all races bowing to us. Humph, that's a bit too much. Even the war god Shao couldn't achieve that. How can we? Hope is necessary for motivation, isn't it? Everyone discussed as they watched Lin Moyo approach. A middle-aged god king said to Lin Moyo, young man, not bad. Reaching the 6th layer as a true deity is better than I did. Lin Moyo smiled and nodded. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Come, find a good place and cultivate well, the middle-aged man continued politely. Lin Moyo shook his head. Thank you, senior, but I plan to go deeper. As he spoke, Lin Moyo flew past them and headed towards the deeper area. A few seconds later, Lin Moyo's figure disappeared from their sight. They looked at each other. His talent is truly high. We underestimated him. He's not an ordinary genius. Could he be a core genius? True deities who can enter the 7th layer are extremely rare. The God King geniuses sighed, while the true deity geniuses showed dissatisfaction in their eyes. One of them suddenly stood up and silently flew towards the 7th layer. He was also a 9th rank true deity, with a look of strong dissatisfaction and pride in his eyes. As a 9th rank true deity and a fire seed genius, he believed he was no worse than anyone else. but it was clear to everyone that he couldn't fly as easily and naturally as Lin Moyo. The pressure from all directions forced him to exert all his strength to resist. Everyone recognized him. His name was Loxing, a genius from the Divine City. He was proud by nature, usually silent and always looking dissatisfied, but he wasn't a bad person. Stimulated by Lin Moyo, he became somewhat dissatisfied and wanted to try. After flying a few hundred kilometers, Loxing suddenly stopped, then flew back, his face pale. In just a few seconds, his body had cracked, covered in blood and wounds. If he had retreated a bit later, he might have turned into a pile of flesh. The gap is quite large. Everyone sighed inwardly. Loxing sat back down, healing his injuries. Lin Moyo continued towards the 7th layer, feeling the pressure from all directions and making his own assessment. From what he had seen, the main issue for these god kings and true deities was their physical bodies. In the 5th layer, the pressure was enough to harm a super deity's body. To stand firm in the 5th layer, one's physical body had to be at least at the high rank of a super deity, which is above the 7th rank. However, according to the cultivation methods of most of the human race, when they first step into the god king realm, their physical bodies are usually between the 3rd rank of a super deity and the 5th rank of a super deity. The physical body is their weakness. In daily battles, the laws protect the physical body, so this weakness isn't apparent. But here, where the laws can't protect the physical body, this weakness becomes evident. The geniuses here all pay attention to their physical bodies, which are clearly stronger than most. Some 9th rank true deities or god kings have physical bodies reaching above the 7th rank of a super deity, allowing them to cultivate in the 5th layer. The 5th layer continuously compresses the physical body, gradually strengthening it. This method is gentle and safe but takes a long time. Using the flash star and flash fire to cultivate the physical body is the fastest method, but it's too dangerous and can lead to death. Only someone like Lin Moyo, who isn't afraid of death, would choose such a cultivation method. In the 6th layer, a true deity's physical body is required to withstand the pressure. It doesn't need to be too high. Even a first-rank true deity's physical body is enough to move in the 6th layer. True deity geniuses and some god kings who have cultivated their physical bodies can achieve this. In the 6th layer, besides the physical body needing to reach the true deity level, the soul must also reach the 3rd grade. Otherwise, it can't withstand the pressure. The soul isn't a problem. Almost everyone who enters meets this requirement. But to enter the 7th layer, the difficulty is much higher. Lin Moyo already felt the pressure from the 7th layer. After a brief assessment, he determined the requirements. A physical body above the 7th rank of a true deity and a peak 3rd grade soul. Unexpectedly, a true deity can reach here. A hoarse, deep voice echoed from the dark void. Chapter 1394. Chapter 1394, 1394. Chapter 1394, Young Man Who Doesn't Know His Limits. A flame suddenly lit up in front of Lin Moyo, illuminating a large part of the starry sky. Under the pressure of an invisible force, the flame constantly deformed, looking as if it might extinguish at any moment. But it was incredibly tenacious, like a candle in the wind, flickering but not going out. Lin Moyo stopped and looked at the owner of the flame. It was a burly middle-aged god king with a square face, exuding a powerful aura. He was bare-chested, with muscles bulging, showcasing a strong physique. Just one look told Lin Moyo that the other party's physical body was very strong. He is a high-rank god king, with a physical body at the 7th rank of a true deity, very strong. Lin Moyo made this judgment in his heart while saluting the other party. Greetings, senior. The burly man's voice was as deep as thunder. No need to be so polite. Anyone who can come here is a fire seed of the human race, a genius. We are all the same. Following the light of the flame, Lin Moyo saw that there were 17 or 18 others in the light. Among these people, all were god kings, and they were all high-rank god kings. Their strength far surpassed that of ordinary god kings. Their powerful physical bodies and refined laws gave them the ability to fight across ranks. If they could reach the 9th rank of god king, they would be like Jin Hui. If they could reach the minor deity level, they would be comparable to the little Ning Wang Bodhisattva. These were the geniuses of the human race, powerful geniuses. At this moment, a small god king in the light said softly, "Chihua, you are wrong. This young man is much stronger than us." The burly man named Chihua was slightly taken aback, then laughed thunderously. "Indeed, the young man is stronger than us. When we were at the true deity realm, we couldn't reach here." The 7th layer area required a peak 3rd grade soul and a physical body above the 7th rank of a true deity. Even most high-rank god kings couldn't reach here, let alone true deities. Lin Moyo's ability to reach here was enough to prove his strength. Chihua scratched his head and said loudly, "If I remember correctly, the last true deity to come here was named Su Kishin, right?" At this moment, another god king spoke. Su Kishin is indeed a rare genius. He reached here at the 9th rank of a true deity and soon broke through to the god king realm. Haha, the Su family is full of geniuses. First, there was Su Qingyang, then Su Kishin, and recently, there's another one named Su Jinxing, who is also very good. Once the conversation started, it was hard to stop. Lin Moyo listened silently. So Su Qingyang and Su Jinxing come from the same family, the Su family of the Divine City. The ancestor of the Su family is very powerful, capable of issuing private tasks in the Human Emperor Network, not an ordinary person. Su Jinxing is indeed excellent, with very high talent. The Su family of the Divine City must be a very powerful family. After discussing for a while, the God Kings finally turned their attention to Lin Moyo. Chihua waved his hand, and the flame became brighter, illuminating a larger area. "Young man, find a place you like." Lin Moyo said, "Thank you, senior. I want to go further in." His words immediately drew everyone's attention. Even those who had not opened their eyes couldn't help but look at him curiously. Lin Moyo actually said he wanted to go further in, but the next area was the 8th layer. Could a true deity enter there? Chi was said in a deep voice, "Young man, you are already excellent to have reached here. Such excellence is rare among the human race, but the 8th layer is really not for you." Someone else added, "Young man, do you know the requirements for the 8th layer? It requires a physical body at the 9th rank of a true deity and a 4th grade soul. You are just a true deity. Even if your soul can reach the 4th grade, what about your physical body? If you go, you will die." Among the human race, a true deity with a 4th grade soul might occasionally appear by luck, but having both the cultivation and physical body at the same level has never been heard of. Not just among the human race, even the dragon race, known for their strong physical bodies, have physical bodies slightly lower than their cultivation level. After reaching a certain level, it becomes extremely difficult to improve the physical body. Otherwise, the God Kings here wouldn't still have their current physical bodies after so many years of hard cultivation. Lin Moya knew his own situation. He was at the 9th rank of a true deity, but his physical body was at the peak of the true deity realm, even higher than his cultivation level. This was the power of the flash star and flash fire. As long as you were willing to pay the price, you would be rewarded. If successful, the physical body would be incredibly strong. If you failed, you would die. It was a gamble with one's life. Hearing their words, Lin Moyo had already made up his mind. "I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll come back." Everyone has their own choices. Chiwa didn't stop Lin Moyo. Young people don't know their limits until they hit a wall. Go ahead and see. The other God Kings also watched Lin Moyo, not trying to dissuade him. The pressure didn't increase all at once but linearly. When Lin Moya couldn't bear it, he would naturally retreat. After saluting the God Kings, Lin Moya flew towards the 8th layer area. Seeing Lin Moya disappear from sight, someone sighed, "He's a good young man, but he doesn't know his limits." That's normal. Maybe he had a smooth journey growing up and hasn't faced many hardships. When he faces hardships, he will understand that reality is different from imagination. At this moment, Chiwa scratched his head. Why do I feel that his physical body is a bit strange? Didn't you notice that he didn't seem to be resisting the pressure at all? The God Kings here constantly had their physical bodies in motion to resist the continuous pressure. The pressure was everywhere, even the muscles on their faces were in a state of slight vibration, but Lin Moya didn't show any signs of that. Hearing Chihua's words, the others remembered. They weren't fools and immediately realized something, showing astonished expressions. Lin Moya's physical body hadn't reached its limit, so he didn't need to resist. They looked at each other, hardly believing it. Chihua said in a deep voice, "I'm very curious. I want to follow and see." The others knew Chihua's strength. His physical body was close to the 9th rank of a true deity, so entering the 8th layer for a short time wouldn't be a problem. Chihua turned into a red light and chased after Lin Moyo. The flame disappeared, and the starry sky became quiet again. On the way to the 8th layer, the pressure continued to increase. At this moment, the law star at the deepest point was already clearly visible. This star, formed by countless laws compressed together by immense force, was now nakedly presented in sight. In the law star, countless laws intertwined and entangled, with no conflicts occurring. Lin Moyo even saw a wisp of water law and fire law touching each other without any issues. For countless cultivators, this was simply a miracle. As long as the power is strong enough, miracles can indeed be created. The pressure grew stronger, and Lin Moya's physical body reacted for the second time. His heartbeat roared, bursting with powerful energy, his blood boiling, instinctively resisting the pressure from all directions. Finally, I can feel it. Lin Moya smiled. Chapter 1395. Chapter 1395, 1395. Chapter 1395, Coexistence of Madness and Calm. As Lin Moyo approached the 8th layer area, he finally felt a bit of interest, something that could make him take things seriously. Previously, he had only used a bit of effort, and the pressure had no effect on him. Coming here felt as simple as strolling through a garden. The pressure was insufficient to provide effective stimulation, and the benefits during the breakthrough would correspondingly decrease. Zhu Kaiwo had said that it was best to reach one's limit. Although it would be a bit dangerous, the greater the danger, the greater the benefits. Mediocre people will ultimately be content with mediocrity. Sometimes, only those who are a bit mad can gain more benefits. Of course, this madness must be rational, not insanity. Lin Moyo had a madness in his bones, having faced death repeatedly in the small world, dying and living, living and dying. Only he knew the madness in his bones. At this moment, he finally felt a bit of pressure, and his interest was piqued. Finally, he stepped into the 8th layer area. His blood boiled, and it seemed as if every drop of blood in his body was cheering. The heart, fused with the flame of fire, beat madly, pumping more blood. A drum-like sound emanated from Lin Moya's body, roaring continuously. In the 8th layer area, 3 God Kings simultaneously opened their eyes. All 3 were at the 9th rank of God King, possessing the physical bodies of 9th rank true deities. From a physical standpoint, the 3 were already superior to many God Sovereigns. Many God Sovereigns only had physical bodies at the 4th or 5th rank of true deities. The 3 not only had strong physical bodies but also incredibly powerful laws. Here, the laws were constantly compressed, almost to the point of materialization. They used this to comprehend their own laws, and when they wielded them, the laws could unleash great power. Coupled with their 4th grade soul realms, once they unleashed their soul law domains, they could almost crush those of the same realm. In Lin Moya's eyes, these three were even stronger than Jin Hui, likely able to contend with minor god sovereigns like the Black Sand God King. The three looked at Lin Moya with strange expressions. A true deity. A true deity coming here was somewhat unbelievable. The three might not have spoken for a long time and didn't react immediately. At this moment, Lin Moya had already flown past them. Greetings, seniors. Lin Moya's voice echoed in their souls, and by the time they reacted, Lin Moya had disappeared from their sight. The three looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. What just happened? It seemed someone had passed by, and it was a true deity who had crossed the 8th layer area. This was like seeing a ghost. The same thought occurred to all three. Did we hallucinate? A light approached from afar, drawing a long line of fire in the void, illuminating the desolate space. Chihu arrived in front of the three, clasping his fists in greeting, his tone slightly urgent. Seniors, have you seen a young man at the true deity realm? The muscles on his face trembled continuously, resisting the strong pressure. He hadn't seen Lin Moya along the way and was a bit anxious. In his view, although Lin Moya was somewhat reckless, he was still a fire seed genius of the human race. The fire of the human race must be passed down, and he couldn't just watch Lin Moya die. So he had chased after him, ready to rescue Lin Moya if he was in danger. The three recognized Chihua, junior brother Chihua. What happened? Chihua quickly explained Lin Moya's situation. Only then did the three realize they hadn't hallucinated. One of them said, indeed, a young man just passed by, and he was at the true deity realm. Chihua asked urgently, where did he go? Is he injured? The three shook their heads. No injuries, full of energy. He greeted us and then went deeper. It seems he's heading to the 9th layer area. Chihua was stunned, then let out a strange cry. The 9th layer area? How is that possible? Yes, the 9th layer area. It didn't seem to be his limit. Such a young man, a true deity reaching this level. I'm quite curious. Why don't we go take a look? The three discussed for a while and decided to go see Lin Moya. As for Chihua, this was already his limit, and he couldn't go any further. Chihua immediately said, please, seniors, this young man is exceptionally talented. If he's in danger, please save him. The three spoke in unison. Nonsense, the fire of the human race must be passed down. How could we let him die? With that, the three turned into streams of light and chased after Lin Moya. Chihua was left in place, unsure whether to stay or leave. His muscles twitched continuously, and his flames flickered, the pressure from all directions causing him great discomfort. This was his limit, and he couldn't stay here for long. But now, he couldn't leave or stay. If he stayed too long, he would die. After much hesitation, Chihua began to retreat, moving back hundreds of thousands of kilometers. He stared in the direction Lin Moya had gone, waiting quietly. Although he couldn't stay here for long, waiting for a while was no problem. He used all his strength to resist the pressure, enduring as long as he could. Without definite news, he felt uneasy and worried. On his way to the 9th layer area, Lin Moya felt the increasing pressure, pushing him to his limit. If the 8th layer area's limit is the 9th rank of a true deity, then the 9th layer should surpass the 9th rank of a true deity. The strong pressure is meant for the physical bodies of god kings, exceeding my limit. But I can let the undead share the damage I endure, so I won't be in danger. I can also control the amount shared, constantly adjusting to my true limit. Only by reaching my true limit can I unleash all my power and gain the most benefits during the breakthrough. His eyes were filled with madness and extreme calm. Madness and calm, two seemingly opposing emotions, coexisted in Lin Moya. Just as life and death, two opposing existences, coexist in the undead law. Contradictory yet reasonable. Lin Moya hadn't used his passive spells before because the pressure wasn't strong enough to harm him. But he never forgot that he had this ability. He wouldn't use it until he reached his true limit. He wanted to test his true limit, allowing his physical body to break through to the God King realm with the help of the low-grade demon stone during the breakthrough. A physical body at the God King realm is exclusive to a very few. If one can reach the God King realm with their physical body while still a minor god sovereign, they are truly powerful geniuses. Lin Moya had never seen such a genius. He had seen few minor god sovereigns, and even the little Ming Wang Bodhisattva hadn't reached this level. Even among god sovereigns, those with physical bodies at the God King realm were extremely rare and all exceptionally powerful geniuses. For example, Zhu Kaiwu and Zhu Tian. Others like the Night Wind God Sovereign and the Legion commanders in the Star Fortress didn't have physical bodies at the God King realm. This shows how difficult it is to reach the God King realm with the physical body. The physical body is hard to cultivate, which is why there are so few who do so in the great world. As Lin Moya pondered, a sharp pain suddenly appeared in his physical body. The strong pressure finally caused damage to his physical body, activating his passive spells, and the damage was quickly transferred to the undead. Lin Moya felt only a slight pain, with no real harm. My physical body has finally reached its limit. Chapter 1396. Chapter 1396, 1396. Chapter 1396, the brightest star in nearly 1,000 years. With a thought, Lin Moya actively suppressed the damage transfer, no longer letting the undead share the damage. In an instant, a wound appeared on his skin, not like an external cut by a sharp blade, but more like an internal explosion. The wound wasn't large, just a superficial injury, and no blood flowed out. Lin Moya controlled his own blood, preventing it from flowing out. An invisible force continuously squeezed from the outside to the inside, causing one wound after another to appear, like balloons constantly bursting. The sound of skin cracking and Lin Moya's strong heartbeat formed a terrifying symphony. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moya was covered in wounds, his entire body filled with injuries, looking extremely horrifying. In the next second, Lin Moya's entire body glowed with a white light. The power of life from the undying law flowed throughout his body, healing the wounds at an astonishing speed. The healing power of the undying law was even stronger than that of the life law. Small wounds were no problem at all. The undying law rippled through his body, quickly healing the wounds wherever it passed. The sound of cracking continued, and his skin kept bursting open, but the healing never stopped. It really hurts. Lin Moya gritted his teeth in pain. Due to the existence of damage transfer, he rarely got injured. Even when he died many times while practicing skills, it was mostly instant death. This was the first time he experienced the feeling of being cut by a dull knife. The pain was continuous, seemingly endless. Lin Moya felt both pain and joy, constantly exploring his true limits. As he got closer to the 9th layer, the squeezing force had already surpassed the true God realm, stepping into the God King realm. Each wound that burst open was much larger, and blood began to uncontrollably fly out. The blood, containing powerful life force, dripped into the desolate void, adding a strange color to this silent world. The undying law became even more frenzied, healing faster and faster. The laws here were also being squeezed, with a large number of laws compressed together, becoming clearer and thicker. Similarly, fine control became more difficult. What originally required only a single strand now required dozens or even hundreds of strands. Moreover, the consumption during manipulation also increased accordingly. As a result, the requirements for controlling the laws became higher. Lin Moya, relying on his powerful soul, tried to control the laws as finely as possible. Here, besides tempering the physical body and comprehending the laws, one could also train in controlling the laws. Stronger control over the laws could also enhance one's strength. Overall, this place was indeed marvelous. For Lin Moya, the least pressure came from his soul, as its quality was too high. A 4th-grade peak soul allowed him to handle it with ease. Lin Moya's entire body glowed with white light, like a giant light bulb, illuminating the dark night sky. The undying law fully converted into the power of life, continuously operating, striving to heal Lin Moya. Lin Moya stopped and saw a person quietly sitting cross-legged in the starry sky. In the 9th layer area, a senior of the human race was cultivating. His body constantly fluctuated, sometimes sinking, sometimes expanding, fighting against the squeezing force in the void. Lin Moya clasped his fists and saluted, "Greetings, senior." The other person slowly opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat scattered and indifferent. It's been a long time since anyone came to the 9th layer. The voice abruptly stopped, and the scattered gaze instantly focused, becoming as sharp as a sword, filled with shock. "A true god." The slightly hoarse voice struggled to utter 2 words. He seemed unable to believe what he was seeing. The Lin Moya before him was actually a true god. How could it be a true god? After staring for a few seconds, he had to admit that the person before him was indeed a true god. A true god coming to the 9th layer area was unheard of. He could see that Lin Moya's physical body couldn't withstand the squeezing force here, otherwise, he wouldn't be injured. This place had already surpassed Lin Moya's limits. But because Lin Moya's law healing speed was too fast, constantly getting injured and recovering, it allowed Lin Moya to reach here. So, it's borrowing the power of the laws, the life law. With this thought, he could accept the fact and mistakenly identified Lin Moya's law as the life law. He stared at Lin Moya, and Lin Moya stared back at him. Lin Moya felt a similar aura to the little Ming Wang Bodhisattva from him. This was a minor deity. At the same time, he also felt a sense of threat. This minor deity was much stronger than the little Ming Wang Bodhisattva, strong enough to kill him. His skin vibrated continuously without getting injured, clearly able to withstand the pressure here. A minor deity's realm, a god king's physical body, and meticulous control over the laws, all indicated his immense combat power. The hoarse voice sounded again, "Young man, what's your name?" Lin Moya respectfully saluted, "Junior Lin Moya. May I ask senior's name?" "Xiao Sheng." The 2 words thundered in Lin Moya's mind. In the information he had read, many records mentioned Xiaosheng, the star of the human race, invincible in the same realm, able to fight across realms, the successor of the god of war, all pointed to the same person, Xiaosheng. Xiaosheng was known as the brightest star in the human race in nearly 1,000 years, the most dazzling genius. Xiaosheng had once topped the demons must-kill list, but all those who tried to kill him were killed by Xiaosheng instead. Even those whose realms surpassed Xiaosheng were no match for him. Xiaosheng, at the super deity realm, had killed true gods across realms. At the 7th rank of true god, he had killed god kings across realms. At the 5th rank of God King, he had slain minor deities. At the 9th rank of God King, he fought a demon deity to a standstill. When he became a minor deity, he fought the same opponent again and killed him. Each battle became a part of his glory and honor. Some called him the reincarnation of the god of war, with the potential to become the second Xiao Zhantian, and the fact that they shared the same surname added to the mystery. In the past 200 years, Xiaosheng's name had faded. He disappeared, and no one knew his whereabouts. Most believed Xiaosheng had gone into seclusion and would astonish the world when he reappeared. Combining the descriptions in the records, Lin Moya was certain that the Xiaosheng before him was the same Xiaosheng who had topped the demons must-kill list. Unexpectedly, the long-banished Xiaosheng was cultivating here. "Greetings, Senior Xiao." Lin Moya saluted Xiaosheng again, showing respect. Such a person deserved respect. Xiaosheng looked at Lin Moya. "Young man, you are very good. It's great to have such a junior in the human race." Although Lin Moya relied on the laws to reach here, the fact that he could come was what mattered most. Lin Moya accepted Xiaosheng's praise calmly. "Thank you for the compliment, senior." With just a few words, Lin Moya could tell that Xiaosheng was not very talkative. this was similar to himself. Except with friends, Lin Moyo also didn't talk much. Xiaoxing pointed around, it's empty here. Feel free to choose a spot, but don't get too close to me. Keep a distance of at least 10,000 kilometers. Understood. Lin Moya didn't ask why, knowing there must be a reason. He also needed some distance. Lin Moya chose a direction and sat cross-legged 10,000 kilometers away from Xiaoxing, beginning his cultivation. For now, he didn't want to go any deeper. Here, the power of life and the squeezing force had reached a balance. Going further would be difficult. Unless he let the undead share the damage, but that wouldn't benefit him, so it was unnecessary. This place was already his current limit, a perfect spot for a breakthrough. Let's begin. Chapter 1397. Chapter 1397, 1397. Chapter 1397, hope you don't end up like me. Lin Moya closed his eyes for a few minutes, continuously adjusting the laws within his body to adapt to the current environment. His entire body was boiling with energy, and the power of the heart of flame drove his heart to beat madly, thundering like a drum. A few minutes later, Lin Moya opened his eyes again, his gaze sharp and bright. He reached out and took out the mirror of faith, a palm-sized mirror with a blurry surface, reflecting nothing. He hadn't used the detection technique for a long time, but now he cast it on the mirror of faith. The corresponding information quickly reflected in his mind. Mirror of Faith, a God-sovereign level treasure, driven by the power of faith, it can reflect oneself, revealing all one's shortcomings. Note, this treasure requires the power of faith to operate. Without sufficient power of faith, it will have no effect. After understanding the function of this treasure, Lin Moya naturally understood its pros and cons. Overall, this treasure was somewhat niche, even useless for most cultivators. It wasn't an offensive or defensive treasure but purely an auxiliary one. Moreover, it wasn't even a combat auxiliary treasure, just a cultivation auxiliary treasure. There were many cultivation auxiliary treasures, each with different effects. From its effects, the Mirror of Faith was very clear, allowing one to see their shortcomings and make targeted corrections. However, because it required the power of faith to operate and could only be used by oneself, its usefulness was greatly reduced. As far as Lin Moya knew, most people didn't have much power of faith. To drive a God-sovereign level treasure, the required power of faith wouldn't be a small amount. So, for most cultivators, this treasure was practically useless. Zhu Kaiwo had Lin Moyo exchange for it mainly because Lin Moyo had a vast amount of power of faith, enough to drive it. After reaching the top of both the potential and combat power lists, his power of faith began to increase significantly. Lin Moyo had never been able to use the power of faith, so it had accumulated over a long time. Now, being first on 3 lists, the increase in power of faith was even greater, with a vast amount coming in every moment. His soul opened its eyes, driving the power of faith into the mirror of faith. The power of faith was formless and intangible, more ethereal than laws, but it truly existed and could be driven by the soul. After the mirror of faith absorbed enough power of faith, it gradually lit up and began to glow. The originally blurry mirror surface became clear, reflecting Lin Moya's appearance. Then the mirror automatically expanded, becoming as tall as Lin Moyo. The square mirror of faith stood in front of Lin Moyo, clearly reflecting his image. Then the mirror of faith began to split, 1 becoming 2, 2 becoming 4, 4 becoming 8. In the blink of an eye, countless mirrors of faith surrounded Lin Moyo. Everywhere he looked, he saw his own reflection. From head to toe, front to back. From the overall view to every single hair, everything was reflected in these 360 mirrors. First the surface, then the inside. The flow of blood, the direction of bones and meridians, the fluctuations of internal laws, all kinds of conditions were reflected in the mirrors. Then the mirrors began to shine, with 360 spotlights illuminating Lin Moyo. At the same time, streams of information entered Lin Moya's soul. Using the power of faith as a bridge, the mirror of faith clearly reflected all the analysis results to his soul. After the soul received the information, he could make targeted improvements in his cultivation. Lin Moyo quickly understood where his weaknesses were, which parts of the laws were still lacking, and what he needed to further comprehend and master. Although his law mastery had reached 26%, that was just an overall mastery, with differences in the details. To achieve a perfect advancement, he needed to perfect these details. Just like his physical body, which had reached the peak of the true God realm, but still had some hidden flaws. The flash star and flash fire were like a hammer, repeatedly tempering his physical body, removing impurities and leaving the essence. But the hammering wasn't complete, and some impurities remained in hidden corners. These would also be obstacles to a perfect advancement. Lin Moyo himself couldn't see these problems, but with the God-sovereign level mirror of faith, they became very clear. Lin Moyo immersed himself in his world, thinking about how to solve these problems. In the void 1,000 kilometers away, Xiaoxing opened his eyes again and looked towards Lin Moyo. Mirror of faith. Looks like he wants a perfect advancement. A physical body at the peak of the true God realm, flawless laws, this young man indeed has the qualifications. Our human race has finally produced another top genius, not bad. Xiaoxing muttered to himself, his eyes filled with relief. At this moment, he looked like an old man in his twilight years, his eyes less sharp and more nostalgic. He watched for a while, then slowly turned his head to look in another direction. There, 3 figures were approaching at an astonishing speed. The 3 stopped in front of Xiaoxing and saluted him. Greetings, senior. Xiaoxing nodded. What is it? The 3 asked, Senior, have you seen a young man at the True God realm? Xiaoxing pointed in Lin Moya's direction. He's cultivating over there. Cultivating? In the 9th layer area. The three were stunned and looked in the direction Xiaoxing pointed, seeing the giant mirrors. They exclaimed, "The mirror of faith, he's aiming for a perfect advancement to God King. What a grand goal, impressive. His power of faith is also very strong, he must be quite famous in the great world. He can actually cultivate here. Could his physical body have already reached the God King realm? Not just his physical body, his soul has also reached the 4th grade. A true god with a 4th grade soul and a God King level physical body, what kind of monster is this?" Seeing the shocked expressions of the three, Xiaoxing coughed lightly. "If you have nothing else, you should leave. You can't stay here for long." The pressure in the 9th layer area was too strong, and the three could only stay for a short time. If they stayed too long, they would also be crushed into meat paste. The three saluted Xiaoxing again. "As long as he's fine, we were just worried that such a good young man might be in danger. With Senior Xiao watching over him, he will be fine, so we don't need to worry." Before leaving, one of them asked, "Senior, do you know his name?" Xiaoxing nodded. "His name is Lin Moyo." The three remembered the name Lin Moyo, thinking that this name would shake the great world in the future, just like Xiaoxing once did. The three left, returning to the 8th layer area. After they left, Xiaoxing looked at Lin Moyo again. "Young man, good luck. Don't end up like me." As he spoke, his expression suddenly twisted in pain. His muscles fluctuated continuously, his whole body trembling. He let out a low growl and punched himself in the head. This continued for several minutes before Xiaoxing gradually calmed down, but his face was pale, and his aura weakened significantly. Xiaoxing looked towards the Law Star and muttered to himself, "The attacks are becoming more frequent. It seems I can't avoid going." Chapter 1398. Chapter 1398, 1398. Chapter 1398, Flawless, Body of a God Sovereign. In the desolate and silent starry sky, a long line of fire flashed by as the red fire returned to the 7th layer area. "Red fire, how was it? Did you find that kid? You came back alone, don't tell me he's dead. You were gone for quite a while, couldn't you find him?" Everyone asked with their mouths wide open. If Lin Moyo was dead, everyone present would feel it was a pity. In their eyes, Lin Moyo was truly a rare genius. Red Fire said in a deep voice, "He's not in the 8th layer." Everyone was stunned. Not in the 8th layer. Did he lose his way? Or did he die halfway through, leaving no corpse behind? That shouldn't be the case, right? After a pause, Red Fire continued, "He went to the 9th layer and is cultivating there." Everyone was dumbfounded, their expressions full of disbelief. Not in the 8th layer, but in the 9th layer. Not cultivating in the 8th layer, but cultivating in the 9th layer. Everyone felt like they were listening to some myth or legend, finding it unbelievable. But they all knew clearly that Red Fire wouldn't lie. Hard to imagine. What kind of genius is he? The 9th layer, a 4th grade soul, a physical body at the God Sovereign realm. What genius! He's a freak, a monster. With such a powerful physical body, even more powerful than his realm, could it be that he wants to walk the path of reaching divinity through the physical body? Don't joke around, reaching divinity through the physical body is just a legend, an impossible path. It's a pity we didn't ask the kid's name. His fame must not be small. Red Fire said, "The seniors in the 8th layer said his name is Lin Moyo." Through the mirror of faith, Lin Moyo thoroughly understood all his problems. First, there were issues with his laws. Second, there were issues with his physical body. There were quite a few problems, but fortunately, they were all minor issues. His foundation was solid enough, and all these problems could be corrected. Next, with the help of the mirror of faith, Lin Moyo prepared to quickly correct his problems. His physical body became more perfect, and his comprehension of the laws deepened further. Although his law mastery remained at 26%, his ability to control the laws greatly improved. It was like before, when he needed 10 units of effort to lift something, now he only needed 9 units of effort to lift the same thing. Gradually, it would become 8 units of effort, 7 units of effort, or even less. When he used 10 units of effort again, he could exert far greater strength than before. This was Lin Moya's current state. Without changing his law mastery, he controlled the laws better and better. Day by day, time passed, and Lin Moya didn't know how long he had been in seclusion. During cultivation, time was meaningless. For some powerful beings, a single seclusion could last hundreds or even thousands of years. Until one day, the laws began to seep into his soul, slowly merging with it. This represented that the law aspect of the God King realm had been fully mastered, and he was entering the God Sovereign realm. With the laws seeping in, his soul became stronger. The stronger soul, in turn, pushed forward his comprehension of the laws. Lin Moyo had corrected all the previous flaws in his laws and began to comprehend new laws. At this time, the power of faith began to take effect, helping him comprehend the new laws. This was one of the most fundamental functions of the power of faith, accelerating the comprehension of laws. The stronger the laws, the stronger the soul power. Lin Moya's soul quality was high enough, with no bottleneck at all. In his soul world, a resplendent river of stars appeared, the river of stars belonging to the undying law. On the bank of this river, a small stream meandered up, connecting to the vast river of stars. This small stream was the river of laws controlled by Lin Moyo. To truly merge into the river of stars, there was still a long way to go. But now, the small stream was also surging with waves, and Lin Moya's law mastery was rapidly increasing. 27%, 28%. As long as his law mastery reached 30%, Lin Moyo would become a god sovereign. At this moment, Lin Moyo opened his eyes and took out the low-grade demon stone. Low-grade demon stone originating from the starry sky demon god clan, the demon stone has the ability to enhance the physical body. The low-grade demon stone is for God King level physical bodies. Note, the demon stone contains violent energy, please use with caution. Following the usage method of the low-grade demon stone, Lin Moya spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto the stone. The originally dim demon stone instantly radiated immense power. The demon stone exploded, turning into countless particles that covered Lin Moya's body. The particles contained astonishing energy, instantly reducing Lin Moya's clothes to ashes. Then, the particles enveloped every corner and inch of Lin Moya's skin, leaving no gaps. Ah! Intense pain came, and Lin Moya let out a muffled groan. Rarely did any pain make him react like this. The power of the demon stone was too violent, as if trying to tear him apart into pieces. Not just his physical body, but even his soul was about to be torn apart. Even Lin Moya, who was long accustomed to pain, couldn't help but groan. His soul consciousness wavered, almost unable to resist using damage transfer. The demon stone particles penetrated through every inch of his skin, passing through the membrane, entering the muscles, and even drilling into the bones. Seeking fresh flowers, Lin Moya felt like he had been stung by countless needles, as if he had become a beehive. No, it was even more shattered than a beehive. Wherever the particles passed, the impurities hidden in his blood and bone marrow were burned away again. Amidst the pain, Lin Moya felt a new force of life, brimming with vitality, sprouting from the depths of his body. Finally, the demon stone particles entered his internal organs, passing through the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and ultimately all drilled into his heart. They even merged with the flame of fire, and in the midst of heart-wrenching pain, the flame of fire became stronger and more powerful, and his heartbeat became more intense. With each beat, a few particles were fused into the blood, then circulated throughout the body by the blood, reaching every corner and every capillary. The terrible pain continued, not yet over. Lin Moya endured the pain, no longer thinking about it, shifting his attention to comprehending the laws. The river of stars surged with waves, resonating with his own river of laws. This resonance was transmitted to his soul, and his law mastery continued to rise. After an unknown period of time, his law mastery finally reached 30%. Huge waves rose in the river of stars, crashing towards his soul. The waves carried a rich undying law, merging into his soul. This was the first intimate contact between his soul and the river of stars, and the feeling was incredibly wondrous. The laws were like a pair of extremely gentle hands, gently caressing his soul. With their caress, the undying law seeped into his soul, initially merging with it. The God's sovereign realm, the entire process of advancing was the process of the laws and the soul continuously merging, becoming more and more inseparable. As the realm advanced, the soul and the laws merged deeper, becoming indistinguishable. Eventually, the laws would completely merge into every corner of the soul, and every spell would contain powerful laws. If the law domain was fully unleashed, it could even envelop an entire star system. That level would be the realm of a minor god sovereign. When the soul advanced further, the law domain would no longer expand but instead retract fully into the soul. At that time, the soul would have the qualification to enter the river of stars, roaming the river of stars, with every move able to wield the power of the river of stars. That would be the realm of a god sovereign. At this moment, Lin Moya completed his first intimate contact with the river of stars, his law mastery reached 30%, and he truly stepped into the god sovereign realm. His soul began to grow stronger. Originally, his soul power had reached the limit, but now it could bear even more power. The talent tree swayed, transmitting a vast amount of soul power. At this moment, his physical body completed its final evolution. His heart beat at a rate exceeding 1,000 times per second, and his physical body erupted with a brilliant golden radiance, overflowing with dazzling light. Chapter 1399. Chapter 1399, 1399. Chapter 1399, it really was indigestion. Golden light shone brilliantly, illuminating the void. Lin Moya's body was enveloped in this golden light. The Buddhist clan has a sect known as the ascetic monks. They rigorously train their bodies, earning the title of the invincible golden body, renowned among the myriad races of the great world. In fact, the golden body exists in other races as well, specifically at the God King realm. However, it is not an ordinary God King realm body. Only a flawless God King realm body can emit such brilliant light, transforming into a golden body. At this moment, Lin Moya's body had achieved this perfection, stepping into the God King realm with a flawless posture. The golden light shone in the void, and from 1,000 miles away, Xiaoxing opened his eyes again. He looked in Lin Moya's direction and sighed, "A God King golden body, it has been a long time since one appeared among the human race." His voice carried a sense of nostalgia and reminiscence. Golden light also flowed on his body, indicating that his body was also a God King golden body. Back then, he too had ascended to the God King realm with a flawless posture, just like Lin Moya. Unfortunately, thinking of this, Xiaoxing's eye showed a hint of bitterness, and he sighed lightly. Lin Moya's cultivation and body had both stepped into the God King realm, achieving a perfect advancement. His blood surged like a dragon, and his soul power increased dramatically, far surpassing before. For him, there were no weaknesses. If he used his original spells now, his ultimate combat power might not just be at the minor deity level. Lin Moya felt an urgent desire to test his new strength, but it wasn't the right time yet. For others, stepping into the God King realm marked the end of their advancement. But for him, stepping into the God King realm was just the beginning of true transformation. He had the cultivation, and the realm next would be changes in talent and spells. For Lin Moya, this was the most crucial part. First, his talent began to change. The talent tree started to grow, becoming more and more lush. The trunk thickened, the tree grew taller, and the roots became more extensive, penetrating into unknown spaces. Every moment, it absorbed vast amounts of power, converting it into soul power. Part of this soul power was used for his needs, while the rest was stored, ready for use whenever Lin Moya needed it. Because of this characteristic, Lin Moya's sustained combat ability was extraordinarily strong, allowing him to fight for a very long time. In the Yellow Earth Desert, he had been merely putting on a show for the little Ming Wang Bodhisattva and others. Everyone was acting, and Lin Moya didn't mind playing along. The talent tree continued to grow, becoming larger and larger, eventually occupying most of his soul world. Its lush branches and leaves spread against the crystal barrier, seemingly about to envelop the entire soul world. All the spell stars shining in the soul world, including infinite fusion, were now covered by the branches and leaves of the talent tree. The tree was like a forest, though it was just one giant tree, denser than an entire forest. Finally, the talent tree stopped growing after occupying nearly 2/3 of the soul world. It extended its branches, gently touching the spell stars. A connection formed between the talent tree and the spell stars, making Lin Moya feel a closer bond with the spell stars. He could easily see all the changes on the spell stars and the undead legions residing within them. Next, a massive golden cauldron automatically flew up. The divine cauldron began to move on its own. Lin Moya's soul closely watched it. The divine cauldron hadn't moved for a long time since he received the baptism of the great world's laws. It had been lying quietly beside the talent tree, motionless, almost forgotten by Lin Moya. Unexpectedly, at this moment, it began to move again. It tilted towards the talent tree, pouring out a large amount of golden light. This was divine power, something countless people in the small world dreamed of. Now, it was pouring onto the talent tree as if it were free. The talent tree absorbed the divine power, and golden light spread all over it, with countless strands of divine power connecting into a network. The divine power flowed from the trunk to the branches and finally into the spell stars. The spell stars, nourished by the talent tree and divine power, also began to shine brightly. Seeing this, Lin Moya had an epiphany. Using the talent tree as the foundation, combined with divine power, to further enhance the spell stars. How could it lack the undying law? Thinking of this, Lin Moya's soul waved, sending out pure undying law. The undying law fell onto the spell stars, merging with the divine power and the talent tree's power. Bear it! With a low shout from his soul, the spell stars began to bear the laws. Among all the spell stars, the infinite fusion spell star stood high above. It had first absorbed the mysterious iron block but had never fully digested it, remaining in a semi-dormant state. Later, it greedily absorbed a piece of spiritual material, giving Lin Moya the feeling that it was overstuffed. For more than a year, the infinite fusion spell star had shown no signs of activity. Today, it finally moved. It emitted a weak consciousness, transmitting to Lin Moya's soul. Lin Moya sensed its need and immediately directed the talent tree to prioritize supplying it with most of the power and divine power. Lin Moya also sent a large amount of undying law to it. With sufficient power, the infinite fusion spell star began to expand rapidly, then quickly contracted. In the process of expanding and contracting, it emitted a chewing sound. Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh. This guy really has indigestion. Previously, he had only suspected it, but now he was completely sure. The infinite fusion spell star really had indigestion. After swallowing the mysterious iron block, it had been unable to digest it. Later, it greedily absorbed the spiritual material, making it even harder to digest. Now, finally taking advantage of his breakthrough, with the help of the talent tree, divine power, and his undying law, it truly digested these two items. Lin Moya didn't know what the mysterious iron block was, nor the specific function of the spiritual material, but he knew both were good things, especially the mysterious iron block, which was even more enigmatic. After expanding and contracting hundreds of times, the infinite fusion spell star finally stopped. It emitted a hazy light and began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it grew 10 times larger, becoming the largest and most dazzling of all the spell stars. At the same time, Lin Moya received a weak consciousness, indicating that the infinite fusion spell star was very happy to have finally digested everything. Lin Moya smiled knowingly, his eyes filled with anticipation, wondering what changes would come next. It stood high above, overlooking all the spell stars, commanding them. Even the 9-star summoning spell had to bow beneath it. Next, it emitted a murky mist, spreading throughout the soul world. Through this mist, it connected with all the spell stars. The murky mist seemed to contain all the changes in the world. No matter what law it was, it could be found within. But if one looked closely, they would find that nothing actually existed. If one tried to comprehend the principles within the mist, they would ultimately find nothing. Lin Moya murmured, "Chaos law, this is the most mysterious chaos law." The light of the infinite fusion spell star became even more dazzling, absorbing all the divine power and energy, leaving nothing for the other spell stars. The other spell stars, which had been evolving and growing stronger, stopped due to the lack of energy supply. Chapter 1400. Chapter 1400, 1400. Chapter 1400. If soft doesn't work, use force, forced fusion. The talent tree swayed gently, seemingly displeased that its power was being taken away. Lin Moya not only didn't stop it but also continued to manipulate the talent tree, increasing the energy supply. The divine cauldron also continued to pour out divine power, all of which was concentrated on the infinite fusion spell star. The infinite fusion spell star once again transmitted a feeling of joy, and its absorption speed further increased. The murky mist in the soul world became even denser. Finally, after it was completely saturated, it suddenly released a vast amount of power. The mysterious and unfathomable chaos law, fused with divine power, the talent tree, and the undying law, used the mist as a bridge to transmit to other spell stars. Indeed, this guy doesn't hog everything for itself. Lin Moya smiled, finding that it was not much different from what he had expected. The Infinite Fusion spell star was the most peculiar existence among all his spell stars. It possessed a certain level of sentience, though not like the spirit of a magical treasure that could converse with its owner and think independently. But it had instincts, knowing what it needed and what it should do. Just this slight sentience surpassed most spell stars. At least, Lin Moyo had never heard of anyone's spell star developing sentience. In the eyes of cultivators, spells were merely means to confront enemies. So when the Infinite Fusion actively absorbed all the power, Lin Moyo let it be, knowing it wouldn't act recklessly. Sure enough, it combined the three powers into one, using the Chaos Law to merge them together. This also aligned with its name, Infinite Fusion. There was nothing it couldn't fuse, whether it was spells, laws, or anything else. After the three powers merged, they became even stronger, benefiting the other spell stars even more. At this moment, the other spell stars received this new power and began to glow and strengthen. They started to grow larger, and their aura became increasingly powerful. The spells finally began to evolve, in a unique and unknown way. The sense of anticipation grew stronger, and Lin Moyo was eager to see how powerful the spells would become after this special transformation. Lin Moyo thought of his few fusion spells, the Skeleton God General and the Time Curse. After fusing three basic skeletons, they could exert hundreds of times their original power. Fusing three curses together gave birth to the Time Law. Just these 2 points were enough to demonstrate the magic of the Chaos Law. Every spell star was growing larger and stronger. Lin Moyo suddenly noticed that the murky mist in one area became denser, presenting a completely different situation from other areas. At the same time, more power flowed there. In that area, 4 spell stars shone brightly. They were the 4-star spell system composed of Bone Spear, Bone Fawn, Bone Prison, and Bone Armor. As he faced increasingly powerful enemies and constantly fought across realms, this 4-star spell system had long been unused. Occasionally, he would use it just to lock onto enemies. In the end, he even used the Time Curse to directly cover a large area for locking onto enemies. Whether in attack or defense, this 4-star spell system could no longer keep up. It was only effective against enemies of the same realm. But in such cases, the undead army was also formidable. So in any situation, this spell system had become redundant. Lin Moyo estimated that without significant changes, he wouldn't use it for a long time. He thought about researching this spell system in the future, perhaps fusing it into a powerful spell. Unexpectedly, before he could start researching, the Infinite Fusion took the initiative. Under the cover of the murky mist, the 4 spell stars that formed the 4-star spell system began to move closer together, eventually sticking to each other. After sticking together, they didn't stop but began to merge. The 4 spells already had similarities and similar properties, otherwise, they wouldn't have formed a 4-star spell system. Now, their fusion seemed natural. Lin Moyo watched quietly, continuously channeling the Undying Law while manipulating the talent tree to keep supplying power to the Infinite Fusion. He was eager to see what kind of spell the Infinite Fusion would ultimately create. The 4 spell stars merged, pressing against each other, and their forms began to change. They penetrated each other, becoming intertwined. But gradually, the fusion slowed down and began to tremble, with the vibrations growing stronger. The murky mist emitted a buzzing sound, and the fusion became increasingly difficult. The 4 spell stars not only stopped merging but even showed signs of separating. Is the fusion failing? Lin Moyo frowned slightly. Fusing spells wasn't a simple task, it couldn't be done in just a few steps. He had tried fusing spells before and failed countless times before finding a few successful fusion methods. The current fusion was even more violent, directly trying to merge the spell stars into one, turning 4 spells into one. The difficulty was imaginable. Lin Moyo's brows furrowed, and his soul became tense, but he had no solution. He had the ability to forcibly stop the fusion but couldn't make it succeed. The 4 spell stars stopped merging and began to separate. At this moment, the Infinite Fusion spell star suddenly shone brightly, and a pitch-black cauldron flew out from it. The cauldron looked like a pill furnace but without a lid, resembling a large iron pot. It's that iron block. Lin Moyo was startled, immediately recognizing the large iron pot as the true form of the mysterious iron block. The large iron pot flew under the 4 separating spell stars and scooped them all up. Then a flame rose from the pot, burning fiercely. The flame's color was strange, appearing red, black, gray, and white, as if containing countless colors, exuding an extremely dense chaos law, far richer than the laws in the mist. Under the flames burning, the 4 separating spell stars began to merge again, and the fusion speed was even faster than before. Lin Moyo chuckled. If soft doesn't work, use force, forcibly fusing them. If I can comprehend the chaos law from these flames, I might have a chance to succeed. When I reach the God Sovereign realm and have some free time, I can give it a try. The 4 spell stars in the large iron pot ultimately didn't separate. They were cooked and fused together. Such a forced fusion method could only be achieved with the chaos law. When the flames extinguished and the large iron pot left, a brand new spell star shone brightly in the soul world. The newly born spell star, though not a 4-star spell, had an aura stronger than a 4-star spell. Its size was second only to the Infinite Fusion, several times larger than other spell stars. Lin Moyo immediately checked the spell's information. Bone Hell. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.